Army Training Centre, Cultybraggan, near Stirling, Scotland. Warrant Officer Class 2. William Bell watched with some satisfaction as the company he had helped train entered the firing range to practice their musketry skills. The men who made up D Company, 7th Battalion, the Black Watch, had shown great promises. There had been many bright individuals among them, who were potential non-commissioned officers, and also possibly officer material, and all had been keen to learn. That was something of a relief. The problem with any rapid force expansion was finding good NCOs and reasonable competent officers. The British Army had paid badly for that particular problem in the past. Bell hoped that this time around it would be different. He was also rather pleased that General Field Marshal Dannatt, as he was now, had decided that as the Army was expanding that the recent regimental amalgamations, which had been deeply unpopular in Scotland, would be reversed. Hence, the Black Watch, 3rd Battalion. The Royal Regiment of Scotland had once again become the 1st Battalion, the Black Watch, and the regiment had regained its independent identity. The alternative, as Dannatt had pointed out, was to have battalions with absurdly high numbers, and anyway the public better identified with the more traditional regimental names. That argument had carried the day, and regiments were demerging all over the UK. The parades as the merged regiments had formed, then split apart, their colours being cased and replaced by the old traditional standards, were a frequent news item on television these days. Bell himself had served for the full 22 years in the 1st Black Watch, retiring as a company sergeant major. Like all other Army pensioners, he had been recalled to the colours to help train a new generation of national servicemen. It was highly doubtful that he would actually go into action with the new battalion once it was operational, but he was certainly fit enough to continue to serve in his current training role, or transfer to the re-established Home Service Force. As the 1st platoon began to shoot at the targets, Bell remembered the first month after conscription had been brought in. The Army had been totally unprepared. The last time they had to train thousands of new recruits had been 1960, and arguably they had not faced a situation quite like this since the raising of the Kitchener armies in 1914. There had been not enough uniforms, weapons, equipment, or accommodation, as in 1914 and 1915 new recruits had to be billeted amongst the civilian population while new hutted accommodation was constructed. At least now the worst of the shortages were over. Everybody now had uniforms, and at least most of the normal equipment that an infantryman should expect to have. Moreover, the new L1A2 self-loading rifle chambered for .338 Lapua rounds had begun to come off the production lines in some numbers. The first orders had gone to FN Herstal over in Belgium. Years of being players in the export market had meant they were geared up to switch between calibers quickly. The omnipresence of the 7.62 by 51 NATO, and later, the 5.56 by 45 had eroded that capability, but enough had remained for them to start producing the new rifles within a week of receiving the orders. Initial priority had gone to regular and territorial units in the Middle East, which had at least freed up numbers of L85A2 and L86A2s for the national servicemen to train on, but now the first L1A2s had begun to be issued to conscripts for familiarity training. British production was ramping up as well, and once that happened, the re-equipment of the rest of the Army would follow. Today was the day that the 7th Black Watch would get their first chance to fire the new rifles, having spent the previous week learning how the weapon worked, how it should be cleaned, and what its various features were. Bell himself had examined one of the rifles closely himself, and had realized that although it was semi-automatic, just like the old 7.62mm L1A1 SLR, the old matchstick paper clip trick would work on it. However, it was debatable whether firing a .338 rifle on full automatic was a good thing. The old 7.62 NATO had been hard to control on full auto. The .338 was way out there. Given the muzzle climb, it might be good for shooting down harpies, though.
In your own time, commence firing,
the range officer called out. Bell watched with interest as a few members of the platoon paused after the first shot, somewhat shocked at the recoil of the .338 round compared to the 5.56mm that they had gotten used to. To their credit, they adjusted their position slightly and resumed firing. From what he could see, despite the extra power of their new weapons, the level of marksmanship had not dropped off appreciably.
"They're shooting very well, Mr. Matthews,"
Bell observed to the platoon commander.
"They are indeed, Sergeant Major."
The young subaltern, who had found his Sandhurst class suddenly passed out early, replied, slightly nervous of the very experienced senior NCO.
"In no small thanks to your training of them."
Both men turned their heads towards the sound and saw that on the range next door, that S Company had begun to practice firing their newly issued Browning heavy machine guns. The 12.7mm round was a prodigious man-killer and was also pretty effective against baldricks, so every infantry battalion were being issued with the big machine gun. The M2s had come from FN Herstal as well. Bell couldn't help reflecting that the armorers were doing well out of the Salvation War. The M2 issue was even including the units due to be mounted in warrior infantry fighting vehicles. The 7th Black Watch was one of them, and would be receiving its new warriors as soon as the vehicles were available. Until then, they were making do with FV-432s and some M113s the government had found somewhere. 2 warriors had recently visited Cultibragan, so that the men destined to join armored infantry regiments could become familiar with them. They had been examples of the new Warrior Mark II, armed with the 40mm CTA cannon, rather than the old 30mm Rarden cannon. The Rarden had proven very effective against baldricks, but its one weakness was its low rate of fire. The troops in Iraq had requested a weapon with a greater rate of fire. The MOD had bitten the bullet and decided that the time had come to make a choice, and quickly. The BAE Systems proposal, which involved installing a 40mm CTA cannon in the existing Warrior turret, had been chosen, even if the turret was now a bit cramped, because it could be manufactured more quickly, and existing warriors could be modified faster.
Have you tried the new rifle yourself yet, sir?
Bell inquired.
I certainly have, Sergeant Major.
Matthews replied.
It has one hell of a kick, left my shoulder all black and blue, and one really does need that bipod. I think it will make a good battle rifle, though, once we all get used to it.
Rather reminds me of the old slur, sir,
Bell said wistfully, having left the army before the SA-80 family had entered widespread service.
Bit fiercer, though.
It'll certainly give those baldricks a pause for thought if they come back again.
Western Desert of Iraq. Corporal James Moss, well, he was an acting sergeant, as the old platoon sergeant was gone. He had been a member of the Free Church of Scotland, of 3 Platoon, A Company, 1st Battalion. The Royal Scots scanned the desert around him from the commander's hatch of the FV-32 Bulldog APC. As with the other Scottish regiments, 1st Royal Scots, the senior line infantry regiment of the army, had been de-amalgamated, in its case not only from the Royal Regiment of Scotland, but also from the King's own Scottish borderers. Part of the regiment, mainly men from the borderers, had been sent home to the UK to help form the new 1st Battalion, the King's own Scottish borders, while a mixture of reservists and territorial army soldiers took their place in Iraq. While the upgraded Bulldog was considered by the troops to be an excellent vehicle, having protection fully equal of the Warrior IFV, the fact that it was only armed with a GPMG had kept the units equipped with it out of the fight with the baldricks. Major General Brims had kept them and the 1st Battalion, the Duke of Lancaster's regiment, back as his reserve, while the 1st Battalion, the Scots Guards, and 1st Battalion, the Mercian Regiment, had all the fun in their warriors. Determined to play some useful part, the Scots and Lancasters had scoured armories for heavier weapons to replace their general-purpose machine guns with. Moss's Bulldog, for example, had a Browning heavy machine gun on the commander's mount, the GPMG being relocated to a pintle mount aft of the main troop compartment hatches. Getting enough Brownings for his platoon had cost Moss every bottle of whiskey that the platoon possessed, and most of their beer. A very happy American unit had handed over the HMGs and ammunition and had immediately drawn replacements for themselves. Other Bulldogs had Russian-made Dishka machine guns taken from Iraqi armories, while some sported American Mark 19 grenade launchers. The British Army had adopted that weapon for use in Afghanistan, and the quartermaster would surely be surprised to find out how many were now in the unofficial inventory. With their new armament, the Bulldog-equipped battle groups had been sent out into the desert behind where the armored battle groups of 4th Mechanized Brigade had advanced, to sweep the ground for any stray baldricks who may have escaped. A few baldricks and injured harpies had already been encountered by the mechanized patrols and successfully dealt with. Mostly killed, but there were whispers that some had been taken prisoner. It was also whispered that units who managed to take such prisoners would be smiled upon by those in authority. However, this long after the defeat of the Demon Army, the chances of encountering a live baldric, or even a dead one, as the corpses had largely decomposed, was slim. Still, Acting Sergeant Moss was ever hopeful of getting his chance.
I can see something move over there, Corporal. Sarge.
One of the dismounts, who was standing head and shoulders out of the open troop hatches, reported. Moss cocked the big Browning and swung it round in the direction that the private had indicated, while he studied the object through the common weapons sight on his new L1A2. He had taken the CWS off his old L85A2 and fitted it to the new rifle.
Oh, sorry, false alarm. It's a cow or something.
Bloody numpty.
Moss complained.
You had me going for a minute there.
That's the freckin' real thing, though.
Another soldier called out, flipping the safety catch off his rifle and opening fire. The baldric that the soldier had spotted had started to try and run as soon as he had heard the APC approach, but was too weak to move particularly fast. The .338 Lapua round struck him in the side and was enough in his weakened state to bring the demon down.
Davy, halt.
Moss said to the FV-432's driver.
I think we might have just taken ourselves a baldric prisoner.
The portal from hell, Western Desert, Iraq. In any other circumstances, the sight would have been hilariously funny. The little force about to sally through the portal was built around veterans of the first great invasion, most still bearing the wounds of that horrifying massacre, but the rest? Kidlings wearing equipment too big for them, so heavy they could hardly lift it, mates who were scarcely any better off. None of them knew how to operate their tridents, how to charge them, and then discharge the magic in a searing bolt. Most of the mates were crying. They knew what awaited them. The kidlings were excited, trying to run around with their equipment, assuming that what was about to happen was just a game. One kidling couldn't lift his trident properly, so had it over his shoulder with the end trailing on the ground behind him. In any other circumstances, the sight would have been hilariously funny, but Abegor's heart was near breaking.
Get ready!
His order ran around the group, bringing them into some form of formation.
Move out!
He went into a jog trot and stepped through the great ellipse that represented the portal between dimensions, into the clear yellow sun and blue skies that he had devoutly hoped never to see again. Behind him, his pathetic ragtag band appeared in a grim pastiche of a fighting formation. The truth was, Abegor was surprised to be still alive. He had expected to be swamped by a barrage of fire lances and mage bolts as soon as he and his band had emerged, but the desert was silent. The ridge up ahead of them seemed deserted, but Abegor wasn't fooled by that. He knew the humans would stay below the ridgeline where they were safe until it was time to pour their fire into their enemies. Thinking about it with the clarity that accompanies imminent death, Abegor suddenly realized that it was a very sensible approach. Yet still the desert was silent, no hideous holocaust of fire erupting around them. Had he been wrong? Had the humans given up and gone home? Surely that was unlike them. It didn't fit the remorseless harrowing of his army as it had retreated across the desert. But why was it silent?
Everybody be careful where you put your feet. Do not step on mage bars. They will kill you.
Or worse, he thought. But there was no need to worry the mates and kidlings with that possibility. Despite all his fears, the ridgeline was approaching fast as he jog-trotted across the desert. For preference, he and his veterans would have been at a full run to cover the ground as fast as possible, but they had to measure their pace to the abilities of the weakest members of their group. This attack was a sick joke, and Abegor knew it. Yet it had succeeded. They reached the ridgeline and deployed on it. The mates and kidlings were exhausted by the run across the desert. The veterans were barely fazed by its exertions. Abegor was keeping them relatively closely bunched. He knew it was wrong, that he should be dispersing his people out so they would not be slaughtered in mass by the human mage magic, but that was not his intent. He knew his group could not survive, and keeping them bunched would mean a quick death for them all as the humans concentrated their fire on them. He had seen too many demons screaming their last seconds away as they had been torn apart yet still lived. He did not want his kidlings and mates to die that way. The minutes ticked by, Abegor marveling that the humans had taken so long to react. He glanced behind him. The forces that were supposed to have followed him out were nowhere to be seen. That he had expected. He had known from the start that this attack was really just a mass execution. Then, overhead, Abegor heard the screaming howl of mage bolts as they started to descend upon him. It was all over. Combat Team Alpha, by the Hellmouth, Western Iraq.
Any movement, Hooters?
All still out there. Nothing happening.
Stevenson's combat team had drawn the Hellmouth watch assignment for the day. She had her platoon of Bradleys in the center, holding a ridgeline while her 2 platoons of Abrams tanks were spread out to either side. If the baldrics emerged, They'd fight in the best traditions of the U.S. Army. They'd protect their artillery observer while he called down unimaginable firepower upon their enemies.
Wait one. There's movement. Here they come again.
Down in the desert, figures were emerging from the hellmouth. They were a disorganized stream, undisciplined, nothing like the neat formations that had emerged before. They were spread out in the desert, running straight at the dug-in Bradleys, but to Stevenson's already experienced eye, this wasn't an attack. Anyway, was that all of them?
Alpha Actual to Domino. We have Hellmouth activity. Baldrick's emerging, number estimated at...
Stevenson did a quick count. There were around 400 at most.
400. Say again, 400. Heading for our position.
400. Are you sure of that?
Sure am. 400. No follow-up force. There's something very wrong about this.
She thought for a second and looked through the high-powered optics on her tank. She blinked and looked again.
Sir, this force is a joke. There are some regulars down there, but there are some small ones that can hardly lift their weapons. Others don't have any at all.
She looked again, at the way the formation was breaking up as it crossed rough ground. For the first time, she appreciated the amount of training the earlier formations had shown. Their lines had never wavered, never broken no matter how rough the ground or intense the fire brought down on them. This mob was not even in the same class.
Sir, these Baldricks aren't soldiers. Most of them aren't. They look more like civilians.
Understood.
There was a pause.
Deny contact, ring them off. Don't let them go anywhere, but hold your fire until ordered otherwise. Give them at least 1,500 meters clearance.
Very good, sir.
Stevenson broke contact and changed to her command frequency.
3rd platoon, fall back. Let them have the ridge line. We don't need it. 1st and 2nd, move up to flanking positions. Hold fire.
There was a cloud of dust and black smoke as the Bradleys backed off their ridgeline and headed for the one about 2,000 meters to the rear. They were already in position when the Baldricks ran up onto the ridge and started to deploy into a defensive perimeter. A tight one, Stevenson thought. Perfect for artillery. Didn't Baldricks ever learn?
Report.
The single word came over her radio. Stevenson looked carefully.
We're in position. Sir, the enemy force is at least 50% civilian. There are small ones running around I think they're playing. It looks like they're children of some kind, and others are behaving like their mothers.
She flipped her optics up to full power.
Well, what do you know? Our big friend, the football player, is up there.
Very good. Hold positions, do not open fire. This is going right up the chain.
Stevenson relaxed in her seat, watching the Baldricks. There were some real soldiers across there. They were watchful, their tridents at the ready. But the rest? No way were they soldiers. Women and children was Stevenson's guess. Okay, I guess now is when we find out what sort of people we really are, she thought to herself. The minutes ticked by until almost an hour had passed.
Alpha Actual, this is Command 1.
Whoa, that meant General Petraeus himself.
Alpha Actual, sir.
Get ready. There's artillery fire coming in between you and the Baldricks. Safe distance from both, but it's tight. FYI, we're going to try and get this lot to surrender. As soon as the shells have landed, expose your vehicles, but do not, I repeat, do not open fire. One shot from you without orders, Captain, and you'll be burning shit for the rest of your career.
Understood, sir. Expose, but do not fire.
Overhead, there was a howl of descending 155mm shells from a Paladin battery. The salvo was beautifully placed, one shot to each side of the Baldrick group, 2 in front of it, 2 behind. A perfect hexagon that was only just far enough out to be safe.
All Alpha vehicles, move up onto the ridge crest. Do not under any circumstances fire. Repeat, do not under any circumstances open fire. Require verbal repeat and acknowledgement of that order from each vehicle.
She listened as the acknowledgments came in. Then her Abrams lurched as she moved up to the crest of the ridge. On the ridgeline, Hellmouth, western Iraq. Abigor's skin crawled as he expected the lash of mage fire and iron fragments, but the desert erupted in a neat hexagon around his unit, the bursts harmless. Oh, they buffeted and shook the ground, but there were no screaming, disemboweled demons on the ground to show they had landed. Then, all around him, iron chariots appeared, in front to either side, behind him. The humans really did love surrounding their enemies so that none could escape when the killing started. But the chariots remained silent. No fire lances, no seeker lances. The chariots just sat there and watched him. The silence was eerie after the crash of the mage bursts. The kidlings had stopped their games, the mates their weeping. Everybody was just waiting. It dawned on Abigor they were waiting for him. Everybody, demon and human, were waiting for him. If they were waiting for him to start fighting, what happened if he did not? Why had the humans given him a chance denied to him by Satan? What would happen if he took that chance? It couldn't be any worse than what would happen if he didn't. Abegor made his decision and stood up, throwing his trident away. Then he raised his hands to show he was unarmed.
All of you, throw down your arms, stand up and raise your hands like mine, so that the humans can see we are unarmed.
Across the desert, the iron chariots kicked up a cloud of dust and started to move in. Combat Team Alpha, by the Hellmouth, Western Iraq.
Sir, they're surrendering. They've thrown down their arms and are standing up. They've raised their hands, all of them.
Captain Stevenson, move in carefully. This may be a trick, but if it isn't, we have a priceless opportunity here. Do not fire even if fired upon.
That means I'm the sacrificial goat, Stevenson thought. She gave the order and her command started rolling closer to the group on the hill crest. They were motionless as her tanks and armored infantry vehicles closed in. When they were less than 50 meters away, the big one, the one Stevenson thought of as the football player, dropped to the ground and sprawled out on the sand. She checked her intercom, making sure it was set so only her crew could hear her.
Reminds me of one of my ex-boyfriend's guys. I wonder if he wants me to trample him too.
There was a suppressed series of snorts from her crew. She stopped the vehicle and got out, climbing down the outside of the turret and onto the ground.
I am Captain Keisha Stevenson, United States Army. I am authorized to accept your surrender.
I am Great Duke Abegor. I am or was commander of 60 legions. I offer you my surrender and fealty.
White House Communications Center, Washington, D.C.
Vladimir, this is Dubya. I have urgent news. General Abegor has just surrendered and defected.
That filthy Vlasovite bastard.
Sorry, Vladimir, you misunderstand. He's a baldric. He's defecting to us.
Without missing a beat, Putin carried on.
What I meant to say, of course, was that he is a heroic champion of freedom and liberty who has overcome his corrupt upbringing so that he can rally to the side of truth, honor, and justice.
That's right, Vladimir. He's a filthy Vlasovite bastard, but he's our filthy Vlasovite bastard.
Headquarters, Multinational Force Iraq, Green Zone Baghdad.
Well, they're human.
You've got to be kidding us. There's no way those things are human.
Dr. Surlethe settled back in the conference room chair with every sign of comfort. That was one thing the higher ranks of the army had down to a fine art. Their conference rooms were well furnished, air-conditioned, and had all the luxuries one might wish combined with high-tech presentation equipment. It would be years before civilian releases caught up with the Army version of Microsoft PowerPoint. The Marines, now they were different. Their conference room was usually a tent somewhere with a bare wood trestle table and a few camp chairs. One Marine general had remarked on the Army's excessive facility, only to be rather coldly told that any damn fool can be uncomfortable.
Nevertheless, they are human, sort of.
There was a stir of relaxation at the qualification.
What do you mean, Doctor?
General Petraeus needed to know a lot about these creatures, not least because he had almost 1,000 of them in a prisoner of war camp.
General, we've looked at the DNA of the baldrics, and it's human.
Surlethe thought for a second.
Look at it this way. The difference in DNA between a chimpanzee and a human is around 2%. The difference between baldric and human DNA is about 1/2 of 1%. So baldrics are much more closely related to us than we are to chimpanzees.
They don't look it.
No, they don't, General.
Again, Surlethe thought for a moment.
Actually, they do. If we ignore the way out bits, the strange contortions and so on, they do look like us. We started off by thinking that they were a next level up version of us that simply evolved differently. But when the DNA comparisons came through, we had to abandon that. There's no doubt about it in our minds. We and the baldrics had a common ancestor somewhere way back when. The really big question is, did that common ancestor evolve here on Earth, on the hell place, or somewhere else?
I still find it hard to believe that something that's so different from us could be related to us. DNA shifts and mutation rates can't explain that level of difference.
Protect us from intelligent, well-read generals, Surlethe sighed quietly to himself. Life had been much easier in the old days when generals knew how to destroy armies and nothing else. Then, they just accepted everything a scientist said. Put on a long white coat and they were as good as gold. This one had an annoying habit of arguing with scientists, and even more annoying, he was very often right. He quickly realized that it was about to get worse.
I've been reading up on the Human Genome Project. According to their findings, the useless repetitive sequences, the junk DNA, make up at least 50% of the human genome. According to the people working on that program, the junk DNA doesn't have a direct function, but they reshape the genome by rearranging it, thereby creating entirely new genes or modifying and reshuffling existing genes. It also appears that something quite drastic happened around 50 million years ago that caused all our junk DNA.
That's correct, General. Our working hypothesis is that somehow we and the Baldrics split away from each other way back then. We went our way, they went theirs. Perhaps we all came from somewhere else, and the something quite drastic was that we stayed here and they went to the hell place. We each used different parts of our junk DNA and activated different strings. The difference may be only 1/2 of 1%, but it's a very important 1/2 of 1%. There's more to it than that, of course. It looks to us like the Baldric DNA itself has been corrupted, either by selective breeding, prion infection, both, or something else.
So how can you help me look after the prisoners we've acquired?
Well, we know from other sources that they are exclusive carnivores. It's probable that they'll eat any sort of meat. They'll eat in large quantities, but at irregular intervals. Without need for major physical exercise, they'll probably eat only once a week or so. Won't be a pretty sight when they do, though.
Surlethe thought back to the sight of the succubus eating and shuddered.
Medication might work on them. We'll have to be careful and take it by stages. Oh, in general, their metabolic pathways are almost identical to ours. Chemical weapons should work on them just fine.
The ultimate temple, heaven. The archangel Michael strode forward into the temple. All about him the people sang. He could feel the ecstasy of the choirs of angels, of those few fortunate saved humans. As he entered the holiest of holies, the thick marble of the temple walls drowned out the beautiful music outside. Reduced to a dim glow, he focused his attention on the sight before him. It awed him every time without fail. The great white throne, with its flashing lightning and pealing thunder surrounding the giant figure who sat on it, the one above all others. Before the throne were the 7 great gold lamps, burning their ceaseless incense so that the clouds of scented smoke hung thick and hazy, the smell clinging to everything. Michael loved it. At the 4 corners of the room stood the 4 living creatures, chanting their ceaseless cry.
Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty, who was and is to come.
And the 24 members of the private choir. They were ancient even by the angel standards, and were constantly on their faces before the throne, murmuring,
You are worthy, our Lord and God, to receive glory and honor and power, for you created all things, and by your will they were created and have their being.
Time was, their voices had outstripped even the living creatures in volume, but even here they were not free from time's ravages. An astute observer might look closely into their eyes and see the misery and despair there. Singing the same praises for untold millennia was not as heavenly as it sounded. Michael stopped in the middle of the lamps and knelt down on both knees, prostrating himself and pressing his flawless lips to the cold, dark jade floor. As though sensing intentions, the 4 living creatures quieted, and the 24 elders' murmurs died to whispers. From the white throne the voice of Yahweh thundered,
Michael, my good general, what news do you bring me?
O nameless one, Lord and God of all, I prostrate myself to your presence. The messengers of Gabriel have returned, save one, Apollyon, who was killed in your service.
As he related the information, he couldn't help the quiver of surprise that crept into his voice. The idea that humans of all things could destroy demons or angels, let alone the merciless slaughter to which they had apparently subjected the demonic army, still confused him. If he were capable of admitting it to himself, he might even have said that the prospect scared him.
My lord, the army the Morning Star sent forth has been utterly destroyed. The human magic has proved far beyond the capability of the fallen ones.
Yahweh was silent for a moment, then spoke.
Interesting. And what of the rest of Satan's hordes?
My lord, the delegation you sent to Dis has not returned. It is several choirs overdue. It is not known if the messengers we sent have been received.
Is Uriel prepared to go out into the world?
He is, my lord.
Summon him to me, Michael.
At the decree, Michael's fist clenched and lightning sparked around it as he bit down on his excitement. Camp Echo, New Amara Airfield, Al Amara, Iraq. The truck convoy, a long line of the 8x8 Hemets, pulled up at the long line of huge hangars that were half buried in the ground. This was one of Saddam Hussein's airfields, one disused until recently, but now put to a use that the deranged dictator could never have imagined. The great buried hangars were perfect as a detention area for captured demons. Some of the baldrics sitting in the trucks looked at the razor wire that surrounded the hangars and shuddered. Many bore the scars of that infernal wire. Abigor had a truck to himself. His size and weight made that essential, and the truth was that he had thoroughly enjoyed his ride. The great truck had moved faster than he had ever dreamed possible, carrying him away from the hellmouth and towards wherever it was that the humans would take him. The trip itself had been an eye-opener. The black strips the humans laid across the desert were crowded with chariots, nose-to-tail convoys of them, mostly heading west. He had at last seen the iron chariots, tanks they were called apparently, at close quarters. Many different types of them, some looking similar, others very different. Long lines of them moving west, and he noted how everybody got out of their way. He'd seen the humans inside them, and they'd waved at him, shouting things as they passed. Some had been abusive. Abigor recognized curses when he heard them, but most were almost friendly. Once or twice he'd waved back, and that had caused the tank crews, even the hostile ones, to behave in a more friendly manner. It seemed that humans had a strange attitude towards their enemies. He'd also looked at one of the homes of the flying chariots as the convoy had made its way east. 2 of them had been taking off, the howl they made painful to the ears. "Warthogs!" one of the truck drivers had shouted. "Wait till you see them babies at work." They were babies? What did the parents look like? A few minutes later, Abigor had his answer. A great chariot many times the size of the warthogs landed and started to disgorge tons of cargo. Another followed, and by the time their convoy had moved on, 2 more. The movement at the flying chariot base was constant. If the chariots weren't taking off, they were landing.
"General Abigor, follow me, please."
The human spoke politely but firmly. From the number of chariots around, disobeying him was unwise. Anyway, Abigor remembered the long streams of chariots heading west. Arguing wasn't an option. He followed the human into the hangar. It was pleasantly gloomy inside, a pleasant change from the glaring desert sun. It was cooler, too, although Abigor hadn't been upset by the heat outside. The interior was divided up into cages, each holding a single demon prisoner, large enough for him to get up, walk around, and exercise. The cage walls were wire layers interspaced with razor wire.
"General, these are the prisoners we have taken to date. We are doing the best we can to look after them properly. If there are any complaints, please tell us. You are senior officer here and responsible for them all."
Abigor didn't understand much of that, but the last words made sense. The humans had given him a command, far less than a single legion, that was true, but a command nonetheless. It was a start. He stared at the nearest prisoner, entangling its mind with his own.
"What have they done with you?"
"Nothing. They just keep us here. They feed us meat, give us water."
"How did they torture you?"
"They did not. They are soft and weak. Yanni Batwesvik over there had a long splinter of enchanted iron in his chest. It was poisoning him, so they took it out, gave him a drug so that he slept while it was done, as if he couldn't have stood the pain like a true demon."
Abigor nodded and turned to the human with him.
"You have looked after them well."
His voice showed disbelief and confusion.
"It is our way when we can. What do your people do for amusement? We have no idea what to give our prisoners. Do you have books you read or games you play?"
"We torture human souls for our amusement," was the answer that ran through Abigor's mind, but he guessed that saying so was not the smartest thing he could do at this point.
"We will be happy for whatever you can provide."
"Good, we'll find something. General, there were civilians with your party. I must warn you, we do not look kindly on those who use civilians as cover for their actions."
"Satan sent them with me. They are my family. We were all sent to die together."
The human nodded.
"We'll investigate that further. In the meantime, the women and children will be housed in another building like this one. We want you to point out which child belongs to which mother so we can house them together."
Abigor absorbed the information that was pouring in on him. It was impossible, surely, that these genial hosts could be the same merciless killers who had destroyed his army.
"Did you take part in the fighting?"
"Sure. My brigade held the town of Hit against your infantry. We got pasted holding it. Your guys fight well up close, but we held long enough for the gunships to get to work. General, are any of your women nurses?
What are nurses?
Those skilled with helping to treat the wounded. Most of your people have wounds.
No.
Abigor's confusion levels increased to near breaking point. What was with these humans? In the demon armies, nobody treated the wounded. They died or got better according to their luck. A popular demon might be looked after by his immediate comrades. An unpopular one might get killed so he wouldn't hold up the rest. But that was all. Then, Abigor thought of the sight of 2 demons carrying a legless third all the way back home. Contact with humans was having disturbing effects.
That's a pity. We're short of medical staff here, and we don't know our way around your bodies. If we operate, we could be doing more harm than good. Our medications could kill.
Would dissecting a few living demons help? I can assign a few of these to you for that purpose if you wish.
Colonel David Pascal looked at the baldric towering over him and shuddered at the thought. Then reminded himself that these were demons after all. They were not supposed to be nice people. He also reminded himself that his job was to watch, learn, and interact with these creatures while his shattered brigade was rebuilt.
No thank you, General Abigor. That would be prohibited by our laws.
Abigor was looking at him curiously.
Sire, you seem to know much about us already.
You are not the first to rally to our cause. We have others as well. Some have proved most helpful, especially a succubus we captured.
Pascal held his breath. Would Abigor fall for the bait? He did. His explosive snort rattled the cages.
A succubus? I hope you do not believe everything that single-sex freak told you. They are deceivers and seducers all.
No, we adopted an old human principle, trust but verify. Your people here have been helpful in the verifying part.
Abigor relaxed.
Then I will order them to continue doing so.
Pascal looked at the hangar around them. There was no sign of the modification, but the roof had been coated with a new aluminum foil foam laminate that was orders of magnitudes more effective at stopping the baldric mind entanglement capability than normal foil caps were. With luck, people in this hangar should be isolated from outside mind links.
Please do that, General.
Headquarters, Multinational Force Iraq, Green Zone Baghdad.
Major Marina Fyodorovna Luchenko, 1st Guards Engineer Division reporting, sir. My general has assigned me to you as liaison. He asks, what would you like built where?
General David Petraeus looked at the Russian officer.
Good to have you on board, Major, and your engineers. We need them badly. Our supply lines are very difficult. The road network is completely inadequate for the volume of traffic we are moving. It would help if somebody told the Israelis about obeying traffic signs. Our traffic accident rate is bad enough without their assistance.
Major Luchenko snorted delicately.
So, sir, what can we do to help?
We need a highway, Major, starting at Didiwania, then going around Al-Najaf, and then due west to the Hellmouth. I'd like 4 lanes going each way, each lane extra wide to handle our Hemets, and your trucks, of course.
Petraeus looked at the Russian woman and grinned broadly.
That's right, Major. I want you to build the ultimate highway to hell.
Swamps by the river Styx, 5th ring, hell. Okara Fluxos looked over the swamp from his castle. It was small, of course, just as he was a minor duke. He owed his fealty to Canathroses, the major duke who controlled about half of the 6th ring, and that duke, in turn, owed fealty to Asmodeus, who held the segments of the 5th, 6th, and 4th rings, and had just acquired a 6th of Abigor's former holdings, including good land outside the pit and a chunk of the 3rd ring. It had been a long time since a great duke of such high status had vanished and the others were falling over themselves trying to seize the choicest of his properties. His yearly report to Canathroses was due in the next week, and he needed to find a way to conceal the strange things that had been happening. Oh, not just the usual fudging of the numbers. He'd been doing that for the last few centuries, since the number of humans arriving into hell had ballooned. But even more recently than that, his guards had become reluctant to venture into his swampland realm. He'd had to make an example out of the most recalcitrant, crucifying and then disemboweling him. That hadn't done much good. They were still reluctant to go out into the swamps alone, and when they did, they were quick to return. Those that did return. It wasn't just the mysterious disappearances of his guards and the equally mystifying destruction of the causeway through his territory. Okara Fluxos had other major problems on his hands. His best troops were being taken away to reinforce Asmodeus's army, leaving him with only the least effective, the very old, the very young, and the infirm. All untrained, and looking like the soft civilians they really were. As he sat in his chamber pondering the issue, Another dull, distant thud rumbled across the swamp. The damnable noises had been going on just a little longer than this mysterious disease of cowardice had been infecting his troops. The minor duke shook his head, cleared his thoughts, and returned to the business of figuring out how to continue deceiving his lord. Outside the castle, Lieutenant Kim regarded the building skeptically.
That's a castle?
She asked, arching an eyebrow. Rahab nodded.
That is the home of the minor duke who commands this chunk of the fifth ring.
Kim looked at it critically. It was a large house rising out of a cluster of smaller houses, surrounded by a piled stone wall at least 15 feet high. From her vantage point on top of a mound of granite, Kim could see baldricks coming and going through the gate. Most were marching in short columns, but one, leading a row of animals that looked like rhinolobsters, but without the long, arching tails, was seated on the beast at the head of the column.
Note that animal shipment down, Mac,
said Kim.
Brass will want to know everything they can about the economy here.
Beside her, Mechanary was clicking away with the cameras, documenting as much of the outpost as possible. Rahab was looking at Kim with a mixture of distrust and curiosity.
What are you planning to do?
Kim smiled rather viciously.
You'll see.
Indeed you will, she thought, and it will blow your Stone Age mind. Behind them, Medusa loomed up, face impassive beneath its mask and goggles as always.
Are you ready to start, ma'am?
He asked.
You okay?
Yeah, my lungs feel like shit, though. Gonna be glad to get out of here.
Medusa bit his lip in self-reproach. Getting out wasn't an option for Kim and her crew. They were stuck here, and he'd just rubbed that in. Kim guessed what was running through his mind.
You've earned an out, and it's different for you. This place is ours now. Earth is your place. Anyway, this is your last run. Kitten will be contacting us soon, and then you're on your way home. So as your final hurrah, take it away, Lieutenant.
The big man nodded, a hint of a smile playing about his lips. He signaled to the other 3 men accompanying him, and they marched off. Kim detected a hint of motion closer to the wall. Through the dim, noxious atmosphere, she could just make out bubbles planting the last few bricks of Semtex. The perpetual mists and fog of hell were annoying, but it made the life of the gorilla much easier. As Medusa disappeared behind another rock outcropping beside the causeway leading out of Okara Fluxos' stronghold, Bubbles slowly made his way back from the base of the wall. Okara Fluxos was still sitting in his chamber and thinking when he heard a series of loud pops from the window. The sounds were entirely unfamiliar. Curious, he stood up and went over to the window as the cracks continued. The sight that greeted him was entirely unexpected. At the gate, his demons were milling about. Some were yelling and screaming, and some were running back toward the barracks. With each pop, another demon yelled and dropped. Once or twice, heads literally exploded. The food beasts below were panicking and stampeding straight for the back of the compound. He saw several demons trampled beneath their hooves as the small herd ran in blank terror. Several more cracks, and the remaining demons were also heading back into the compound, abandoning their injured comrades. Abruptly, the walls around his castle just disintegrated. An instant later, a deafening concussion physically knocked him backward, and a shower of stone fragments flew through the window, lacerating the Duke's face. In shock, he felt his face, felt the blood oozing out, then crawled back to the window. The room was still spinning around him, and he fought the urge to retch on the windowsill. Outside, his castle was a complete wreck. The retaining wall had entirely vanished. The causeway leading through the swamp toward the Dysprosium Road had disappeared, and 2 of the barracks buildings had collapsed. At first, he thought there was nothing left of the demons who had so recently been busy about their business in the castle. But then, looking more closely, he saw, strewn about the jagged rubble coating the ground, lumps that were smoother and darker than the rock fragments. Then he did vomit on the windowsill. It was that move that saved his life. As he ducked to vomit, the stone just behind where his head had been exploded in a vicious arc of fragments as something hit it. Okara Fluxos continued downwards, landing on the floor below the windowsill and crawled away. Just what was happening? Obviously his castle was under attack, but he'd never seen a siege start like this before. Oh, sieges were known events. A property might be disputed or perhaps seized as a bargaining chip for some other issue, but they ran to a set pattern. The besieging commander would pull his army up and display it in front of the target castle so that the besieged commander could see what he was up against and compare his own forces to them. Then besieger and besieged would meet and decide if the balance of forces made resistance practical. If it was, then the siege was on. If not, then the defending garrison would surrender. This sort of sudden attack was unheard of. And what had destroyed his outer walls? Okarafluxos decided to take a better look, and was about to do so through the window he had just used when it occurred to him that doing so would be a terminally bad idea. He crawled out of the room, then went to another and used the window there. What he saw appalled him. The remainder of his troops were sprawled on the ground, dead or dying. Yet across in the swamps, he saw a group of figures moving, 6 of them, humans by the look of them, but colored so they were virtually invisible against the ground and mists of hell. The 6 figures ran forward to new positions, spread out in front of his massacred men, then dropped to the ground. Okarafluxos took his eyes off them, because as they dropped flat, 4 more humans, colored the same way, emerged from hiding places and ran across the ground. One surviving member of Okarafluxos's garrison stood up to take a shot with his trident, but before he could do so, there was a rapid series of small thuds, and he fell down. They'd come from the area where the first group of 6 humans had gone to ground. He could hardly see them when he tried to make them out, and by the time he spotted the first, the second group had taken cover as well. Then, the first group got to their feet and closed in on the large house that formed the keep of Okarafluxos's castle. They did something to the door and then retreated. Watching carefully, Okarafluxos was bewildered. There was no precedent for what was happening. Sieges took a long time, even for a small castle like his. But this time his defenses were collapsing as if they didn't exist. It was barely a few minutes since the first explosions had taken down his outer wall, and now his keep was under attack. The destruction of his keep gate seemed tame compared with the series of blasts that had destroyed his walls, but Okarafluxos knew it was the death knell for his defense. Outside the keep, Kim couldn't help but feel smugly satisfied. The sudden, violent assault was doing its work. The baldricks inside the defenses couldn't adapt to the speed at which the situation was changing. By the time they responded to one development, it was already history, and the course of the battle had moved on, so their attempted response just led to an even greater disaster. It was a classic blitzkrieg, something that the trackheads in their armor thought they monopolized. They didn't. Infantry could do it as well. If the baldricks had kept their heads, if they'd been able to respond fast enough, they should have turned the remaining parts of the outer defenses into strong points, each of which would have had to be reduced individually. That would have broken the momentum of her attack and allowed the rest of the garrison to stage a counterattack that would have destroyed her puny force. But they'd never had the chance. By the time they'd overcome their initial reactions to the unprecedented violence and speed of the attack and started thinking, the opportunity was gone. The outer defenses had fallen, and the keep was on its own, and now its gates were gone. Kim looked hard through the mists. The baldricks were starting to react logically, and she would have to stop that. They'd piled timber, carts, and furniture up inside the gates to form a secondary barricade, and were waiting behind it. Not bad, she thought. A viable countermove against the sort of attack they were used to. Only this wasn't one. Quite apart from their superior weaponry and military tactics built around those weapons, Kim and her men had the experience of 2,000 years of warfare ingrained within them. It wasn't conscious knowledge. None of them had ever trained to take down a castle defended by medieval or older weapons, but they'd seen it done in the movies, read about it in history books. There wasn't a move the baldricks could make that they didn't know about and counter. Countering the barricade was easy, and Kim didn't even have to give the orders. From his overwatch position, Meduse had anticipated the barricade and was ready for it. He and his men each had an AT-4 anti-tank rocket launcher ready. The orange-white fire and streak of white smoke began with them and ended in rolling explosions that tore the barricade and its defenders apart. The explosions had barely subsided when Kim's team charged forward, spraying the remaining defenders with bullets from their M4s. Meduse waved and his men joined the assault, slower because they were the support team, loaded with heavy equipment, but still fast enough to get through the gates before Kim and her people vanished inside the keep. There were sounds of intermittent burst of gunfire from the rooms inside, and then silence. Okarafluxos had seen the destruction of the last of his garrison at the barricade and knew it was all over. The humans hadn't even bothered to ask him whether he wanted to surrender, and it was pretty obvious that they weren't about to. There was a trident hanging on the wall, not the run-of-the-mill cast one, a Tartaruan trident that had been forged with care by Belial's best craftsmen, It could hold a charge better than the normal ones, and its prongs would stab deeper and break less. It would be a good weapon to die with. His grip as he took hold of it was careful. He concentrated his magic into charging it up, ready for the burst of power that would open the fight. He never got the chance. Kim's men were already in the corridor when he stepped out of his room, and the short, stubby M4s were far better suited to fighting in confined areas than the unwieldy tripod. The last thing that Okara Fluxos ever heard was the thudding of the gunfire, and the last thing he felt were the bullets that killed him. 10 minutes later, Kim was settled down in a comfortable chair, waiting for the scheduled contact. It came, right on schedule.
Jade, this is Kitten. Is it safe to open up?
Sure is, Kitten. Got a surprise for you, too. We've just taken a Baldric castle. Not an impressive one, but still a castle.
Oh, well done. Opening now.
The familiar ellipse started to open.
Medusa, get ready to go through. It's been good to have you with us.
Kim reached into a pocket and fished out a piece of jewelry she'd found as she'd been searching the building.
Give this to Kitten for me, will you? It's the least we can do for her. And take the cameras with the pictures the brass wanted back as well.
Medusa nodded and stepped through the ellipse, followed by his special forces team. As soon as they were clear, the barrage of supplies and ammunition came the other way. Then the ellipse closed off. 20 minutes later, Kim and her team had evacuated the castle. They'd left the bodies of the dead Baldrics piled up in the courtyard, under a message that was much more detailed than the usual 4 letters. It read, "They oppress the people. They face the people's justice. Fear us. Popular Front for the Liberation of Hell." Rahab ran the words over in her mind. They were succinct, merciless. One side of her was appalled by the destruction and violence. Another was fearful of the consequences that would result from the destruction of even a minor duke and his fortress. But there was another emotion as well, one she had forgotten could exist. It was called hope, and she had felt it as she had watched the almost casual destruction of the castle. She needed to discuss what she had seen with a military expert, and fortunately she knew one who could help her. 470th Flight Test Squadron, Edwards Air Force Base, California.
How's it going, Sammy?
Samuel Allenson looked up at the misshapen Boeing 747-400F behind him.
Well, it's going.
That was something of an understatement. The Boeing wasn't really a -400F at all. It was something much more interesting, a YAL-1A airborne laser aircraft. The real distinguishing feature was the turret in the nose that controlled the chemical oxygen iodine laser, or coil, installed in the aircraft's body. Originally, the YAL-1A had been designed to shoot down tactical ballistic missiles, but it looked like that role was already history. It didn't matter too much. After years of parsimony, the Salvation War was making funding available for all sorts of programs, and the ABL was one of them. Nobody knew what was coming out of hell next, and the capability of the ABL was just too delicious to give up. The test program had been accelerated by almost a year, and 3 more YAL-1As were already being built at Boeing's facility in Wichita. Once they joined the test program, things would really start to move.
Shot down any Baldrics yet?
Mickey Jennings was poking fun at his old friend, but there was an element of frustration in it for them both. They were stuck here at Edwards on the ABL test program, while other Air Force pilots were making sky-high scores downing Harpies.
Nah, we can if any show up, though. We've got the coil installed, and we're doing systems integration stuff at the moment. The brass has ordered us to cut short the systems level ground and flight tests and bring the intercept tests against in-flight targets forward. They'd be happy if we could do them last week, but yesterday will be soon enough for them.
Jennings nodded sympathetically. The ABL had been a source of frustration to the people working on it, not for technical reasons, although the program had been, to put it mildly, challenging, but for finance. The budget had never been enough to work at optimum speed, and there was always the threat of it being cut completely. At least that had gone, but the problem was now the constant push to get the program operational.
And it's not as if we don't have things to work out yet.
Allenson was still talking.
The laser has a tendency to overheat, and we're not sure if the fire control system will be good enough to take on a Baldric. It's infrared, and was designed to lock onto the flare from the end of a ballistic missile. That's a whole world hotter than a Baldric, and the eggheads aren't sure it'll work against them. The fighter jocks are complaining about the AIM-9 as well. Apparently it has real difficulty locking onto a Baldric. Still, the 120s are doing well. Yeah, but we don't carry them. I've been on about that. What's the point of building a critical bird like this and then giving us nothing to defend ourselves with? To do our job, We'd have to be within 300 clicks of an enemy missile base, and you can't tell me the bad guys will be happy about that. Yet here we are, the biggest, most expensive clay pigeon in the world.
Harpies ain't no skeet shooters, that's for sure.
No? They took down enough helicopters for the Army to stop using them until the fighter jocks could clear the sky. Okay, we're safe enough from Harpies at 40,000 feet, but who knows what we'll be facing next time around. And there is a next time coming, everybody knows it. Anyway, Mickey, that's not why I asked you over. My co-pilot, Jimmy Granger, is being assigned to one of the new birds Boeing is building. He's leaving end of the month, and I won't be seeing him much in between. Want to join the crew? It'll get you out from behind that desk.
Why should I want to fly an aircraft when I can sit behind a nice, comfortable desk, just loaded with routine paperwork? I'll make you a counteroffer. You can have my desk, and I'll have your bird.
Not a chance. Seriously, if you want the job, it's yours. The Air Force is calling back all of its retirees, and the ones who are too old to stand up without a walker get the desk jobs. You should see the F-111 wing that's forming up in Washington. And you heard about the B-29s, I guess.
Allinson adopted a comically exaggerated hush-secret pose, looking around theatrically.
I hear you're down for transfer to a B-17 wing if you don't get out from behind that desk.
Okay, I surrender. I'll take the job. Anything but a B-17.
Welcome aboard. And by the way, be careful what you say about the B-17s. Kurt LeMay might hear you. Remember, we know now he's out there somewhere. He was mighty fond of the B-17.
Private quarters. Palace of Satan, City of Dis, Hell. Satan contemplated the goblet of wine in front of him and sighed moodily. Then he grabbed the orc servitor that had brought him the cup and wrung him out over the still red liquid. When the luckless orc was quite dead, he threw its mutilated corpse into a corner. Behind him, the major domo also sighed. Good staff was getting so hard to keep these days. Satan didn't worry himself with such mundane concerns. He had much more important things on his mind than his domestic staff. He stirred the wine with a talon, watching the contents of the goblet dissolve the organs squeezed out of the luckless orc, and then drank it down. Especially domestic staff that didn't taste good. Had Yahweh planned this whole mess? The fact was that the unexpected resistance of the humans had thrown all his plans into total chaos. It was just not supposed to happen this way. Ostensibly because the growing lack of respect, by which Yahweh meant blind, unquestioning worship, from the humans had soured him of earth. Yahweh had washed his hands of them and signed them over to Satan. In reality, Satan knew what really lay behind that. Heaven's gates had been closed for millennia now, closed and locked. Giving earth to Satan had just confirmed a situation that had actually existed for a very long time. Without even a nominal interest in earth, Yahweh could retreat to heaven and concentrate on more enticing projects. It should have been easy. Invade Earth, crush the remaining humans and bring their souls here to hell. Leave the Earth almost depopulated. Erase humans and all trace of their works. Let it, and them, redevelop and see what happened next. Only it hadn't worked that way. The humans had massacred the army sent against them. The news of Abigor's crushing defeat had ricocheted around hell, creating alarm and uncertainty unknown for thousands of years. Satan had had to move fast there. If Abigor had been left alive to spread his tales, that alarm and uncertainty would have turned up panic and demoralization. Exterminating Abigor and all his line had crushed that and shown everybody that Satan still had the situation in hand. And that, Satan thought, was a very good question, one he would annihilate anybody who dared ask it. Did he have the situation in hand? The demons around him had no idea how critical the situation had become. If the situation on Earth had been the only one he faced, then there would have been no problem. But that wasn't the case, and there was the whole problem laid out simply and neatly. Satan knew that he had been neatly impaled on the points of a trident, and any attempt to free himself from one prong only resulted in him becoming more firmly transfixed by the others. Oh, he had made a great show of ordering the assembled legions to go forth and invade Earth, this time in overwhelming numbers, but he knew all too well that those orders were just for effect. To make the armies fit for war, they had to have their numbers made up with reservists, civilians who hadn't handled a trident in anger for centuries. They just weren't fit to go right now, and if he sent them, he would leave hell open, bereft of trained troops. That was where the second problem came in, the second trident fork, the rebellion that had started in hell itself. Oh, Asmodeus had hidden the extent of it, or rather he thought he had, but word was spreading anyway. Asmodeus himself was losing power because of the inability of his minions to put down the revolt. It was even being whispered that it was humans themselves who had risen against Satan's power, and had done so with more of the devastating magic they'd used on Earth. Just how had they found such mages? Humans had never been seen to have magical powers before. Who had given them such powers? There was only one plausible answer to that: Yahweh. And that brought his mind back to the original question. Had Yahweh planned the whole thing? There was no doubt Yahweh was on the move. An angelic delegation had been sent to Dis, but it had never got to the city walls. The rebels had killed it, wiped it out with that confounded magic of theirs. That left Satan with a very real problem. He was already getting some polite inquiries about that delegation. If he denied all knowledge of it, that would be instantly disbelieved, and that disbelief would be expressed as an assumption Satan was admitting guilt for its disappearance. That could lead to war. On the other hand, if he admitted it had been destroyed by rebels, that would be an admission of weakness so profound it could lead to war. No, if he invaded Earth, he would be leaving his realm open to invasion from heaven. If he kept his army here, he would be leaving Earth to build up its forces for an even deadlier defense. If he split his forces between the two, he might not have the strength to do either. And if he ignored this rebellion, it would grow and become a third, equally powerful demand on his strength. All of which pointed to the third spike in Satan's gut. Yahweh had never forgotten Satan's rebellion that had established hell as an independent entity. Oh, Yahweh was happy enough claiming victory and boasting of how Satan had been cast down. But the truth was simple. Before Satan's rebellion, heaven and hell had been one entity, ruled by Yahweh. Now they were two independent entities, and Yahweh ruled only one of them, and he had never forgotten it. Had he planned this whole mess? Once again the question echoed through Satan's mind. Then another displaced it. Had the humans planned this whole situation? Had they, enraged by Yahweh's betrayal of them, decided to take a deadly revenge on both? If that was true, where would they stop? Would they stop?
Your Majesty, Asmodeus awaits.
The majordomo measured the distance to the nearest cover, a familiar precaution these days, one which his predecessor had inexplicably neglected.
Send him in.
Satan stared morosely as Asmodeus crawled in on his belly.
Your Majesty, I abase myself before you. Not enough, and your cringing is inadequate also.
Asmodeus shriveled slightly on the floor.
Your Majesty, I bring bad news. Let me guess. The rebellion you are tolerating in your domain is getting worse.
On the floor, Asmodeus shuddered.
Majesty, one of my underlings has been killed, his castle stormed, and its garrison wiped out. The attackers left this message. They oppressed the people. They faced the people's justice. Fear us, Popular Front for the Liberation of Hell.
To Asmodeus's amazement, Satan actually smiled.
The liberation of hell. I fought for that once and won, and now the humans fight me for the same thing. Majesty, they... And you let them.
Satan's voice had its oily, deadly quality back.
No, Majesty. This stupid rebellion can be crushed easily. All I need to do is take 5 legions down there and hunt the rebels down. We can be training the rest of the armies while I do that. This must be done, Majesty. Then do it, and take 10 legions, not 5.
That was a solution, Satan thought. He could tell Yahweh that the delegation had been destroyed by rebels who had been wiped out for their impudence.
One other thing, Majesty.
Asmodeus felt himself beginning to lose control of his bowels.
Speak. Majesty, Abagor is not dead. Our watchers saw him surrender his forces to the humans. He has defected to them.
Satan's scream of rage could be heard across 4 rings of hell. Celestial Mechanics Laboratory, Demon, Yale, New Haven, Connecticut.
Why don't we just nuke the wretched thing?
General Teed Michael Mosley glanced at the nondescript civilian sitting beside him. The man quietly reached out his hand, flat, palm down, and moved it slightly backwards and forwards in negation. Mosley's mouth twisted slightly. A targeteer had spoken and the answer given. Not enough data. Dr. Koroniko frowned, then gestured at the projection screen. His first assignment had been to find a way of closing the hellmouth in the Iraqi desert down if that became necessary. The obvious answer, the one the Air Force loved, had been his first guess as well. A bad guess as it happened.
It won't work, General. Let me show you.
The EM field graphs disappeared and were replaced by an intricate wireframe animation, sprinkled liberally with numeric labels and equations. it seeming to show two spheres stuffed into the ends of a short rubber hose, which was threaded through the center of a spinning donut. Glowing pinpricks were appearing in the upper region, alighting on the top sphere and streaming along the surface of the tube to the lower sphere, where they dissipated. Meanwhile, the surface of the donut rippled and shifted in almost hypnotic patterns.
This is our current best guess at the actual structure of the portal. We've been given free access to the NSF supercomputing grid, which helps a lot. The coders are still catching up with the theory, though, and the theory itself still lacks experimental confirmation.
Dr. Koroniko paused. The military types didn't seem to be nearly as concerned about the lack of rigor as the audience at a typical physics conference. He shrugged and continued.
This is just a projection, of course. The real thing is seven-dimensional. The energy, or whatever is the equivalent of energy, flows down from higher dimensions to lower ones. By the way, there's no sign of it stopping with us, so there could be as many dimensions below us as there are above. The key to the portals is this constriction in the flow. It's formed of some kind of exotic matter, brought into existence by specific patterns of microwaves. We still don't have an empirical model of how that works.
The audience were frowning now. The doctor's tone became defensive.
After all, this branch of science is so new it hasn't even got a name yet. What we can do is model the behavior of the portal once it's open. Once we could do that, your idea was one of the first things we tried.
The doctor touched a button on the remote and the lower sphere exploded into fragments. With nowhere to go, the glowing particles built up in the center of the donut. Within seconds, they burst through into the lower area again, as if a temporary dam had been washed away. The particles sprayed wildly for a few more seconds before stabilizing into a new lower sphere.
That was at 10 times speed. Hitting this end of the portal can buy us only minutes at best.
Dr. Koroniko paused to cast his eyes over the impressive collection of military brass. They weren't so different from freshmen, he thought. Both spent most of their time playing video games these days. That had been a problem in itself. Politicians, civilians, had seen modern military command systems and noted their similarity to computer games. They'd somehow jumped to the conclusion that the similarity meant that wars could be made bloodless, a stupid concept now disproven by 400,000 dead baldricks in the Iraqi desert. He shook his head, refocusing on the task at hand.
I know what you're thinking. What happens if we disrupt the far end? Well, watch this.
He pressed the remote again, and this time the top sphere shattered. Deprived of energy, the lower sphere faded away, but the glowing particles didn't stop coming. Instead, more and more started to appear, and this time they were drawn straight to the central torus instead of passing through to the lower region. The spinning donut started to twist and oscillate more and more wildly as it was bombarded with energy. Then suddenly the screen went dark. Koroniko swore. The simulation had been thrown together in a 36-hour coding session, so bugs were to be expected, but it had worked fine in the dry run. Naturally. He reset and tried again. Again the torus was bombarded with energy, looking as if it would fly apart, but then it suddenly swelled to twice its original diameter. The particles could now make it through, and both spheres reappeared, much larger than before.
As you can see, unlike our own efforts to date, the strange matter envelope is the demon version is self-stabilizing. Simply pouring energy in will only result in it reforming around a higher harmonic.
Some of the military types still weren't getting it. He sighed and rephrased it into baby talk for them.
So no, General, you can't nuke it. We'll have to think of something else.
There was a long pause. The brass shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Dr. Koroniko preempted their next question.
We have come up with one possibility. The inner structure of the portal is in a complex dynamic balance. If we can hit that torus with a blast of directed electromagnetic energy on precisely the right frequencies, it's very likely that we can overwhelm that balance and disrupt the exotic matter. It will dissipate and remove the constriction in the flow, thus closing the gate permanently unless somebody opens a new gate in the same place. Unfortunately, there are only a few systems in the world that can generate that kind of pulse, and all of them are huge pieces of apparatus built into research institutions.
That was that. There was nothing to do but get back to work on the simulation. If they could understand the resonance better, perhaps a series of smaller pulses spread out over time.
Actually, Dr. Koroniko, you may be in luck.
The man speaking seemed to be a civilian with a curiously flat voice. He reached inside a case and removed several copies of a file, which he passed out. Dr. Kuroneko blinked. They were stamped Top Secret and Kanukas Eyes Only.
When I received your initial report, I did a little digging. I remembered hearing about a crazy idea that a group of Brits at Aldermaston came up with in the mid-'80s. NATO was desperate for a way to stop a Soviet tank army steamrolling Germany without resorting to nukes. A lot of left-field ideas were studied, and this was one of them.
He flipped the file open to a page showing a full-page schematic.
As you can see, the device is conceptually simple. 2 inner coils nested inside an outer one. Capacitors energize the inner coils, and an explosive forces them apart. Tremendous current is generated in the outer coils and channeled into the klystron array in the nose. Power output spikes in the terawatt range in the milliseconds before the device is destroyed. They called it Project Starglider. Don't ask me why.
General Shatton spoke up.
Don't we have something similar? They don't show me all the Air Force toys, but I've heard the rumors about E-bombs used in early strikes on Iraq.
Nothing on the scale or precision of this device, General. It was designed to burn through EMP hardening and leave an entire division without communications or radar. It projects a precisely controlled spectrum in a relatively narrow burst. Only 2 problems. The working parts have to be kept filled with liquid helium, and the damn thing weighs nearly 20 tons.
So rather like the very first hydrogen bomb.
Dr. Kuroneko was used to theory, not hardware, and he was struggling for a frame of reference.
It explodes, but is almost completely immobile.
It's a device, not a bomb, and it initiates, not explodes.
The targeteer spoke idly.
But you're right. It was a clumsy device, even for a B-36. We built 5 of them in early '54, designated the TX-16.
I never knew that.
Kuroneko was amazed. He'd always assumed the Ivy Mike device was a useless technological dead end.
So don't worry about size and bulk. If we need it, we can move it. The Brits were planning to dump it out the back of a C-130, though that idea was marginal at best.
The targeteer's voice was still idle and steeped with professional disinterest. There was a long silence as the attendees paged through the file. Eventually, General Mosley's impatience got the better of him.
So did it work?
They built 2 quarter-scale prototypes. The first one was a non-superconducting test article. It was only fired at low power, and according to the file, it's still in storage at the AWE. The second one was a full prototype. Results from the Sol test were mixed. Power output was disappointing, but the amplitude profile did suggest that 10 of the 12 emitter tubes shattered prematurely.
Dr. Kuroneko had been frantically scanning the project history.
Of course, the fact that the device is destroyed when used would make finding out what happened rather difficult. It looks like the engineers were convinced they could lick the problem, but the project was defunded in 1993. I presume because of the end of the Cold War?
That's not why it was canceled, Doctor.
The idle voice was getting on Kuroneko's nerves.
EMP is a grotesquely overrated weapon. Its literary achievements far outweigh its practical applications. There are much simpler ways of taking down a command system.
There was another long silence before Secretary Warner decided that he had all the information he needed. The details were clearly best left to the specialists. It was time to ask the key question.
Can you make it work for us?
All eyes turned to Dr. Kuroneko, who had gone back to devouring the file. For a moment, he was oblivious to the discussion surrounding him, but then he sensed the silence and looked up.
Well, it looks like...
This is insane, he thought. I'll need a whole new set of simulations to even start.
Was the result of the British tests omnidirectional or unidirectional?
The flat voice answered again.
It was designed to hit everything in a 90-degree frontal cone, but I'm sure the engineers can refine that.
Well then, sir, at first glance, the theoretical work looks solid. We can replace the original coils with high-temperature superconductors to bring down the mass.
He grimaced briefly at the thought of federal agents raiding half the low-temperature physics labs in the nation for the material.
If we can get it working at design power, couple the simulation to an evolutionary algorithm to find the optimal frequency spread, then yes, sir, I think it will work.
Buckingham Palace, London.
Behind me you can see the new regimental colonel presenting the regimental colours to the reformed 1st Battalion, the Cameronians, also known as the Scottish Rifles. Due to defence cuts in the late 1960s, the regiment chose disbandment over amalgamation. Although 2 territorial army companies of the regiment survived as late as the 1990s before the final company was rebadged as part of the King's Own Scottish Borderers. Today, the only Scottish Rifle Regiment has rejoined its illustrious fellow regiments in the Scottish Division. Over the last month, we have become rather used to de-amalgamation parades, but today's parade is something special, as it is a long time since the Army has reformed a disbanded regiment. Behind me now, you can see the first recruits to join the battalion in their distinctive Douglas tartan trews. Some are former members of the 2 territorial companies, though most are national servicemen newly out of basic training. The regimental colonel is now taking the salute as the battalion marches off the parade ground. This is Brian Ricks for Reporting Scotland in Hamilton. Now back to the studio.
Your granddaughter seems to suit her new job very well, Your Majesty.
Prime Minister Gordon Brown remarked as he watched the television.
Would you like me to switch the set off, ma'am?
I can manage, thank you, Prime Minister. I'm not in my grave yet.
Elizabeth II, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of her other realms and territories Queen, head of the Commonwealth, Lord of Man, Duke of Normandy, etc., etc., formerly Defender of the Faith, said lightly as she got up to turn off the television.
Anne is certainly very proud of Zara, though I'm not sure I approve of a rather junior subaltern being appointed as a regimental colonel. I do know that she is rather disappointed to have been assigned to the King's Troop. When she chose the Royal Horse Artillery, she wanted to see some action rather than being assigned to Home Defence.
The Ministry of Defence is rather nervous about assigning members of the royal family to active units. They feel they rather used up their luck with Harry. Losing a member of the royal family in action might hurt the nation's morale, ma'am.
The Prime Minister replied.
Prime Minister, today we face the most serious threat that this country, indeed humanity, has ever faced. Should we lose the war, then we will all end up in hell. So it will not matter much if one of my family should die during the war. I also feel that we must bear all of the same risks that every other family in Britain must run. Andrew has already rejoined the Navy. You may have noticed that Charles and my husband have been drilling with the Home Service Force Company formed from Palace staff. So I do not see why William, Harry and Zara should not get their chance to see active service in this war.
Gordon Brown smiled. This was why he liked Her Majesty, and why on the whole he got on very well with her. His first audience with the Queen on becoming Prime Minister had been far longer than that of his predecessor. Her Majesty liked all things Scottish, and was always keen to talk about Scotland. She also rather liked Sarah, the Prime Minister's wife.
I shall pass on your wishes to the Ministry of Defence, ma'am. When the household cavalry is sent into action, William and Harry will not be held back, and I'm sure that if Zara wishes a transfer to another regiment of the Royal Horse Artillery, it will be looked upon favourably.
Thank you, Prime Minister. The great advantage of a hereditary monarchy is that there are plenty of us to spare should something happen to someone further up the line of succession. Anyway, where are my manners? How is your family?
Palace of Asmodeus. City of Dis. Hell.
Explain yourself.
Asmodeus's voice was unforgiving. The subject of his displeasure was cringing on the floor, trying to think of some good reasons why the situation had ever got to this point. The problem was that while Canathroses could think of some very good reasons indeed, speaking any of them would get him killed. Instantly.
Sire, I was betrayed by my subordinates.
That goes with the territory. This is hell, you know.
Asmodeus spoke in an almost friendly manner, giving Canathroses some vague hope that he might survive this session.
Your subordinates are supposed to try and betray you. It is your duty to detect their treachery and deal with it. If you are so stupid and incompetent that you cannot do that simple thing, then you are obviously unfitted to hold the position that you presently occupy. Perhaps the subordinate who betrayed you might be better suited to your present responsibilities.
Canathroses' hopes of survival took an immediate downturn. Even if he survived the interview with Asmodeus, he would be demoted to the lower ranks and left to serve one of those who had once served him. And his new lord would promptly have him assassinated to avoid any attempts to reverse the situation. Better to try a different approach.
Sire, it is the humans who are at the root of this trouble. Human magery.
Asmodeus was enjoying himself immensely.
You claim human magic is so powerful that your armies could not stand against it. Abagor claimed that you know. It cost him everything.
May your talons rot, thought Canathroses. You have no idea what the humans are capable of. You come here throwing your weight around without understanding anything of what has been happening. Well, you can learn the way we are learning.
Sire, human magery is much overrated. Oh, they have some special tricks, that is true, but they are of little significance compared with other factors. What other factors?
Asmodeus was genuinely intrigued. This was a cut on the situation he hadn't expected.
Sire, it is not what the humans have to fight with. It is how they fight, or rather, how they do not fight. They do not seek out our armies to face them in combat. They hide in the rocks, the mud, and the caves. They wait until they have a demon alone, or perhaps a small group. Then they strike from concealment, killing without warning. Then they fade away again. With all the demons leaving to join the armies for the invasion of Earth, we have too few under arms down here to stop them. By the time the message gets back of the attack, the humans are long gone. Mostly. Sometimes we send a rescue column out, and the column itself is attacked. And again, by the time we react, the humans have gone. We cannot get messages around quickly enough. There is too much space to cover. And then there are the mage blasts. Nobody knows where or when the next one will be. Our demons can be on the walls, marching along a road, or resting in their outposts when a mage blast wipes them out. No warning, no challenge to combat. Just a mage blast from out of the mists and darkness. Those that survive are horribly wounded. That is the factor that we cannot fight, sire. How can we fight those who will not stand and fight? Trap them so they have no choice but to fight.
Asmodeus's mind turned to the problems he had just heard. He had 10 full legions coming down, 66,666 trained veteran demons. That would swing the force-level problem decisively his way. The communications problem was one he hadn't thought of. In his military experience, mostly limited to the formalized, choreographed skirmishes in Hell, commanding units had been no problem. The troops had always been in range of his voice or mind-masking power. It had never occurred to him that wouldn't be the case here, but he did have enough troops to overcome that problem. The picture of the rebellion suppression campaign started to form in his mind. He would start with a single main operational base on the edge of the 5th Circle segment where the rebellion was concentrated. Then, he would start to spread across the segment, establishing each outpost within sight of another. If one was attacked, support would be immediate, because other outposts would see what was happening. And even better, they could relay mind-masked messages from one to the next, allowing the great rear base to be informed quickly. Asmodeus mulled the concept over. It seemed to work, but he could see one flaw. If he pushed out from one point, he would force the rebels back. That's where Hell's strange topography cut in. It was an odd fact about Hell that if one set out in a straight line, in any direction, one ended up in the same place one had started. Left, right, forward, backwards, up, down, it made no difference. Keep going long enough, and one ended up where one had started. Heaven was the same. Unless one created a portal, there was no way out because there was nowhere to go out to. Thinking about that made Asmodeus's head hurt. Still, there was a solution. Start from 2 bases, one at each end of the segment of the 5th Circle, and close in on the middle. That way the rebels would be trapped between them, and eventually they'd have to fight in the open. Throne Room, Palace of Satan, City of Dis, Hell. Count Belial watched Satan rage at Hell's inability to immediately destroy the impertinent humans, his own mind boiling with thoughts of how he could exploit this unprecedented situation. It had been a scant 5 millennia since he had clawed his way back to a place at Satan's court, a singular feat among dukes who had fallen so far from their lord's favor. His presence here was still something of a joke. As yet he commanded but a single legion, and his domain could muster only a meager tribute of human essence. Most of Hell's nobility thought of him as little more than the court jester, but a few understood the influence that the great mines and furnaces of Tartarus gave him. Those were the dangerous ones. He had to go from beneath notice to beyond challenge in a single stroke, or he would inevitably lose his domain to one of the dukes. This could be the perfect opportunity, but the timing had to be exquisite. As Belial watched, Satan scooped up another unlucky minor demon and crushed it into paste, squeezing the creature's remains out of his clenched fist before whirling to seek another target. Too early, and he would only draw Satan's wrath as the unfortunate ogre had. Too late, and his proposal would be seen as a challenge to Satan's preferred course of action. Dangerous even for one as favored as Abigor had been, probably fatal for one as lowly as him. Belial waited for the instant that Satan's terrible eyes turned from rage to cold calculation, then spoke.
Your Eminence.
Every eye was on him. Satan's gaze bored into him, and he dropped groveling to his knees in the expected manner.
Your Eminence, my demons can strike back at the humans immediately. At your command, I will reward their insolence with fiery annihilation. Of course, my lord recalls the fate of Sodom and Gomorrah.
There was a murmur of suppressed laughter around the room. Sodom and Gomorrah had been essentially party tricks. They had occurred at a time when Satan and Yahweh were engaged in an informal competition to visit the most creative punishments on the lower planes. The humans had become so pathetic, so despairing at the demons' presence, that there was little scope for honorable warfare against them. They simply ran screaming or lined up and waited to be hewn down like crops. The demons were always ready to appreciate new forms of suffering, and Belial's creative use of magic had been quite spectacular, not to mention entertaining enough to gain his return to the palace. However, his suggestion that such tricks be considered a legitimate means of waging war was ridiculous. Surely their lord could not be seriously considering it. In fact, Satan was doing just that. It would take weeks, perhaps months, to prepare another attack on the scale of Abegor's, and as much as he wanted to believe that this was simply due to the incompetence and treachery of his former favorite, he knew this was not the case. He had Asmodeus away dealing with the rebellion down in the Fifth Circle, and Yahweh was in the wings. There was another possibility that was on his mind as well. If one attack had failed, he had to consider the possibility that a second would also fail. The humans had undoubtedly taken horrible losses, but Abegor was doubtless proclaiming that he would lead them to victory and instructing them how best to resist demonic powers. Combined with their strange and seemingly powerful magic, Satan had to agree with Abegor about one thing. He had to know what forces the humans could muster, what it would really take to crush them. That would take time, as would dealing with the chaos resulting from Abegor's fall. Already Satan's informants were reporting skirmishes between the forces of dukes trying to add chunks of Abegor's domain to their own. That situation was confused. Sometimes it was hard to tell whether the demons who had been found brutally murdered or had just disappeared without a trace were the victims of that internecine skirmishing or had been the victims of the human rebellion. Satan was sure that the assassinations had been carried out on the direct orders of his dukes, testing each other's defenses, each preparing to take advantage of any opportunities the way Belial was. An interesting question: was the human rebellion actually the work of a duke who had seen human magery as a new way of fighting a war? It didn't really matter. With Asmodeus and his army moving to crush the rebellion, the status quo would return soon enough. But in the meantime, Satan had to be seen to take decisive action. Belial's suggestion was perfect. It was fast. If it worked, it would kill enough humans to claim a major victory. And if it didn't, Belial was completely expendable.
You want to act like a human, cowering in your own realm, killing with magic instead of rending your enemies.
Satan spat contemptuously. He's playing with me, Belial thought with some relief, even as he continued to abase himself. Those words stated flatly would have spelled his doom. Phrased as a question, Satan was just forcing him to justify himself.
Your Eminence, of course your glorious armies will grind the humans into dust. Abegor's failure will be of no consequence in the long run. But it will take time to muster fresh legions. The humans may falsely believe that their resistance has won them a respite. Please, sire, let me erase that hope. Command me to make them burn and suffer even as they await their final extinction.
Belial Cornicot raised his head, and a silent understanding passed between him and Satan Mecratrig. He would get a chance. Success would mean elevation sufficient to ensure his survival in the court. Failure would result in a fate even worse than Abegor's.
Very well. I see no reason to allow the apes the luxury of hope. You will choose 2 of their largest cities and destroy them utterly as you destroyed Sodom, as you destroyed Gomorrah.
Belial thrashed his tail and licked at Satan's talons, resembling for a moment a gigantic, monstrously disfigured dog. All for show, of course. Mentally, he was weighing the risk of asking for more resources and looking weak against the risk of the attacks failing. He had heard that the humans had multiplied greatly since the time of Sodom, and this had to be a most spectacular defeat.
Thank you, Your Eminence. We will begin at once. The suffering will be glorious. But sire, the bigger the coven, the more humans we can burn. If I could have more Naga for the effort, our blow will be that much more crushing for the humans.
A fresh murmur passed around the throne room. Satan merely snorted. Belial's admission of weakness was pathetic. There was truth in his words, though. With the grand portal to Earth already open, the Naga would not be needed for the counterstrike, so the other dukes might complain but could definitely spare them. If his plan was successful, such reliance on others would prevent him gaining too much glory.
Attend me. Each Grand Duke will send a party of portal mages to Tartarus such that he deems fit to compensate for Belial's inadequacy.
Satan's gaze returned to Belial, who was writhing in fresh paroxysms of abasement.
You are right to bask in my generosity, Belial. I will allow you 12 days to destroy 2 great human cities. Fail me, and I will have you baked alive in one of your own furnaces. Now leave us.
Of course, Your Eminence. I will begin the preparations immediately.
Belial scrabbled to his feet and fairly sprinted from the throne room. Meeting Satan's schedule would take a minor miracle. Demon Headquarters, Crystal City, Virginia. Luga Sharmanaska looked up at the moon and stars overhead, marveling at their beauty. She was relaxing on a long bed-like something that, like the roof garden she was in, was a leftover from the time this building had been a luxury hotel. The bar in one corner was closed, but the furniture was still here. Not wood or stone, but the curious dead material the humans called plastic. They used the plastic for almost everything, it seemed. And there was an awful lot of everything. That was why Luga Sharmanaska was thinking so hard. The problem was quite simple. Her original defection had placed her in a position where she could benefit no matter which side won the war. The more she had learned, the more she had seen, the more she had become convinced that the humans were not going to lose. They were wealthy beyond any demonic dream of avarice. They had machines to do their work for them, and they had an unlimited number of those machines. And that was the problem, because they used those same machines to do their killing. Luga Sharmanaska shuddered slightly to herself. Humans were so good at killing. When they couldn't find demons to kill, they practiced on each other. It wasn't just that they were good at killing. They were good at understanding as well. If they met something they didn't understand, they didn't write it off as magic or magery. They didn't consider it to be the will of something or other. They set people to work studying it, and those people would nibble away at the mystery until they had worked out what it was all about. Then they would hammer away at what they had learned some more until they not only understood the mystery, but had worked out practical applications for it. Applications that were far more useful than the mystery itself. In a flash of insight, Luga Sharmanaska suddenly understood why Yahweh had abandoned this world. For millennia, humans hadn't thought that way. They'd accepted what they had been told, treated divine revelation as something sacrosanct that it was death to dispute. Suddenly that had changed. Humans had stopped accepting what they were told and started asking questions, and when they didn't like the answers, they'd started arguing. They'd found their own answers and realized there was no place for magic and magery in the world they were learning about. There were only things they understood and things they didn't understand, yet. Their plastic, their machines, their terrible efficiency at killing all came from that same desire to understand what they didn't understand, yet. And that was why hell and all its demons were going to lose this war. They accepted things the way they were. They didn't ask questions about why. Things were what they were, and that was it. Humans didn't agree with that. Things were there to be understood and used. They even had names for these arts. Understanding things was called Sayonse, and using things was called Enjunrin. Luga Sharmanaska almost fell into the trap of believing they were new religions, but she'd been saved from that error by a fluke. She'd been in one of the buildings devoted to trying to understand hell when she'd seen 2 men arguing in front of an audience. An old man, obviously of great importance, and a younger man, probably his follower. They'd been arguing furiously, shouting at each other, waving their arms around and making marks on a great black board. Luga Sharmanaska had expected to see the young man struck dead for his impudence. What Satan or Yahweh would do to a follower who argued with them in public defied even Luga Sharmanaska's devilish imagination. But the young man had made some triumphant marks on the board, and the old man had looked at them for a minute or so, then said simply, "He's right, you know." and the room had burst out into applause, and the old man had clapped the younger one on the back and shaken his hand. That was when she had understood. When Siunsi said something was so, that was only the case until somebody proved otherwise. Then the old truth was dropped, and a new one put in its place until that too was disproved. That was why humans would win this war. Whatever Satan and his armies did, humans would understand it, improve it, and then use the improved thing against their enemy. The question was, what should Luga Sharmanaska do now? She'd already modified her original plan quite drastically. Her intent had been to tell the humans as little as possible and distort what she did say to them in ways that would benefit her. She'd nearly been caught, had only escaped by pure luck. Humans had taken what she had told them and used their sinus on it. They'd proved that some of the things she'd told them contradicted others. She'd pretended ignorance, said that was the way she'd understood it, and acted bewildered. And she'd made a vow to be much more careful, for she knew her survival depended on being useful. That was why she was up here on the roof. She'd accepted that mind masking didn't work on humans anymore, and that they were aware of her miasma and on their guard against its effects. Her ability to communicate with home had also gone, but she had to try. She had to warn her liege lord Dumos of the danger she faced, for Luga Sharmanaska understood humans and how they regarded their enemies. As long as the enemy fought, the humans would kill without mercy. If Dumos was to survive the oncoming destruction, she would have to find a way of not being an enemy of the humans without being slaughtered by Satan as a traitor. Somehow, Luga Sharmanaska had to get a warning through. So she lay on the plastic chair, apparently relaxed and resting, but in reality, screwing every ounce of mage power she could muster in an attempt to contact Dumos. In the middle of the fierce concentration, she found herself wondering what her mage power really was. Section 12. Demon. Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
Let's start with weapons. Jerry?
In Helljar 1, that's the one simulating the normal Hellplace environment. It's the older stuff that does best. Shouldn't surprise us, really. Tolerances are greater, so they can take the sand and grit better. The pumice in the air is the real problem. It mixes with moisture and oil to form a cement that really blocks the weapons up. Regular cleaning is essential, and using Militech rather than lube oil is a good start. Good news is that grenades and fused weapons like rockets and shells work just fine. Bad news is that the M16 and M4 have very serious problems. The gas tube and bolt carriers jam up so fast it isn't funny. We got the first of the new rifles, the M114 and M115, they both work better. All weapons have to be carefully cleaned, and often though. Helljar 2, ironically, is a lot easier on weapons than 1. The mud and filth is bad, of course, but it's something the troops know how to deal with. We've had the reports back from Tango Bravo, and the first A-team we sent in to help them out, and we've correlated them with the results from Helljar 2. Very high degree of congruence, I'm glad to say. That gives us a degree of confidence in our results. Based on our studies, we've pulled the M4F5s from Tango Bravo and given them pre-production M114s instead. They're happier now. The Special Forces group in with Tango Bravo now also have M114s.
Excuse the interruption, Jerry, but while we're on the subject of the Special Forces people we're sending in, any word on the medical side of this?
General Shatton looked at the woman who was supervising the medical side of the studies. Dr. Sangina thumbed quickly through her notes.
The first group under Lieutenant Meduse have suffered quite badly. They have pumice deposits in their lungs, and those will have a severe impact on their future health unless we can find a way of treating them. This isn't a new problem. It's been known in the mining industry for centuries. It's usually called silicosis, although the specific form here is known as pneumona ultrae microscopic silicovolcanic oniosis. There are some treatments under evaluation for the condition, including whole lung lavage, but unless we get a breakthrough, I'm afraid the first group of patients are going to have to accept some severe health consequences 15 to 20 years down the line. The second group we sent in, and all after that, have breathing masks that filter out the dust. That should solve the problem.
Apparently people in the Hell Place heal a lot faster than they do here. Any word on that?
It's true. That's why the victims in Hell survive the way they do. It's not a function of place, though. It's a function of being a creature of that place. Souls who have transitioned to Hell via death, or creatures that are native to Hell, have much enhanced healing power and wound resistance compared to us. They retain those advantages when they come to our dimension. The catch is that humans from Hell can't survive here for long. They leak, I don't know how to describe it. Life energy, I suppose. Baldricks can survive here as long as we don't kill them. We think because they use their bioelectrical generating capability to replace the leaking energy, to trickle charge themselves, so to speak. Reborn humans don't have that capability, so they die in our dimension. Now, if we go to the Hell dimension, we don't get a boost in healing or damage resistance. We're just the same there as we are here.
Thank you. Sorry, Jerry, I was very concerned about the people we're sending in. Can you continue, please?
No problem. Hell Jar 3 is the one with the burning desert. That's the one we know least about. We've only got limited intelligence there. In some ways, it's much more hostile than Hell Jar 2. When the reports said burning desert and flaming rain, they weren't joking. In other ways, it's more benign. The air is much drier and the dust content is a lot lower. As far as we can make out, our equipment functions much better there. It's just that we don't.
Thank you, Jerry. Greg, vehicles?
Main problem is dust and the pumice cement. We have heavy-duty air filters that can cope with it, and we're designing better ones. Like the weapons side of things, the secret is to clean and keep cleaning. A couple of things, diesels are less susceptible to choking on dust than gas turbines. We might want to think about a diesel-powered M1 for operations in Hell itself. That always has been an option, but the gas turbine's advantages have meant we haven't gone there before. Now we might want to rethink that. But as long as we use the right filters and keep cleaning things, we can take our ground vehicles in right now. Oh yes, current NBC protection systems for the crews of the Abrams and Bradleys are quite adequate for the conditions. Strikers as well. The logistics vehicles may need an upgrade.
Which brings us to aircraft. Bill?
Bad news all around, I'm afraid, sir. Same problems Jerry and Greg have been talking about. Dust chokes the engines quickly and cakes the airframes. Being sucked through a jet engine causes hellish erosion problems, mostly on the blades, but it's pretty gruesome in the rest of the engine as well. You can take a 0 off the number of hours between overhauls at least, probably 2. That's not the worst of it. The dust scours the aircraft itself, abrading the wing and fuselage surfaces. The faster aircraft go, the worse that gets. We need new coatings for the aircraft that'll help cut that down. We tried the prop planes as well. Mixed news there, the erosion problem on the airframes isn't so bad since the aircraft are much slower, but the damage to the propellers is wicked. You should see an old P-47 we stuck in a wind tunnel and blasted with a simulated hell atmosphere while we ran its engine. After an hour, the prop was ground to nothing. Aircraft with liquid-cooled engines were a problem. The cooling system got jammed up so the engines overheated and seized up. Radial engines were bad as well at first, but we've managed some workarounds for them. Oil coolers are still a problem, though. Some of it all, we've got a lot of work to do before we can deploy air power into Hell. Priority problem should be airframe erosion. Once we can lick that, the others will follow.
Shatton looked around.
Good work, guys. I'll transmit the data through to the Army in Iraq.
Combat Team Alpha, by the Hellmouth, Western Iraq.
Okay. A lot of men have told me to go to Hell in the past. The Big Cheese is the first one who really meant it.
We really going into Hell, Hooters?
Sure are, Biker. It's a thunder run. Hold one.
Stevenson flipped her radio system so she was addressing all 14 vehicles in her command.
Right. This is what's happening. We're going in through the Hellmouth. According to our sources, the area inside is called the Marshall Plain of Dysprosium. It's a prairie-like area the Baldricks use for parades and so on. We can swing in, cross it, and hit 2 encampments that are about 20 miles inside. We'll take them down and shoot up any resistance. Anybody who shoots at us gets greased. Try not to hit non-combatants, but if they're being used as shields or getting in the way, that's too bad. Word from the top is, we don't deliberately target any non-coms, but they better learn to keep out of our way. No vehicles to be left behind. There's an engineer unit out here. If one of us gets immobilized, we send for them, and they tow us out. All clear? Good. Formation, my 4 tanks lead. Line abreast, Bradley's behind, 4 more M1s at the rear. Right-hand tanks watch right, left-hand watch left. Forward center pair ahead, aft center pair behind. Bradley's, watch the sky. The Harpies are our worst threat. C1, kill it. I'll command from Alpha 1-1.
That would upset the 2 Bradley crews that technically formed the HQ section, but Stevenson felt much more at home in her Abrams. Stevenson flipped her radio back to the in-vehicle circuit.
Biker, take us through.
Coming inside, Captain?
The driver didn't know whether the radio was still set to company-wide, so he was careful.
Sure. Orders are to seal down. Gonna limit our vision, though. Everybody watch out. If something blows as we go through, we'll need to react fast.
Stevenson relaxed, leaning up against the cupola ring as she heard the gas turbine behind her spool up. The back of her tank looked different after the week waiting outside the Hellmouth. It had what looked like a low tent over it, one made of metal filter foil. It would allow air in, some, but it would also keep dust out and stop harpy fire basting the engine. The top edge of the Abrams' performance had gone. Reduced airflow to the turbine had seen to that, but the big tank was still fast and agile enough. She took a last look around at the blue sky and yellow sun of Earth, then dropped inside her tank and dogged the hatch down. As the Abrams lurched forward, she could feel the air pressure increase slightly as the tank's NBC system established a positive pressure gradient. Outside, the black wall of the ellipse was approaching as the tank accelerated towards it. There had been a lot of debate about whether to crash through at high speed or to ease through. Eventually, the decision had been left to her, and she decided the high-speed approach was best. Get through and in before anybody waiting in ambush could react. Besides, nobody had even a slight understanding of what the inside of the portal was like, and being half in, half out could be a very bad place. It didn't seem to matter. The wall approached them, but Stevenson wasn't aware of actually going through it. One moment she was on Earth, almost instantly and without any other sign, everything had changed to the thick red light of hell. No shock, no jolt, nothing. Just the sudden switch in lighting conditions. Stevenson looked through her optronic system and saw the terrain ahead brightening as the system compensated for the light. A check on the navigation system was more worrying. The compass needle was spinning around uselessly while the GPN navigation system had gone dead. According to the inertial navigation system, she was still on Earth, about a click from where she had started. She wished that were true.
All Alpha vehicles. I'm defining the Hellmouth as position 0. Its direction is east. Adjust all inertial systems accordingly.
She punched the data in herself and watched the electronic compass settle down. Her tank's nose was pointing dead ahead, bearing 270, so to get back to Earth she would have to drive on 090. She looked behind on 090 by the compass, and to her relief, the Hellmouth was still there. She had the hand-drawn map in her hands and carefully orientated it with the Hellmouth. Whoever had drawn it had nice handwriting, she thought. It showed the plane she could see now, and the two installations way over on what would be her arbitrarily defined south. She looked again through the optronic surveillance system. She couldn't see much ahead. There was a pile of burned-out timber over one side. She guessed that would be the reviewing stand the Predator had blown up in the first days of the war. Or what was left of it. Another glance at the compass showed that the computer had settled it down to correspond with her arbitrary alignment.
Okay, Biker, take off. Head course 180. Try and hold 20 miles per hour.
She flipped the radio back to company net.
All vehicles, 180. Expect target in 20 miles. Contact time 1 hour.
The ground was a lot smoother than she'd expected. Compared with the rough jolting she got every time her tank crossed the Iraqi desert, it was a positive luxury. She looked behind her. The Bradleys were following in her wake with the second group of M1s behind them. A cloud of red dust was rising behind the vehicles, a V-shaped cloud from each that merged behind them to give a fair equivalent of a smokescreen. If it had been white and at sea, it would have reminded her of water skiers at a beach resort. Only, it wasn't white, it was red, and this wasn't a beach resort. It was hell. Although compared with the beaches in her home of Bayonne, it would be hard to tell the difference. And they weren't water skiers. They were the point of a very, very pissed-off human army.
Boss, target up ahead!
Anything here that wasn't a tank or a MiG-V was hostile. This didn't need that distinction. A line of 9 baldricks, tridents on shoulders, marching across the plain. A guard patrol, perhaps? Stevenson didn't know and didn't care. Her laser gave a quick flash that was instantly translated into range.
All Alpha 1 vehicles. Targets 163 degrees, range 1,200 meters. Engage heat.
The baldricks realized what was about to hit them a split second before the tank guns crashed. They turned, aiming their tridents at the oncoming tanks. 2 lightning flashes hit Alpha 1's turret, causing the computer to blip and reset. No damage, and the shells exploded in the baldric line, throwing parts of them skywards. Those who weren't dead were still writhing on the ground when the 4 M1s drove over them. Stevenson could feel the tank shift slightly as Biker used his tracks to grind them into the ground. Then they were gone, just leaving a green stain on the ground. A TOW-2 missile shot overhead, turned in midair, and plowed into a small stone building that had been half concealed in a dip in the ground. Probably a guardhouse, possibly for the patrol that had just been summarily blasted out of existence. One of the Bradleys hadn't wanted to be left out of the first engagement of the first human thunder run through hell.
Target should be up ahead.
Stevenson transmitted the message long after the mangled remains of the patrol and the burning guardhouse had been left behind them.
Not here, Captain.
Baldy's voice was regretful.
It has to be. Map shows it due south of the Hellmouth, unless it ain't that accurate. Okay, we'll do it the hard way. Bravo units form here. Keep radio link open so we can get directional cuts on you. Charlie team, go east. 20 minutes at 20 miles per hour, then come back. Use Bravo's links for direction. Alpha, we'll go west. Same time, same speed. Do the same.
The formation split into three, the Bradleys forming a defensive logger, while the 2 platoons of Abrams tanks set off in opposite directions. Stevenson's luck was still holding. 10 minutes after the split, she spotted the encampment that was her primary target. A small group of buildings surrounded by a stone wall.
All Alpha elements, target located. Home in on my radio.
She waited until she got the acknowledgments and then started to edge her tanks forward. Fubler-Unishel's encampment, Marshall Plain of Dysprosium, Hell. It wasn't a great command, but for an ambitious young demon, an independent command like this was good. If he did well, his overlord would see and reward him. If he did not, the command was small enough so that any errors would be easily concealed. Fubler-Unishel had high hopes of this command, hopes that it would lead to better things and perhaps the award of a mate. Then his eyes narrowed. A cloud of dust? It couldn't be the patrol he had sent out. They weren't due back for 2 days. Then he saw what was approaching, and his heart went cold.
Iron chariots! Iron chariots are coming!
It was impossible. The humans couldn't have brought their iron chariots here. They had been terribly hurt by the nameless one whose disgrace was such that even thinking his previous name was punishable by death. They couldn't be coming. Fubler-Unishel knew that they were because he could see them. They still couldn't be.
Turn out the guard! Every demon to the walls!
His men were well trained. They ran out of the barracks and scaled the walls, facing the dreaded iron chariots. The humans had stopped, many spear throws from the walls. Perhaps they were afraid to attack a fortification. Then the desert erupted into smoke and dust as the fire lances screamed out from the long tube that topped the chariots. The walls shook with the impact, the stones shattering, fragments thrown across the encampment ground. It dawned on the stunned Fubler-Unishel that they had struck his wall before he had heard the sound of their launch. He staggered, looking at the walls, still standing although shaken to their core. Too many of his men were down. He was understrength to start with. He had only 6 of his 9 demon sections, and one of those was out on patrol. A second was at an outpost less than a couple of miles away. That had left him with 36, and already a quarter of them were on the ground. Dead or wounded, it was hard to say. Then, another scream, and the explosion struck his wall, tumbling it down into a pile of pulverized rubble. That was when he heard another sound, a whistling roar, something he had never heard before. It was one of the great iron chariots. It reached the ruined wall and started to cross it, something no chariot Fubler-Unishel had ever seen could do. The roar increased, and the chariot pulled up over the rubble, its front pointing at the sky. Then its nose suddenly crashed down and the chariot accelerated down the other side of the rubble pile. The strange box and tube seemed to rotate, the tube swinging around to point at him, but he didn't see the great blast as it launched a fire lance. Instead, there was a dancing point of light, and Fubler-Unishel felt the impacts knock him off his feet. He was weak, unable to rise, and helpless when the chariot crushed the life out of him with its treads. Combat Team Alpha, Fubler-Unishel's encampment, Marshall Plain of Dysprosium, Hell.
And the walls came tumbling down.
Stevenson's voice was smugly self-satisfied.
Baldricks, meet depleted uranium.
Her platoon's first salvo had been Sabo, bolts of depleted uranium alloy that had smashed into the wall, the shock waves from the impacts leaving the stones riddled with stress fractures. The second salvo had been heat rounds, their explosions blasting the riven wall down, leaving it a gentle pile of rubble, the wall's defenders mixed in with it.
Biker, take us through.
She flipped her radio back to Company Net again.
All Alpha vehicles over the wall. Destroy the encampment. 1 and 3 take the buildings on the left, 2 and 4 the right. 1 heat round into each.
Wait for us, we're 3 minutes out.
She recognized the voice, the commander of Alpha Bravo, pleading to be allowed to join the assault.
Can't let them regroup. It's pedal to the metal time, boys.
Her tank was accelerating towards the ruins of the wall, and the baldricks staggering around behind it. She lost sight of them as the bow rose. the gas turbine screaming out power as it pushed the tank over the rubble. Then the bows dropped again, and she saw the pitiful little encampment in front of her. A baldric was trying to aim his trident at her tank, but Baldy cut him down with a coaxial machine gun before he had the chance. Several more baldrics were over on the right. She ignored them. They were Alpha 2's responsibility. A charge well and truly kept, for even as her first heat round flattened the nearest left-hand hut, a canister round from 2 turned the baldrics in the group into chopped fragments. The encampment was burning. The building set on fire from the copper plasma jets formed by the heat rounds. Some of the baldrics had been taking cover inside. Their screams as they burned could be heard even inside the tanks as they waddled down the single street between the buildings, their guns crashing as they demolished what was left of the encampment. They were wreathed in the smoke, only vaguely semi-visible, the screaming roar of their engines the only thing that the baldrics could hear before they emerged from the cloud that hid the monsters. It was the roar of the engines that broke the baldrics more than the gunfire or the screams of the victims as the tanks cut them down or ground them into slush with their tracks. The baldrics that were left ran from the burning encampment into the open ground where they hoped to make their escape. These baldrics knew nothing of how tanks fought infantry. Behind her, Stevenson could hear the crackle of 25mm gunfire as the Bradleys caught up with her platoon and added their own quantum of destruction to the holocaust that was engulfing the outpost. Her tank had reached the end of the street, and it crashed through the wooden gate that gave access to the highway in front of her. A dozen, perhaps a dozen and a half baldrics were running away, trying to escape across the open ground. It was pitiful. Stevenson felt slightly sorry for them as her 4 tanks formed into their line and the canister shells scythed them down. Baldrics could run faster than humans, a lot faster, but that didn't save them. The ones who survived the canister were cut down by the machine guns and then crushed under the tracks. If any had survived, they would have learned an important lesson that day. Mechanized warfare is a bitch. Over to her left, another black pyre of smoke was staining the red sky.
Charlie, is that you?
Sure is, Captain. We cut the corner and hit the secondary. It's ashes. There were 18, perhaps 20 baldrics here, all dead. No casualties.
Bravo, any casualties back there?
Not a one, Cap. We're fine, and we got some of the baldrics you missed on the way through.
Okay, guys, form on me. We're heading home.
An hour later, Stevenson was staring at her map again.
It's gotta be here. We came back on an exact reciprocal of the way we came in. It's gotta be here.
Could they have closed it, Hooters?
Crab's voice was worried.
I'll tell you something else. We didn't see that guardhouse we flattened on the way in. We weren't that long. We should have seen the wreckage at least.
Stevenson pressed her lips together.
Right.
She set the radio to the company command channel.
All right, guys, same drill as before. We go 2 ways. Bravo stays here and keeps in contact. We'll find that hellmouth.
This time it was Charlie that lucked out at the end of their cast. They spotted the burned-out display stand, and that gave Alpha Team the reference it needed. 20 minutes later, her command reassembled and drove triumphantly out through the Hell Gate. As they crossed the ridge, Colonel McFarland was waiting for them, impatience conflicting with congratulation on his face.
Sir, both targets wiped out, no casualties, more than 100 baldrics dead. And sir, something's really screwy with directions in there.
Tartarus, outer borders of hell. Count Belial had long since stopped watching the bleak landscape roll past below. He had been flying for 2 days straight, and even his inhuman endurance could not prevent the ride becoming extremely uncomfortable. The wyverns flew faster than any demon, while his own prized flock flew faster than anything the demons had ever encountered, thanks to Urial's breeding program. Unfortunately, it was also fast enough to transform the normally soft and welcoming clouds of ash into a blast that stung Belial's eyes and scoured his skin. The remoteness of his domain made the wyverns a necessity if he was to maintain any real presence at Satan's court, but Belial had also found them useful as a mercenary force. After millennia of facing virtually helpless lower plane species, few demon lords bothered to maintain the kind of aerial combat forces seen in the Great Celestial War. They mostly depended on the Harpies, who one-on-one were no match for a wyvern and its rider. The timely arrival of a few of his superior wyverns at a flyer skirmish usually won him considerable favor with the victorious Duke. Whatever the merits of wyverns, right now Belial wanted nothing more than for this flight to end. From the moment he had left Satan's throne room, his mind had been churning on the details of the plan. The attack had to be spectacular, of that there was no doubt, but this time spectacle was not enough. Destroying a couple of human settlements would get him temporary adulation, but when the main attack began, the glory-hungry dukes would soon see fit to consign his actions to historical trivia. They would say that his attacks merely kept the court entertained while the real forces were mustered. To gain real status, he had to play a major and unquestionable role in the demon victory. His first thought was to burn the human capitals, but it was no use. The humans seemed to be divided into thousands of city-states that had temporarily united into a planet-wide crusade against the demons. Destroying a mere pair of them would undoubtedly terrorize the local population, but likely have little effect on the forces the humans could field. In fact, if their political leadership was anything like Satan, destroying it may actually give an advantage to the human armies. Belial laughed grimly at the joke he would never dare make to anybody. Half a day into the flight, a revelation came to him, and with it the solution to his dilemma. Belial had been trying to comprehend why the humans fought so well now when they had never done so before. The reports of the few battered survivors had stressed the killing power of the human magic, but when pressed, they had admitted that had never seen human mages conjuring the magic unassisted. What they had seen were an endless array of strange metal items, boxes that spat killing flame, spears that threw metal pebbles, sky chariots that loosed the deadly fire arrows, and of course the iron chariots of legend. The humans had never shown any magical ability when the demons had visited before. To Belial it was obvious. The foundation of his painstakingly rebuilt power base was the superior weapons his forges produced. The difference between a typical bronze trident and a Tartaruan one was relatively slight. The painstakingly crafted copper laminations increased its power by around 1.5-fold, almost 2-fold in the jeweled silver versions he made for the nobility. The secret tempering process produced prongs that bit deeper and snapped off with noticeably lower frequency than a common cast trident. The difference was not overwhelming, but it significantly tilted the odds in the small skirmishes that had been typical of celestial warfare since the end of the Great War. Even still, the difference between an armed demon and an unarmed demon was not great. The tridents permitted the lesser demons to fling lightning, but it took many blasts to fell one demon, and against Celestials served only to thin out a charge before contact. The real fighting was done in close quarters. While tridents and swords had useful reach, they often broke and did no more damage than tooth and claw. Belial saw that because the humans were so weak, they had been forced to invest tremendous effort into creating powerful weapons that could multiply their strength until it was sufficient to challenge a demon. In a flash, Belial saw the humans' scheme. When they had first seen the demons 5 millennia ago, they must have realized that weapons of unprecedented enchantment were the only thing that could offer them a hope of resisting the armies of hell. They had probably been refining their lore and stockpiling them in secret all this time, revealing their new magics only when threatened with outright extinction. Belial had not thought the short-lived humans capable of such patience and planning. Regardless, now that he understood where their strength came from, he could destroy it. Belial felt the wyvern's weight shift beneath him, and the pounding of its wing beats slowed slightly. Immediately he connected with its mind, ready to punish the creature for its laziness. Instead, he was relieved to find that the beast had sighted its roost and had begun a slow descent towards the palace. Belial raised his head into the slipstream, opening his eyes and blinking back the grains of pumice that battered against his face. The dusty red foothills of the Tartaruan range were dimly visible beneath them, dotted with flickering fires and columns of smoke rising from the forges. His capital sat in a deep depression between the upper foothills, now almost perpetually shrouded by smog. The palace itself had originally been a prison, carved laboriously from adamantine to house the most dangerous angelic prisoners of war. Many millennia ago, Satan had found it most amusing to exile him to an abandoned ruin in a worthless backwater, but Belial had gradually transformed it into a great arsenal and an almost impregnable fortress. The wyvern dropped into a glide, shedding speed fast as it circled over the dwellings of Belial's subjects. The great guardian beast at the main gates spotted its master returning and loosed an ear-splitting discordant screech from its 13 throats. The scurrying figures below had long since stopped being startled by the noise, but they did pause and look up, before falling to their knees in deference to their master. His steed began its final swoop down onto the basalt flagstones of the outer courtyard. Belial saw that Uriel was already waiting for him on the terrace, accompanied by assorted servants. As he drew up, she was staring disapprovingly at his mount, clearly angry that he had pushed one of her prize specimens so hard.
My lord.
Uriel's snake-like hair writhed and glared at him, but her tone was flatly deferential. She gestured to a pair of servants.
You two, take this beast to the roosts immediately. Feed him chopped flesh, nothing alive and not too quick. Don't let him bloat himself. If he sickens, I will hold you responsible.
The self-proclaimed Gorgon queen turned back to Belial, who had begun striding up the steps towards the palace. She hurried to keep up.
So what news from Mecratrig's court? What great deeds have you accomplished while I mind your palace for you?
Her tone carried bitterness rather than resentment. Gorgons in general and Uriel in particular were not welcome in Dis. She too had been an outcast, and she had even further to go before returning to favor.
Not here.
Belial paused to address the servants.
I want every baron, every captain, and every senior overseer in my throne room in 4 hours' time. Send the fastest flyers. Stop groveling and move.
The lesser demons took off, some literally while the flightless ran for the barracks, leaving Count and Consort to enter the palace and make their way to Belial's study. No sooner had the bronze doors clanged shut than Uriel spat.
So let me guess. Satan exiled you again, and now we must prepare to be invaded by half the neighboring dukes.
Silence, wench!
Belial had seemed distracted, but now he fixed her with a gaze so terrible she immediately regretted her taunt. For a moment she thought he was going to strike her, but when he spoke again, it was not with a roar, but with pride tinged by glee.
Abegor has been proven a fool and a traitor. He allowed most of his forces to be slaughtered by the humans and then joined their side.
The news had stunned every demon to hear of it, and Uriel was no exception.
Our Lord Satan has chosen me to strike the next blow against the humans. My plan will deliver a decisive blow and stand in sharp contrast to Abegor's failure. They must have places like Tartarus, hidden places where they produce and stockpile their enchanted weapons. We will find these places, and we will destroy them the way we destroyed the last 2 human cities. With most of their weapons gone and no way to make more, the human armies will falter and be swept away.
Belial's plan seemed mad to Uriel at first, but within seconds she began to see the logic. It was not the way wars had been fought. Destroying crops and food stores was standard practice, but disarming the enemy had never been considered a viable or useful tactic. Yet the human magics were unprecedented, and the humans were so very reliant on them. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Headquarters, Randi Institute of Pneumatology, the Pentagon, Arlington, Virginia.
May I speak with you, Excellency?
James Randi looked up at the figure that had just entered his office. He felt the start of a surge of affection and crushed it down ruthlessly. Damn, these succubi are dangerous, ran through his mind. Even aware of their ability to induce empathy with anybody within smelling distance, the pheromones worked.
I'm not an excellency or even a sire, and calling me that doesn't get you any favorable consideration, quite the reverse, in fact. But if you want to call me James or the amazing Randi, then we can talk.
Luga Sharmanaska noted the abruptness and guessed it was the man overcompensating for the effects of her miasma. It was a pity the humans had found out about that.
James, I know we have the ability to talk to demons in hell now, using your machines.
We can. One-on-one. Julie's making Domicosfera 2 a whimpering nervous wreck. It doesn't get us very far, but it's giving her a bit of revenge for the torment he put her through. So?
My liege lady is Deimos, the princess of all the incubi and succubi in hell. There are thousands of us, you know. I would like to speak to her using your machines.
The reply was so blunt it had to be honest. No wheedling or trickery, just a blunt request. Randi was amazed and suspicious.
And just why should we do that?
My mission was to seduce one or more leading politicians, bend them to my will, and then learn from them as much about you humans as I could. I failed. The politicians who were leading in Bangkok resisted me. That failure could earn me my death. But I need to report to Deimos my findings.
Why, if you'll be killed?
Randi thought for a moment.
Could she kill you here by remote control, so to speak?
No, but that does not matter now.
Luga Sharmanaska gave what was her equivalent of a smile.
Anyway, I have not failed any more, have I? I am here with you now, and this building is indeed a palace of power. I did not get here the way intended, but I am here. and I ought to report my findings to Dumos.
And what findings might those be?
Randi was interested in how this conversation was going. He had the impression Luga Sharmanaska was being honest for the first time since she had arrived here.
I will tell her that you humans are going to win this war. That short of some incredible stupidity on your part, and you are not a stupid people, you can hardly help but win. Already she must know about the raid yesterday. It will do no harm to tell her it will be the first of many, each more destructive than the last. I will persuade her that her only chance of survival will be to join the human side, to stand with humans against Satan. She may stand with him and die for a certainty, or stand with humans and have a chance of survival. And she will believe me, for I will be telling her the truth.
That never got anybody to be believed. I was telling people the truth about cheap tricksters like that Israeli idiot and malicious frauds who pretended to be mediums for decades, and nobody believed me. Luga Sharmanaska, let me take this to the powers that be. We'll see what they say.
It hadn't actually taken much persuading. The chance of turning a demon lord was too good to pass up. Anyway, measuring the signals generated as Luga Sharmanaska talked to Dumos would provide a whole world of valuable data. So 4 hours later, the succubus was relaxing on a couch while the technicians worked on the wiring connecting her to the signal's amplification system. A group of 4 Marines were in the room as well, their orders simple: if the succubus tried anything, kill her. However, there was something else as well. Randi had given their leader a letter Luga Sharmanaska had written, one that had made his eyebrows rise.
Okay, Luga, off you go. Try and get through.
Luga Sharmanaska screwed up her eyes and concentrated her very hardest. As the signal started to be generated, the electrical sensors around her head picked it up and started boosting it, driving it against the indefinable, unknown barrier that separated the dimensions. She grimaced slightly. She guessed the humans weren't trying to hurt her, but the boosted signal was having the same effect on her mind as overloud music had on human ears. Then, there was a snapping sensation. She was through.
Your Royal Highness, it is Luga Sharmanaska. I have much to report.
You have been gone for a long time, kidling. We thought you were dead.
I was recognized and captured. I failed in my mission.
Then it would have been better for you if you had been dead.
The mock affection had gone from Dumos's mind voice.
Highness, I failed in my mission, but I have also succeeded. I am in the humans' power palace now, speaking to you from there. I have become part of that power structure. A lowly part, but still high enough to learn things you must know. Please, I beg of you, hear me.
Speak then, kidling. Perhaps your words may earn forgiveness.
Highness, I have learned this, and it is truth. The humans will not lose this war. They will win, and Satan's empire will come crashing down upon him. They have killing arts beyond our imagination and the ability to use them. They have not shown us a tenth of what they can do. Did you hear of the attack yesterday when the humans sent their tanks and MiG-Vs into hell itself? Where they destroyed whatever they could find, killed all and destroyed all.
I had heard this. None here could understand it. They did not kill quite all. Some wounded were pulled from the ruins. Why did they not hold what they took for ransom?
Highness, humans called this a thunder run. It is to demonstrate they can go where they wish, when they wish, and you can do nothing to stop them. They do not wish for plunder, just to kill. We have nothing that they want except for our utter destruction. They see us as their, I think the phrase is, mortal enemies. The raid yesterday was the first of many, each more destructive and devastating than the last. Nothing hell has can stand against them. Heaven itself cannot stand against them. You have 2 choices, Highness. You may stand with Satan and be destroyed with him for a certainty, or you may stand with us and have a chance of survival.
Luga Sharmanaska's mind voice was desperate. She had to convince Dumos of the catastrophe that faced her.
Us, kidling?
Luga Sharmanaska took a brief gasp of air and then concentrated again.
Yes, Highness, us. I have joined the humans and cast my lot with them. I may not survive to see their victory, but it is better to have a chance of living to see victory than a certainty of seeing defeat. Highness, by every standard of loyalty I owe you, I beg you to do the same.
And why should I believe you?
Dumos's mind voice was cold.
For this reason.
Luga Sharmanaska waved her hand, and the technician started upping the power in the transmission. The pain in her head was dreadful. It seemed to fill her whole body. She had thought Kitten had been weak and foolish when she had writhed in pain during this transmission, but now, for the first time, she understood what the young goth girl had suffered every time she made a bridge. Sleeping chamber, Palace of Dumos, Hell. For a moment, Dumos did not recognize the black ellipse that was forming in her bedchamber. By the time she did, 4 humans had stepped through it. Their leader, his features strangely obscured by a mask that covered his nose and mouth, looked at the great figure that was sprawled on the couch and lifted a tube to his shoulder.
Whoosh, blam, thank you, ma'am, you're dead.
Then they stepped back through the ellipse, letting it collapse behind them. The whole attack had taken less than 5 seconds, and Dumos had never had a chance to react.
Highness, they could have killed you if they had wanted to. They can kill you anytime they want to. They can kill anybody anytime they want to.
Luga Sharmanaska's mind voice was very weak and shaky.
To join them is your only chance.
Very well, Kidling. I will think on this. You have done well to tell me of these things.
Dumos leaned back on her couch, her mind just beginning to absorb how easily she could have been killed. And Satan was lying, hiding just how powerful humans were. She had a lot to think about. Headquarters, Randi Institute of Pneumatology, the Pentagon, Arlington, Virginia. Luga Sharmanaska was gray, her normal shiny black skin dull and faded. That alone told anybody watching what she had gone through. Her mind was weak but still calculating, assessing the result of this, the greatest gamble she had ever made. As soon as she had heard Abigor and a herald had defected, she knew that her usefulness was diminished to almost nothing. She had to find a new role for herself if she was to continue in her privileged position. This was her throw, her attempt to do so.
Did it work?
Randi was speaking.
Sure did. Never seen anybody so stunned. We could have put the AT-4 into her, and there was nothing she could have done to stop us. Perhaps we should have.
The Marine lieutenant sounded quite regretful.
Perhaps, Luga, your side of this. Did it work?
Perhaps.
She had thought to exaggerate the effects of her message, but she decided not to. Only the truth would serve her now.
Dumos will think on what I said and the demonstration. I would not expect her to do more. Once we make a few more demonstrations of power, then she will join. But she will join, I think.
Camp Hell Alpha, Marshall Plane of Dysprosium, Hell.
The dimensions are all screwed up.
Captain Keisha Stevenson was watching the mechanics take the dust filters off Alpha Alpha 1 and take them away to the cleaning area. The building they were in was a garage large enough to hold all 4 Abrams tanks with room to spare. It was prefabricated, the parts flown in using one of the massive Russian MiL-26 helicopters and then brought through the hellmouth and assembled. It was one of 4 such buildings in the complex, with more to come. At the moment, Battle Group Alpha was the only portion of the U.S. Army permanently stationed in Hell. A lot more was coming in and out, but Alpha was the only unit that actually stayed there. Once again, she thought, her unit was ending up as the sacrificial goat. She was beginning to regret blasting that angel, the act that had brought her onto General Petraeus's radar. Then she thought about the scene in the hut and decided that she didn't regret firing that canister round at all.
The beacon worked, though?
Yeah, but it was weird. We were steering in a straight line, not deviating a degree, but we could see the beacon behind us slide slowly away to one side.
It's not just bearing, it's range as well. We took the data out of your navigational computer and analyzed it. The speed you were doing, the time you took, and the distance you covered don't add up. I needn't tell you the problems that causes the artillery boys. It's not just you. All the other units are reporting the same thing. Bearing and range are all out of whack. We're going to have to find something to pound on in order to see how significant it all is. Before that, we're going to establish another beacon, about 30 miles out from this one. Get a cross-bearing and navigation will get a lot easier. Also, we can compare our data with the on-the-ground data, and that'll give us a handle on what is going on. If there's a mathematical relationship, we can program the navigational computers to handle it.
Major Warhol didn't look that convinced, but then he hadn't been on the Thunder runs, and didn't appreciate how disturbing the distorted dimensions were to crews who wanted to get back home. That was one reason why he was here, to see how the real conditions of hell compared with his simulated hell jars. Home. Now that was an interesting word, Stevenson thought while looking around at the base. At the moment, this was home. 4 garages for her armored vehicles, all with a positive pressure system to keep the unfiltered hell atmosphere out, and dust-trap doors to let the vehicles in. Massive filters on the roof to clean the air before that got in. Workshops to keep her tanks and armored infantry carriers running, and that meant scrubbing the engine air filters every time they went out. As a start, there was much else as well. Torsion bars had to be cleaned, and the maintenance list went on and on. Still, at least the pumice was softer than the hard sand of the Iraqi desert. Then there were the barracks. The living accommodation wasn't bad, but it was Spartan. At least the air was clean there as well, although that had its disadvantages. 2 days ago, the cooks had tried to raise morale by serving good old American hamburgers, comfort food for the crews. The smell of fried onions had lingered for hours and hours, constantly recycled by the air purification system. The whole lot was surrounded by razor wire, and there were anti-harpy systems all over. Russian Tunguskas for long-range defense, twin 50 cal machine guns in old-fashioned but still power-operated turrets on the building roofs for close-in work. More loot from the museum stripping exercises, she guessed. Outside the razor wire were minefields. The next unit in would be an artillery battery that was being attached to Alpha for the duration of its stay in Hell. Stevenson was in no doubt that Hell Alpha could put up a devastating fight if it had to, but the Baldrics operated in such large numbers, devastation might not be enough.
You're worried about the defenses?
Major Warhol had caught her unconscious glance up and out.
Aren't you? Abigor hit us with nearly 400,000 Baldrics, and it took 5 divisions plus to stop him. We stopped him cold, sure, but you and I both know how many more legions Satan's supposed to have. How are we supposed to stop them with just a reinforced company?
It won't come to that. Anyway, the Hellmouth is right behind you. If you look like getting overrun, you can just back out, and there's those 5 divisions still covering you.
That's another thing. How can we be sure that thing is going to stay open?
It will, Captain. We think so anyway. We think the Baldrics made a huge mistake. They opened a portal so large they can't close it again. We're working on a way to close the thing, but we think they can't.
Major, no disrespect, sir, but it's our ass that's hanging on your think.
None taken. If it's any consolation, I'm going to be here for some days, so it's my ass hanging as well.
Warhol glanced around and dropped his voice.
And even if the Hellmouth closes, we already know we can open new ones, small ones to get people out. We'd have to blow up the equipment, but we're sure we can get you and your people out. Anyway, when you going out again?
Tomorrow. The map shows a river not so far from here. We're going to push right up to it and see what it's like. See if it really is boiling blood like the legends say.
The Styx?
Nah, not according to our map. It's called the Phlegathon according to Abigor. Deepest penetration we'll have done so far. Want to come along? You can ride in one of the tracks.
It was a challenge and Warhol knew it, one he couldn't resist.
Sure, a day by the river? What more could a man ask?
Northwest Upper Gallery, Shaft 18, Slocum Mine, Tartarus. Publius Julius Livianus had long since lost track of when he had last seen the sky. From what he recalled, it wasn't a great loss. The diffused reddish light, constant choking smoke, jagged volcanic landscape, and demons everywhere the eye could see, all combined to make the surface a living nightmare. Down here in the flickering torchlight, existence was almost tolerable. The demons still came, and on each visit they lashed him with their barbed whips, but rarely more than once a day. As long as he kept up a steady rhythm with his pickaxe and the ore crates filled up. If the ore crates were full, he received only a single lash. In all, it was far superior to the earlier place, where for uncounted centuries he had lain pinned to the ground on an endless plain of burning sands, his flesh continually scorched, but yet never dying. Publius shuddered. The only reason he still thought of the place was to remind himself that progress was still possible. Through sheer will, he had maintained his sanity and eventually managed to meditate on virtue even in that place, and he had ascended to this less tortuous level of Hades. It seemed logical that with sufficient effort he would be released to the next level. At least that's what he told himself, and any fellow prisoner who would listen. Suddenly, Publius became aware that the general din of the mine workings had changed subtly. Every alert for the approach of an overseer, every human in the gallery began to lighten their strokes and raise their head, listening intently. There was a commotion of snarls, shouts, and the clang of dropped tools, punctuated by the occasional scream. The source soon became apparent as a demon entered their gallery, bellowing orders and lashing his whip idly as he went.
Go to the loading area. All of you now. Leave your tools. Go.
None of the humans waited to be lashed, and Publius ran with the others until he reached the loading area. The large gallery was normally where the crates of ore were tipped into carts to be dragged up to the surface, but it doubled as an assembly area when the demons wished to motivate the workforce, usually by eating whichever unfortunate had missed their quota that month. With all the workers on this shaft emptied, several hundred humans were crowded into the cavernous space. This time, however, the scene was a little different. A dozen demons were gathered on the platform, and some of them carried bronze tridents instead of whips. One of them was quite different from the rest. Obviously female, she was covered in fine, coppery scales that glittered softly in the torchlight. A snake-like tail coiled around her feet, and great bat-like wings were folded against her back. However, her most distinguishing and terrifying feature was the mass of snake-like growths that took the place of hair. Publius had heard the rumors many times. The black snakes could freeze a man rigid, the red ones could enslave his will. The rumors weren't clear whether it took a bite or just a look, but just to be on the safe side, he avoided looking at the snake demon directly. The largest overseer spoke first.
You vermin are here to answer a simple question. As long as one of you answers it correctly, you can all go back to work. Fail to answer, and you will all be thrown back into the hell from which you came. Do you understand?
The humans seemed dazed. Some were nodding, others just stared at him. Moronic beasts, Udus Jarkath had thought. I wonder why the brass are bothering with them. Surely if the rulers of hell needed to know something about the human world, they could just send a succubus to find out. Lakina Huknasi wasn't sure why they were bothering either. She felt claustrophobic down here, and her wings kept fluttering involuntarily. Fortunately, the non-flyers were unlikely to understand why. The humans seemed to be trying to stare at her without actually focusing on her. They were pathetic, with their corpse-white skin, sunken pink eyes, and wild, unkempt hair, yet their mass gaze was strangely unsettling. She shook her head. Their minds were dull, expressing nothing more than unfocused despair and hatred tinged with a slight curiosity about her presence. They were just humans.
We desire to know where humans make your weapons. What towns make the flame lances, sky chariots, fire arrows, thundersticks, and iron chariots? Where are these weapons stored? You will tell us or suffer the consequences.
Lakina Huknasi waited. Silence. The humans looked at each other, then the demons. There was a murmur, indistinct and almost subliminal. She struggled to distinguish words from the diffuse babble, but it defeated her. The mental activity jumped up an order of magnitude, as if the humans were shaking off a stupor. The noise started growing, chaotic, unformed, unstructured, and somehow threatening. It swelled and broke up into distinct fractions, some just an undifferentiated mumble, but other parts clear and distinct. Some of the humans began to shout names.
Woolwich,
Slough,
Essen,
Carthage! The Emerald City!
Lakina Huknasi tried to focus, to see which one seemed sincere, but it was impossible. The humans were grabbing at each other, punching, kicking. Even as she watched, the guards were allowing the situation to get out of control, an unthinkable, unprecedented situation. They were bellowing and lashing at nearby humans with their whips, but they were barely making a dent in the din that was reverberating off the cavern walls. One torch was knocked over, then another, as the assembled ranks of workers dissolved into chaos. The Gorgon's question had set Publius's mind racing. He had always thought of the demons as mere servants of the cosmic order. Yes, they were malicious, but that was their lot in life. They could no more go against their nature than a wolf could avoid chasing a hare. Other prisoners had told him of their notions of two celestial realms opposed, of demons as evil beings that had rebelled against a benevolent creator, but he had placed no stock in it. What omnipotent God would permit the existence of opposition, and what benevolent God would give them humans to torture? Yet here was undeniable proof that the demons were not simply cosmic jailkeepers. The only reason they would want to know about human weapons was if they were fighting humans. That meant the demons invading his home, laying siege to Rome, no doubt. Or just possibly, he barely dared hope, the legions coming to liberate him. The demons were desperate to know of human weapons. Could it be that they weren't just fighting humans, but they were fighting and losing? Could it be that the demons were not part of the cosmic order at all, simply common slavers? Publius was snapped out of his reverie by a stray elbow catching him in the ribs. He dropped into a crouch and realized that he was in the middle of a riot. For a split second he considered rushing the demons, but it was impossible. They were armed and organized, and in any case, even if they could be overcome, the humans would still be trapped and at the mercy of the hordes of demons on the surface. For now, the important thing was to prevent the demons from getting the answers they were so desperate for. Publius had seen the men shouting names. Some were obviously faking, but a few had a defeatist desire to collaborate. One of the later group was stumbling around right in front of him, weakly shouting,
No, do what they say. You'll get us all eaten alive.
He knew what he had to do. Lifting a dagger-sized rock flake from the nearest crate, Publius yelled,
Death to the traitor!
Lakina Huknasi found herself backed up against a wall. The humans were pressing close, and she reflexively loosed a spray of paralyzing darts at them. 8 poisonous spikes shot out from a pair of her head tendrils and embedded themselves in the chests of 3 humans, who staggered and fell twitching. Meanwhile, her escorts were firing blasts of lightning into the crowd, electrocuting humans when they hit, blasting clouds of rock dust into the air when they missed. The humans fell back, hiding behind rock crates or cowering on the floor. Slowly the noise abated and the dust began to settle. Lakina Huknazi climbed back onto the dais and surveyed the chamber. The floor was splattered with blood and strewn with human bodies, from which a distinct smell of cooked flesh emanated. They would be up again soon enough. The humans in hell recovered from a single lightning bolt within minutes. She searched for the humans that had been calling out names earlier, in particular one from whom she had picked up a feeling of honesty and compliance. Her eyes stopped on a human that seemed more badly injured than the rest. It was lying in a spreading pool of blood, its neck at a strange angle. In fact, looking closer, she could see that its skull had been crushed in multiple places. Lakina Huknasi blinked. It was the human who had been trying to answer her question. She glanced around. All the ones from whom she had picked up a tendency to cooperate were dead, killed by their fellow workers. And from the rest were other feelings, fear certainly, bordering on pathological terror. But something else. Something she'd never thought to associate with humans. They were triumphant. Brown's Lane, Coventry, England. For 3 long years, the spiritual home of Jaguar cars had lain idle. The last car had rolled off the production line here in 2005, and the firm had moved its operations elsewhere, 54 years after production had started. It seemed that the Jaguar's parent company at the time, Ford, cared little for tradition. Now the idle car factories of Coventry, Birmingham, and Dagenham had found a new role, while the Land Rover factory at Solihull would essentially be doing the same thing, just swapping civilian production for purely military models. The other car factories would be supporting the war effort rather differently. There was help arriving for that. The company's new Indian owners were sending over plans for a light armored car that would fit the existing production line well. The roads around the Browns Lane factory were jammed with low-loaders carrying various versions of the FV-430 tracked armored personnel carrier and wheeled Saxon carriers. They'd all been brought from the nearest rail freight yard, itself hastily restored to operation and now filled with military vehicles on flatbed trucks. The FV-430s were vehicles that had either been in storage or in various museums up and down the country. What they all had in common was that they had not gone through the Bulldog upgrade. While BAE Land Systems was fully occupied building newer vehicles like the Challenger 2, Warrior, and AS-90, car factories like Browns Lane would take up much of the slack involved in upgrading existing vehicles. Eventually, once the tooling from India was in place, they would also begin to manufacture military vehicles. Until then, each FV-430 which arrived at Browns Lane would be stripped down, worn components replaced. The old Rolls-Royce K60 engine would be removed and replaced by a modern Cummins B-series engine with new sand and dust filters. Once that was done, Israeli-designed applique armor and a remote weapons station would be added, though not the weapon itself. The Army was still debating as to whether the tried-and-trusted Browning heavy machine gun or a new FN-designed weapon, the BRG-15, firing a 15.5 by 115 mm cartridge, should arm the FV-430s. The later was more powerful and likely to do more damage to a baldric, but the Browning had the advantage of already being in service in some numbers. The last thing the British Army needed right now was another cartridge on top of the 9mm, 5.556 mm, 7.62 mm, 8.59 mm, and 12.7 mm rounds it already employed. The armorers had enough of a headache as it was. The Saxons, some of which were the Saxon patrol variant that had replaced the last of the Humber pigs in Northern Ireland, were coming in for a slightly different upgrade. At the moment, they were somewhat lacking in offensive capability. A single 7.62mm general-purpose machine gun was considered inadequate against baldric attacks. Like the FV-430s, they would be fitted with a remote weapons system, though for the moment they would be issued to units assigned to the Home Guard, rather than being sent out to Iraq. The Saxons, as it turned out, were far easier to work on, and even better, once finished, they could be driven to where they were needed, rather than taking up valuable rail cars and transporter trucks. Just to make life even easier, the workers who had been made redundant by the collapse of MG Rover and the contraction of the car industry in general in the West Midlands had flocked to get jobs in the new defense-related concerns that had grown up. To its immense relief and surprise, the government had not needed to use its new powers to direct labor to where it was needed. To protect these vital factories from potential baldric attack, a company of the Home Guard had been formed from the workforce. It was now a common sight to see workers who were not on shift drilling in the car park of Brown's Lane and the other former car factories in the area. At the moment, all they had were L-85A3s, a semi-automatic version of the standard SA-80 intended for use by cadet forces, though the Brown's Lane Company had somehow managed to get hold of a Carl Gustav and a few rounds of heat and high explosive. How was probably a question better not asked.
Well, we're certainly back in business.
The works manager looked at the site below with satisfaction. Behind him, the representative from Tata Motors nodded with satisfaction. The purchase of the company by the Indian Tata Group had caused extreme concern over whether the plant would just be taken off to India and the workers thrown out, but the Tata management had gone out of their way to prove otherwise. Then, the message had come, and national identity had become very unimportant. Oh, there were a few countries still who were predictably refusing to join the rest of the world's fight, North Korea being prominent amongst them, but India had thrown all its resources into the human struggle against their enemies. One small part of that effort was this plant here.
I think it's time for lunch, don't you think?
The Tata representative had a twinkle in his eye when he asked. The British had always had a love affair with what they called Indian curry, and Tata had brought in staff who knew how to make it properly. As a result, it was quietly acknowledged that the Jaguar Works Canteen was the best Indian restaurant in the Midlands. And with food rationing back, a good midday meal was something to be treasured. As long as it didn't delay the work on the factory floor, of course. Outer Ring, 7th Circle of Hell. The voice was urgent, omnipresent.
Corporal Tucker McElroy, do you hear me?
I hear you!
McElroy screamed back in his mind. It wasn't because he realized that he was being contacted via some sort of telepathy. Writhing in the river of lava for last month or so had burned his lungs so badly that he couldn't speak, so this was his only option.
You were killed at HIT, correct?
Affirmative!
McElroy bellowed back.
I'm burning up here, so please, whoever you are, get me out of here.
McElroy remembered his manners at the last moment.
Pardon my bluntness!
Not at all. My name is Kitten. I work for the government. We have been trying to contact all U.S. military personnel killed in action during the first battle with the Baldrics. So are you in a fire? Is there a way out?
It's some sort of river, of lava. I've tried to get out, but I never make it very far. There are Baldric guards on the banks. Sooner or later, one of them comes along and pushes me back in. Are you taking a survey or something?
Please climb out now. We're sending in some cover for you, but you need to be on survivable terrain.
That galvanized McElroy. He would have double blinked if his seared eyelids were still functional. He half leaped, half swam, and broke the surface of the lava stream. It wasn't quite liquid, wasn't quite solid, and it was certainly more substantial than flames, so with great effort, he could make his way through it. He didn't know how big the river of flaming lava was, but he couldn't see the far shore. In fact, he couldn't see anything. His eyeballs were also boiled into uselessness. In any case, he'd never ventured out far enough to try. Most people, including him, spent their burning time marshalling enough strength to crawl out onto the shores of the river for a brief respite. Then, a baldric would come along, stab the unfortunate soul with a trident, or perhaps its claws, and hurl the screaming creature back into the lake. McElroy lost count of how many times that had happened to him.
On my way!
McElroy shouted.
I'll let you know when I'm out.
It didn't take long. Panic-driven instinct combined with this glimmer of hope, and he scrambled out of the flames and onto the rocky shores of the lake. Unmindful of the sizzling hunks of flesh and fat that he left on the ground behind him, he crawled 10 meters before he collapsed.
Clear!
He just wanted to close his eyes, but of course he couldn't. He wanted to breathe again, but he couldn't. The agony slowly dimming, and to his amazement, his sight was already beginning to return. Dim and shadowy, certainly, but returning. That wasn't necessarily a good thing. He noted with detached amusement that a demon had already spotted him and was closing quickly, bellowing some pointless taunt or curse. Tucker couldn't tell because his ears were long gone. Had he dreamed the whole thing? Hallucinating on top of burning in hell? He would have smiled at the thought, but he already brandished a skeleton's grin. Maybe when his lips grew back, he'd smile again. Now, though, the demon was nearly upon him. Oh well, back to the lake for him. Then the demon did a very strange thing. He was perhaps 3 meters away when he stopped. McElroy felt a distinct throbbing, a rapid whump, whump, whump of displaced air passing over him. He turned his head the other way. A mini hellmouth dominated the background nearby. In front of it stood 4 uniformed soldiers, unmistakably United States Marines. They were all firing, unloading their weapons into the demon. It was quite thoroughly dead when they were done.
Corporal, have the team arrived?
Kitten spoke in his mind. The voice was in distinct pain, as though someone were squeezing all the air from Kitten's lungs. To have that kind of effect within thoughts, what the hell was Kitten going through to do this?
And how? They just smoked a baldric.
Merely thinking the words gave him enough strength to stand up. He mused that he must look like Anakin Skywalker at the end of the most recent Star Wars movie, all burnt and freakish. He turned to the 4 Marines and saluted, and they matched him. One of them stepped forward and began to speak, his face mask wobbling slightly as his jaw moved beneath. He was still deaf, so he couldn't hear what the Marine was saying.
Hurry, please, send them back.
Kitten suddenly squealed. McElroy held up his hand, pointed to his ears, shook his head, pointed at the Marine, then the portal, and made shooshing motions. The Marine stopped, nodded, and passed what looked like an old-fashioned rifle with a wooden stock and a rucksack to McElroy. The 4 Marines vanished into the portal, which itself closed a second later. He looked at the rifle, recognizing it as an M1 Garand, but with a bigger bore than any Garand he'd ever seen.
You're on your own, Corporal,
Kitten said, voice weak and dim.
Your orders are to evade and survive. You're among the first we've extracted and armed successfully, so you may be on your own for a while. I'll contact you on a set schedule. It's in the rucksack. Understood?
Affirmative! Thank you, Kitten! Please pass along word to my family that I'm out and kicking.
He didn't get a reply, but that was all right. McElroy was already scanning the area. The wind was throwing dirt into his unprotected eyes, but he could already see better than just a few minutes before. The shoreline was deserted, aside from the baldric corpse. The stream of lava stretched on for miles in each direction, but there was cover further inland, or so it appeared. He squinted. Maybe it was the edge of a forest, or tall grass, or just a rocky outcrop. His vision was still too bad to tell. At any rate, it would leave him less exposed. He was like a piece of metal in a sand tumbler out here, and the fresh burn wounds were all singing Ave Maria as the grime and grit blasted him. They were healing fast, though. He could feel his ears returning already. Placing the Garand and rucksack down for a moment, he went over to the baldric. It was dead all right, big holes blasted in it, and even bigger ones where the bullets had exited the wounds. The monster had nothing he could use, except its trident, of course. McElroy hitched his pack to his back, slung the Garand over his shoulder and took off, running up the shore towards what he could now clearly see was a forest. Throne Room, Belial's Palace, Tartarus. Belial's throne room was, in many ways, a microcosm of his lord's. A mason would note that the columns were carved of adamantine rather than granite, and inlaid with gold and silver rather than sheathed with brass. A soldier's eye would be drawn to the assorted barons in attendance. Much of their forms were covered by burnished bronze plates, many set with gaudy jewels. At no other court in hell would a demon show such weakness as needing armor to protect themselves. Here in Tartarus, the master proclaimed dominance through superior arms, and the servants competed to show their devotion to his principles. A politician would ignore these trappings and focus on the occupant of the throne. The Count's face was lined with the rage and exasperation of a master failed utterly by his servants. The skilled politician would look through this to recognize the desperation of a being that believes it is about to miss its only opportunity for survival. Uriel's eyes took in all of this as the great doors swung open and admitted her to the room, along with one final similarity to His Infernal Majesty's court, the gutted carcass of Overseer Udus Yarka that's still cooling on the floor. If Count and King shared anything, it was a healthy respect for the demonic tradition of taking out one's frustrations on one's underlings. That's the fourth one in as many days, she thought. The interrogations were proving disastrous. Not only had they failed to produce useful information, but they had cut production to barely a third of its normal level. The lack of success, along with Belial's retribution, was crippling the demon's morale. She strode forward into the throne room, flanked on the left by the long, slithering form of Baroness Yulupki. As the most powerful of Tartaru and Naga, Belial had charged Yulupki with preparing the chorus that would provide most of the power for the portal ceremonies. The first of the foreign Naga had begun to arrive, borne on makeshift litters slung between pairs of great beasts, and the Baroness's already inflated pride had swelled to new heights as she began to drill her expanded chorus into harmony. Uriel was still technically in command of the portal opening, but it was a strained relationship at best. Yulupki wasted no opportunity to demonstrate her kind's great superiority and psychic strength over the Gorgons. Uriel reached the dais and kneeled perfunctorily, but the Naga was even quicker.
Count Belial, my choruses stands ready. The firstest of the foreigners are being broken in, and I foresee no problems in producing the level of energy you requisited.
Yulupki hissed eagerly. She fancies herself a rival for the Count's favor, thought Uriel. What a ridiculous notion. For a start, she has completely misjudged his mood. Sure enough, Belial rose to his feet and rebuffed the Naga.
And of what use is your snake pile when we have no idea where to strike? 4 days! Half our time gone and still no answers. How difficult could it be? Truly you are the dregs of hell, if I cannot even count on you to wring a few simple facts out of an ample supply of apes.
Yulupki drew back, coiling upon herself and seemingly genuinely bewildered to be the target of the Count's ranting.
Sire, we Naga are ready to play our role. It was the Gorgonsis, sire, who were supposed to drag the truth out of the humansis. It was Uriel who promises to find their armorysis for you.
It was an obvious move, and Uriel was ready for it.
Sire, no demon can be blamed for the humans behaving so unreasonably. Something strange has gotten into them, something new, as it has their brethren on Earth. Your genius revealed the source of the Earth humans' newfound power and the stratagem to eliminate it. I am sure that we can discover the source of the slaves' unexpected rebelliousness and counter it.
The flattery went down smoothly, and Belial sank back into his throne, his ranting abating to grumbling.
If that hag Dumos would just send me some succubi, we'd have answers in no time.
Uriel gritted her teeth. Every Gorgon quickly became used to being told they were not as effective at persuading humans as succubi, much weaker flyers than harpies, less powerful witches than Naga, poorer fighters than a common lesser demon. And yet there was truth in his words. Something odd had happened to Dumos over the last few days. She'd become reserved, distant, as if she was watching and calculating rather than participating. That didn't change the fact that few demons appreciated flexibility and fewer still valued intelligence over brute strength. Belial usually did, and that was the one thing that made being his consort tolerable. But sometimes even he succumbed to the official propaganda that cast the Gorgon race as a failed experiment. She had long since learned to bide her time and treat the other demons' scorn as a blind spot to be exploited.
Belial, succubi would not help. They'd get the humans talking all right. Every single one would say whatever he thought the harlot wanted to hear. It would take weeks to sort out the sincere ones and even longer to find the useful ones.
The truth of her words was plain, and the Count slumped deeper into his throne. Uriel paced in front of the dais, her tail lashing across the floor, thinking out loud.
Collective punishment isn't working. The humans were already becoming inured to torture, and now they think they can accomplish something by resisting. There are far too many to interrogate each one fully in the time we have. They now resist enthrallment so strongly that when we barb them repeatedly, they go almost immediately from refusing to talk to saying whatever they think we want to hear.
Her thoughts were interrupted by one of the barons speaking up.
With all the chaos out there, we can't afford to lose a significant number of humans anyway. Who knows when we'd get fresh ones sent up?
Others began to whisper to each other, and murmuring filled the chamber. Uriel shook her head. Guruk-Tarkor's statement was correct but irrelevant. The key question was, where was the human resolve to deny them answers coming from? They were actively killing their own kind to deny the demons answers. She found it hard to believe they were just being perverse. What did it look like from the human's point of view? Information about weapons, needed urgently, could only mean the demons were fighting humans somewhere. With that thought, understanding dawned.
I see it now.
Uriel's voice rang out clearly and caught the attention of every demon in the throne room.
By asking such direct questions, we have acted as unwitting carriers of the disease of hope. Clearly, all humans are inherently prone to the insane belief that they can prevail against the forces of hell. It took hold on Earth and drove them to create magic weapons that seemed powerful enough to justify their belief. Now, thanks to our actions, it had taken hold here too. What is that antidote for hope?
She continued.
We know it well. Despair, the proper natural state of a human. But merely restoring despair is not enough, for apathy does not serve our purpose. We must corrupt their newly minted hope into selfish desires, harness it to drive the humans we want, and only the humans we want, to step forward.
Uriel paused for a moment to let her words sink in, and Yulupki took the opportunity to heckle.
Pretty speech, Gorgon. But just how do you propose to do that? You are no succubuses to manipulate the humans' emotions as at a whim.
I propose that we take the humans from one mine and have my Gorgons enthrall them all. We will convince them that they are recent arrivals from Earth and that the armies of hell are already marching triumphantly across the planet. But there are many fortified cities that will take long sieges to reduce. We must make it clear that the humans are doomed, but that it will take us many years and many demon lives to eliminate them all, unless we can strip them of their weapons. We will release these humans individually into the other mines. Finally, we will present the humans with a new false hope. Any human who gives us the information we seek will be released from bondage and held in quarters on the surface. We will promise that should their information prove correct, the next human city to attempt surrender will be spared and given to them to rule. If it proves useless, they will suffer the personal attentions of our best torturers and then eaten alive.
The whole court was stunned. Uriel's plan was so radical, so ambitious in its exploitation of the human mindset that they did not know what to make of it. Every head turned to look at the Count, looking for his cue on whether to treat this Gorgon as a genius or a lunatic. For a long moment, Belial's face remained impassive, unreadable. Then it broke into a vicious grin.
I find your suggestion most suitable, Uriel.
She inclined her head.
With my lord's permission.
Granted, all of you. Give her whatever she needs.
Uriel turned and fixed Yulupki with a predatory glare, which for a Gorgon meant a scaled face framed by no less than 24 spine-fringed tendril eyes staring blankly at her target. The Naga's will broke, and she hung her head, coiling around herself and folding her own tentacles behind her back in submission. Thus vindicated, Uriel swept out of the throne room, her wings fluttering impatiently while barking orders to the retinue now trailing behind her. Belial was still smiling. She regularly failed to give him due respect, and this display had been forwardness bordering on insubordination, but somehow he still enjoyed being reminded just why he kept that Gorgon around. The Phlegethon Bridge, Dysprosium Highway, Hell.
Well, it's not boiling blood.
Captain Keisha Stevenson looked at the scene through her electro-optics. It was one of almost pastoral beauty. The angry gray and red sky, the yellow-green river, the blackened red grass, the shining black demons on guard around the bridge. Thinking over the definition of pastoral beauty, she decided that she had an unexpected talent for irony.
Will you look at those mothers? Never seen anything like them before.
Baldy was using his gunner's sight to look at the scene.
Big, aren't they?
Big.
Stevenson spoke agreeably.
As big as the ones who started this whole mess off. That means they will take a battering before they go down. How many hits did that one outside Moscow take?
Most of a tank battalion, so I heard. But then they didn't know what we know now.
True. Okay, load heat.
Stevenson flipped over to her company command net.
All Alpha vehicles. We have some new baldricks ahead of us. They look like the warriors we've been whacking to date, but these ones are about 40 feet high. Force count is 9. One of their squads by the look of it. Alpha and Bravo platoons. We'll attack them, nothing elaborate. Straight at them, shooting as we go. Charlie section, keep your Bradleys here. Once we've cleared the big guys, you go straight over the bridge and lay that group of buildings to waste. Don't leave anything standing. Then, get back this side and we'll blow the bridge. Understood?
The acknowledgements came over the radio. Stevenson flipped back to her intra-vehicle comms.
Right, biker, take us down, and try and keep it smooth. We're a long way from home to be wasting ammo.
5,000 meters away, Sanskiwarlanaskim was bitterly annoyed at being told to guard a bridge. Perhaps guard was the wrong word. Control might be a bit closer. There were rumors that the humans were raiding into hell itself, their iron chariots ranging over Dysprosium, destroying everything they found. The stories were incomprehensible. The humans weren't trying to seize anything. They just came, destroyed, and left. The accounts had to be those of terrified refugees, some of a steadily increasing stream that were coming back from the settlements on Dysprosium. That was why his unit, a part of Satan's own private guard, were here on this bridge. The last thing His Infernal Majesty needed at this point was to have a load of cowardly refugees spreading their panic-stricken stories across hell. His orders were quite clear. Turn them back, and if they wouldn't go back, kill them.
Turn out the guard!
The cry jarred Sanskiwarlanaskim out of his reverie. He took an appalled look across the ground. There were 8 clouds of dust moving towards the bridge. For a brief second he thought they were more groups of refugees, but that didn't last for more than a second. At the foot of the cloud, moving terrifyingly fast, were the squat shapes of iron chariots, the odd rectangular shape on top already swinging in his direction. Then, another cloud of dust, an odd one like a ball in front of the chariot, and a red streak leaping out towards where the bridge guard was waiting. Sanskiwarlanaskim saw it hit one of the guardsmen square in the chest, rocking him back on his feet as an orange fireball erupted in front of him. This was unthinkable. His Infernal Majesty's own guard under attack? This was just not permitted. To disobey one of the guard, let alone attack them, was punishable by the most horrible death Satan could imagine. Sanskiwarlanaskim admitted to himself that Satan really did have a vivid imagination in such things. In the brief second that the reflection had taken, the stricken guardsman had dropped to his knees, purple blood pouring from the gaping hole burned deep into his chest. More fire lances struck around them, the ground erupting where they impacted. The humans were missing? The whispered rumors from the destruction of Abegor's army were that the human fire lances never missed. Or was that the seeker lances? Or both? Then, a burning, agonizing pain in his leg. Sanskiwarlanaskim looked down. The wound was a slight one, just a line slashed through his skin, but it burned as if he was in the lava pits of the depths. Then he understood. The wound was from a fire lance fragment, and the fragments were made of iron. Demons and iron didn't get along very well. That's why iron was forbidden in hell, another rule the humans were too treacherous to obey. The chariots had closed still further, so Sanskiwarlanaskim dropped to one knee and aimed his trident carefully. He could feel his body pouring magic into it, felt the energy surging through him and depositing in the shaft of the trident and boosting its power up higher. Then, when it could hold no more, he pushed the haft forward so that it made contact with the copper core of the weapon, and the magic discharged in a brilliant lightning bolt that left the 3 tines and streaked across to hit one of the iron chariots.
Wow, that's smart.
Stevenson had felt the electric shock in her seat. The tank's frontal armor was non-conductive, but enough power had leaked through to give the crew a bad shock.
You guys?
I thought the electric chair had been declared unconstitutional.
Krabs sounded aggrieved.
Fire control computer went down, Hooters. It's coming back up now. The tempest hardening worked fine.
Stevenson nodded to herself and flipped to the company net.
Anyone else cop a burst like that?
Bravo 3, ma'am. We took one as well. Lost the fire control and engine control computers for a second. Back up now, no apparent damage. These guys throw the big bolts.
Sure do, take them down.
There was another crash as her tank's main gun fired. The shot was wild, heading over the river to somewhere else.
All vehicles, slow right down and make aimed shots only.
In the guard post by the bridge, Sanskiwarlanaskim was trying to understand what was happening. The post itself had gone. Fire lances had hit it, and it had flown apart with the impact, dissolving in the red balls that marked the fire lance's anger. 6 of the guardsmen were down, their wounds bleeding purple and stained with copper. That was something else Sanskiwarlanaskim could not understand. How did a fire lance blast copper so deep into its victims? One thing Sanskiwarlanaskim did understand was that he too was dying. A fire lance had hit him low down in his stomach, and he could feel the burned tissue deep inside him. The copper was inside him as well. He could feel it grinding at his guts as it turned solid. Out front, the iron chariots had stopped and were standing off, firing their fire lances into the wreckage of the bridge. His sight dimming, Sanskiwarlanaskim saw another fire lance coming straight for him. He never got to see the explosion. 40 minutes later, the Phlegethon Bridge, Dysprosium Highway, Hell.
I didn't expect to see you here.
We got new engine filters and there's an experimental coating on the blades. We've lost a lot of performance, but we can fly. Just keep it slow and steady.
The Osprey pilot looked at his cargo being unloaded.
And don't overload the bird.
So we've got to stay here?
Stevenson's voice was disbelieving.
That's right. This is the new forward base. You should see Hell Alpha. There's work all over, even building a runway. Oh yes, Petraeus asked me to give you these.
Captain Mark Shepard reached into a pocket and gave Stevenson a small box, one that contained 2 gold oak leaves.
Congratulations, Major. The General asked me to reassure you that as soon as you're relieved here, you'll be going back to our world. I think he has a battalion waiting for you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to base before the engine seize up.
He looked fondly at the Osprey.
I surely do love this bird, though.
Overseer Barracks, Kubalathaka Drift Mine, Tartarus.
We are done here. Take it away. Bring me a fresh one.
The Overseer gave a sharp tug on the brass chain connected to the human's collar, jerking the still slightly dazed creature off its feet. Lakina Huknasi sighed. She had long since ceased to be amused by such petty cruelty, but the lesser demons never seemed to tire of it. Still, it might be uncreative, but every little torment contributed to keeping the humans bleeding out precious spiritual energy. Uriel's quotas were strict, though, and she wasn't going to let this simpleton make her miss it.
Now!
Lakina Huknasi hissed, baring her black poison tentacles at the Overseer, who grudgingly stopped kicking the fallen man and backed off. The human managed to regain its footing, only lightly gashed by the rocky floor, and was quickly dragged away. Within seconds, a new human was shoved into her niche. This one had skin the color of sulfur. After a few centuries in hell, it took a lot to scare a typical human, but Lakina Huknasi's stare was enough to reduce most to gibbering. It wasn't so much her bronze-scaled face or slitted golden pupils as the writhing cloud of black and red tentacles that surrounded her head, each tipped by 4 spines and a single unblinking eye. This particular specimen just kept whispering, "Yato no Kami, Yato no Kami," whatever that meant. 6 ought to do it, Lakina Huknasi thought, gauging the human's body mass. A pair of the red tentacles idly trained themselves on the prey, and with a wet, crackling noise, a flurry of spines leapt from their tips to embed themselves in the man's shoulders. He screamed and writhed, futilely seeking some means of escape. The venom worked quickly, however, and in less than a minute his struggles had subsided into docility. She shifted back on her haunches, considering what history to give this one.
What is your name?
Hijikata Katamori.
You lived in Tokyo. It held for many weeks, but it was eventually reduced by the legions of Meraphalizes.
No, I lived... Wait. The forces of Yomi assaulted Edo? What became of Shogun Iharu?
All the humans were slaughtered. Their defiance brought them only ruin. Their iron chariots killed many demons, but they could not save them in the end.
Iron chariots?
Asked Katamori.
That sounds impractical.
Lakina Huknasi slapped the human roughly across the face. Her claws left deep scratches on the man's cheek.
Listen carefully. You watched the fire throwers on the city walls kill many of our cavalry, but once they revealed themselves, they were destroyed by our flyers. You ran from the walls as they were scaled by our infantry. The lightning from their tridents cut down humans to your left, to your right, but you found shelter.
Katamori was nodding vaguely, beginning to get into the fantasy.
I hid behind an overturned cart. The lightning set it on fire.
You tried to hide, but it was hopeless.
We hid in the ruins, but they had magic that could track us unfailingly.
Katamori could see the scene vividly in his mind.
You were caught and executed.
They ate the children, as if they were delicacies. For a moment I thought I had been spared, but then flying beasts swooped down and set the whole city aflame. One passed over me and...
I was burned alive.
He sobbed. And that's enough of that, thought Lakina Huknasi. This one must be a peasant that he knows nothing of the iron chariots. Probably died in a house fire. No sense wasting more time on him. Now for the finishing touch. This time it was a black tentacle that loosed a pair of spines, which bored straight into the human's neck. Again the man reeled, trying to scream, but this time no sound would come. Uriel had discovered this particular technique and instructed all the Gorgons in its use. A moderate dose of poison delivered directly to the brain would scramble the human's memories just enough to imitate a fresh arrival, which were almost always slightly crazed. As a side benefit, it tended to hide the flaws in their stories. Lakina Huknasi's forked tongue flicked out and licked the traces of blood from her claws.
This one is done. Next.
Base camp, outer ring, 7th circle of hell. McElroy was running the hand crank on the universal charger when Kitten's voice penetrated his thoughts.
Corporal McElroy, are you there? May we speak now?
Sure thing, my dear.
McElroy smiled despite himself.
How have you been? Are they treating you okay?
I'm fine, and I've been treated very well.
Well, that's great to hear.
McElroy stopped charging and lifted the lid on the laptop. It was a military-grade device built to withstand just about anything you'd expect in a hostile environment. It booted to life quickly.
Shall we get down to business?
Yes, please.
McElroy went over his notes.
This appears to be a rural region of hell. Based on the information contained in the laptop here, it'd be extremely difficult to hook up with any of the current cells of the PFLH. I've observed no geographical features or landmarks that match anything described or photographed by those cells. I have been photographing my surroundings and attempting to map my location, though I never was much for computers.
Kitten was quiet for a moment.
Acknowledged. For your information, you are now the Hell's People's Liberation Front. Have you established a safe base of operations?
Affirmative. We've taken up residence in a cave which is deep in a forest. If the colors weren't all wrong, I'd say we were up in the Catskills or something. Looks like the divider between two circles.
I'm sorry, did you just say we?
Affirmative. I pulled 7 U.S. soldiers out of the river of lava. Well, they pulled themselves out. I blasted the baldricks trying to chuck them back in. As an aside, please pass my compliments along to whoever designed the rifle you guys gave me. This sucker will put a hole in a baldric the size of your head.
Kitten's tone was vaguely amused.
I'll be sure to do that, Corporal. They're asking for the names and service numbers of the personnel you freed. Could you get them for me?
Yep. One sec. Damn computers. Okay, here we go. First is Private First Class Arthur Devanzo. Service number...
And he rattled off the rest of the names before concluding.
We got one other fellow too, but he's Japanese and not exactly military.
Oh, I see.
A pause.
If you'll give us his name and as much personal information as you can, we'll try to locate his family.
Well, that might be a touch difficult. He's, been in hell for a while. He's a samurai, and from what he's told me, he's a warrior from the Ashikaga shogunate. And from what I can remember from my college history classes, that puts him anywhere from 500 to 700 years old.
Kitten was silent for a moment, then said,
Understood. So that makes 9 of you?
Correct.
The people here are curious. How is it that you knew the people you were rescuing were U.S. military?
McElroy laughed out loud.
I didn't. I just hung by the same stretch of river that I was in. It's like they're stacking us up like cordwood. The more recently you die, the further downriver you are. Or at least, that's what the baldricks in this particular region are doing. That's why I was surprised when Ori showed up. He told me that he'd been flailing around blindly in the river for a very long time. So I guess he managed to swim a good distance away from where he was put in.
And how are you communicating with him? Does one of you speak Japanese?
McElroy shook his head before realizing the idiocy of such emotion. This telepathy stuff sure did mess with your mind.
Nope, we just talk. He seems to understand us. When he talks, we understand him. It's like with the baldricks. When they speak, we understand what they're saying, right? But how could they tell, just from looking at us, what language to speak? There's something funky going on here, Kitten. I wish I could tell you more, but I'm just a Tennessee hillbilly at heart. I might have gone to college, but I got a liberal arts degree. For asshole's sake. Pardon my language.
McElroy could actually hear Kitten's laugh in his mind. It felt like someone had tickled his brain.
Well, another item on a long list of things we'll investigate.
All right, Kitten. I guess that brings us to our final item, resupply.
There was silence in McElroy's head, like someone had left the mic depressed by accident and was flooding the two-way with dead air. Finally, Kitten said,
You won't be being resupplied for at least 4 weeks.
You're shitting me.
McElroy would have kept the anger out of his tone, as well as any vulgarities were he speaking, but he couldn't conceal it within his mind.
4 weeks? How am I supposed to continue operations here? What's the holdup?
Me.
Kitten replied.
I'm the only one who can do this, and opening a portal causes me great pain, and I simply can't take supplying 7 separate cells all at once. I'm sorry, Corporal.
McElroy cringed.
Oh, Kitten, no, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. Please forgive me. It's real crappy of me to blame you. Look, we owe you everything. We all owe you everything, and nobody ever thought what it must be costing you. My daddy would wail the tar out of me if he knew what I just said. Please, accept my apology.
I accept, Corporal. I would have told you earlier, but, well, it shames me that I can't push myself harder to keep you all supplied. It's just, it hurts a great deal.
McElroy blinked back tears.
I won't hear none of that. We're all managing as best we can, and I cannot bear the thought of you suffering on my account. We'll get by just fine. And you tell the brass that I want my next allocated portal window to go unused, so that you might have a respite.
Thank you, Corporal.
McElroy could hear that Kitten was flattered.
But it is a matter of personal pride that I work as hard as I can. I've been able to see into hell for a long time. I know what goes on there. I want to do everything I can to end that evil.
Well, fair enough, Kitten.
So, as a final matter, what is your current armament?
Well, we got a mess of tridents from the Baldrics, all different designs. I photographed each, so you'll be able to study them in further detail later. Oh, when you do get a portal to us next, can you send a sword for Ori? He doesn't approve of guns. Talking of which, we got the 1 rifle. 20 total rounds left. 9 are reserved.
Reserved for what?
1 for each of us. If things go south, I'm not going back to that river. None of us are. We'll take our chances with Oblivion. Or Super Hell, if that's what's next.
Kitten was silent for a moment.
Understood, Corporal. I'll do my best to get you fresh supplies in 4 weeks' time. In the meantime, we'll continue with our scheduled briefings.
Acknowledged, Kitten. Thank you for everything. Be well. We'll speak next week.
Thank you, Corporal.
McElroy closed the lid of the laptop and sighed.
4 weeks, guys. Can't use the rifle anymore except in emergencies. Looks like we're going to be strictly recon for a while.
The others gathered around him in the cave groaned.
Look,
he continued.
They got this poor girl doing all this shit on her own. It damn near kills her when she opens a portal, even for a few seconds. I ain't gonna ask her to go through that. Are you? Look, it'll get better soon, I'm sure. If one person on Earth can do it, I'm sure others can. It'll just take time to find them and train them.
Got another one,
Private Tom Walsh said from the mouth of the cave. Holding the rifle in one hand and a charred human in the other, he and Corporal Juan Menendez dragged the half-sensate creature into the cavern and dumped it onto the floor. They were all used to this by now, and McElroy took point. He kneeled down next to the trembling figure and asked,
Name and rank?
Private Joanna Cassidy, USMC.
The figure croaked.
Huh, First Marine. Well, Private Cassidy, you're among humans, among friends. We're part of the resistance here in hell. You feel like kicking some baldric ass?
Cassidy opened her eyes, revealing half-formed, half-seeing blobs of pigment and ichor.
You bet your ass I do.
This was met with a chorus of approval by the assembled people, even Ori.
All right, Private,
McElroy continued.
Take a breather, grow back your skin.
He looked up.
Devanzo, grab a couple tridents. I knew there was a good reason to collect those things. I want to check out what's beyond the North Ridge.
Before he left, he set a rifle round aside with the other 9. Headquarters, Randi Institute of Pneumatology, the Pentagon, Arlington, Virginia.
I guess it'll be a relief dealing with normal people after having that sick freak around.
There was a stir of anger in the room. Kitten's boyfriend had started to get up, but she put her hand on his and stopped him. It was a gesture that did not go unnoticed by most of the people in the room. Martin Chestnut was one who didn't. He looked around smugly. The angry reaction to the insult aimed at Kitten amused and satisfied him. Another thing he didn't notice was 2 of the Special Forces troopers exchanging significant glances. They knew what Kitten had gone through to keep the link to the teams in hell open. Chestnut had just scheduled himself for an old military custom, a blanket party, at the first available opportunity. James Randi cast a very sharp look at Chestnut. He'd spent his life exposing frauds and imposters, and he was convinced Chestnut was one, although in what sense he wasn't quite sure yet. There was no doubt in Randy's mind that the man had skills, though. He'd made everybody in the room hate him. Randi had caught a whispered comment from a visiting Marine, Something about Chestnut being a candidate for wall-to-wall counseling. Still, business first.
We have to evaluate your ability to open a link before we can take this matter any further. We have several people now who can speak to various people in hell, but so far Kitten is the only person we have found who can sustain a link and open a portal. She's worked very hard for the last few weeks and she needs a break. So, we're going to try and open a portal to a team we have on the 7th Circle. They are desperately short of ammunition and need resupply urgently. So Kitten's going to talk to them and then we'll see if you can open a portal.
Just keep that pervert away from me.
The Marine and the Special Forces troopers exchanged glances. The blanket party attendants had just grown. On one of the seats, Kitten relaxed and opened her mind up.
Tucker, are you there? Can you speak?
Hey, Kitten. Sure can. We're having a rest. We've just got a new member here. Private Joanna Cassidy, USMC.
He rattled the serial number off.
She's in a bad way, but she'll mend. Physically, anyway.
Got her. Marine Private Cassidy, killed in a Humvee wreck about 6 months ago in Iraq.
The Marine had typed the number into a notepad and the answer was immediate.
Confirmed, Tucker. Now, we're going to try something. We've got another guy here who can contact Hell, so we're going to see if he can open a portal. If he can, we'll be able to get you some stuff. We have a sword for Ori, one he'll like, we think. It's called a katana. It's a gift from the Japanese government. A swordmaster over there made it from modern steel. We have more ammunition and some semtex for you.
That's fabulous, Kitten. Are you sure you're not going to get hurt for this?
Quite sure. I'm not going to hurt.
At the other end, Tucker noticed the satisfaction in her thoughts and wondered what was going on back there.
Link set up. Martin, please make the portal.
That's Mr. Chestnut to you.
He relaxed on the couch and had the wiring set up around him. Meanwhile, Kitten disconnected and isolated herself from the system. Behind the control bank, the operator started running the power up to portal threshold. Chestnut started writhing and moaning on the couch.
Shit, this hurts. You never told me it would hurt like this.
Then, the black ellipse started to form in the room, and Chestnut's wailing reached a new level. The sword was the first thing to get thrown through, followed by some packs of semtex and boxes of rifle ammunition. Then, the ellipse slammed down. Kitten grabbed her headset and pushed through a contact.
Tucker, did you get anything?
Yeah, thanks. The sword's here, and we got a box of ammo and 5 semtex. Guess your guy wasn't too hot, huh?
Very noisy. Bye, Tucker. Talk to you soon.
Bye, Kitten.
They got a little stuff. The sword, 5 kilos of semtex, and 250 rounds of ammunition.
Kitten relaxed a little.
And that's all anybody will get until you agree to my terms.
Chestnut had a predatory grin on his face.
What terms?
Randy spoke cautiously.
I want $1 million a year retainer, 100,000 bonus every time I have to open a portal up for you. You'll buy an apartment for me wherever I choose to live, and I want a Ferrari. I'll tell you which kind later.
That all?
Randy was beginning to lose his temper.
No, but I'll add the rest later. You might as well agree now, though. You haven't got any choice.
Actually, we do.
The voice from the door was contralto and silky. For those who knew the general, this meant trouble was coming for somebody. Nobody had ever heard her swear. She'd never had to.
We have 3 more candidates coming in today. An Indian and a Chinese lady and a Chinese man. All have passed the initial tests you laid down, James. They're looking very good. The Indian lady speaks very good English, so I'm told. She worked in a bank customer service center before she went mad.
The general was staring at Chestnut expressionlessly. It occurred to Randy that the lack of feeling was more terrifying than any display of dislike could have been.
General Shatton, a useful recruit this one, for the field test?
Yes, indeed, ma'am. Now, Mr. Chestnut.
Shatton loaded the mister with irony.
Here's our counteroffer. We give you a nice green suit with a red-brown one for workwear. We will pay you $1,245.90 per month before deductions. We'll also provide you with a comfortable pair of boots for walking around in. They may even fit. We'll even feed you and give you a bed to sleep in.
Forget it. No way.
You don't have any choice, Private Chestnut. You're in the Army now. We have reinstated the draft, you know.
Shatton's voice was richly amused by the sudden change on the man's face.
You can't make me do the portal thing, or anything else, and I won't. Not unless I get my money.
It's sir to you. No, we can't, but I must advise you that you're being assigned to a field test program. We know that sensitives can contact Hell, but what happens if we put a sensitive in Hell and try to contact out? We need to know that, but Kitten was much, much too valuable to use that way. Still is. But you're not. So we're assigning you to Camp Hell Alpha, and you'll stay there until the program is complete. Of course, if you don't cooperate, that may take a very long time. You two...
Shatton gestured at the two Special Forces men.
Take Private Chestnut away and show him how the Army works.
It'll be a pleasure, sir.
I thought it might be.
The two Special Forces men led Chestnut out and closed the door behind them. A few seconds later, there was a muffled thud, and the door shook, followed by an apologetic, "Oops." The Marine in the room suddenly developed a satisfied expression in his face. Major General Asani had sat down beside Kitten.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you, ma'am.
Good. I have some news for you. If our 3 new recruits work out a bit better than better than Private Chestnut did, you'll get some leave soon. My Learjet is waiting to take you to Bangkok for your operation. As I promised, my government will pay the account. Until then, I'd like you to meet somebody, one who has already been through the procedure. She'll tell you what to expect and how to do things afterwards. She's waiting outside. As soon as you're done here, you two can get together.
Deep Tunnel Stygia, the Slime Pit, Shaft 14, Slocum Mine, Tartarus. Captain James Shanklin stood knee-deep in the stagnant water, listlessly hacking away at an exposed copper vein. It had been something like a century now that he'd been in this literally God-forsaken place, give or take a decade. It was all so unfair. Hadn't he died for king and country like you were supposed to? He'd gone to church, mostly. He'd been a faithful husband, almost. There had been that one time, a year before the German shell ended his life, just after that fresh-faced young private had joined the squad. In the earthly hell of the Somme, they all thought they had only weeks to live. Surely God could forgive a man for seeking whatever companionship and release he could under such conditions. It would seem that God could not. James dimly recalled spending decades in an empty wasteland scoured by a constant terrible storm, wandering without ever finding rest or shelter. Then he was brought here, seemingly to mine copper for all eternity. The last few months had been particularly intolerable. He was sure that other prisoners were stealing ore from his crates when he wasn't looking, because he'd been sentenced to work in the slime pit almost every week. Worst of all, the pointless riots meant that all the humans were now kept chained up at all times. The corroded bronze manacle had already rubbed his ankle raw. The formerly lax demon supervisors seemed to have found a new motivation for their calling, as they were more eager than ever to apply their whips. The rumors had been going around the mine since the demons had first questioned them about human weapons. At first there was nothing but a welter of speculation, but as of late they had taken a decidedly grim turn. New workers were arriving, fresh from Earth and bringing tales of their homes falling to an irresistible demonic onslaught. City after city was apparently being raped, pillaged, and burned by the fiendish legions. Some refused to believe, harping on about inconsistencies in the stories, but James knew they were just grasping at straws. He had seen what being in the midst of brutal slaughter could do to the mind firsthand, at Flanders and Neuve-Chapelle. If anything, the confused ranting of the new arrivals only confirmed the horror of what they had witnessed. In his mind, all of humanity was clearly doomed to suffer, individually and collectively. Into this uniformly depressing picture had come an unexpected ray of hope. At the start of this shift, they had been assembled in the loading area again, and Medusa had a different message for them. Reading from a slate chalked with strange runes, she had implored the workers to reveal the location of the human arsenals. Only then would the demons be able to spare the remaining cities from total destruction. Any human who helped make this possible would be rewarded with dominion over one of the surviving settlements, to rule it in Satan's name for the rest of time. For Captain Shanklin, the struggle with his conscience had been a brief one. He had been loyal to the king, and the Empire had sent him to a fair approximation of this place, rendered in stinking trenches and screaming shell fire, only to throw away his life fighting over a patch of worthless French mud. He had been faithful, and his God had abandoned him. Even in this place, his fellow men seemed to wish him only further suffering. No, he no longer gave his loyalty to anyone but himself. James resolved to grasp this chance. He was already in hell. He could hardly damn himself a second time by supping with the devil. Besides, if the people of Sheffield saw sense and surrendered, perhaps he would be able to save his home from total destruction. What more noble deed could be expected of him? A dull pounding echoed down the tunnel, muffled by the standing water. An overseer was coming. At regular intervals, the hoofbeats paused and were replaced by screams as another miner was given a taste of the barbed whip. The pounding became splashing as the demon approached. James's hands began to tremble as he waited for it to reach him. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he prepared to betray everything he had ever known. At last, the monstrous creature came into sight. The demon seemed to combine the worst features of a gorilla and a goat into a vast, brutish humanoid. The sight of the human's motionless pick had just registered on its face, and it began to raise its great spiked lash.
"Wait!"
shouted Captain Shanklin.
"I can help! I can tell you where all the Empire's steel comes from. I can lead you to the forges that make Britannia's great guns and railways."
The demon paused with whip raised, uncomprehending. James shouted desperately.
"The weapons that are giving your armies pause. The metal they are made from, you call it enchanted iron. I can show you where most of it is made."
For a moment it looked like the demon would ignore him, but then it slowly lowered its whip and reached into the water. The chains confining the humans had no locks. If the demons were capable of such craftwork, they did not waste it on lowly human prisoners. Instead, there was simply an unwelded bronze link too thick for a human to bend, but which the overseer's supernatural strength could easily open and close. The demon's clawed hands emerged holding the end of the chain, with which it yanked the human forwards.
"Come!"
James has no choice but to follow the brute up through the winding tunnels towards the main shaft, the chain pulling him roughly to his feet when he tripped and fell.
"I hope you're lying, little human, because I'd love to make a feast of your entrails."
They turned off the main tunnel into an area James had never entered before. It seemed to be a kind of office, well lit with numerous torches and filled with carved stone tables and stools. Slates filled with chalked runes lay on the tables and hung from the walls, along with thin fired clay tablets covered in more runes. His eyes only had seconds to take this in before Medusa entered the room, her snake hair writhing gently. James averted his gaze as quickly as possible, falling to his knees in the manner he'd seen the lesser demons use during the rare visits of the senior overseer.
"This one claims to know where the humans make their enchanted iron."
Lakina Huknasi stared at the wretched human cowering before her. Its form was still dripping with rank water. She hoped this one had something useful. Uriel had gambled a lot on this wild scheme, and if it failed, she would undoubtedly ensure her handmaidens suffered with her. Lakina Huknasi aimed a tentacle at the human and shot a single enthrallment dart into the man's shoulder, enough to make it difficult for him to lie to her without robbing him of his wits. He reeled, shook his head, and then tried to look at her out of the corner of his eye in that annoying manner humans seemed to have. Lakina Huknasi smiled at him, unaware that her fangs made the gesture more threatening than reassuring.
"So you have something to tell me, yes?"
Throne room, palace of Satan, city of Dis, hell. Satan had thrown some temper tantrums in his time, but this one exceeded any those present could easily remember. Most of the Orc domestic staff had died one way or another, and the only reason why the massacre had stopped there was that Satan had run out of energy. While his magic built up again, he contented himself with screaming abuse at the gathered nobles. Eventually, even that led to an exhausted silence. He looked around at the stunned nobility, his eyes flickering from one to the next, trying to catch even the slightest whiff of treason.
"How many members of my guard were killed?" "9, sire." "And you claim the humans did this?"
There was a sly inflection on the "you" claim.
"They did, sire. They were seen by a greater herald that flew not far away. He saw the iron chariots killing them."
That was a trump call. Satan wouldn't argue with testimony from one of his own greater heralds.
"And after the battle, they crossed over the bridge and destroyed the camp the other side of the Phlegathon. Then they retreated back to their side of the river, where a flying chariot joined them."
Satan screamed again, and a lightning bolt struck down the speaker where he stood.
"Their side of the river? Who else thinks such treason?"
His eyes ran around the room, seeking for treason again, or an excuse to kill. There wasn't much difference, really.
"The humans are still at the Dysprosium Bridge?"
"They are."
Beelzebub spoke carefully.
"But they destroyed it. The Phlegathon is unbridged there now."
"Then destroy them. Take your legions, all of them, and destroy them. Belial, is your plan ready to carry out, or will you be seeing your furnaces from the inside?"
We are ready, Your Majesty. We have the information we need, and the chorus is set up.
And I can only hope that's true, Belial thought. It wasn't when I left 2 days ago, and when I get back, I'll have little time left.
Then you will time your attack to match Beelzebub's assault on the human army. How soon can you move your army?
Beelzebub cast an eye at Belial and thought carefully.
4 days, Your Majesty.
Then that gives you 2 more days than I promised Belial. Use them well.
Behind the scene, Dumos watched carefully, absorbing every nuance, every undercurrent in the great room. And through her mind kept running the phrase, "The humans cannot lose." Then the audience was disturbed by a greater herald who stumbled in, exhausted from a too rapid flight.
Your Majesty, terrible news. Asmodeus is dead.
On the shore of the Styx River, 5th ring, Hell.
Are you sure this is going to work?
Lieutenant deceased, Jade Kim was concerned. This was by far the most ambitious scheme she and the Special Forces H-Team assigned to her had attempted. It was taking up a frightening amount of resources, all their semtechs, their claymores, and their concentrated strength. More than 20 humans, 6 deceased, 14 living, and a small group of deceased spectators. Hell was going to hell, Kim thought. They'd be having embedded reporters here next. Beside her, Lieutenant Rollings watched the bottleneck in the road below. The ambush had been very carefully set up, and additional troops brought in to pull it off. The problem was, the plan depended upon the Baldrics keeping to their usual, predictable selves. Faced with a problem, they invariably responded the same way, presumably the one that had been tested and proved successful over more years than humans could comfortably contemplate. If they continued to work that way, then this ambush would also work. If they didn't, then the team here would be seriously weakened. There was a backup plan for that, if necessary. The whole group would bail out through a portal. The living humans would stay back on Earth, while the deceased would quickly reinsert into another region of Hell to join one of the new groups that had started up. The strategy had been in operation ever since the Baldric forces had started their campaign to suppress the PFLH. They'd begun their encampments around a massive fortification near the now severed bridge over the Styx. They'd started building them in a checkerboard fashion, each one within sight of the next, moving slowly forward as the lines of outposts were complete. The Baldric commander didn't seem to be short of troops, that was for certain, and his strategy was quite obvious. To slowly shrink the ground the PFLH had to maneuver in until they were forced to fight in a static battle against overwhelming odds. It was a familiar strategy, one that had been used against guerrilla forces since the days of Caesar's battles in Gaul, and probably for a long time before that. Still, Rollings had been taught his trade well and knew how to handle this particular problem. After all, the U.S. Army had been taught that particular lesson in the jungles of Vietnam by some real experts in guerrilla warfare. Idly, he wondered just where the dead Viet Cong were. They'd make excellent recruits for this particular war. The dance had started with attacks on the leading edge of the outpost line. When one row was completed, somewhere the next row had to start with a unit being pushed forward. That unit, 9 Baldrics strong, had been ambushed and wiped out. There was no doubt about it. The M107 rifles were a murderously effective tool when used right, and they could cut down the Baldrics from ranges that the demons couldn't easily grasp. After losing the first couple of advance units, they'd tried pushing several forward at once. A rapid-fire series of assaults had been done for them as well. As the Baldric casualties had mounted, fighting an enemy they couldn't see or touch, their morale must have started to plummet because they were showing less and less desire to be moving forward. Well, that had led to the next stage. The Baldric commander had started to push bigger units forward, a full 81 Baldric company rather than the 9 Baldric squad. Interesting that, Rollings thought, they jumped the 27 Baldric platoon completely. That might be a measure of the morale problem down there, or perhaps a shortage of junior leaders. Armies that had problems with their NCO numbers frequently dropped the platoon as an effective combat element and treated it as a training ground for company-level NCOs. The Baldrics had pushed a full company out to secure the basis for their next row of outposts. They'd expected that unit to be attacked, and the PFLH had obliged them. They'd taken out the 2 outposts behind it, isolating it from aid, and then laid siege. Of course, the Baldrics had done what every army did in such circumstances, and sent in a relief force, in this case, 2 more full companies. They'd learned the lesson the U.S. Army had learned about very quickly. The relief force had itself been ambushed. It had been swamped by a hail of rifle and rocket fire that had driven it back in disarray. That battle had cost the Special Forces the life of one of its troopers, fried by a lightning bolt. He'd been too keen. He'd kept firing from the same position rather than changing after every shot. He was doubtless somewhere out here, trying to escape and rejoin the fight as a trooper, deceased. If he could be located, they'd rescue him. Demon were working on that. By the time the battle was over, a couple more of the Special Forces people had been wounded, and the team had to be replaced. That was where Rawlings and his group had come in. With their first rescue column mauled and repulsed, the Baldrics had thrown in a bigger one, probably the rest of the battalion, almost 500 strong. It had been led by a major demon, a huge creature who had been carefully photographed and the images sent back to Demon. They'd identified him as Asmodeus, one of the great dukes down here. They'd added that it was the custom for senior leaders to lead in person at a critical point in a battle, and that had been interesting from several points of view. Not least of which was the fact that the Baldrics obviously considered this engagement a critical one. He'd lead the relief force. The PFLH had refrained from engaging it, and the outpost garrison had then been relieved. That had set the style for the next period of fighting. The PFLH would besiege an outpost, inflicting casualties on it but not taking it. If a smaller relief column set out, it would be ambushed, and its mauled remains sent scurrying back with its tail between its legs. But if Asmodeus himself led the force, it would be left unattacked. For the last couple of sieges, the Baldric commander had dispensed with the small relief column and led a full battalion himself, obviously convinced that his presence deterred any further attack. So, the battlefield had been shaped and the blow set up. The Baldrics were indeed predictable. It was easy to determine where their future outposts would be. If they had such things as checklists, Rawlings could have written one for them, and they wouldn't have known the difference between his and their own. He'd been able to choose his ground carefully, the place where he would attack his outpost, and the place where he would ambush the relief column. This time, the presence of Asmodeus would be the reason for the attack, not one to pull back.
There they are, Broomstick.
The column was approaching, a way off yet, but still visible, a shining black mass against the gray-green slime of the fifth circle.
And the tall fellow is leading them again.
What's that above them?
Kim spoke urgently, her binoculars traversing the scene.
Damn, harpies! That's a new wrinkle. They smarten up faster than we thought. They're staying close in, though. They still don't understand how far away we can reach. 9 of them?
9, Chris. Confirm they're close in.
Her radio blipped and she listened briefly.
3 of my people back at Outpost 11-1 have taken a few more shots, but the Baldrics there have learned as well. They're keeping their heads down. Those that still have a head, that is.
Over the last few weeks, Kim and her team had pulled a dozen or so people out of the mud. 9 had been more or less useless, civilians, ancient, modern, and in between, without any useful skills, and she had sent those to rehab. 3 had been soldiers, 2 modern U.S. Army people. One of them had been killed in Vietnam, another in Operation Desert Storm. They'd taken little in the way of instruction and had checked out on the M107 and M114 fast. The third had been a French poilu who died at Verdun. He'd taken a bit more training, but his attitude to the battle had been an inspiration. His constant muttering of, "They shall not pass," and his assertion that hell was an improvement on the mud and slime of Verdun had become unit legends. Rawlings watched the column enter the killing ground he had chosen. The tall fellow was leading on a giant rhino lobster, by far the biggest that had ever been seen, right at the head of his troops where good demonic practice said he should be. Rawlings judged his moment carefully and twisted the first of his detonators. The explosive pattern was the same one that Kim had used weeks earlier to kill her first Baldric rider, an X shape of claymores. But this time, the X had 6 of the directional mines in each of its arms, saturating the entire head of the column with the clouds of pre-shaped metal fragments. Rawlings didn't stop to admire his handiwork. There was too much to be done. He twisted the second detonator, setting off the huge Semtex charge that was directly underneath Asmodeus. Over 1,000 pounds of the Czech high explosive was buried there, covered with rocks for fragmentation, but it was the sheer blast that Rawlings was relying on. The explosion had the striking power of an 8,000-pound aerial bomb, and the explosive blocks had been laid in a dish shape to focus that blast upwards. Asmodeus disappeared in the rolling orange ball of fire and smoke, even as his troops were scythed down by the claymores. Above the column, the harpies were flung around by the huge blast, tumbled in mid-air, left stunned and disorientated. Several had been hit by flying rocks and dropped to the ground. Others on the rim of the blast pattern started scanning the ground, trying to pick up the authors of the devastating blow. Even as they did so, one burst into flame as a .50 caliber slap round from an M107 ruptured his body, and his acid blood set his tissues on fire. Two of the harpies were luckier. They had been on a far swing, away from the site of the devastating concussion, and they spotted two humans on the ground, firing at the baldricks around the blast site, and so absorbed with that, they simply didn't notice the threat looming above them. The harpies dived on them, grabbing them with their claws, rending their flesh from their bodies, their calls of triumph blending with the screams of the dying humans. One of the Special Forces heavy weapons team saw the attack and swung his .50 caliber Browning machine gun onto the scene, chopping both harpies out of the sky, too late to save their victims. The machine gunner noted that grimly and made it his duty to get the rest of the harpies before they could do any more harm. On the ground, the smoke was clearing, revealing the huge crater where the head of the relief column had been. The mud had been blasted away down to bedrock. Figures of baldricks were scattered around, but of the great rhino lobster there was no sign. It must have been part of the horrible tangle of eviscerated body parts that strewed the area. Rowling surveyed the area intently, but it was Kim who spotted Asmodeus first. He'd been shielded partially by the rhino lobster he had been riding, but he had been thrown hundreds of feet, and the lower part of his body was hideously mangled. She shouldered her M107 and took careful aim through the telescopic sight, putting round after round into the Great Duke's head. Asmodeus was still moving, trying to drag himself along by his hands, trying to get away from the blows that were destroying him. He felt his strength fading. Then there was another blast, and his struggle ended. Kim saw the great body cease moving and watched as two rockets plowed into it, ending the work of destruction. She saw the rest of the column looking at the scene in appalled silence as the stunning realization that a great Duke of Hell had just died sank in. For a moment, everything on the battlefield was still, an eerie silence with neither humans nor baldricks firing. Then it was broken by the hammer of the .50 caliber machine gun as it started to rake the survivors. That did it. The baldricks broke and ran.
Sorry about your men, Chris. We'll watch out for them. If Kitten can find them, we'll get them out for you.
Thanks, Broomstick. We'd better get out of here. Those harpies were a nasty surprise. We want to be a long way away before the baldricks get their act together and come hunting.
Throne room of the adamant fastness, Tartaruan range, outer rim of hell.
There had better be good news.
Belial had days on Wyvernback to absorb the news of the death of Asmodeus, and there was no upside to that story. One of the greatest dukes of hell was dead, killed by humans. If they could kill him, they could kill anybody. They could even kill. Belial stopped himself. If Satan detected that thought, Belial's end would be horrible beyond contemplation.
We must avenge Asmodeus.
Please tell the court what you told me about the forges of Sheffield.
Lakina Huknazi asked, as sweetly as she could manage following the stunning news of the death of the Great Duke. Her mind was also calculating, if the humans could kill the Great Dukes, then they had to be stopped before they won this war. And if they couldn't be stopped, wasn't it time she... Captain Shanklin was shaking with fear at the sight of the vast ornate room filled with huge armored demons. Their stares seemed to bore straight into his mind, rendering any notion of backing out now ludicrous.
Well, my lords and ladies, you see, all our guns, all our shells are made of steel. You call it enchanted iron. Not that that's a bad thing to call it, of course, since it just be iron with some special additives.
This caused a minor stir in the court. One of the great armored demons spoke.
Human, do you know the secret of this alchemy? Could you transform plain molten iron into the enchanted iron?
James gulped.
Perhaps, my lord, it being the case that I was a foreman at the Bessemer Works before the Great War. I would have to see your furnaces.
As his words trailed off, the great antlered demon on the throne spoke in a thundering voice.
I am sure that Baron Trajakrithoth's question was purely hypothetical. Our Lord Satan has decreed that hell does not need iron, and that no demon shall attempt to make weapons from it. Our furnaces smelt bronze, brass, copper, silver, and gold, no iron.
Those words did not seem to be directed at the human, but the next ones were.
Now what of this Sheffield? It has many furnaces, many forges.
Aye, the city of Sheffield makes more steel than anywhere else in the Empire. The best steel, too, and many things from that steel, cast and machined.
Despite all that he'd been through, there was still a hint of pride in Shanklin's voice. The Demon Lord was clearly pleased, and James sagged with relief.
Excellent. Now where can I find this city of steel?
Why, in Yorkshire, centre of the British Isles, my lord. Look 60 miles north from Birmingham, or 30 miles west from Manchester, or even 20 miles south from Leeds.
Belial's expression did not show any hint of recognition at the names of the various British cities, but the rough triangulation seemed to satisfy him for now.
Very good. Now, Jamis Hankel.
The Count waved his hand dismissively, which Lakina Huknasi took as a command to lead the human away.
You said you had another traitor. I mean informant Urial? One who knows of the iron chariots?
Yes, my lord.
The Gorgon Queen turned to address another of her retinue.
Present your new friend Mega Erahol Rakni.
The second handmaiden stepped forward, her clawed hand keeping a tight grip on the shoulder of a short, bald human. The man swayed unsteadily. Mega Erahol Rakni had dosed him heavily with her poison, not wanting to risk him having a last-minute change of heart. She whispered into his ear.
These men are very interested in your tanks. Please tell them what Detroit can offer them.
Bob Reed recited his pitch by rote.
Well, sirs, if it's quality you're looking for, Detroit has the finest workforce and the most modern production lines in the world. No need to worry about capacity either. We built 20,000 tanks for Uncle Sam in WW2. Don't let the guys from Chrysler fool you with our boys fighting the gooks in Korea. Their lines are tied up turning out M47s for the feds. It stands to reason, if you've got a big order, GM are the logical choice. We can get a plant switched over for you in...
The demons were throwing baffled glances at each other. Could this Uncle Sam really afford 3 legions worth of chariots for his troops? More likely the human was inflating the figure to impress. Tank seemed to mean iron chariot, but what was an M47? Their lord seemed annoyed, and that never bode well for the source of the annoyance.
Enough! Human, you were asked a simple question. Is this Detroit a major source of weapons for the human resistance?
Belial's tone oozed with the promise of horrible consequences should this question not be answered promptly. Now it was Bob's chance to be confused. His eyes remained unfocused as he continued.
Why, haven't you heard? Detroit is the arsenal of democracy. FDR said so himself.
Belial couldn't resist taking over.
So Detroit makes all the chariots for the state of democracy, which is ruled by Uncle Sam and populated by feds, and your great general FDR is leading your armies against us, the ones you call the gooks?
Bob was saved solely by his loyalty to Selfridge's mantra, the customer is always right.
Well, yeah, I suppose you could put it like that.
The tension was over now that Belial had made sense of it for them. The barons abandoned the hard task of trying to comprehend the insane humans and slipped back into familiar territory, a flattery competition.
Excellent deduction,
Masterful
my lord.
interrogation, Count Belial.
Belial allowed this to continue for a few more seconds before silencing the court with a chopping gesture.
You have pleased me.
There was a slight pause as the Count pulled the name from the man's mind.
Bob Reed.
He turned to one of his ubiquitous minor demon servants.
Take them both to the guest rooms. See to their needs until I require them again.
The 2 humans were led away.
Excellent. Urial, you have surpassed my expectations. We now have the location of the 2 most critical arsenals supporting the human resistance. Once they are destroyed, the human armies will find their reinforcements either severely diminished in number or lacking the enchanted weapons that allow them to challenge us.
Belial had been concerned that the intelligence would be dangerously out of date. The constant stream of unpleasant surprises since the heralds had first arrived on Earth had driven home how much the humans had changed since the demons last visited Earth in strength. But the first informant had been dead less than 2 human lifetimes, the second barely 1. Save total destruction by war, great cities could not change significantly in a mere handful of decades. Urial half spread her wings, holding the leathery membranes low in folds that touched the ground, and lowered her head. It was a gesture that implied respect and submission without the admission of inferiority that the more usual forms of groveling involved.
I am most glad that my humble efforts please my lord,
she said with only the slightest hint of sarcasm. I really shouldn't let her get away with that, Belial thought, but I suppose just this once she's earned it. The Gorgon continued.
There were a few other traitors who I thought might be of use to you. They did not seem to know where the enchanted weapons were produced like these two, but they did claim to know how to make them.
Belial looked thoughtful for a moment before shaking his head.
Move them to the palace. Keep them isolated and under guard. Perhaps they can be of use to Tragicrithoth. Perhaps they are best used as wyvern feed, but that can wait. We have only 3 days left to meet Satan's deadline.
Actually, it was 5, but he had already decided to keep the 2 extra days in hand as his last reserve. His gaze shifted to the serpentine form of the leader of the Tartaruan Naga. She looked distinctly uncomfortable, her tentacles twitching and her coils shifting irritably on the flagstones.
Baroness Ulupki, your Naga are ready, of course?
My lord, the Coruscant will have no difficulty with the First portal.
Belial frowned.
And the second?
It is not my fault, my lord. The additional Nahaga I was promisicized. Only a quarter of them have arrived. From the rate that they are arriving, 3 days hence we shall still have barely a third.
Belial slammed his fist down on the arm of his throne hard enough to crack the stone. Nearly every demon in the hall startled at the noise, excepting the court mason, who merely sighed at the thought of having to carve yet another throne.
Naturally, the dukes seek to sabotage me, claiming honestly that they sent Naga while knowing all the time they will not arrive quickly enough to do any good. But I shall not be denied,
he thundered. The Count pointed at Hipparchus, the leader of his meager flock of harpies.
You will take every demon that can fly, and you will search out the witches we were promised. Then you will take every wyvern we have, snatch up the Naga, and fly them directly to Okthura Yal-Jaknath.
Of course, my lord.
The harpy bowed low, wings spreading on the floor, then ran from the throne room. Ulupki writhed.
My lord, without time to harmonicize the Coruscant, we rissisisk.
Belial smashed his fist down again, this time hard enough to spall splinters of adamantine from the side of the throne.
No excuses. Why are you still here? Take your Naga up to the first portal site immediately and make ready to open it up.
Ulupki bowed, whirled around, and slithered away through the great bronze doors. Uriel didn't even bother to hide her smirk.
And you, Tragicrithoth?
Belial continued.
Tell me you have the shrines ready.
The Baron charged with running the main forges and workshops was a huge demon with streaky brown fur, little of which was visible under his massive bronze armor, and a voice like a stone grinder.
Almost, my lord. The shrines on Okthura Jorkastraquar are complete. I am allowing my demons no breaks, no respite. The shrines on Okthura Yal-Jaknath will be completed within 2 days.
Belial sat back contentedly, but the Forge Master had not finished.
I must warn you, though, between making the shrine rods and the rebelliousness of the humans, trident production has been completely disrupted.
Baron Guruk Tarkor cut in.
Stocks of refined copper and tin are running low, sire. Half of our smelting furnaces are out of operation. Plenty of ore in the silos, sire, but output from the mines is also down to less than half.
The Baron was small and runtish for a demon of his station, speaking in a voice reminiscent of a squealing boar. Most of the court found him intolerable, but Belial found his talent for keeping track of the minutiae of Tartaruan industry useful.
Uriel's manipulations have stopped the rioting, but we need more workers, sire, demon and human.
You shall get them. Already messengers have arrived from Beelzebub, Merihem, and Gressel, demanding our best tridents to equip the legions they are mobilizing. I expect there will be more shortly. I have demanded 12 humans and 1 lesser demon per crate. They will have no choice but to pay the tribute, unless they would rather leave their legions helpless against the humans and their majory.
If I could make a request, my lord?
The Count tilted his head, inviting Uriel to continue.
I have some ideas on how to improve the humans' enthusiasm for their work, but I will require some females. A few dozen should do to start with.
Belial snorted, a reaction shared by most of the demons present. Tartarus had always levied male humans in return for its wares, as both sexes were equally useful to the torturers, but males were obviously far superior manual laborers. There was only one thing Uriel could want the females for, and Belial didn't like that notion at all.
Have you forgotten that we still need the psychic energy of the humans? It hardly matters if we produce a few more tridents, if my serfs are rebelling because your pampered humans no longer give up enough energy.
My lord, I am confident that will not be the case. You see, recent events have shown how acclimatized to their condition the humans had become. When a human has nothing left to lose, the quality of anguish we can inflict is limited. For a few decades they rage and hate, but then their minds decay into apathy. By mixing in a little pleasure with their pain, by giving them something to lose again, I will heighten their suffering and inject fresh desperation even as they toil ever harder in your service.
Again Uriel had caught the attention of the whole court, and they were nodding in appreciation of her logic. She does have a talent for speeches, thought Belial. I will have to find a way to make use of that.
Very well. I shall permit you to continue your games as soon as Sheffield and Detroit have been reduced to glowing slag.
Belial settled back in his damaged throne with a question left unanswered. Why did the humans refer to demons as gooks? The Hellmouth, Marshall Plane of Dysprosium.
Let's have any head you have on board.
The voice from outside the tank combined urgency and boredom.
Would you care to repeat that, soldier?
Major Stevenson peered over the edge of her turret. She and her combat group had been waiting in the traffic jam by the Hellmouth for nearly 4 hours, and she wasn't in the mood for any insubordination. Besides, she was hot, tired, and sticky from being inside a tank too long, and chewing out a subordinate would be welcome relief. As the thought crossed her mind, she decided she'd probably been in hell too long.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but it's orders. All outgoing armor is to unload any head ammunition on board for reissue. It's in short supply, and the units up on the Phlegathon are going to need it.
Head? You mean heat?
No, ma'am. High explosive anti-demon. New round, just started getting the first shipments. Got an iron liner instead of copper. Baldrics surely do hate iron. If you got any, ma'am, we'll unload it for you.
The sergeant had noted the battered vehicles, and suddenly decided that these units had been in hell a lot longer than he had, and messing with this major might be a very bad idea, especially if the scuttlebutt about a battle brewing was true.
Okay, Sergeant, we've none of that on board. Any idea how long we'll be hung up for? I kinda hanker to see a blue sky again.
Dunno, ma'am, and that's the honest truth. There's stuff pouring in all the time. The Russians have been coming in all morning, and we had an Israeli armored division before that, and I'm told there's a European armored division behind them. And then there's the aircraft the brass are towing in. There's more of our boys unloading down south, or their equipment is. Guys themselves being flown in. Look over there, ma'am.
Over there was the road leading through the Hellmouth. The stream of Russian armor had stopped for a few minutes, their place taken by aircraft tractors, each one towing what looked like an A-10. Only they were now painted red-gray, and they had a mushroom-shaped filter over the engine intakes. Stevenson lifted her mask slightly and took a cautious sniff of the air. It was a lot cleaner here than further into hell. Presumably there was some gas exchange through the Hellmouth, but there was a new smell as well. One that achingly reminded Stevenson of home in Bayonne, the smell of tar and oil refineries.
A blacktop road in hell. Who'da thunk it?
Engineers all over, ma'am. You should see the roads they're building down from the north and up from the ports in the south. And the airfields, they're sprouting like weeds after a thunderstorm. Some of the fighter jocks flew their birds through the mouth, but brass put a stop to it. Too risky, they said. Look, ma'am, keep your engines running. I'll get my boys to make a hole for you. Slide you out as fast as we can.
The sergeant did his best, but it still took more than an hour to get Stevenson's unit out. Finally, they managed it, sliding her out between the end of the A-10 unit and the start of a Hungarian Su-25 outfit. But the military police managed it, and once again, there was the silent, undramatic transition as the cloudy red and gray overcast of hell was replaced by the clear blue of the Earth sky. Just looking at it made Stevenson very happy. Ahead of them, a traffic direction private waved them off the road into a vast parking lot, full of Bradleys, Abrams, and Paladins, plus all the other vehicles that made up the order of battle of an armored division. Stevenson recognized the markings. They were all first armored. When his Bradley came to a halt, Major Warhol stretched and dropped out of the back, leaving the cramped compartment that had been his home for over a week. Some of his staff from the field operation of Demon were waiting, and he got the customary backslapping greeting. Behind them, the long cavalcade of vehicles had started moving again, the great Russian Zil and Maz trucks being followed by the first of the European Leopard 2 tanks. Warhol gestured at the convoys that stretched, nose to tail as far as he could see.
Well, if there wasn't a peak oil problem before, there certainly will be now.
One of the scientists snorted.
Peak oil? Oh, never mind. Anyway, we're hoping we'll hit oil in hell. How did it go, Major?
Not bad. Our sims were pretty accurate. The dust is bad, though. I'm surprised to see aircraft going in. Licked the filtration problem?
Yes and no. The filters cut airflow to the engines by about 20 to 30%, so that hits performance. And the time between overhauls is horrible, 50 to 60 hours before an engine has to be pulled and stripped. The good news is, the clogging problem's been licked.
Something about the way the man put that caught Warhol's attention. Putting on his most casual voice, he asked the question they'd been hoping he wouldn't.
How did you crack it then?
There was an embarrassed shuffling of feet.
Well, actually, we didn't. We designed a filter pack and a pod that would use reverse air blast to clean the filters. Only problem was the pilot would have to glide with the engines out while he used it. They didn't like that. Couple of aircraftmen came up with something better, a series of tabs on the inside of the filter that interfered with the airflow and made the filter shake. The dust in there is dry, and that worked like a charm. Doubled or more the time taken for the airflow loss to reach mission-ending proportions.
Warhol laughed and shook his head.
Right, I just got to say my farewells, and then you can bring me up to date on the rest.
Then he set off to where Stevenson was speaking with McFarland.
We're leaving the vehicles here. 1st Cavalry will be taking them over. 1st Armored is being split up. 1st Brigade will be staying as the cadre for the rebuilt division. 2nd and 3rd will be cadres for 2 new armored divisions. We're all going back to the States for that. Stevenson, you'll be commanding 1st Battalion in the new 1st Brigade. Any idea what you want to name your battalion?
Stevenson thought for a second. Spearhead was too obvious.
How about the Hellcat Battalion, sir?
Good choice. You done good, Stevenson, so have your crew. Got a commission for one of them, the others get to jump up the enlisted grades. Who's best officer material in your crew?
Again, a quick thought.
Hey, Biker, you're an officer.
Her driver's head emerged from his hatch, his attention caught by the use of the crew nickname. As the message sank in, he shook his head.
Please no, boss. You can't do that to me, please. Not an officer.
The hospital. Maixiao Village. Xinjiang.
Every morning they came down to the village tea house to drink their morning cup of tea, well laced with an illicit portion of rice wine. There were 10 of them now. Once there had been 15, but time and old age had taken its toll, and one by one, they had quietly vanished. Even 15 had been a dramatic fall, for 60 of them had left the village in the far-off days of 1950, and only those 15 had returned. Now, the 10 survivors were old men. The youngest, still called the boy by his fellows, was 80 years old, and the oldest, their sergeant, had been a veteran of the People's Liberation Army even in 1950, and he was far into his mid-90s. But his moustache still bristled even though it was snow-white and his back was still straight. They saved from their pensions to bribe the tea-house owner to slip them their rice wine. I knew about it, of course, everybody did. But these men were heroes, and who denies a hero a little comfort in their old age? The truth was that their small savings wouldn't buy them the drinks they needed. But if the other villagers chose to make up the difference, that was their business, nobody else's. And so, every day they would come down and gather around their table, drink their tea, and tell their stories, of how they had held the hill in Korea against the Americans, of how they had been outnumbered and outgunned, and the American artillery never stopped shooting and their planes never stopped bombing, but they had held the hill anyway. Every year the story got a little more fanciful, the attacks so much worse, their stand so much braver. They'd tell the stories to everybody who listened, and everybody did because these were old men, whose wives had long died, and they were left alone. Lonely as only old men who had outlived their time could be. So the villagers listened to the stories and counted themselves lucky they had not gone to Korea. Then there came that day. The old men hadn't arrived yet, but something else did. A monster, a hideous monster from hell, the one the Americans call the baldric. The village went black in its middle, and the creature stepped out, looking only to kill and mutilate. Most of the men were far away, working in the fields or on the road, and could not help. There were just the women and children left, and they screamed when they saw the monster, and they ran. But the monster could run as well, faster than they could, and it started to kill them. As the party leader, I had a Type 56 rifle in my hut, and I got it. I fired a burst at the monster, and I think I hit it, for it stopped and shook itself. But it wasn't dead, it seemed hardly hurt, and it turned to come for me. But it heard more screams where the children were running from the school. It forgot me and went to kill them. I fired again, but it was too far away, more than 100 meters. Then I heard a shouted order,
one that cut through the noise and screams. The old men were there, all 10 of them, and they had their old, long 3-line rifles. They dropped to the ground in a line, their hands working the bolts of their rifles with the muscle memory of skills never forgotten. They fired all at once in a volley, and their hands worked the bolts again for another. The monster staggered with the first volley and lurched with the second. It turned away from the children and came for the old men. The sergeant ordered independent fire and the rifles crackled, but the monster kept coming at them. The old men's hearts were brave, but their eyes were dim with age, and their hands shook, not from fear, of course, but from infirmity. I doubt if 1 bullet in 10 they fired was biting home. The monster had a 3-point spear, and its lighting flashed out, killing the boy as he fired his rifle. The others did not pause or hesitate, but kept on firing until their pouches were empty. How they had kept their rifles and ammunition I do not know and do not intend to ask. With the monster close and their ammunition gone, they fixed their bayonets, they got to their feet, and they advanced on the monster, their bayonets leveled. I had changed my magazine by now, and I had run over to where I also could fire on the monster. The old men had surrounded it. It was slashing at them with its claws, but they parried its slashes and thrust their bayonets home. They were old men and slow. They could not evade all the blows from the monster, and their numbers shrank even as I watched. But the monster was down, on its knees, and the old men, now down to 3 with their sergeant still leading them, kept thrusting. I had a clean shot, and I emptied my rifle into it, saw it bleeding and dying on the ground. It fired its trident again, and the lightning bolt hit me. It must have been weak with death, for I did not die when the bolt hit my face. So, you see, Doctor, my blindness is nothing to be sorry for. What finer sight could I, party leader of my Xiao village, treasure as my last than those 10 old men saving our children by bringing down the monster with their bayonets?
Okthura Jorkastraquar, Tartaruan Range, borderlands of hell. Ulupki sat unhappily atop the great beast as it clambered up the side of the volcano. The track was so rough as to be virtually non-existent. It was really just a relatively level strip that had been cleared of boulders. It had been 2 months since this particular cone had last erupted, and ash-laden smoke was still pouring out of many fissures in its sides. There was no guarantee that the lava would not again start pouring out while the ritual was in progress. However, Belial had insisted on placing the portal as deep as possible into the magma, which meant the ritual had to take place on the rim of an active crater. She was sure the lumbering beast had picked up on her distaste for its kind and was doing what it could to throw her off. Not that there was much chance of that, as the leather harness held her coils tightly to its back, but the lurching made it difficult to focus and prepare for the task ahead. Naga could manage short bursts of speed when pressed, but in general their speed was much inferior to even the common demon warrior, much less the cavalry or flyers. That made this indignity necessary, but not any more tolerable. Finally, the great beast attained the rim of the crater, and Ulupki was afforded an expansive view of Jorkastraquar. 100 yards below her, a veritable lake of semi-congealed lava bubbled and hissed. Fortunately, the copious smoke it was spewing was carried straight up into the sky by the strong thermals. Otherwise, visibility in the crater would have been near zero. As planned, the Forge Demons had erected 3 great shrines to the barrier spirits, spaced equally around the rim. Each shrine consisted of a row of 13 copper rods driven into the pumice at 3-yard intervals, each rod 30 feet tall and tapering from 4 inches diameter at the base to a sharp point at the top. The rods supported a great spider's web strung in copper, silver, and gold wire. Both the pattern of the web and the bifold curve of rods was the result of millennia of painstaking trial and error, carried out by Naga searching for the arrangement that best pleased the spirits that dwelt between worlds. Rumor had it that the existence of the spirits had been discovered quite by accident. Long ago, a lone Naga had attempted to open a portal to gate a small force of warriors to another world. As luck had it, she performed the ritual facing the warriors, who had at that moment presented their tridents in salute to a passing baron. The portal sprang into existence at twice the expected size. The passing baron commended the Naga for the strength of her magery, which forced her into a desperate series of attempts to replicate the feat. Eventually, that nameless Naga discovered that a close-packed arrangement of bronze rods could multiply the effect of her ritual many-fold. This could only be the work of unknown beings existing in the strange realm the portal crossed. The creatures clearly desired the shrines, but could not enter the physical world to construct them themselves. Thus, a wordless bargain was struck. The demons would build the shrines, and in return the barrier spirits would aid the Naga in their work, adding their psychic strength to the task of opening the portal. As long as the shrines were constructed according to the prescribed traditions, Ulupki had never known the barrier spirits to renege on their end of the deal. This was just as well, because they would need all the help they could get to meet Belial's demands. In front of each shrine, the demon workers had carved out 6 crude terraces, each of which held 13 wooden pallets. 3/4 of the pallets were already filled with the long, coiled forms of Naga, each resembling a giant snake with a scaled and vaguely female humanoid torso in the place of a head. More continued to arrive as she watched, strapped to the backs of lesser beasts that strained and staggered under their weight. For now, Ulupki was basking in the waves of heat, but she knew that it would become unpleasantly hot by the end of the ritual. The insulating pallets would prevent burns to their undersides. Eager to begin the ritual, she commanded the great beast to take her to the nearest shrine. Throne room of the adamant fastness, Tartaruan range, outer rim of hell. The great hall was filled to capacity with demons, including every minor noble from Count Belial's domain, save a few lesser baronets that could not be spared from overseeing production. They were seated at carved stone tables more commonly used for victory feasts. There was little sound other than the padding of servants running to and fro, running errands and bringing chunks of fresh meat refreshment. Save for these minor disturbances, every demon seemed to be concentrating intensely. The Count himself paced back and forth on the raised platform in the center of the chamber. Sharing the platform with him was the great Gorgon Urial, flanked by her handmaidens Lakina Huknasi and Mega-Era Holrakni. To a human, the trio looked quite similar. All 3 were clad in nothing but their shining bronze scales, had for tresses a mass of tentacles each like a cyclopean snake, and possessed both great bat-like wings and a pointed tail that curled about their taloned feet. On closer inspection, however, differences were apparent. Uriel's curvaceous figure and enchanting voice, at least to other demons, clearly favored her succubus heritage. Mega-Era's anemically slim form and reputed skill at portal magery were much reminiscent of her Naga cousins. Lakina Huknasi's relatively compact and muscular form, not to mention her straightforward attitude, showed more of a kinship with the Harpies. Also present on the platform was Captain James Shanklin, who was flanked by a pair of demonic guards and looking extremely pale.
I have one.
Castellian Zathioplacar's shout broke the silence.
A male in a city called Nottingham.
Within seconds, Belial Cornicat was towering over his vassal.
Show me.
Belial entered Zathioplacar's mind and from there followed the psychic link to the possessed human. Through his eyes, he saw a cramped, cluttered room dominated by a large glowing picture of 2 seated humans. Curiously, the picture seemed to be moving. Belial pressed harder, mentally wringing the mind of the man for information, faintly amused by the pain he was causing.
His name is Christopher Hughes. He lives alone, but in a crowded part of the city.
A rasping chuckle escaped Belial's lips.
He believes us to be a fiction invented by their nobility for the purpose of...
The demon struggled to extract sense from the human's chaotic mind.
Placing all nations under the dominion of the UN?
He looked questioningly at the human traitor, who had been instructed to keep close by his side. Captain Shanklin found his hands trembling again.
My lord, I have never heard of this UN. Most likely it is a wild fancy of his, but I do know of Nottingham. It is a city of 200,000 souls, a mere 25 miles south of Sheffield.
Uriel seemed less satisfied than her lord.
That is closer than Birmingham, but still, I would rather not send my handmaiden into the heart of a large human city. You have spoken at length on the potency of their new weapons. The chance of failure is too high.
Belial frowned.
Keep that one possessed,
he instructed Zathioplacar.
Very well, I will allow you another hour, no more. Then she goes.
He gestured at Lakina Huknasi, who looked nearly as uncomfortable as Captain Shanklin. 50 minutes later, the only other Nephilim that the assembled demons could locate was in Leeds, which, if their tamed human was to be believed, seemed little better than Nottingham. Lakina Huknasi considered her options. She could wait until nightfall, but if she flew low over a settlement filled with humans, she was still likely to be seen. If the rumors about the fate of Abegor's harpies were true, this could be a suicidal proposition. Perhaps it would be better to enthrall a few humans and get them to sneak her out of the city somehow. undignified, but less likely to get her killed by the humans. On the other Talon, delaying for long enough to disrupt the Count's schedule would likely get her killed on her return, if she was allowed to return at all. Lakina Huknasi's musings were interrupted by an excited squeal.
Sire, I have one. A human woman. She is in an uninhabited wilderness, somewhere to the west of the target.
He shrank back as the Count forced his way into the psychic link.
As you can see, my lord, vanity was her undoing.
This time Belial let loose with a full-blown maniacal laugh.
Indeed I can, Guruk Tarkor.
The human female was cleaning her hair in some kind of indoor waterfall. For some reason, the mysterious effect that was protecting humans from entanglement had ceased to work with this one. A few minutes of vulnerability were enough to allow the demons to find her and gain purchase in her mind.
That one will be going directly to the 8th circle.
He nodded to Uriel. All eyes were now on the hall's central platform, which now stood empty save for the Gorgon Queen. She spread her wings and closed her eyes, joining the psychic link to the possessed human girl and focusing intently on that target. Static discharges resembling miniature sheet lightning danced over her wing membranes as she poured psychic force into the connection. Several pregnant seconds passed before finally the familiar black sphere of nothingness swelled into existence in the center of the room. Belial gestured to a waiting squad of lesser demons.
Entertain me.
The small strike force was eager, loyal, and expendable. Roaring battle cries, the demon warriors charged single file into the portal and disappeared. The Count closed his eyes, concentrating on distant events. A vicious grin slowly spread over his face. His eyes snapped open again and fixed on Lakina Huknasi.
Now it's your turn.
Command building. Camp Hell Alpha. Martial plane of Dysprosium. Hell.
When can I take my command to battle?
What do you mean?
General David Petraeus stopped admiring his 5th star and gazed at the massive baldric in his office.
I have over 300 tridents. Where would you like us to fight, now that we have joined you?
Petraeus looked slightly bewildered.
You and your men are prisoners of war. We don't expect you to fight.
Now it was Abigor's turn to be bewildered.
But we surrendered to you, so we should fight for you now.
Not according to our rules, you don't. When an enemy surrenders, they get put in a prisoner of war camp. We look after them and feed them until the war is over. Then we send them back home.
Abigor's jaw dropped open. If hellish armies fought that way, both sides' foot soldiers would surrender as soon as possible. In hell, surrendering meant changing sides, not a way out of the fighting.
You humans are impossible.
Petraeus thought quickly. He guessed he would need a convincing story to make sure Abigor forgot any idea of joining the fighting. Anyway, his baldricks would be a liability on a battlefield dominated by artillery and armor.
Look, the Free Hell Army is much too valuable to us to throw away on a battlefield. We know nothing about hell, what it's like and how it's run. You can do far more for us by telling us everything you know than by fighting.
Meaning we are useless to the humans, Abigor thought grimly. But if that were the case, why was he being kept alive? Still, to be a source of information was better than nothing.
Excuse me, sir. General Ivan Semenovich Dorakov to see you.
Thank you, Private. Send him in.
There was a brief pause while the Russian entered the room, his jaw dropping at the sight of Abigor's huge form sitting sprawled in one corner.
Ivan Semenovich, it is good to have you with us. May I introduce Grand Duke Abigor, formerly in the service of Satan and now commander of our allies in the Free Hell Army.
Dorakov looked slightly flustered, starting to salute, changing his mind and wondering what to do next. In the end, he settled for a curt nod of the head. Abigor was equally flustered. Normally he'd have hit the ground and groveled, throwing in a good foot-licking as well, but he'd quickly learned humans had nothing but contempt for such displays. In the end, he returned the nod.
Are your troops in position, Ivan Semenovich?
First Shock Army is setting up along the banks of the Phlegethon. We have 4 armored divisions, 2 artillery divisions in position with the army artillery setting up. Do you know how many enemy there are?
Abigor tells us 243 legions. That's over 1.6 million baldricks. Don't know how they divide up yet.
That depends on who is their commander.
Abigor's voice was thoughtful.
Asmodeus, Beelzebub, and Dagon were the 3 appointments I heard, but that was for the invasion of Earth. Do you know which?
It's not Asmodeus. He's dead.
What?
Abigor was stunned.
Asmodeus dead? For all his mania, Satan has never dared kill a Grand Duke before. He wouldn't even kill me. He preferred to send me where you could do this.
Satan didn't kill him. We did. Or rather, The people we have fighting in the hell pit did. Apparently he led some of his army against our guerrillas, walked into a trap, and they got him. Asmodeus is dead all right, thoroughly blown up.
Abegor was awed.
You have done the unthinkable. Even in the Celestial War, no Grand Duke was ever killed. Not even Yahweh achieved such a thing.
So it's Dagon or Beelzebub, then.
Petraeus wanted to get the conversation back on track.
What does that mean for General Dorokov?
It will not be Dagon. Many of his legions are krakens, sea creatures. It will be Beelzebub. They do not call him Lord of the Flies for nothing. His army has 27 legions of harpies. The rest will just be infantry.
180,000 harpies. I hope you have plenty of AAA, Ivan.
1 Tengushka or Shilka for every 3 vehicles, and many brigades of surface-to-air missiles. Some old, but they still work. All radar-guided, and all the BMPs have shoulder-fired missiles on board. Sometimes it is good to have great warehouses. We are dug in and waiting. Abegor, this great celestial war. What happened during it?
Abegor shrugged.
It was a long time ago, 2 or 3 million of your years. We had found this planet, and on opening a gate back to our home, a mistake was made, and we opened a gate to here. A place like heaven, but unoccupied except for unimportant creatures. We took it for our own. Then Satan wanted it for his kingdom, separate from Yahweh's heaven. Yahweh wanted both. Satan rebelled, and about 1/3 of us joined him. The war went on for a long time, but Satan won. Hell became his kingdom, and Yahweh kept heaven.
That's not the way our stories told it.
Petraeus was grimly amused.
They were written by Yahweh's people, weren't they?
Abegor grinned. He'd been watching the History Channel on television. Outer Ring, 7th Circle of Hell. What amazed Ioannis the most about his time in Hell was the fact that he remained sane. He knew his name, remembered his family, his wife, his 2 sons, remembered dying, knew that he had been in Hell for a long time, though the exact length of time remained elusive, and his torment never drove him insane. Perhaps that was the most insidious aspect of Hell. They protected your mind from shattering, from becoming a shell with no feeling, no thought, no mind. After all, what use was there to torturing the mindless husk? The joy in the demons' faces came when they saw his terror, his fear. Ioannis could see this. If he had no mind, he might scream, but would he really feel the pain? So, Ioannis feared them every time they came exactly as much as he had when they first set themselves upon him. Throughout the ages of screaming agony in the river, there had been no emotion associated with his sufferings. How did it feel to have his skin seared from his body, his eyes boiled in their sockets, his genitals burned away? He could never grasp these. Such memories danced just out of reach. That was the rub. If he could remember what it felt, perhaps he wouldn't fear the demons so much. But in the heat of the moment, any kind of mental preparation he had made vanished into a cloud of palpating terror and pain. He always begged not to be thrown back into the river, a simpering weakling, utterly without shame or pity. He screamed the same pathetic, high-pitched scream that he let out every time his body hit the flaming lava, the kind of blameless, ringing screech that only mortal injury and mortal fear can evoke. Except it wasn't mortal in this place. Each time he escaped from the river, Ioannis was made whole again, somehow. He really didn't have time to think about it, because the respites between tortures seemed fleeting and ephemeral at best. Sometimes he saw others tormented as he, but that really didn't matter. He was dead. This was hell. And this was how he was going to spend eternity. Each soul-rending abuse seared him but did not destroy him. The memories were not his to cherish. He would never know the wondrous oblivion of insanity. He was instead doomed to repeat every torment as though it was his first, though he knew this wasn't the case. So, as Ioannis sprawled on the bank, writhing from his burns but never dying, he was in the full grip of panic. His eyesight was only coming back, and he would have screamed if he could, if his lungs had not been seared to uselessness. Breathed, if he could. Instead, the hard earth of hell smashed into Ioannis's flailing form. He nevertheless attempted to scramble away. From what, he couldn't say, because he couldn't see more than a few feet, and he couldn't get very far, because he still couldn't breathe. Then at once, the choking fume and heat were gone. Reflexively, he gulped in air. The sulfur-laden fumes did nothing good for his lungs, but breath was breath. Based on his fuzzy past, he expected perhaps a barrel of molten rock to be poured over him, but it didn't happen. He opened his eyes and he saw a hand, but this hand wasn't scaled. It had no claws. It was a human hand, as his own. Following it up, he saw its owner. A man, naked, stood before him. In his far hand was a spear. No, a trident, but beyond that, the visage of hell faded to a blurry, ruddy nihility. Aeneas reeled and tried to scrabble away. What new torment was this? But the figure snatched Aeneas and hauled him to his feet.
"It's all right,"
he said in a language that wasn't Aeneas's, but yet he understood it. How could that be?
"What's your name, soldier?"
Aeneas gulped. His throat, long charred by the heat and flames, was already feeling better.
Aeneas,
he replied finally.
Aeneas?
Another voice shouted. A similarly naked figure, also carrying a trident, stepped under the tree, into the range where Aeneas could see clearly.
Your name is Aeneas?
The man roared with laughter.
"Cool it, Devanzo,"
the first man snapped. Again, Aeneas was forced to marvel at the fact that the two were speaking an entirely different language than his own. The first man continued.
"He said, Aeneas. That's Greek, right?"
Aeneas nodded, then asked with some timidity.
"Who are you?"
The first man started.
"Oh, right. Name's Tucker McElroy from Tennessee originally, though most recently I found myself in the Molten River a ways that way. This uncouth gentleman's name is Artie Devanzo from New Jersey."
Aeneas nodded blankly. New Jersey? What was that, and where was Old Jersey? McElroy regarded Aeneas for a moment, then said,
"Say, you ain't a new arrival, are you? How long you been here, son?"
Aeneas shrugged.
"I could not tell you. A long time, I'm sure."
"Well,"
Devanzo said, stepping in.
"How'd you die?"
"I was struck in the heart with an arrow,"
Aeneas said.
"Then I believe my throat was cut."
McElroy whistled.
"Ain't that a way to go? What was you doing, hunting? I didn't know they did that over in Greece."
Aeneas shook his head, his puzzlement now building into a frustration.
"Of course not. I was in battle."
McElroy did a double-take.
"Battle? Just how old are you anyway? Shit, no one's used bows and arrows in battle for 500 or 600 years?
Devanzo then interjected.
"What battle were you in? Where was it?"
"It was in Greece, at Thermopylae,"
Aeneas said warily. Were these demons trying to trick him into revealing something? What could they be after? McElroy's eyes went wide, as did Devanzo's.
"Holy shit!"
McElroy said.
"You died at Thermopylae? That Thermopylae? King Leonidas? Xerxes? The Persians? The Spartans?"
Aeneas nodded.
"Yes. Do you know of it?"
McElroy snorted.
"It's only one of the most famous battles in history."
Aeneas shifted his weight. His fear was actually abating. Were they trying to lull him into sedation?
"Why?"
he asked McElroy in typical laconic bluntness.
"It was a simple delaying action. What makes that so famous?"
Devanzo sputtered.
"You faced 1,000,000 Persians, and there were only 300 of you."
"Wrong."
Aeneas corrected immediately.
"Thespians more than double our number stayed, and we had the Thebans."
McElroy shook his head.
"That don't matter none. We got ourselves a genuine Spartan."
McElroy was now speaking to the other man, Devanzo.
"Man, I can't wait to bring him back to base. A Spartan hoplite from Thermopylae. One of the 300.
"Yeah, and the oldest member of the Resistance,"
Devanzo chimed in.
"I bet that'll give Ori a thing or two to chew on."
"Ori's another old revival,"
McElroy said to Aeneas by way of explanation.
"He's a warrior called a samurai from a place called Japan that, well, shoot, it'd be outside what you'd know as the world."
The two men laughed easily together.
"Stop!"
Aeneas roared. They would get no more from him. They would confuse him no longer. From this moment forward, they paid for information in blood. He surged at McElroy and wrapped his arms around him. With fluidity that came with years of practice, he wrenched the man bodily into the air and slammed him to the ground. Most importantly, as he rose, he snatched up the trident and advanced on Devanzo. Devanzo was obviously some kind of fool. He wasn't even holding his weapon properly. With 3 swift motions, Aeneas swatted the trident aside, forced it from his grasp, and had a point at Devanzo's throat. The man instantly raised his hands, and Aeneas jammed it in hard enough to draw blood. He then rotated around Devanzo so that he was standing side by side with still dazed McElroy. Through clenched teeth, he hissed,
"Explain yourselves, else I will destroy you both."
And much to his surprise, both men smiled broadly.
"You know, we could actually use you,"
McElroy shouted, brushing the reddish dust from his body. A cut on his knee bled feebly.
"All right, here are your answers. As you've probably figured out, you're in hell. You've been dead for over 25 centuries. That's 2,500 years. The world as you knew it does not exist anymore. You understand? Everyone you ever knew is dead, and probably here being tortured. You have a wife? Kids? They're somewhere out here.
McElroy gestured wildly at the hellscape surrounding them.
And they've suffered exactly as you have for that last 2,500 years. Do you hear me?
Enos lowered the trident. McElroy went on.
But things have changed. The situation has changed. We're fighting back, both here in Hell and on Earth. We're gonna free as many soldiers as we can, and we'll all fight against Hell. Most times it's modern soldiers, but hey, I can't wait for the guys back on Earth to hear that we got Spartan warrior and a samurai fighting with us. Won't that be a trip? Anyway, Enos, we are the Hell's People's Liberation Front, and we want you to join us.
McElroy held his hand out. Enos paused, but just for a moment, then passed the trident back to him.
Good,
McElroy continued.
We could probably use some more people proficient in your type of fighting. Word is that our cell won't be getting supplied with modern weapons for a while, so for the time being, we're stuck with more primitive means of defending ourselves and killing demons, plus a trick or two we've learned over the centuries.
Enos then did something he hadn't done since the day before he died, over 2,500 years ago. He smiled.
So they can be killed.
Bet your ass they can.
Devanzo crooned.
How do you think we got these tridents?
So,
McElroy continued.
Will you join us? Maybe teach us how to throw a demon like you just did to me? Or maybe how to correctly hold a spear? In return, I'll show you some things that you'd call magic.
Enos laughed.
Has anyone said no?
F-111C, Koala Flight, approaching Hellmouth.
Koala Flight, this is Hellmouth Air Traffic Control. Come to course 335er, altitude 3,000 feet for Airstrip Delta approach. You are cleared to use runway 31.
G'day, cobbers! Everything bonzer down there? Throw another shrimp on the barbie for us.
Squadron Leader McKay's weapons systems operator gave him a pained look.
Don't blame me. That's how the Septics expect us to talk. Don't want to disappoint them now, do we?
McKay flipped back to the ATC frequency.
Don't get in tizzy about us landing. We'll go straight through.
The voice on the air traffic control net sounded slightly strangled.
Koala Flight, be advised, it is against regulations to fly through the Hellmouth. Please land and your aircraft will be towed through.
Maybe against your regulations, mate, not against ours. Anyway, you can't tow an F-111 like that. Nose is too long and the weight distribution won't hack it. We've got to fly through.
McKay's Wizzo looked appalled.
Sir, that is utter bullshit. Charlie, I know that and you know that, but do you think the liability-obsessed septic down there knows that? It's been almost 20 years since the U.S. Air Force mothballed its pigs. That kid wasn't even a lecherous gleam in his father's eyes back then. He's not going to take the chance of these birds getting damaged on his say-so. He'll let us go through our responsibility, you watch.
Koala Flight, this is Hellmouth Air Traffic Control. At your request, you are cleared for flight transit of the Hellmouth.
Told you.
The 4 F-111s, 3 strike aircraft loaded down with air-to-surface ordnance, and an RF-111 with a full surveillance suite, dipped down and started to skim across the sand dunes towards the black ellipse of the Hellmouth. The book said that the ellipse was 800 feet high and 1,200 feet wide, which gave the F-111s plenty of room to make their transitions. Beneath them, the desert was covered with armored vehicles, some parked in long lines, others forming convoys through the Hellmouth. The F-111s were low enough to see the commanders of the tanks and armored infantry carriers sitting in the turrets, to see them look up as the scream of the jet engines grabbed their attention. Some waved and McKay rocked his wings in response.
Have you ever seen anything like that?
Charlie Cartwright was awed by the armored vista spread out beneath him.
Nobody has. Not since the Second World War, and not so often then. Every armored formation in the world must be closing in on this place. That's the pattern. Armor comes here. Infantry stays at home to protect the people back there. You see the roads and pipelines being built as we came in? Hold one. Here we go.
The ellipse was approaching with frightening speed, but McKay wasn't aware of having passed through it. The blue sky and brilliant yellow sun had simply gone, replaced by the murky redness of the hell environment. McKay could feel the engines starting to labor as they gulped air through the filters that kept the worst of the dust out. The pig was shaking slightly as the filters vibrated in the airflow, casting off the dust before it could choke them.
Watch those engine temperatures like a hawk, Charlie. If they start to climb, we're out of here. You got the nav beacons? Both of them. Realigning navigation computer now.
One of the purposes of this flight was to establish a comparative base between the Euclidean geometry of Earth and the non-Euclidean environment of Hell. Once that was done, navigation computers could be reprogrammed, and another problem facing humans trying to fight in this, the strangest of all battlefields, would be solved. As they were all being solved, just taken one at a time.
Koala 3 here. Cameras are rolling.
Roger, Koala 3. Any electronic emissions?
Ours. The spectrum's full of them. Radar, comms, you name it. Nothing hostile or unidentified.
Friendly aircraft, this is Dysprosium Air Traffic Control. Please identify and file flight plan.
This is Koala Flight, 3 F-111C and 1 RF-111C on armed reconnaissance flight to Dis in the Hell Pit. We'll let you know the course as soon as we figure it out. This place just isn't right.
You're telling us, Koala Flight. Good luck.
The F-111 flight soared over the Marshall Plain of Dysprosium, heading towards the Phlegethon River that represented the front line of the human advance into Hell. That advance had stopped temporarily, while the infrastructure needed to support the next phase was being established. More importantly, there was a lot of evidence that a huge new hellish army was moving up against the troops digging in along the river. That was one of the things the aircraft had been sent in to check. In the meantime, the Russians were digging in, establishing a defense in depth. The central portion of it was underneath them now, a sea of platoon-sized strongpoints, the arcs of fire of each interlocking in a maze of death and destruction. McKay couldn't see them, but he knew the gaps between the strongpoints were filled with minefields and razor wire. Backing the whole defense position up was the artillery. The Russian artillery didn't have the flexibility or precision of its American equivalent. But then, McKay thought, the Septics didn't line their guns up, wheel to wheel, for 30 kilometers either.
We're now in hostile airspace control.
We have you on radar. Be advised, you are the only friendly aircraft in the area. You can take it as red if it flies. It's hostile. You're cleared to shoot.
Thank you, Control. Be sure to tell the air defense guys on the ground we're here.
Already done, Koala Flight. If they open up on you, it will be in a friendly manner.
Reassuring that. Charlie, warm up the AIM-9Zs. Be good if one squadron gets the first air-to-air in Hell. Give those upstarts and six something to chew on.
Koala 3 here. Take a look below us. I think that's the hostile army we were told to watch out for.
You think?
Beneath them, the ground was covered with demons moving towards the Phlegethon River. Far too many to count, they turned the ground black with their number. Some were harpies. They tried to climb and challenge the racing F-111s, but they lacked the speed and the ability to climb fast enough.
Control, confirm sighting of hostile force moving on the Phlegethon. Rhinolobsters, baldricks, harpies, you name it. Better tell our Russian friends to keep their powder dry.
Roger, Wilco. For your information, it's not just gunpowder the Ruskies have got back there. Any sight of Dis?
Ahead of us now. High stone walls as far as the eye can see, which isn't far in this clag. Looks like an old medieval castle. Not the Hollywood version, the real thing. Like they have in Wales. We're going to try and break some glass now.
McKay dipped his aircraft and headed for the walls of Dis. The terrain following radar was working perfectly as he skimmed the wall, barely 100 feet over the crenellations. Inside was a town that looked something straight out the Middle Ages, a tight mass of buildings separated by narrow alley-like streets. There were baldricks down there, ones that looked up in stunned shock at the monsters that had suddenly crossed the wall and were screaming defiance at all around them as they passed low over the roofs. The demons stood and watched long after the pigs had gone, awed by the sight, and realizing that things were never going to be the same in Hell again. Unconscious of having caused a spiritual crisis in Dis, Koala Flight arced over the great pit that formed the center of Hell. McKay looked at the site below, a super caldera that would be a volcanologist's dream, but represented all of humanity's worst nightmares. His thumb itched to pick a target and release his bombs on it, but his orders were strict. Fire on ground targets only in self-defense, or to protect the reconnaissance aircraft. Still, he could think of the humanity that had to be suffering in the nightmarish scene below, and he could promise to come back with every pound of ordnance his faithful pig could carry.
You got all that, Koala 3?
Affirmative.
Koala 3's voice was subdued.
Let's get out of here, then.
The 4 F-111s made a gentle turn, trying to cover as much of Hell as possible. McKay hoped that, down below, the souls trapped there would see them. Some would know what they were, and they would spread the word. Humanity was coming with every weapon it could muster, and what stood now would not be allowed to stand again. On the shore of the Styx River, 5th Ring, Hell.
My leader wants to talk, very urgently. Anywhere you wish. It is most important.
Rahab spoke earnestly. Gaius Julius Caesar had been most explicit with his instructions. These humans, living and dead, were what he had spent 2 millennia waiting for. A way to fight back against the monsters that ran this place.
Important for him or us?
For us both, I think.
Rahab stopped speaking, her voice drowned out by a terrible screaming howl. Lieutenant deceased Jade Kim recognized the sky-ripping sound instantly, the sound of jet fighter engines. Even as she looked up, 4 F-111s emerged from the overcast, their wings stretched out and loaded with bombs, lazily making a turn over hell. Then they were gone, on their way back home, just leaving their sound behind. Around her, the living and deceased members of the PFLH were jumping up and down, cheering and smacking each other on the back. Rahab looked at them in amazement.
What is that terrible noise?
Kim looked at her, her eyes dancing with joy.
That isn't noise, Rahab. That's the sound of freedom.
High Peak Youth Hostel, Peak District, British Isles. As Lakina Huknasi emerged from the portal, the first thing that hit her was the overpowering scent of a great deal of blood spilled in a confined space. The second thing was that this part of Earth was unpleasantly cold. She found herself in a rather small room packed with demon infantry, whose cloven hooves continued to crunch the smashed remains of wooden furniture. This chamber and the others she could see leading off from it were littered with human corpses, most of them obviously torn apart by demon claws. She stepped lightly around them for now and addressed the squad leader.
I see that you have not so much secured the area as painted it with human blood. Did they give you any trouble?
Very little.
The demon seemed unsure whether he should treat the Gorgon as his superior or inferior.
One of them managed to grab a fire spear and wounded one of my warriors before perishing.
Lakina Huknasi's gaze followed his gesture. The injured demon was sitting on a broken table, in a white room that reeked of stewed vegetables. His left flank looked like a piece of wood riddled by termites, oozing green blood from numerous tiny holes. As she watched, the demon yanked the heart out of a human corpse and stuffed it into his mouth. The dead man still held a fire spear in his hands, a chunk of carved wood with 2 short black metal rods sticking out of it.
If you require nothing further.
Some of the demons had slung human corpses over their shoulders, undoubtedly as rations for their victory feast.
Go, but take that fire spear with you. Baron Trajakrathoth may want to examine its enchantments.
The demon warriors squeezed back through the portal, which promptly closed up behind them, leaving Lakina Huknasi alone in the human building. It seemed to be some sort of inn with a central common area, what was presumably a kitchen, though she could see no cooking fire, indoor latrines, which appeared to have just been emptied, and several rooms full of mostly smashed bunks. It could have been a barracks but for the lack of weapons. A large triangular window showed a sunset obscured by clouds, painting the landscape of rolling grassy hills and forested valleys in a mix of oranges and grays. Here and there, beams of golden light broke through and highlighted an outcropping or a stream. It almost looked welcoming, save for the sparse flakes of snow melting on the window. Lakina Huknasi could see no other buildings, but if this was an inn, travelers could arrive at any moment. She made her way down the stairs, taking care not to slip on the blood still dripping from step to step. The door barring the main entrance was broken and warped, the triple indentations and the dead human woman seemingly still trying to grasp its handle bore witness to a last desperate attempt to escape. Stepping over the body, the Gorgon yanked the protesting door open and slipped out onto the moors. Sure enough, half an hour later, Tom Sullivan crested the last ridge and sighted the hostel.
Oh, there it is, dear.
Trailing behind him, his fiancée Jennifer was not in the best of moods.
You said we'd be there 2 hours ago. This is the last time I let you plan the route.
She paused, out of breath.
I'm never voting Labour again. If Gordon hadn't commandeered all the planes, we could be in Italy right now. Tony was so much nicer.
Tom shook his head. He was beginning to have second thoughts about this relationship. The couple made their way down the track to the building. What they saw there left both retching for a good 5 minutes. As soon as he'd regained his senses, Thomas reached for his mobile. He'd entered the number of the National Demon Sighting Hotline just before they set off, almost as a joke, never expecting horror like this to come to sleepy Yorkshire. 5 minutes later, the first police units were dispatched to set up a perimeter, and 10 minutes after that, the first territorial army trucks began to roll out of Worsley Barracks. Lakina Huknasi had long since found a convenient cliff and launched herself into the air. There seemed to be no convenient thermals in this freezing place, and she was forced to hook her arm spurs into her wings and flap strenuously for altitude. She became acutely conscious of how conspicuous her metallic bronze scales made her after the first time she flew through a shaft of sunlight and lit up like a disco ball. Lakina Huknasi muttered a satanic curse and wished she'd had the foresight to cover herself in mud. She would have endured the mocking of the other Gorgons if she'd known how much safer it would make her feel now. She considered trying to gain the relative safety of the clouds, but her wing and arm muscles were already tiring, and she didn't want to risk accidentally overflying the target. Instead, she flew low, weaving through the valleys and trying to stay in the lengthening shadows. Though she did not know it, the decision saved her life. Air Defense Control at RAF Bulmer began enforcing a no-fly zone over the area shortly after she descended to an area its radar could not cover. The inclement weather had kept most walkers at home and left the rest disinclined to watch the skies. The Gorgon flew an erratic course through the twisting valleys for the better part of an hour, with only her perception of the planet's strong magnetic field keeping her heading towards the target. Even using that was hard due to the sheer density of psychic emanations in this part of Earth. Clearly, the humans had not only learned the art of telepathy, they were using it to constantly gossip with each other. As she flew, she saw several isolated farms and the occasional village visible in the distance. Not enough to concern her, but hardly the uninhabited wilderness Baron Guruktarkor had described. Most puzzling were the lights that speed along the black strips, some constant yellow, some flickering white and blue. They could have been chariots bearing torches, but for their impossible speed and brightness, matching or even outpacing her own aerial progress. Finally, as her wing and arm muscles were ready to give up, she crested a hill and saw a great city laid out before her. It was lit so brightly that at first it seemed to Lakina Huknasi that the city was already aflame. On closer inspection, however, it was clear that she was seeing thousands of torches, strung on poles, shining out of windows and attached to moving carriages. This vast, sprawling metropolis had to be the target. She could not see the smoke or fires of the forges yet, but that could wait. The immediate priority was avoiding detection while the portal was summoned. Lakina Huknasi glided down to a copse near the top of the hill, keeping the trees between herself and the city as much as possible. Once down, she crawled into the undergrowth and crouched, shivering under her wings. This world of humans was cold, unbearably cold. The humans should be thanking me, she thought. A nice lava lake is just what this place needs to warm it up a bit. The Gorgon began reaching out with her mind, straining to push through the barrier and contact her superiors. Immediately she was hit by the overwhelming babble of human telepaths. Most of the mind speech was not speech at all, merely indecipherable gibberish. Some of it was comprehensible, though. Curiously, the humans seemed to have found a way to enchant their musical instruments to transmit their notes into the ether. Lakina Huknasi shook her head at the thought of wasting energy on such frivolous magery. Another particularly powerful human mage seemed to be chanting the words Hallam FM several times a minute, accompanied by jangling chimes. She spent a moment pondering the significance of this ritual before deciding that it must be just another symptom of human insanity. Pushing the human transmissions aside, she broke through the barrier to contact Uriel. The force of the greater demon's mind was almost overwhelming.
This is Lakina Huknasi,
she reported.
The human city lies before me. I am ready to guide the portal.
Uriel's response was swift.
I am approaching your Castraquar now. Keep the link open and focus your thoughts on the city. They know it not, but a wave of fire is about to carry those pitiful beings straight into our domain.
Outer Ring, 7th Circle of Hell. Aeneas continued working with the file. He was nearly through. He'd been worrying it back and forth for some time now, and at last, the left prong of the trident was free. It clattered to the dirt floor of the cave where the right prong lay, leaving only the center on the weapon. Aeneas stood and hefted the weapon. It was heavy, like the Doru to which he was accustomed, and the balance seemed correct on it now. It would make a passable weapon. The warrior called Ori watched him silently. Like Aeneas, he didn't speak very much, and for this he enjoyed the man's company. He was grateful and loyal to McElroy and the others, but they prattled on like children. Perhaps Aeneas didn't want to like his new companions. Sure, they were soldiers, and they found some common ground in that, but everything about them was alien and heterodox. As a Spartan, he'd spent his entire life turning his body into a weapon, turning the Doru, the Xiphon, and the Aspis into extensions of his body. Just by holding a weapon, his muscles knew how best to move it so that he might destroy his enemies. There was nothing else to his life but killing his enemies. But these soldiers from the future, no, from the present, were different. They knew how to read. They spoke of music and art, and of other forms of entertainment that he could not understand. For their purported superiority to other soldiers, after all, they managed to escape where he hadn't. The fact remained, their martial prowess was not their only consideration. In that way, Aeneas thought them similar to the citizen soldiers of the other Greek cities. Though, he mused, there was courage in that kind of man. He recalled those Thespians, those brave men who refused to abandon the Spartans at Thermopylae. The night before they all died, Aeneas recalled sharing a meal with a Thespian named Polyphenes, who was by trade an architect. And the morning before the final battle, he and Polyphenes traded cloaks, and was proud to have died with that man's cloak upon his shoulders. But everything about these soldiers was different. Much of what they said was barely comprehensible anyway. Whatever magic allowed him to understand their speech was somehow flawed, and much of their slang was indecipherable for him. But perhaps most oddly, these alleged soldiers didn't know how to fight with a sword or spear. Well, most of them didn't. Ori was a warrior to Aeneas's liking. He was skilled in many forms of unarmed and armed combat. He had received one of his native blades from the living world, and he practiced frequently. But more than that, he was an outsider too. He trained for war and only war, so he did not care for art or music. Like Aeneas, he couldn't even read. Ori stepped closer to Aeneas and held out his hand. Aeneas passed him the weapon. Ori tried a few maneuvers with it, then passed it back to Aeneas with a grunt.
Graceless,
he muttered.
The weapon should bend around your body.
Why?
Aeneas asked.
A bent spear is useless to the phalanx.
What is that?
It is how we fight, how we fought.
He corrected, casting a glance of disdain at the modern humans nearby.
Heavy armor, large shields, shoulder to shoulder, 4 ranks deep.
He mimicked the pose of a man in the first row.
Make a wall of shields and spear points and break your enemy upon them. Never let a gap open up in your line.
A phalanx,
Ori said, stroking his beard thoughtfully.
How many men wide?
As wide as possible, prevents flanking.
They were silent for a moment.
And how did you fight?
Many ways. Sometimes I would ride and shoot my bow, or charge with a spear. Others I would simply fight with my katana.
Aeneas held his hand out, and Ori stiffened for a moment. Then silently he passed him the weapon. Drawing it out from its sheath, Aeneas commented,
A longer sword, and single-edged. Must be made of iron, yes?
Ori grunted in the affirmative.
So the balance would favor...
He sliced through the air.
A two-handed grasp. You do not use a shield?
Not with the katana. I can parry and counterstrike to great effect with it.
Aeneas nodded, passing back the katana.
I hope to see you slay a demon with it soon.
They were silent for a moment.
And you are proficient in unarmed combat?
Ori asked. Aeneas shrugged.
For my part, yes, I wrestle. I wrestled.
I too grappled. We must spar some time, to test our styles against the other.
Aeneas smiled at this.
It would be a privilege. I am sure you will be more engaging than the others. I threw McElroy as though he were a woman.
Ori suppressed a laugh.
Yes, they are soft creatures, made so by their infernal weapons. Why need they fight honorably when they can strike you down from a great distance? They're so weak that they may count women as soldiers.
Hey, baby dick!
Snapped Private Cassidy, skin newly grown, stepping in close to them.
You got a problem with me?
Ori frowned. Aeneas thought that wherever this Japan was, their men did not suffer the barbed tongues of their women. But they were a long way from Japan, so... Ori grunted.
I was discussing with Aeneas the weaknesses of modern men, and how they compensate for this weakness through weapons requiring such little strength and courage that even women can wield them.
Man, shut the hell up!
Cassidy snarled, crossing her arms over her ample breasts. Aeneas thought them unappealing things, the breasts of a peasant woman with a litter of babes to feed.
If it weren't for those weapons, you'd still be cooking in that river.
For a moment, Aeneas thought that Ori would strike her, but the moment passed quickly.
All right, can it, you guys?
McElroy said, stepping in.
Ori, take your sword and go with Devanzo and Walsh down to the river. Walsh, you got the rifle.
He turned to Iannis.
Come on, Hoss. You, Cassidy, and I are going to go check out that cluster of villages on the other side of the northern ridge. You can bring your new spear if you want, but I don't know if these things are worth a damn against baldricks.
He hefted his own trident, adding,
Better than nothing, though.
From the cover of the forest's edge, they watched the sloping grade down to the river, and waited. For Tom Walsh, it was still strange to think that millions of people were writhing in agony beneath that river at this very moment. And why were they pulling out only military? Odds were extremely low that they'd get no civilians at all. Perhaps there were only military in this molten river. Civilians went to other torments. Then again, the civilian mindset was different. Persons of weak will might simply resign themselves to their torment and sink to the bottom after a few years of failed escapes. In utter misery, they would only move as reflex to the burning, sightless death, pain the only sensation they knew. Military people of all types would fight, though. Futility didn't matter. That's why military history was littered with otherwise pointless last stands. It might take longer for a soldier to break the way civilians did. After all, Walsh had only been in the river for a scant few weeks before he was pulled out, and he had the benefit of hoping that his persistence would pay off. And it did.
There's one,
Devanzo whispered. Walsh scanned the shoreline before spotting the creature. It was an act he'd seen a dozen times. It flopped like a fish for a while, and then, as it became able to breathe and see, it started crawling further up the bank. They would continue until a baldric sentry happened along, which could mean they'd be anywhere from 10 to 50 meters from the river. This particular one made it about 25 before Ori grunted.
Demon, left.
Walsh chambered around and waited. He loved this rifle. It was simple, deadly, and accurate. Though he'd always been an excellent marksman, this thing made it almost too easy. And he had a whole box of ammo to hold them over until the next official resupply. The baldric was a typical sentry, sporting a trident and simple bronze armor. He bellowed, as was the way of these sentries, and charged. The crawling creature, now looking a bit more like a human, stood up and began hobbling away.
All right, that's good enough for me,
Walsh muttered. He lined up the shot and fired. The round took the baldric in the throat, blowing out just about everything between his massive deltoids. Pouring blood out all over the packed, burnt earth, he stumbled, staggered, then crashed right at the feet of its target, who watched in befuddlement.
You chump!
Walsh grinned. Devanzo clapped him on the shoulder.
Hey, Ori, why don't you go finish it off? And bring the new recruit back up here, okay?
Ori frowned, but drew his katana nonetheless, and began crossing the open ground to reach his feebly moving target. It was only 75 meters, but he covered it quickly and hacked the demon's head off without delay. As he did this, Devanzo and Walsh took up a new position, 15 meters to the north.
Shit!
Devanzo said suddenly.
Shit, another baldric!
Walsh swung his rifle around. A baldric within miles of another sentry was unheard of. The patrols were frequent enough to catch the escapees, and that was all that mattered. That's why they were able to pull this off with a single rifle and a spotter or two. They must be pairing the patrols. They're reacting to what we're doing. This baldric was not like his now dead partner. He did not bellow or scream. He stalked forward at an inhuman rate, raising his trident high. Ori didn't see it coming, and the rescued human was still half blind. So Tom Walsh chambered around, took aim, and fired. The shot was hurried, but it was lucky. It winged off the baldric's elbow, no doubt shattering bone and shredding muscle. He dropped his trident with a roar of anger and pain and stopped, looking for the source of this new attack.
Okay, Ori, time to go!
Devanzo hissed quietly. Walsh took aim and shot at the baldric, who was now scanning the tree line. He must have spotted them, because he was in motion just before the shot rang out. Instead of catching him in the chest, he moved just enough to one side that he took the round in the upper arm, the one that had already been shot. He hit the ground hard but got back up quickly. But Walsh was quicker. He chambered around, aimed, fired, and nothing happened.
Shit! Misfire!
Walsh groaned and worked the action of the rifle. It refused to budge.
Jammed up!
Now the baldric had definitely spotted them, and he roared a monstrous battle cry. But before he could take a step, Ori was there, blade at the ready, bellowing his own challenge to the massive beast.
What is he doing?
Walsh cried out while working to clear his weapon.
He's starting to believe,
Devanzo stated with awe.
He's the one.
Now is not the time for Matrix jokes,
Walsh said. The baldric only had one good arm, but that meant he retained 80% of his deadly ends. He swiped at Ori, but he dodged with blinding quickness and countered with a slice. The baldric had the sense to offer his mangled flesh, but he hadn't counted on the blade being of iron. The wound seared as the blade bit deep, and the baldric reared back in shock, kicking at the offending creature with one foot. Ori was already in position to meet the incoming appendage, and he held his blade firm. It passed between two toes, cutting the webbing there and carving deep into his foot. When Ori twisted the blade and wrenched it free, the baldric couldn't help but scream. Now limping, he swiped again with his hand, catching nothing and receiving a flurry of slashes from that wretched iron blade. Ori was without pity or quarter, nor was he stylish. He opened up as many wounds as he could, as quickly as he could, until the demon was attempting to hobble away and retreat. But there would be no retreat. Ori feigned a lateral slash, and when the baldric made to block it, he swooped in slow and stabbed up between the plates of his armor, entering at the armpit and piercing to the heart. Ori received 3 horrendous lacerations across his back for it, but it didn't matter anymore. The baldric fell to his knees, limp and defenseless. Screaming with the strength of half a millennium of remembered agony, Ori cleaved the baldric's head from his shoulders in 2 savage blows. The entire fight had taken less than 20 seconds. Devanzo and Walsh looked at each other.
Mission accomplished,
Walsh whispered.
Now let's get out of Dodge.
They leapt from the forest, Devanzo running to gather up the wounded Ori, and Walsh to fetch the latest rescuee. Overhead, there was a berserk scream, one that neither Ori nor Aeneas could recognize. The Americans did, and they looked up with elation at the F-111s making their slow, lazy turn overhead. Secure facility. Camp Hell Alpha. Marshal Plane of Dysprosium. Hell.
Got him.
The intelligence officer had the 10 by 12-inch prints in his hand. More were still coming over, but these were the critical ones, the pictures of the hell pit itself. The F-111s had landed a few minutes before, and the digitally recorded pictures had been sent over by fiber optic cable. Another sign of just how much things were changing. Hell now had computer access, or rather the human army fighting there did. General Petraeus looked at the prints.
It's a caldera, no doubt about it. A supervolcano caldera, like the one that's supposed to be under Yellowstone. Must be bigger, though.
Yeah, size ain't a problem for this thing. Explains the foul atmosphere of this place. That thing must be pumping the contaminants upwards. Take a look at these enlargements, sir. Shows what's going on down there.
Petraeus looked at the enlargements and then sharply at the third person in the room, the hulking figure of Abigor.
We knew it was bad in there, but not this bad. Looks like Dante was spot on in his description of the place, though, more or less.
He paused for a second, trying to regain his balance. Then he addressed Abigor.
How could you? How could anybody do this?
We must.
Abigor's voice was unapologetic.
Our survival depends on it. You kill lower animals to eat, to provide yourselves with food. This is no different. To us you were lower animals to be exploited, so we exploited you to fill our needs.
Petraeus reflected that Abigor was going to have to be very careful how he spoke in the future. Otherwise, he wasn't going to survive much longer. There was an old Western custom involving a tree and a rope that was likely to be reborn.
This isn't farming for food. This is just inflicting suffering for the sheer joy of it.
We do not eat your kind just for food, although your kidlings are great delicacies.
Yep, thought Petraeus. He was going to have to be much more careful.
Then why?
Because we need the energy. When you humans live, you build up energy in your bodies. When you die, that energy boosts you up from your level to ours. But the energy barrier that separates us from the next level up is much stronger than the one that separates your level from ours. We need much more energy to cross it. Energy we generate by prolonging the second deaths of your kind.
How do you know this?
Petraeus was genuinely curious. For the first time, he was getting a real insight into the mind of humanity's greatest enemy.
Because Satan told us so. Yahweh harvests energy as well for the same reason only he gathers his, by making his subjects worship him. He gets the power from devotion.
Like the Ori.
The intelligence officer was an avid Stargate fan. Petraeus wasn't, but he still got the reference.
And that makes the baldrics like the Goa'uld, I suppose. Abigor, you didn't answer my question. How do you know this?
Because it is so. It has always been so. We must harvest energy to cross the barrier to the afterlife. Satan has us do so by the torments of the pit. Yahweh by demanding unending worship.
But that doesn't make any kind of sense. How can two such totally different approaches yield the results you demand? It just doesn't make sense.
The frustration was creeping through into Petraeus's voice.
As I said, it is what Yahweh and Satan both said. Why should they lie? They are gods, they demand faith.
And I'm a general. I demand firepower. And we've seen what happens when your faith meets my firepower. The truth is, Abigor, you don't know any of this. You've got no proof for any of it. You've been sold a bill of goods, just like we were for so many thousands of years. You've been fooled, just like we were.
Abigor stared at the pictures taken by the RF-111C, thoughts churning in his mind. He'd never thought this through before. Those to whom he owed allegiance had demanded he accept their words, and he had. But now he owed allegiance to humans, and humans demanded proof. Those were their eternal replies when somebody claimed something. Prove it. How do you know? What's your proof? If you can't prove it, then it isn't so. And the answer he could give to all those was, I can't. For everything he believed was unproven, and that meant so many things. Abigor spoke very slowly as the words formed in his mind, breaking the mental blocks of millennia.
No, I don't know any of this. I just believed it. And if my belief was false...
His great clawed hand waved over the pictures.
Then all of this, all of it, was for nothing.
Sheffield Cathedral, South Yorkshire, United Kingdom. Lakina Huknasi flapped clumsily over the vast human metropolis, making her way to the place where she could sense the half-open portal pushing gently against the fabric of this plane. She was freezing, aching and frustrated. The city was supposed to be a great engine of industry, but she could see no great fires or forges, nor could she hear the ringing of hammers on anvils. Instead, there was an endless jumble of tightly packed stone buildings, tiny ones with peaked roofs and much larger boxy ones. Ahead, surrounding the place where the portal was lodged, great towers thrust into the sky. Impossibly, many of them seemed to be made out of glass. No. As she got closer, Lakina Huknasi sensed that they had skeletons of iron. She shuddered. Humans were far too fond of iron. The Gorgon sighted the spot where the embryonic portal was floating and smiled faintly at the irony. Invisible to the naked eye in its current state, the interdimensional nexus was hovering perhaps 100 yards above a large temple to Yahweh, the walls of which were awash with the light of human magic. Lakina blinked. What she had taken to be an outbuilding next to the temple revealed itself to be a giant metal snake. As she watched, it whined loudly and began to haul its segmented bulk away into the city. At this point, she had ceased even trying to comprehend the purpose behind the bizarre human constructs. In truth, she was not sure where else to put the portal. The horrid snow had stopped, but the low clouds and mist had kept visibility down to a couple of miles. She had risked one quick, wide circle around the temple and spied a few structures that appeared to be large chimneys, but no smoke issued from them. Lakina settled on destroying as many of the huge towers as possible. They seemed more like palaces than castles. Undoubtedly, they were occupied by the city's elite, the overseers and the most skilled artisans. Even this was not straightforward. The terrain was quite hilly, and if she placed the portal in the wrong spot, the lava might flow around the towers without destroying them. She settled on a monolithic black tower that stood proudly above and a little apart from the rest. It was sited on a low hill and at the top of a slight groove, which she hoped would act as a channel leading straight to the rest of the towers. Lakina Huknasi finished her approach and began a slow descending glide over the temple. Bracing herself for the pain, she prepared to reach out with her psychic power to grasp the nexus. The familiar stinging sensation washed over her wings, and suddenly she had it. Pumping her wings with grim determination, she strained to drag the nexus away from the temple. Immediately she could feel her queen's powerful presence.
I have it. I am moving the nexus into position.
Lakina Huknasi exclaimed with the mental equivalent of a gasp. Uriel replied with a curt,
Good! Do not fail me now!
Lakina Huknasi sensed the portal swelling as the Naga back in hell poured energy into it. She had the target in sight, but it seemed agonizingly far away. The pent-up psychic force was building to monstrous proportions, and she had to switch from pulling the nexus to pushing against it to prevent it opening prematurely. At last she was almost over the tower.
Ready!
She shouted into the ether, hoping Uriel sensed her over the human din and howling energy of the portal itself. She released the Nexus, half-folded her wings, and dropped away from the tower, racing to escape the literal piece of hell that was about to be unleashed. MD 902 GSIPS, South Yorkshire Police Air Support Unit, over Sheffield. Peter Taranaski swung the helicopter around in a lazy semicircle, ready for another slow pass over Hillsborough. Police work didn't pay well, but it was a lot more interesting than playing air taxi to overpaid executives or spending all day creeping along power lines. Better yet, there was the regular thrill of accomplishing the mission, protecting the public and nabbing the bad guys. Back in the Army Air Corps, it had mostly been an endless series of make-believe exercises. Even in weather like this, he was usually eager to take the Explorer up. But when the scramble order came through, he was expecting yet another false alarm. Now that command had confirmed baldric activity in the peaks, the tension in the cabin was palpable. In the left seat, Sergeant Oliver Webster was staring intently at his main monitor, which was showing a thermal image of the streets below. The younger man had quickly gained a reputation for competence and calmly directing ground units through crisis situations. In Pete's opinion, though, the sergeant took life a bit too seriously. In particular, his jokes were usually met with a disapproving silence. That was one good thing about the war. The second observer position had been replaced by a couple of heavily armed squaddies, who did seem to appreciate his one-liners. The RT crackled.
Sierra Yankee 99, new baldric sighting reported. Single flyer low over the town hall, over.
Webster was quick to respond.
Acknowledged. We'll head over there now. We've covered Hillsborough twice now, nothing to report.
His voice continued over the intercom.
Peter, I'd like an orbit of the ring road.
Confirmed.
Pete eased the cyclic forward and the aircraft began to pick up speed until it was holding 60 knots.
I'll take it easy. No sense wasting fuel.
He looked over at Sergeant Webster, who nodded. Other units were scouring the peaks for baldric invaders. They were tasked with rapid response should the demons slip through the net to a populated area. That meant maximizing endurance, as they'd do no good if they were down for refueling when the baldrics went on a rampage.
Sierra Yankee 99, make that multiple sightings. At least one baldric over Pond's Forge. Priority 1, over.
Roger, Control, on our way.
Webster replied. Pete had already dipped the nose and the MD 902 leapt forward, speeding towards the city center. He cut in on the RT.
Have ATC got a blip this time? Over.
There was a long silence.
Negative, Sierra Yankee. They've got some kind of interference, though. Radar cover is compromised.
Sergeant Webster had zoomed the IR camera and had a pulsating speck centered on his monitor. As the helicopter drew closer, it took a form reminiscent of a giant, long-legged bat.
Baldric sighted. Single flyer at 600 feet AGL, heading west from Cathedral. Over.
The reply was immediate and emphatic.
Say again, Sierra Yankee. One baldric flyer over central Sheffield. We've lost your telemetry.
Pete had a visual on the baldric and was maneuvering the helicopter into its rear quarter, staying well back. The Explorer was quieter than most helicopters, primarily due to its lack of a tail rotor, but he was still under no illusions that the baldric couldn't hear them. He just didn't want to force a confrontation until they were ready.
Affirmative, baldric flyer proceeding west towards University at about 50 knots. It's a small one.
Webster's voice trailed off. He had switched back to visual and noticed that the demon's wings were glowing with a ghostly blue-white light. Worse, the air beneath the creature was shimmering, as if by heat haze. What the devil was it up to?
Ledged, alert, interceptcom, def.
The duty officer's voice distorted and dropped out. Sergeant Webster flipped channels, but the error indicator on the radio panel wouldn't go out. It had to be whatever the demon was doing, if the radar was affected too. Time to make a judgment call.
Peter, take us up over it for a shot.
He looked back over his shoulder.
Corporal, you're up. Take it down.
The two riflemen were ready for the order and sprang immediately into action. Private Hughes slammed back the door, while Corporal Sinker heaved his AS-50 anti-material rifle onto the pintle mount. The target was easy to make out despite the fog, with the bright glow emanating from its wings. But then, the light suddenly went out, and the bat-like shape veered off and dropped away. Sinker put his eye to the scope, hoping to line up a shot before the helo started changing position, and then recoiled from a sudden, overpowering rush of heat and light. An impossibly deep, deafeningly loud roar had a moment to pound his ears before the helicopter was sucked into the maelstrom. The University of Sheffield, 11:26 p.m. GMT. The Arts Tower was a Sheffield landmark, a striking 21-story monolith built in the early 60s and still the tallest university building in the British Isles. The midnight black disk of the portal swelled into existence almost directly above the tower, appearing for all the world like a flying saucer from a low-budget sci-fi movie. In the space of an eye blink, a glowing stream of magma had burst out from the disk's lower surface and begun to plummet towards the building, while from the upper surface a fountain of liquid rock sprayed into the air. A full 4 seconds passed as the magma blossomed in mid-air. Those few onlookers that survived would later report being transfixed by the deadly beauty of the scene. Then the crushing stream smashed into the tower's west side, driving it into the ground and exploding the opposite side in a spray of fire and shrapnel. The shockwave created by the magma hitting the ground smashed windows and ruptured eardrums out to over a kilometer. The gas entrained within the rock erupted from confinement, sending clouds of shocking vapor across the city. Half powered by the gas, half powered by the sheer kinetic energy of the fall, liquid rock splashed out from the impact site, smashing into the lesser tower blocks surrounding the impact point, which immediately began to collapse. After another 4 seconds, the canopy of glowing projectiles formed from the upper spray began to impact on the surrounding area with the force of 1,000-pound bombs. The campus vanished into a huge cloud of dust, lit from within by the hellish light of the magma stream. Thousands of tons of rock continued to slam into the impact site every second, creating a roar that outclassed even a Saturn rocket launch. The relatively soft ground shook and slipped under the onslaught, leading to further collapses as buildings further out were hit by the deadly combination of tremors and projectiles. MD 902 GSIPS, South Yorkshire Police Air Support Unit, over Sheffield. Private Jamie Hughes was being battered by noise, light, and G-forces beyond anything his worst nightmares had imagined. After the initial lurch, the helicopter had spiraled out of control, shaking as shrapnel hit the fuselage. At first, his only thought was to hang on and prepare for a likely fatal impact. Finally, the aircraft began to stabilize, and he could fight through the shock to assess on the situation in the cabin. Corporal Sinker was down, sprawled on the deck and unmoving. A massive pillar of fire and smoke filled the port windows. Jamie's first thought was nuclear bomb, but surely they'd been too close to survive a nuke going off. He was about to check his CO's wounds when he spotted a flash of movement through the open door. As he struggled to focus, the bronze glint resolved itself into the shape of the Baldric flyer, flapping furiously to escape the destruction it had wrought. Oliver's mind filled instantly with rage and a determination not to let that bastard get away. Leaning over the corporal's body, he grabbed the AS-50 and swung it up to firing position. The helo continued to shake and buck, making it almost impossible to keep the fleeing Baldric in the sights. Private Hughes knew he had only seconds to make the shot, so he let fly with 5 rounds rapid. The first one went wide. The second should have hit, but had no visible effect. Then the third one went wide again as the helo started to shudder. Somehow he managed to bring the rifle back on target, and the last 2 rounds hit the creature, spraying blood visibly as he watched through the scope. That was all he saw before the floor dropped away from under him. Meanwhile, Peter Taranaski had been fighting hard to stabilize his bird, which had been thrown violently out of the flight envelope by the initial shockwave. The strong gusts and uneven thermals kept undoing his efforts. The controls didn't seem quite right either, while all the time that pounding roar bored into his head. Glowing balls shot through the sky all around them, and he flinched repeatedly at the near misses. Finally, he managed to get the Explorer back into level flight, but they'd lost most of their altitude and airspeed.
Sergeant, Corporal!
There was no response over the intercom, so he tore his eyes away from the instruments and glanced over at the observer's position. Sergeant Webster was slumped forward in his seat, seemingly unconscious, but what struck him cold was the sight through the window. Some kind of massive explosion had obliterated the university, and fingers of glowing lava were streaming out from the base of the smoke column. They had to get out of here now. Peter began to pull the bird up and away from the inferno, yanking the collective just as the helicopter entered a powerful updraft created by the lava flow. The swirling air quickly formed into a vortex ring, stalling the rotors as the helicopter literally lost its grip on the air. The Explorer rolled sideways and began to plummet towards the ground. A moment's hesitation would have been instantly fatal, but fortunately Peter had encountered this problem twice before, in a combat landing exercise. He shoved the cyclic forwards, trading his precious remaining altitude for speed in a desperate attempt to escape and regain lift. He succeeded, but it was already too late to avoid his pressing appointment with the ground. The explorer skimmed over a half-completed apartment block, then plowed into the corrugated metal roof of a small tow bar factory. Pindar, under the MOD main building, Whitehall, London. The Prime Minister strode briskly through the underground corridor. He'd retired to number 10 after the initial searches had turned up nothing, but in truth he'd only been napping. He wasn't ready to believe that the demons had simply retreated after their slaughter, and it would seem that his instincts were correct.
It's Sheffield, sir.
The aide next to him said.
Some kind of massive incendiary attack. Reports of fires burning out of control and of buildings collapsing. No baldricks, though.
Gordon Brown didn't bother asking her to elaborate, as the Situation Room was just ahead. He spotted Lord West across the room. The Secretary for Defense probably hadn't left since the initial attack, along with several other cabinet members. The screens showed images of fire, brimstone, and digital maps with conspicuous red outlines superimposed on them.
How bad is it, Admiral?
Prime Minister, in short, the baldricks have hit Sheffield with a weapon of mass destruction based on their portal capability. We're looking at a total loss of the city centre, severe damage out to 3 miles, and significant damage to the surrounding areas.
The PM's expression was grim.
Comparable to a sub-strategic nuclear yield?
The scenario seemed familiar somehow, but he couldn't place the source of the déjà vu.
Not exactly, sir. We had one piece of luck. A police helicopter caught the deployment on video.
Lord West nodded to the comms officer who touched a control. A pair of images appeared on a large screen, documenting GSIP's initial encounter with the baldric.
Right is natural colour, left is the thermal image. They intercepted the demon over the cathedral. Don't know if that was significant.
The PM was staring at the baldric. It looked like a grotesque cross between a woman and a bat, with bronze skin and no visible arms. There was something odd about its hair, and its wings had started to glow. The image began to show streaks and speckles. Lord West continued to narrate.
Intercept Control lost radar coverage over the city shortly before the intercept. Radio contact with the helicopter was lost about now.
The buildings began to recede and the angle shifted.
They're maneuvering for a shot, a little too late, unfortunately.
The baldric suddenly closed its wings and fell away, leaving a tower block in the center of the frame. The image flared. The visual camera quickly recovered to show a blossoming orange firework, while the thermal image stayed whited out. The room was silent as the cascade of magma obliterated the buildings below. Then the image spun crazily before blanking out.
The helicopter went down.
The voice came from behind him, but it was one the PM had become tiresomely familiar with. Sure enough, Deputy Prime Minister David Cameron was standing behind him.
Actually, no, though it was a close thing.
As if on cue, the video switched to showing a panoramic aerial view of the destruction.
They recorded this before they had to return to base. We've established that the burst height was a little over 800 feet. Portal diameter is about 50 feet, and the damn thing hasn't shown any sign of closing yet.
Threads. That was it. An old BBC documentary about Sheffield's destruction during a nuclear war. Gordon pushed the trivia out of his mind, but not before thinking, well, at least things aren't that bad.
Casualties?
We're guessing at the moment, but I'd be surprised if we take less than 10,000 fatalities. Still, it could have been much worse. That figure would be tripled if the attack had come at noon instead of midnight.
And that was our safest labor seat, the Prime Minister thought grimly.
What's our response so far?
We've got fighters up, sir, Tornadoes patrolling and some Hawks. They're trainers, but they've always had a war emergency point defense role. They're carrying a gun pod we've had in storage ever since the Phantoms were phased out.
Tornadoes? Hawks? What happened to the Typhoons for all the money those things cost us?
They're out in Iraq, sir. Anyway, the Home Guard is being mobilized and we're moving in. With that portal still open, we'll have to be damned careful. The explosion did one hell of a lot of damage, and if there's another, we could lose all our first responders. Casualties? Quite apart from the numbers issue, we've got the lot. Severe burns, blunt force trauma, gas poisoning, you name it. The baldricks didn't hit us with a nuke, but they might as well have done. First priority is to get the scene cordoned off.
He was interrupted by the telephone ringing. One of the aides picked it up and spoke for a few seconds.
Sir, I have Dublin on the line. They've picked up the news, probably intercept of the transmissions we've been watching. The Dublin Fire Brigade is already on its way. A ferry is being held for them.
Word's out then. Didn't take long, did it? Have we any more data to give out?
No, sir. We'll be getting download from a keyhole fairly shortly, but that's all we can expect. All our good stuff is out in Iraq or on its way there. We can get a Nimrod down, but it'll take time.
I thought Bay Systems had killed off our Nimrod fleet.
Not all of them, sir, just the ones they upgraded. The old ones are still flyable.
The phone rang again.
It's Norway, sir. They got the news about the attack, but no more than that. They say whatever they've got, and we want we can have.
Nice of them. Still no theories on why Sheffield was the target. Ground Zero was the university. Were they doing anything important?
Nothing credible, Prime Minister. I checked the university. Their materials department did some engineering work on the new head shells, but that's all.
Another Cold War memory bobbed unbidden into Brown's mind. A novel in which the Russians had destroyed Birmingham with a single ICBM, then tried to sue for terms. Bad end to a good book. He couldn't remember the title. No matter, it was a plausible scenario here. The attack might be a carefully judged attempt by Satan to demonstrate his power before opening negotiations. But it was also plausible that Sheffield was just unlucky, and that more strikes would follow as fast as the demons could manage.
We have to know why, and more importantly, if, when, and where the next strike will be. What about that demon general the Americans captured? If he's supposed to be on our side, why didn't he bother to warn us about this?
You'll have to ask the Americans that, sir. He's in their hands.
We'll do just that. Mr. Cameron, if you could call the White House and the Kremlin, please. I'll want a video conference ASAP.
Brown was more inclined to assign the twit to making tea, but alas, one had to accommodate political realities. The Cavendish, West Street, Central Sheffield. Alex Malcolm had saved up 2 weeks' worth of alcohol rations for the pub crawl, and he was determined to use them all before the night was over. University life hadn't changed that much, at least not for the engineering students. They'd all had to join the cadets, and that meant weekends wasted on the firing range and the drill ground. But that was all. Not like the humanities students, most of whom had been evicted from the halls of residence and drafted. In their place were throngs of mature students being pushed through the new short technical and medical courses. In Alex's mind, the humanities students were no big loss. It's not as if they were doing real degrees anyway, though the replacement of all those hot young psychology girls with boring, ugly ex-call center workers was a crying shame. Alex downed his 6th pint and lurched to his feet.
Back in a sec, mate,
he slurred, as he made his way unsteadily to the men's restroom. Halfway through the process of relieving himself, the world exploded into noise and darkness. He'd fallen against the wall, bruising his head against the pipework. Pain flashed across his back. He instinctively reached over to feel the wound, and his hand closed around the chunk of broken glass embedded there. He pulled it out, slicing his hand open in the process. The lights were out, the windows were smashed, and the whole building was shaking. Alex had only one explanation for this: earthquake. But how could an earthquake on this scale happen in England? Screams began to ring out over the rumbling and roaring, multiplying as the panic spread. Adrenaline coursed through his system, fighting the alcohol to get him moving. He had to get out of here. The earthquake was showing no sign of abating, and the whole building could come down on him. He barreled forward down the corridor out of the lavatories, dripping blood and urine, and emerged into a scene of utter chaos. Over 100 drunken pub-goers were trying to force themselves through the building's 2 exits, screaming, shouting, punching, and kicking at each other. The scene was lit only by a glowing orange light streaming in through the windows. Alex couldn't understand why the earthquake was making people so desperate that they'd risk being crushed to death. Wait, was that light coming from a fire? He tried to jog over to the windows, but caught his foot on an overturned stool and went crashing to the ground. Ignoring the fresh bruises, he hauled himself up and stared in horror at the scene outside. A wall of glowing lava over a meter high was advancing inexorably down the street, surrounded by flames and smoke from the burning buildings, and crowned by the twisted wrecks of cars being carried along by the flow. Another crash, this one startlingly close. Someone had thrown a chair through the next window along, carrying most of the broken glass and wooden dividers out into the street. He turned in time to see 2 of his mates leap through the window. There was no time for thoughts of rescuing others. He'd be lucky to save himself. Alex clambered out through the shattered window, heedless of the fresh cuts to his hands, and recoiled from the blast of heat that scorched his skin. He began to jog away from the lava towards the city center, but he made one crucial mistake. He looked back. The lava flow had accelerated as more rock poured into the channel, and the intense heat seemed to scorch his eyes. The world dissolved into pain as he tripped on a curb and fell sprawling. The only mercy was that his suffering lasted only seconds before the lava washed over him. Well, that part of his suffering anyway. As everybody now knew, death was only a temporary respite. MD 902 GSIPS. Sergeant Webster groaned as he fought his way back to consciousness. His head throbbed with pain, which the pounding roar and ragged whine were only exacerbating. He forced his eyes open. The forward cockpit canopy was a crazy patchwork of cracks and holes. The helicopter seemed to have landed on a building. No, it was partially embedded in a sawtooth roof. The rotors were still turning. The pilot was fiddling with the flight controls, but far from shutting down, he seemed to be trying to start one of the engines.
Daranaski, what are you doing? We have to bail out.
Private Hughes's voice answered over the intercom.
Sir, Corporal Sinker has a concussion, and I think a dislocated shoulder. I broke my leg in the crash. There's no way we can make it before... Well, look to your right.
Sergeant Webster twisted around to look behind the aircraft. The whole area was shrouded in smoke and flames, but one thing stood out very clearly: the river of lava pouring down the hill towards them. They weren't in its direct path, but that small mercy could buy them only minutes at best. The whine from above intensified and took on a discordant, surging character.
Got it,
yelled Taranaski.
Port turbine spooling up. Hang on, I'm trying it again.
Peter waited for the rotor RPMs to build to the maximum, then eased back on the collective. The Explorer trembled and began to lift. The crew could barely hear the cracks and squeals of strained metal over the din as the bird struggled to free herself from the twisted metal roof supports. The cabin tilted backwards and then halted, shuddering. Private Hughes pulled himself over to the gaping opening in the side of the aircraft. The door had been ripped off in the crash. Leaning out into the ferocious downwash, he could see the problem clearly.
It's no good, sir. The skids are wedged in good. The forward struts have snapped, but the rear ones are holding us fast.
He looked up just in time to see another of the glowing rocks slam into a nearby apartment block, shattering the few remaining windows and starting fires across several floors. He had to cut through those struts. What tools did he have? Just one. Jamie reached for a spare .50 caliber magazine. Royal Hallamshire Hospital, Western Sheffield. Rebecca Burdett stared out through the empty window frame at the vast lake of smoking lava that mere minutes before had been the university campus. From her vantage point on the 17th floor, she could see countless human forms running, staggering, and crawling away from the inferno. Everywhere she looked, people were dying, caught by the flames, collapsing under the heat, or obliterated by a flaming boulder. She turned away. There was no doubt about it. The hospital had to be abandoned. The lava seemed to be flowing away from them for now, but several of the hospital buildings had been hit by the boulders and looked ready to collapse. The ground fires were advancing steadily despite the inrushing air, and the earthquake showed no signs of abating. The fire alarm was already blaring, but the nurses she could see were still transfixed by the scene outside.
Snap out of it, we have to move.
Rebecca sprinted through the ward to the reception area, where she snatched up the microphone for the PA system.
Everyone, your attention please. This is Matron Burdett. The hospital must be evacuated as quickly and calmly as possible.
She delivered the words with a slightly eerie calm.
Patients, if you can walk, go to the lobby area via the stairwells. Do not use the lifts. Otherwise, please wait for a member of staff to assist you. Do not leave the building. Transport will be arranged.
Rebecca clicked the microphone off, then pulled out her phone and punched the button for reception. The extension for reception was busy, of course. Cursing, she dived into the stairwell, pushing past the throngs of people that built up steadily as she descended. By the time she emerged into the lobby, it was already packed with shouting and screaming patients.
Please remain calm,
she shouted, in a tone that did not sound like a request.
There is no immediate danger.
Not really true, but it seemed to placate the crowd for now.
Non-critical patients move in an orderly fashion to the car park. We don't have nearly enough ambulances for you all, so we'll be using private cars.
She finally made it to the reception desk. David was usually pretty competent, but he seemed ready to have a nervous breakdown.
Rebecca,
He caught himself.
What the hell is going on?
Don't know. Some sort of attack, massive fires. We have to get the patients out, that's all that matters.
I tried to call Northern General, but I couldn't get...
Forget it. They're probably in the same boat as us, or will be soon. Now take Tracy, Mark, and anyone else you find on the way and get to the car park. I don't want anyone leaving without a full load of patients. Tell them to go straight to Manchester.
Manchester, but...
Rebecca grabbed the man's shoulders.
There's massive casualties out there. Everyone local will be overwhelmed. Now get moving.
She grabbed the phone from David's hand as he stumbled away and searched through the memory for the number she needed.
Whitworth, this is Matron Burdett at Royal Hallamshire. We've got a huge explosion in Sheffield. We have to evacuate. I'm sending our intensive care patients to you. Yes, I know you don't have the capacity. You'll have to turn them out. No, listen, this is a gold-level disaster. No, I don't know who... Look, I'm sure that they'll contact you shortly. Meanwhile, people are dying here. You are going to send every ambulance you have to Sheffield, and you're going to do it now. Understand? Good.
MD 902 GSIPS.
Control, this is Sierra Yankee 99. Do you copy? Over.
Sergeant Webster was still trying to get the radio working. Meanwhile, Private Hughes struggled to find a position in which he could get a shot at the rear support strut. He could see the target clearly enough. It was buried in a tangle of metal half a meter beneath the door sill, but with his broken leg there was just no way to aim the heavy rifle at it from inside the cabin. He considered shooting through the airframe. The AS-50 undoubtedly had the power to punch through, but he'd be firing blind, and in any case he was pretty sure the main fuel tank was under the cabin. Bad idea.
Control, this is Sierra Yankee 99. Do you copy? Over.
Oliver, I copy. What the blazes is going on? First we thought we'd lost you, then we got a report you'd landed at Sheffield City Heliport. Everything has dropped in the pot here. Nobody knows what is happening. Just what is your status? Over.
The communications channels were clearing, and the response from the command center at Atlas Court included the alarms and a commotion of voices in the background.
We were knocked down by the blast. My bird is seriously damaged. Can you see what's happening out here? Over.
Confirmed. We're seeing it over CCTV. Hell, we can see it out the windows. We're preparing to evacuate. At this rate, the lava will be here in less than half an hour. Are you airworthy? Over?
Negative, Control. We're stuck in a roof. The lava's about to surround the building. Need a pickup urgently. Over.
There was a slight pause before the duty officer responded.
Sierra Yankee, Army choppers are inbound, but the closest is still 10 minutes out. Over.
Acknowledge, Control.
Sergeant Webster hadn't expected anything else. Every commander would be in triage mode now, and plucking a helicopter crew off the top of a doomed building wasn't a high priority.
Situation understood. Sierra Yankee 99 out.
Private Hughes had been listening to the exchange and cut in over the intercom.
Sir, I think I can free the helo, but I'll have to climb out onto the roof.
Webster gave it only a moment's consideration. There was no viable alternative.
Roger, Private. We'll hover until you're back on board.
Jamie unplugged his headset and clambered out onto the twisted girders, gritting his teeth at the pain that flared in his leg. The metal was hot to the touch, and the blistering heat and swirling smoke was making it increasingly hard to see or breathe. Once he'd steadied himself, he grabbed the heavy rifle from the helicopter and began to work himself into a braced position. The pilot was watching him through the cockpit side window. Jamie gave him the thumbs up and the engine noise intensified as the helicopter once more struggled to lift off. There it was, the near side support strut clearly visible now that the helicopter's belly was clear of the corrugated iron roofing. He pulled the scope off the rail and lined up the AS-50 with the iron sights, bracing it against a girder. 2 sharp cracks and the job was done, the .50 caliber rounds shredding the aluminum alloy tube. The helicopter lurched upward again and shuddered, straining against the last remaining strut. Jamie struggled to maintain his balance as the roof started to collapse, chunks of metal tumbling down into the building below. A fresh wave of heat hit him, and with horror he realized that the lava was already pouring into the building. Jamie swung the heavy rifle around and unloaded his last 3 rounds into the tangle of metal around the back of the remaining skid. The recoil was the final straw for the critically weakened factory roof. With a shrieking groan, the entire section collapsed into the burning interior. With both skids now sheared off, the Explorer leapt upwards into the sky, climbing away from the collapsing ruin. The last thing Private Hughes saw was the underside of the helicopter vanishing into the sky. South Yorkshire Fire and Rescue Headquarters, Central Sheffield. The screens in the control center normally showed simple dots representing the incident sites. Only for the worst industrial fires did the staff have to draw rings around the affected area. Now the entire center of the city was marked in red, and that stain was growing rapidly.
And a second line of fire breaks here, here and here. That should save most of Hillsborough and Stannington. The lower Rivlin Valley is a write-off. The best we can hope for is that it floods fast enough to save a few buildings. We'll worry about Fullwood if we get time. Industrial areas take priority. Now get to it.
The sheer spectacle of the aerial volcano had convinced Chief Fire Officer Spurrier to dispense with the usual levels of escalation and go straight to damage limitation mode. He turned to Assistant CFO Lloyd, who was coordinating with the other responders, Category 1 and otherwise.
Get anything out of highways yet?
No, sir. They just say they'll call me back. We'll probably have to send our own people out to the depots to get them moving.
Do it. I'll have the authorities sorted out by the time they arrive. Keep reminding the police that we need those construction sites stripped too. We'll need every earth mover we can get if we're going to box in that lava flow.
A young firefighter burst into the room, still in full heat-resistant gear.
Sirs, we can't hold it. There's just too much. We solidify one stream and it comes at us from another direction. We've got to pull back.
CFO Spurrier sighed. All that effort rebuilding the city center into something actually pleasant to look at, and now it was all going to be buried in basalt. Ah well, at least the EU had footed most of the bill. For brief a second he pitied the baldric who would have to explain to the bureaucrats in Brussels what had happened to their investment. Then his momentary glee faded. Having to abandon his new state-of-the-art command center was too hard a blow.
Okay. Tell Scott to redeploy along the Moore and Arundel Gate. You've got to keep the southern ring road and the station open as long as you can. Stephen, divert everything to Mansfield Road for now, then shut down. We'll be going straight to the forward command post at the airport.
MD 902 GSIPs. Pete began to swing the helicopter around for a pass on the factory. Private Hughes had risked everything to save them, and Pete wasn't going to just leave him. Sergeant Webster's voice came over the intercom, barely audible over the screaming engines and still omnipresent roar.
Peter, what are you doing?
Going back for him, of course.
Peter, he's gone. The entire building collapsed. I was watching as we took off. There was nothing we could do.
There was no response from the pilot, so Webster took the opportunity to contact Control.
Control, Sierra Yankee 99. Do you copy?
Sierra Yankee, I copy. What's your status?
Airborne again, but we've taken a beating. Are you still receiving telemetry?
The camera pod on the helicopter's nose had jammed in place, but it could still transmit a picture.
We've got some more stuff for you.
Ah, roger. Sierra Yankee, bloody hell.
The Explorer was circling slowly over central Sheffield, a position which afforded a fine view of the magma fountain, blurry but visible within the base of the rapidly forming mushroom cloud, as well as the rivers of lava consuming the town's center. Every few seconds another building would collapse, adding further haze to the scene below.
Oliver, we have to evacuate. The fires are getting close, and the lava isn't far behind. Pogo 177, stay up as long as you can, then abort to the airport. Acknowledge.
Acknowledged. Switching to channel 177. Sierra Yankee 99 out.
Taranaski's voice came over the intercom, and he did not sound happy.
We got a seriously bent bird here. Controls are wonky. Port turbine is running very hot, and I think we're leaking fuel. We should get her down ASAP.
Negative, Peter. Unless you're sure she's going to drop out of the sky, we stay until we're relieved. Command have to know what's happening.
But Sergeant, the Corporal needs a medic. Hell, we all need.
Pilot. As long as we can fly, we stay until we're relieved.
Webster's hard tone softened slightly.
It shouldn't be long. Now bring us around. Command will need an idea of how fast the fires are spreading.
Allerthorpe, southeast Sheffield. The convoy of big Bedford trucks rolled onto the field and came to a halt one by one. As soon as each vehicle had stopped moving, soldiers poured out of the rear, already in full combat gear. Overhead, the grim red column of the magma stream shone through the vast pall of smoke that surrounded it, lighting up the area in a confused scarlet glow, just like the descriptions of hell that had been coming back from the troops that had entered that region. The smoke pall was spreading fast, the most obvious sign of the inferno that was devouring the city. Not the only sign, of course. The constant vibrations that were running through the ground were another. They could be felt through the soles of the soldiers' boots, and were enough to make hands that held binoculars shake enough to blur the image. Then again, there were other causes for hands to shake as well.
Right, you men. Get the barricades across the roads. I want 3 volunteers, you, and you, to get a GPMG set up to cover the blocks. Anybody who tries to run the roadblock, spray them.
Poddington looked at the stream of traffic that was building up as the population of Sheffield made a run for it. Understandable, but not something that could be allowed. Men were needed to build fire breaks, construct barriers, and dig ditches. try and divert the lava streams away from the industrial area to where they could do the least damage. Women were needed to help the wounded and look after children. In a disaster like this, there were no useless hands. He walked into the road and held up a hand in the traditional stop sign. Traditional in the UK anyway, he'd seen films of American police giving stop signs by waving their hands around like demented organ grinders monkeys. Hysterical load of spams, Poddington thought. A car was ignoring the stop signal. Instead, it had picked up speed and was going to either intimidate him into getting out of the way or go around him. Poddington produced his pride and joy, an old Webley Mark V with a 6-inch barrel. It had been his grandfather's in the First World War, and Poddington had kept it carefully hidden away during the long years of the handgun ban. Now he had it out again, and he even had the Mark III man-stopper bullets to go with it, hollow-point rounds with a steel ball molded inside the lead to add to the effect. One round dealt with the windscreen of the approaching car very satisfactorily, shattering it and sending fragments spraying around. The car came to an abrupt halt.
Hey, what have you done to me ride?
The young man driving was aggressive and aggrieved, but both emotions faded when he heard the clicking of rifle bolts being drawn back.
Commandeered it, sir. Any other occupants? No? Then, sir, we'll have to ask you to wait here. The civil authorities will be forming work teams shortly, and you'll have the honor of being a founder member. Simonite, move this vehicle off the road. It's a 4-wheel drive, so the Home Guard will be wanting it. Clegg, Dewhurst, move 2-wheel drives off to that field over there. Park them neatly now. We don't want to be slovenly soldiers.
Behind them, the traffic was backing up quickly. The soldiers quickly checked each vehicle, sending the ones likely to be useful off to one side, the rest into a field to be parked. With gasoline rationing in force, it was amazing how many vehicles were using this road. But Poddington guessed that fleeing lava meant more than conserving gasoline rations.
Sergeant.
A new voice had spoken from behind him.
Lieutenant Batty, Home Guard. We've come to take over the roadblock when you're ready. Midlands Command want your unit to join the rest of the regulars in case of the Baldricks trying to follow up this attack. Nobody knows what they'll try next.
Very good, sir. Quiet word, sir. Don't hesitate to shoot if the situation demands it. It won't take much for a panic to start here. We've got to keep this situation under control.
Understood, Sergeant.
The thank you was unspoken, but there.
There's coaches coming up to take the women and kids to a refugee center. Trucks will be coming for the men. Take them back to the city. Every pair of hands needed there.
Poddington looked at the red cloud surrounding the stream of fire and the pall that hung over the doomed city.
Did they save Park Hill, sir?
Batty shook his head.
It's gone. The fire breaks hung on long enough for the people to get out, but the blocks have gone.
Ah, well, suppose that'll end the talk about what to do with them. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant, and the same to your men here.
Celestial Mechanics Laboratory. Demon. Yale. Connecticut.
But that would still allow higher dimensional rotation of nanoscale structures, so clearly your topology cannot be correct.
Why is that a problem? The molecules are still confined to...
chirality.
Dr. Kuroneko regarded his colleague with a vaguely disappointed look.
Look it up. I am hardly a biologist, but I do know that if you flipped a significant fraction of the molecules in a human body, the individual would be dead or dying within hours. Too many critical enzymes operate on only a specific stereoisomer.
Oh, well, how about...
The conversation was interrupted by the double doors flying open and admitting a very purposeful-looking army officer.
Doctors, we have an emergency. Follow me, please.
The two bemused scientists were quickly escorted to the conference room, which despite the late hour was filling up rapidly. Dr. Kuroneko's gaze was drawn straight to the main screen, which was showing a lake of fire with a great glowing fountain shooting out of it. No, not fire. Lava. A waterfall of magma was pouring onto an expanse of burning rubble.
What on earth?
That's Sheffield. It's a city of 500,000 or so in northern England. Or was, I'd guess it's quite a bit below 500,000 now.
That flat, disinterested voice again. Kuroneko looked over his shoulder, and sure enough, it was the mysterious man who had gotten the whole Starglider project rolling. The man was either an undercover demon with powers of personal teleportation, or had an uncanny knack for turning up just as the excrement was about to hit the rotary impeller.
The Baldricks found a way to dump magma on it, at something like 1,000,000 tons a minute. As yet, we don't know why that target was chosen, or when they might repeat the trick. Your team is our best bet for finding a countermeasure before we lose another city.
You were expecting this and just let it happen?
We were expecting something, Doctor. It is not the mark of an intelligent person to assume that he can administer what amounts to a historic ass-kicking and not get some form of comeback. The question was never whether something would happen, but what and when. We knew that we had to be able to close a portal, or one day one of them would bite us in the ass. Put the two together, and we have Project Starglider. Dumping magma through a portal is an interesting concept, though. It has several advantages over the way we would normally address the problem of a city we didn't like very much.
Kuroneko got the unpleasant feeling that he'd just seen the birth of a new part of America's strategic arsenal.
You take this attack very lightly, sir.
Not in the least. I find the concept of opening a volcano directly over one of our cities to be quite disturbing. Not least because if they can do it once, they can do it again. So we can expect to see another attack like this. That raises a lot of questions for my colleagues and I to address, one of which is why they chose Sheffield, and what that might tell us about future targets. But that is for us to think about. Your job, Doctor, is to make sure there are as few of these attacks as possible.
Dr. Kuroneko realized that everyone was staring at him. He gulped, then stared at the table for a second. When he brought his head up, his eyes were hardened with determination.
First, we must understand what happened. What data have the Brits sent so far?
Clifton Council Estate, Nottingham, United Kingdom. The screen flicked between grainy images of burning and collapsing buildings, of streams of glowing lava progressing inexorably through city streets, and of people running in terror from it all. Some were apparently less terrified than others, because they'd taken the time to record the disaster on their cell phones and digicams. The later images were clearer but less dramatic. They showed bulldozers flattening buildings and creating ramparts from the rubble, lines of fire crews trying to halt the advance of the flames, and rescue crews carrying stretchers out of damaged buildings. The montage ended on images of gridlocked roads lined with armed soldiers and refugees wandering aimlessly about. Meanwhile, the text continued to scroll across the bottom of the screen. Central Sheffield destroyed by volcanic activity, thousands dead, presumed demonic attack may be linked to high peak incident. Prime Minister asks nation to remain calm and stay vigilant for any further Baldric activity.
The city has now been completely sealed off by army units. This is the closest we can get, as the government has made it clear that civilians will not be allowed through the perimeter.
The BBC News correspondent was standing on a flat roof, lit by a harsh floodlight. The sky behind him was filled entirely by a diffuse orange glow, the smoke now completely obscuring the area around the portal. A deep rumbling was clearly audible.
The lava still appears to be flowing. The fire services are starting to get the fires under control, but they're contending with toxic smoke and collapsing buildings.
A bright flare appeared in the background, hazy but quite distinct from the central glow. A couple of seconds later, a crackling roar could be heard, while the speaker flinched visibly.
That was probably the gasometer at Attercliffe. We were told that there was some difficulty pumping the gas away with the power out.
The speaker composed himself.
The emergency services are making a tremendous effort to limit casualties and contain the damage. They aren't the only ones. We've heard numerous reports of ordinary people pulling casualties out of the rubble. In the first hour after the attack, I understand construction workers have been arriving at the cordon and volunteering to help with the fire breaks.
Christopher Hughes stared at the television in horror. Not that this was a matter of choice. He had tried to look away, but his limbs seemed frozen, and the effort brought only blinding pain. The terrible presence of them made it difficult to even think clearly. It was obvious that he'd made a horrible mistake. The shadow government wasn't the enemy after all. They'd probably been secretly preparing humanity to fight the demons for decades, if not centuries. Christopher withdrew to a corner of his own mind, mentally whimpering at the thought of how many people the demons would make him hurt before they were done with him. Tapton Hall, Western Sheffield, United Kingdom. Since the opening of the portal, Lakina Huknasi's universe had consisted mostly of pain. The first shot had merely smashed a finger in her left wing and tearing a ragged hole in the membrane. The last two had ripped through her right leg, shattering the femur, mangling the knee and nearly amputating the appendage. She had fallen from the sky, trailing a spray of blood behind her, desperately trying to extend her glide far enough to escape the tide of lava. She managed to stay in the air for almost a minute, tossed about by the blast wave and then the inrushing winds. Finally, she could manage no more and aimed for a clump of foliage that had offered some scant hope of concealment. The ground rushed up, and Lakina Huknasi's world went black. She had awoken to a fresh agony. Someone had shoved her hand into a fire. Barely able to avoid screaming with the pain, the Gorgon hauled herself upright. The clump of bushes was starting to burn. Nearby trees had been set on fire by a projectile thrown from the volcano. Lakina Huknasi could hear human screams, but also shouted orders and the growling their chariots made when moving. No doubt their army had moved in to try and control the chaos, and if she didn't move right now, they would doubtless capture her and torture her to death in revenge. The Gorgon crawled forward, dragging her broken wings and mutilated leg behind her. There was a large square stone building ahead, presenting a wall full of square windows, many broken by the initial shock. She just had to hope that it had been deserted. After what seemed like an eternity, she was at the base of the wall, feeling horribly exposed in the open. She could spare only seconds to rest before she had to drag herself through the nearest broken window. The jagged glass couldn't penetrate her scales, but it tore fresh rips in her wings, a pain that seemed trivial compared to what she'd already endured. Lakina Huknasi had collapsed onto some sort of cot and promptly fainted from blood loss. When she awoke again, it was to a repetitive banging sound. Humans were coming. It sounded like doors opening forcefully, mixed with footsteps. Sometimes it was accompanied by a splintering crack. They were searching the building, and the sound was definitely getting nearer. For the first time in her life, Lakina Huknasi was paralyzed by fear of the humans. What horrors would they inflict when they found her? Incident Command Center, Sheffield Airport, United Kingdom. After many years of being virtually empty, Sheffield City Airport had been scheduled for closure in early 2008. The defense buildup allowed the runway to be kept open and the ILS operational for contingency use, but there was still no scheduled traffic. Now the tiny apron was packed with transport aircraft, offloading fire trucks and earth-moving equipment before departing full of casualties on stretchers. The lava flows had crept ominously close, buffeting the approaching aircraft with thermals, but for now the wind was blowing the smoke and toxic fumes away from the site. Less than a mile off the M1 motorway, and possessing a largely vacant business park, the airport was an obvious choice for the Forward Command Center, and control staff from all the emergency services had been streaming in all day. Not all the traffic had been civilian. The airport now featured 2 Rapier FSC launchers and several hastily dug machine gun emplacements. Chief Fire Officer Howard Spurrier had been on duty for 30 hours now, but between the adrenaline and numerous cups of black coffee, he hadn't noticed his fatigue. In fact, he had no choice but to stay focused on the details of the operation, lest the horror of it overwhelm him. He'd lost over 100 of his own people so far, with more killed by collapsing buildings and falling rocks every hour. The other services were taking similar casualties as they risked their lives to pull civilians from the rubble. As for the city itself, well, his original calm detachment had vanished as soon as he stepped out of his doomed former command center. The sight of whole crowds being pursued by the lava, screaming, blistering, bursting into flames before falling, and being consumed by the rushing inferno. They'd all be haunted by it for the rest of their lives.
CFO Spurrier, I presume?
He jerked his gaze from the electronic map projection and stared at the newcomer. She was tall, dark-haired, casually dressed, and wearing what struck him as an indecently placid expression.
Who the hell are you?
Howard snapped.
Kiwi McManus. I'm the volcanologist. You should have been told I was coming.
Assistant CFO Colin Lloyd had spent most of the last 12 hours talking into a headset and updating the tactical picture. He cupped the microphone inside his hand for a moment and announced in a hoarse voice.
Sorry, sir. Slipped my mind. She's the best available. The Home Secretary approved her personally.
Colin immediately went back to assigning tasks to the newly arriving units.
You're an academic.
Howard's expression left no doubt that he had little time for academics telling him how to manage a disaster.
Find a desk. Stay out of my way. Let me know if you discover anything relevant.
He turned back to the map. Kiwi strode over and stood in front of him, forcing the man to look at her.
Yes, I write papers and I teach. I've also helped plan relief and containment operations in Hawaii, Iceland, and Italy. I probably have more practical experience with lava flows than anyone in Britain, and you have none, so you'd better start listening to me.
Howard blinked.
Okay then, Miss McManus.
He pointed at the map.
We're trying to use the Don Valley to pipe the lava through the central industrial area. The plan is to turn the Meadowhall region into a cooling pond.
Kiwi cut him short.
I know, I brought myself up to date on the plane. They emailed me all this stuff. You're not thinking long-term enough, though. I assume you want to save the motorway viaduct if possible?
Yes, and the new rail freight terminal. They're finally rebuilding the Tinsley marshalling yard, you know.
Even after all the destruction, Spurrier just couldn't help letting a little pride creep into his voice.
Wait, how long do you think this eruption could last?
Keevy was scanning the inventories, rosters, and situation reports littering the table.
It's Mrs. McManus, by the way. Anyway, can't tell for sure, of course. The survey team isn't set up yet. Military still wouldn't let them through last time I heard. You see, the thing is...
She looked up.
To get that kind of pressure, they had to be draining from well inside the throat, but not too deep, since it isn't spraying up thousands of meters. The flow rate slackened off in the first hour, then built up again. On Earth, lava like that would come from a shield volcano. My guess is draining all that lava off the top of the vent triggered a full-scale eruption, most of which is getting sucked through to us. Could be days, weeks, or months before it lets up. No way to tell without seeing the geology at the other end.
It was Keevy's turn to gesture at the map.
If it doesn't let up, ash buildup and fumes will render this whole area uninhabitable anyway. But we can buy the crews enough time to dismantle and move the factories. Now about your dike placement.
Great Hall of the Adamant Fastness, Outer Rim of Hell. Demonic laughter echoed throughout the hall as the assembled nobles took turns forcing themselves into the human's mind. Servants scurried about with plates of freshly slaughtered livestock and cages of live vermin delicacies. The atmosphere was entirely festive. Belial's court lacked the sophisticated entertainments of his wealthier peers, but the strike force had taken to chanting battle songs, and many of the nobles were joining in. They were not exactly skilled singers at the best of times, and the copious quantities of fermented fungus being consumed were not helping matters. No one seemed to mind, however. Uriel had just arrived back from the volcano, and her normally bright bronze scales were still streaked with ash. She pushed her way through the rowdy lesser demons and arrived at the central table.
Uriel, you return to witness my triumph.
Belial pushed a heavy goblet of faintly glowing liquid into her hand. The fine liquor was made from juices squeezed from the crushed abdomens of a rare insect. It was rarely seen in Tartarus.
The attack destroyed scores of their great towers, razed hundreds of workshops, and killed many thousands of humans.
Most pleasing, my lord. However...
The Count continued on as if he hadn't heard her. It looked like he'd already put away quite a bit of the glow wine.
Of course I appreciate your efforts. Such a shame Baroness Ulupki isn't here to receive similar praise.
Uriel snorted. It gave her great pleasure to envision the Naga being hauled over to the second volcano on the back of a lurching great beast and hating every minute of it. She'd requested a wyvern, of course, but Uriel had made sure that there were none available, and then chosen the most cantankerous great beast in the stables.
And what of your handmaiden? Laknina Nasi, wasn't it?
The Gorgon rolled her eyes, confident that Belial was too drunk to notice. She put down the goblet and replied carefully, shouting to be heard over the din.
As I was about to say, my lord, neither I nor any of my servants have been able to contact her. Most likely she was killed by the humans.
The Count's face flickered with a moment of concern before brightening again.
Oh well, no matter. She died gloriously. A Gorgon for a whole city seems like a fair trade to me.
Uriel grit her fangs.
In that case, I hope your stratagem will not require the destruction of many more cities. Now, if you would excuse me...
The Gorgon Queen whirled around and stormed off, the point of her tail quite deliberately flicking the goblet from the table as she went. Belial surged to his feet and began to summon psychic force to smite the insubordinate wench, but then paused. What if he had to kill her? Best not risk that until after the second attack he had promised Satan was complete. He shrugged, laughed, and settled back into his throne. There would be plenty of time to clip the Gorgon's wings later. Hopefully metaphorically, Belial mused, but you never knew with females. In a corridor of the palace, Uriel was also having second thoughts. Belial's casual willingness to sacrifice her kindred had stoked her rage. True, she was just as willing to send any number of lesser demons to their deaths to achieve her own aims. But lesser demons teemed in multitudes. Millennia after the Purge, there were still precious few Gorgons in existence, and Uriel was not about to allow Belial to undo her progress. Still, he was not that hard to manipulate as long as she applied herself. Defiance like that risked a confrontation, and even if she somehow won the physical contest, she doubted she'd last long as ruler of Tartarus. Losing her temper like that risked. The Gorgon's thoughts were interrupted by the sight of a servile demon trying to attract her attention.
Ah, my lady, I abase myself before your glory and humbly ask.
What is it?
Uriel snapped, lacking the patience for the usual groveling.
The 6 flights of wyvern riders that the Count bid depart. Which beasts should we?
What is this?
The Gorgon Queen fixed the servant with a multi-eyed stare.
Where are my wyverns going and why?
To the Grand Army, for the destruction of the human invaders.
Uriel shook her head. Belial seemed bent on squandering precious assets.
Did he say why he is risking his wyverns when Beelzebub must have 200 legions of harpies to throw against the human sky chariots?
The stunted orc seemed to be trying to shrink into the floor. Likely he thought there was no safe answer to this question.
My lady, it is my understanding. The wyverns are to be loaded with hail javelins and bags of brimstone. I do not think they are intended to fight the human sky chariots.
Uriel stared for a moment before she realized what the Count was doing. It wasn't about Satan's favor. The magma attack was a far better way to gain that. It was simply a merchant taking an opportunity to demonstrate his wares.
Very well, attend me.
She set off for the wyvern roosts. Seafire 1, over the Midlands, England. Acting Captain Sharkey Ward, RN. Yes, the acting part of his rank did slightly irritate him. Did not need to do any fancy navigation on the way to Sheffield. The waterfall of lava flowing out of the sky and the huge smoke plume rising over what had once been the center of the city was a giveaway. Below his Sea Harrier FA2, the main roads leading towards Sheffield were a sea of blue lights. Ward and his wingman commander Andy Auld, RN, who was also a recently recalled former Seajet pilot, had been assigned to help provide reconnaissance support to ground forces and also provide local combat air patrol if necessary. For the later role, both aircraft were armed with 4 AMRAAM missiles and a pair of 30mm Aden cannon pods, while for the former a BAE digital recce pod with the capability to download its imagery to ground stations was fitted to the centerline pylon between the cannons. The Seajet's Blue Vixen radar showed that the airspace around Sheffield was extremely busy. At low level, there were dozens of helicopters, both military and civil. There was also a queue of transport aircraft waiting to land at Sheffield Airport. Higher up there were a pair of Jaguar GR-3As, each fitted with the Digital Joint Reconnaissance Pod, while above them were a pair of Tornado GR-4s fitted with Raptor pods. Far above these aircraft was a single Canberra PR-9 rescued from a museum, using its sophisticated recce fit to take high-altitude pictures of Sheffield and the surrounding area as part of the efforts to predict where the lava flow would go next. Those on the ground would certainly not want for aerial imagery. Just to cap it off, a Sentry AEW-1 was now also airborne over the area, providing RAF Bulmer with assistance in traffic control and radar coverage.
Bulmer, Seafire 1 requesting permission to enter exclusion zone. Over.
Roger, Seafire 1. Please remain at your current altitude and avoid the airspace around the city. Also remain clear of the portal area.
Roger that, Bulmer. We are commencing our photo run. The pointy heads on the ground should be receiving our imagery in a few minutes.
Roger that, Seafire 1. Please be aware that a water bomber flight is currently inbound and will pass 500 meters below you. Over.
We'll keep an eye out for them. Out.
Incident Command Center, Sheffield Airport, United Kingdom.
That looks bad.
Brigadier Alistair Lethbridge Stewart, late of the Scots Guards, said as he viewed the screens showing the aerial imagery now coming in. Lethbridge Stewart had been sent in by Midland Command to take charge of all military units being sent to assist the fire service and to serve as senior liaison officer. The ground stations that he had brought with him were normally used in conjunction with the Sentinel R1, but could also show imagery from the DJRP and Raptor pods, though it was also showing pictures taken by the high-flying Canberra.
Mr. Benton, could you ask CFO Spurrier and that volcanologist woman, what's her name?
Mrs. McManus, sir.
Warrant Officer Class 1 John Benton replied.
That's a familiar name for some reason,
the Brigadier commented.
She's not a large Scottish lady, is she?
That would be Michelle McManus, sir. Almost a different species, I'd say. I'll go get them, sir.
Well, I certainly think that this will be a great help, Brigadier,
Chief Fire Officer Spurrier said a few minutes later after taking in the various picture feeds. However, Lethbridge Stewart could see that the volcanologist Keevy McManus was not looking particularly happy.
Is there something else we can do for Mrs. McManus?
He asked, being especially charming.
Yes, Brigadier. You can let the survey team through the military cordon. They're not doing us much good at the moment.
I'll see what I can do, Mrs. McManus, though actual access to the danger area is at the discretion of the fire service. Mr. Benton, could you ask Captain Monroe to organise passes and an escort for Mrs. McManus's survey team? It's a top priority matter. If they need any engineering assistance, then Captain Price should be able to help.
I'll get right on it, sir. There's a message from Midlands Command for you, by the way, sir. Major General Rutledge wants to speak to you.
If you'll excuse me, Mr. Spurrier, Mrs. McManus, I'll leave you in the capable hands of Colonel Mace.
Captain Marion Price, Royal Engineers, was tired and hot. She had spent the last 12 hours supervising the unloading of heavy engineering and firefighting equipment, which had been flown in by heavy transporters, such as Royal Air Force and U.S. Air Force C-17A Globemasters. The last thing she needed now was an additional commitment.
I presume, Private Jenkins, that at least we won't be required to provide an escort to this survey team.
No, ma'am.
Private Ross Jenkins, the messenger from the command post, replied.
The Red Caps will escort them in.
Well, that's something at least,
Price said.
If they let me know what sort of equipment they might need, then I'll see what we have around.
She glanced around at the concrete parking apron. It was a chaotic scene of bulldozers, various pieces of heavy plant, fire service high-volume pumps, and various military vehicles, both armored and soft-skinned.
That's if I can find anything amongst this lot,
she muttered. Tapton Hall, Western Sheffield, United Kingdom. More fire crews were arriving every hour, from increasingly distant parts of the UK and even Europe, but they hadn't been able to prevent the flames advancing up the hill into Broomhill. The order had come to pull back to the Rivelin firebreak, and that meant a last sweep for civvies trapped in the doomed buildings. Constable Matthew Hillier was one of those detailed for that, something that was a familiar duty by now. He moved briskly through the building, checking each room for anyone left behind by the original evacuation. At least that was improving. The chaos and confusion following the initial attack was diminishing as fresh command staff were flown in and a strategic response plan developed. Another locked door. Hillier sighed and brought up the fire axe. Fortunately, the internal doors were weak, and one good strike was enough to smash the lock mechanism. The door splintered and shuddered open to reveal a crumpled female form. He moved quickly to check for signs of life. Relieved to see that the girl was still breathing, if only barely, he reached for his radio.
This is Unit 523. Found another casualty in the dorms.
The young woman let out a horrible hacking cough and convulsed, revealing an inhaler grasped in one hand.
Looks like a reaction to the smoke. Any ambulances available? Over.
Hillier already suspected what the answer would be, but he had to try. He pulled a spare filter mask from a bag hanging from webbing and drew the elastic over the girl's head, before grabbing her by the waist and hoisted her up into a fireman's carry. That was enough to revive her a little.
Who are you? Where are we going?
Constable Hillier. Stay calm, lass, we'll get you out of here.
He was listening to the chatter on the radio. Every channel seemed to be crammed. Finally, there was something relevant.
Unit 523. No ambulances free for non-critical patients at this time. Is she conscious?
Barely conscious, control.
Matthew had nearly reached the main entrance. The conversation was interrupted by a report of looters in Walkley.
Shots fired.
The sound of shots fired came over the channel as the transmission cut off.
All units be advised a dedicated field hospital for air poisoning casualties just went operational at evac camp Beta. 523. Take your casualty there.
Hillier emerged into the car park, a surreal scene of dirty snow and drifting fireflies, or rather ash and embers. The rear doors of the white police transit van were open, and another 3 late evacuees were huddled inside, all wearing the same cheap filter masks. One was rocking back and forth and crying. He'd been hysterical, and Matthew had had to call his partner to help drag him out of the building. Another girl had broken an arm and several ribs and moaned constantly with the pain. He set the new arrival down on the sill and spoke to the single uninjured passenger. This man had merely been trapped in a kitchen by the partial collapse of a section of the building.
She's having trouble breathing. I think she's asthmatic. Try and keep her conscious.
He nodded.
I recognize her. Nursing student, I think. Anna, was it?
The girl smiled weakly.
I'll do what I can, Constable.
Matthew returned to the building, his thoughts returning to his wife. He still hadn't heard anything. Even away from the city center, his mobile wouldn't connect, and everyone at control was far too busy to handle personal requests. He tried to push the worry out of his mind. At least the kids were safe, staying in Northumberland this month. That was funny. Special Constable Amstead had been making plenty of noise earlier, but now the only sounds were coming from outside. Matthew reached for his radio again.
Unit 523 to 3861. Where are you, Johnny?
15 seconds passed, with another
Unit
report on the
21 to
looters.
control,
One
two
shot
in
dead,
custody,
2
one down
surrendered,
suspect.
but nothing from his partner.
Unit 3861, say location, please.
Constable Hillier unslung his MP5 and chambered around, clicking the selector from safe to auto. No one on the force ignored the possibility of a surprise Baldric attack after the events in Belfast. It was probably nothing, but he made his way up to the second floor of the South Wing, the last place he'd sent John to sweep.
Control, this is Unit 523. Lost contact with my partner. Moving to investigate.
He waited for the response before proceeding.
Confirmed 523.
Now, should anything happen to him, a response team would be dispatched immediately. He made his way forward down the corridor, gun at the ready, checking the rooms on each side. He made it halfway down before glimpsing the prone form of a police officer in the room to the left. There was no obvious blood, and the man's pistol was still in its holster. A quick glance showed the room to the right to be empty, so he stepped into the doorway and dropped into a crouch.
John, what happened?
Too late. He noticed the 4 thin, bony spines sticking out of the special constable's back. Constable Hillier almost anticipated the sharp pain that hit him in the spine, though not the strange, sputtering crack. He whirled around, bringing the submachine gun up. His gaze was met by a nightmarish face surrounded by snaky tentacles, the humanoid demon crouching low in the doorway opposite. The gun spat, but the burst went high, and before he could correct his aim, the gun slipped from his numbing fingers and clattered to the floor. Matthew collapsed, paralyzed and helpless before the demon. Lakina Huknasi pulled herself upright and stared at the men for a few moments. When she spoke, it was a smooth and slightly sibilant voice.
2 little humans, all for me. Now what shall I do with you?
Hunger gnawed at the Gorgon, her body desperate for materials to begin rebuilding her smashed leg. But giving in to her instincts now would be suicide. She'd tried to contact Uriel, but every time she began to summon psychic force, she nearly fainted again with the pain. No, emulating the tactics of her queen was the only hope for escape. Lakina Huknasi brought up her tentacles and prepared to loose her enthrallment darts. Hellmouth, Field of Dysprosium, south of the River Phlegethon. As his car rolled out of the black oval, Dr. Surlethe looked out the window in awe. The long columns of tanks and other armored vehicles, which had stretched out toward the horizon under the blue Iraqi sky, continued here as though there were no break between dimensions. As the highway to hell continued, suddenly the rows of tanks were flanked by buildings, and he was aware of the car slowing down. Ahead was a squat, nondescript building with a thicket of antennas sticking out the top. On the other side was a veritable forest of flagpoles. Each had a different flag flying in what looked to be a stiff breeze. The colors looked positively gaudy against the dull orange sky. The driver noticed what he was staring at and commented,
"That's the headquarters building, and them's the flags of all the nations that have signed on in the war against hell and heaven."
That's a lot of them,
he said half to himself.
Where's the science building?
Over this way,
said the driver, and he turned the car to the right as the road they were on fed into another maze of streets in front of the headquarters building. Barracks and other buildings slid by them as they drove, weaving through heavy traffic. People were everywhere, surveyors, construction crews, military types, and the place was buzzing with activity. They passed an airstrip after a few minutes, the car shaking as some sort of jet climbed over them and thundered off into the sky. As the driver edged over into the left lane, he remarked,
"F-111, an Aussie bird. Must be off on another reconnaissance mission. The diggers have been working right hard."
Dr. Surlethe nodded, preoccupied. They had not veered to the left or right as far as he could tell, which meant that they'd traveled through a right angle. That meant the Hellmouth, still close enough to be visible, should be behind and to the right. Yet it was directly behind them. He could just see it if he craned his head around the passenger seat. This was interesting. The surface geometry here was very clearly non-Euclidean, but light still traveled in straight lines. Very interesting. The driver pulled off the road into a parking lot and stopped in front of another squat building. It looked exactly the same as the headquarters, except without the flags in front of it.
"Thanks,"
said Dr. Surlethe. He hopped out of the car, grabbed his briefcase, and quickly strode into the building, noting the double airlock doors that excluded the polluted atmosphere of hell. In the building, before the receptionist could say anything, he removed his breathing filter and asked,
Where's the meeting?
Your name, sir?
Dr. Surlethe.
Welcome to hell, Dr. Surlethe.
She smiled.
The department head meeting is down the hall on the left, third door, room 108.
Thanks,
he said over his shoulder, already moving down the hallway. A clock over the receptionist's desk read 1:02. Inwardly, he cursed. Damn, 2 minutes late, as usual. He took a second outside the door of the conference room to catch his breath, and then opened it as quietly as he could. Every eye was on him. Most of the scientists with mild respect, but there was an air of disapproval about 3 men in uniform. Dr. Surlethe smiled.
Hello, gentlemen, ladies. Sorry I'm running a little late.
That's perfectly fine,
said Dr. Griswold. He was the head of the geology department, his size and beard making him one of the few people who actually looked the part.
Please have a seat.
He gestured to the head of the table. Dr. Surlethe nodded, pulled back the chair, sat, and opened his briefcase, pulling out a tablet of paper and a pen.
Okay, let's see who's here,
he said.
Dr. Griswold, geology.
Here.
Dr. Surlethe nodded and made a note on the paper.
Dr. Jameson, physics and astronomy.
Here.
Dr. Sullivan, biology.
Present.
Dr. Fulton, geography.
Here.
And Dr. Abrams, climate science.
Here.
May I ask who these gentlemen are?
Dr. Surlethe blinked at the 3 military men.
Certainly,
said one of them.
I am Major Jim Shader, your liaison with the military. These are my aides. Lieutenant John Grissom from the UK and Captain Alexei Stepanovich Panasov of the Russian Army.
Pleased to meet you,
said Dr. Surlethe.
Now, I'm sure you all know this, but it bears saying anyway. The goal of this advanced research center is to gather as much data about hell as possible, as quickly as possible, and start to form a coherent picture of the world that we've entered. We'll be sending the information back to Earth, but we are the scientific front line. Now let's see where we stand. You have all prepared reports as I requested?
There were nods all around the room.
Dr. Jameson, you'll go first.
Dr. Jameson, a slight, pretty redhead, stood up and shuffled some papers on the table in front of her.
We have not done too much. There are no obvious physical differences between hell and Earth. On a basic level, at least, they're very much the same since we're all standing here.
She smiled and chuckles drifted around the table.
However, there is some indication that the local gravitational field is maybe as much as 10% weaker than that on Earth. Surely you've all noticed it walking.
Nods around the room.
Initially, this will obviously impact friction, vehicle performance, etc. That may be why the air is so dusty as well. Other than that, we're looking to collaborate with geology to get an idea of what's going on under the ground. Putting on my astronomer's hat, we've got no idea what's going on above this damnable cloud cover.
Dr. Surlethe noted that he might need to split the department soon.
We'd like to get a rocket launch pad.
This was aimed at Grissom.
But we understand we're relatively low priority here.
She turned back to Dr. Surlethe.
That's all I've got.
Thank you, Dr. Jameson. Next, Dr. Griswold.
Dr. Griswold stood up.
Geologically speaking, hell is a very interesting place. It's incredibly geologically active. The soil here, at least, is composed mostly of broken-down volcanic materials. I won't bore you with details, but I'll just say that as recently as 2 million years ago, this entire plain...
He stretched his hands out, obviously talking about the whole of the prairie that apparently stretched from the Phlegathon just to the north all the way to Dis.
Was under a half-mile of lava from that giant caldera to the south. When I say giant, I mean it. We've got the first pictures back from the RF-111s. The diameter of that caldera is almost 700 kilometers. Its circumference is more than 2,000 kilometers. It must have been one hell of a bang when it let go. That's about as much as we can say about the geologic history of hell. We need more data. Hopefully, as the geography grows clearer, we'll be able to say something about the underlying geology and start to construct a picture of the history. And, as Dr. Jameson said, we are working to get some geophysical measurements. Hopefully that will start to flesh out our picture some more.
Unceremoniously, Dr. Griswold sat down.
Thank you. Dr. Fulton, are you ready?
Certainly,
said Dr. Fulton, who unfolded himself from his chair and stood up, blinking at the papers in front of him through round spectacles.
This is probably the most pressing field of exploration here, since navigation and knowing what the terrain around us looks like are the most relevant issues to the military. As you all know, the terrain here is decidedly non-Euclidean.
More nods around the table.
We've been taking measurements, but this is actually a math problem and not one that any of us geographers have encountered before. So is there a mathematician in the house?
That can be arranged,
said Dr. Surlethe. Dr. Fulton continued.
Other than that, we've been putting together a temporary map based on surveillance pictures from the recent reconnaissance flights. Here it is.
He picked up a stack of papers and handed them out one by one as he kept talking.
As you can see, we have the Phlegethon just to the north. In the distance, there are some hills. We speculate that they are foothills to a larger mountain range. In the other direction, it's all flat, with no major rivers, to the city of Dis. There's Dis, and then it drops off into the pit.
The handout wasn't so much a map as a collage of pictures pasted together in Photoshop. The pictures seemed oddly distorted, and didn't quite match up together at the edges, but the basic components of the terrain were still visible.
The pit of hell appears to be arranged into 9 concentric rings. It's eerily similar to Dante's description, working hypothesis. A baldric got hold of Dante's mind and let him know what he was in for. We don't have much data, but we surmise that the descriptions that have been given to us by the Demon Counterinsurgency Department match what is visible here in the 6th ring.
He tapped an area on the map that looked like nothing more than a dark coffee stain. Through it, a river lazily wandered before apparently plunging off the side into the next level.
We surmise that is where the insurgency is located.
Dr. Jameson raised her hand.
Is this part of Dis here on the 5th ring?
Dr. Fulton nodded.
You can see that a spur of the city has been built down into the pit itself, down this flat slope.
He indicated on his copy the extension of the demonic capital.
The city then extends for a ways along the 5th ring to the point where the river cuts across the ring. The spur itself acts as a base for walls that separate the rings. Anyway, that's pretty much as far as we've gotten geographically. We await more data from reconnaissance flights. We'll take as much as you can give us, thank you.
He sat down.
We have Dr. Abrams and Dr. Sullivan left. Who'd like to go first?
I'll go,
said Dr. Sullivan, his heavy Oxford English accent being almost amusing given the environment.
Aside from the baldric corpses dissected in Iraq and the biological knowledge that gave us, we've got very little information about the life forms and ecosystem here in Hell. Because it's similar to life on Earth, we hypothesize that there are common ancestors involved somewhere. In fact, the data from the dissections and corpse analysis suggests that the most recent human baldric ancestor dates from about 1.5 million years ago. Evolution here has been pretty drastic, though, and followed a different path from ours. But we need more data to test this. We're planning some expeditions out to the surrounding countryside, but if in the military advance there are any dead animals, please have them sent back to us. Thank you.
He sat down.
Oh, I think we can guarantee you lots of corpses.
Panisov's voice was almost droll as his mind recalled the long rows of guns awaiting the baldric assault.
And Dr. Abrams,
said Dr. Surlethe.
Thanks,
said Dr. Abrams, an older gentleman with a fine Santa Claus beard.
We find that the atmosphere here is relatively similar to that of Earth, which means that there was either gaseous exchange or the life processes here are similar to those on Earth. The high particulate count at this location suggests some volcanic activity in the vicinity, or a hell of a lot, pardon the pun of volcanic activity somewhere far away. Other than that, we can't really do any meaningful climate science, aside from weather observations, without getting data from the upper atmosphere. We've sent to NASA for some weather balloons to go up. Hopefully they'll get here in the next couple of days, and then we can go from there.
He sat down.
All right,
said Dr. Surlethe.
Is there anything else?
Nobody spoke, so he continued.
Excellent. Let's plan on meeting weekly from here on out and comparing notes. Thanks, everybody.
As the various scientists were moving out of the room, Dr. Surlethe tapped Dr. Fulton on the shoulder.
Mind if I have a word with you?
Sure,
said the taller man.
I'm a mathematician by trade. Do you think you could email me the data? I'll see what I can do with it in my spare time.
I'd love to. Our department is all geographers. None of us really have the experience or knowledge to deal with this sort of non-spherical geometry.
Thanks,
said Dr. Surlethe.
I look forward to it.
And he walked out of the room, contemplating just what he was going to tell the president and cabinet at the next meeting, and wondering on top of that, what sort of shape could explain the curvature that was obvious here. Secure accommodation block. Camp Hell Alpha. Marshall Plain of Dysprosium. The double doors burst open and Colonel Pascal strode in, flanked by MPs carrying menacing USAS-12 combat shotguns. The concrete room was the size of a small hangar, but the huge demon made it look like a cramped apartment. The big plasma screen was showing images of World War II aircraft attacking warships. The stack of DVD cases next to it confirmed that Abigor had been continuing to absorb military documentaries and war movies. The infernal general looked up with a surprised expression, which quickly hardened as he saw the heavy guard detail.
General Abigor.
Paschal was carrying a ruggedized laptop, which he opened and placed on a table in front of the demon.
Can you explain this?
The colonel's tone was not quite threatening, but clearly the humans were not pleased. Abigor stared in silence as the images of lava, fire, and destruction played out.
Belial,
he said in a tone of mild contempt.
This has to be his doing.
Belial?
Paschal had studied Abigor's profiles of the top demon leadership, but he didn't recall the name.
Who is Belial?
A sniveling failure. Count Belial is the ruler of Tartarus, a barren wasteland in the part of hell furthest from Dis. Satan exiled him there many millennia ago, after he walked right into a trap laid by Lahabiel and got his entire army captured or killed.
If he's in exile, how did he manage to do this?
Belial has been trying to regain Satan's favor by all means of craven and dishonorable means. His realm survives only because he makes himself useful with his fancy tridents and his overgrown wyverns. His retinue is composed of failures like himself, mostly demons that deserted their lords instead of dying gloriously in their service.
Abigor paused for a moment before continuing, uneasy with how close he had come to describing his own situation. Then he tapped the computer screen with a talon.
I have seen this before. Belial used a similar trick to destroy 2 human cities back when we were last surveying this planet. Satan and Yahweh were competing to visit creative forms of suffering on the humans. As I recall, Belial's flashy little stunt went down quite well enough for Mekratrig to allow him back into his court.
Paschal frowned.
The Bible speaks of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, by Yahweh though, not by Satan or his minions.
Abigor snorted.
Well, of course. The angels were always better at propaganda than us. Whatever your books say, it was Belial's doing.
Why didn't you tell us about this earlier?
It did not occur to me that Satan would consider this a viable tactic. This is not the way wars are fought.
The demon paused for a second, considering the things he'd seen on the image panel.
At least it is not the way we fight wars. Most likely Belial is looking for another opportunity to ingratiate himself, and Satan has permitted him to proceed in the hope of distracting you, while Beelzebub moves his army up for a fresh assault.
Colonel Paschal seemed to relax fractionally. He couldn't be sure Abigor was telling the truth, but his story was plausible given what he'd seen of demon mentality so far.
So how does this work? Is the lava coming from a volcano?
Most likely. The last time I was in Tartarus was during the Great War, when we used it as a prison to hold high-ranking captured angels. That was a very long time ago, but I remember the prison nestled in the mountains, many of which were crowned with fire.
Can you give us anything more specific?
Abigor shrugged.
Not really. I don't know the specifics of the ritual. Large portals are always handled by the Naga. They keep many of the secrets of portal magery to themselves.
Naga, is that what you call the demon flying over the attack site? Looked like an anorexic harpy to me.
A low chuckle escaped the former general's lips.
No, that was a Gorgon. Another exiled failure. Not surprising that most of them took up with Belial. Naga are much more common. I'm sure I described them to one of your vassals earlier.
Colonel Paschal hit a few keys, calling up the interrogation logs for Abigor. Sure enough, there was a page of text describing Naga, along with a striking artist's impression of the half-snake, half-humanoid demons.
I had a coven of them in my retinue.
Abigor volunteered.
But I didn't bring any with me to Earth. They're slow and soft-skinned, and I did not appreciate the power of your ranged weapons, so I didn't see any use for them.
He wondered if it would have made a difference if he had brought them. Certainly not to the outcome, but perhaps the human casualties would have been a fraction higher. He thought again, a small fraction higher.
Is the Gorgon necessary to open the portal? If we shoot it down before the portal opens, will that prevent the attack?
Abigor stared into space for a moment.
I believe the Gorgon was there to ensure the portal opened over the target. You see, the larger the portal, the harder it is to predict where it will open. The one you call the Hellmouth opened a full 5 leagues from the Nephilim I possessed. The Naga do have a means of opening portals more accurately, but it requires a portal mage at both ends. I imagine the Gorgon you saw was involved in that. If you could kill Belial's witches as they appear, then he would be reduced to striking at random in the vicinity of whatever Nephilim he could find.
Better than nothing, Pascal thought.
The target was Sheffield, a relatively small city in the British Isles. We aren't aware of any obvious reasons to target it, other than the fact that British troops played a small but significant role in your defeat. Do you know why Belial chose that target?
No. Belial is fond of bizarre schemes. But then he must have used a Nephilim to open a portal for the Gorgon. It may be that your counter-magic is getting so good that he was forced to take the first Nephilim he could find, and the Gorgon just flew to the nearest city.
So no way of knowing where they will strike next, Pascal thought unhappily.
We need to know when he'll strike next. How many times can Belial do this, and how often?
I can't give you firm answers, Colonel. I do know that opening large portals is a great strain on the Naga. They are weak and pained for many days afterwards. Tartarus has a great many volcanoes. The rate at which Belial can open portals depends on how many Naga he has and how quickly he can find targets. If Satan intends to use this method to exterminate you, then he might order the Dukes to loan Belial their covens until the task is done.
If not a firm answer, then an educated guess?
Belial should be able to open at least one portal a week.
Pascal was silent for a moment.
I've got to relay this to my superiors. Sit tight. I'll be back shortly.
He pulled a black box from a pocket and brought it up to his ear as he left the room. Abigor stared at the frozen image of the burning city. For a while he was completely certain that the humans would defeat Satan, but now he was not so sure. Old traditions were being discarded. The once unthinkable was being considered. The humans had given Hell an object lesson in how efficiently war could be conducted when one made decisions purely on the basis of effectiveness, not honor, politics, auspiciousness, or tradition. How fast could Hell learn? Pascal had returned.
Okay, General, let's do this properly. I need everything you can tell me about Belial and Tartarus, starting with its grid coordinates.
Abigor wasn't sure what grid coordinates meant, but he got the impression it had something to do with maps.
You want to know how to get to Tartarus?
Of course, the humans wanted to stop the attacks by destroying Belial.
It is almost 3,000 leagues from here, across all manner of terrain. Even with your chariots, it would take many months to fight your way there, and Satan would harass you and your supply train all the way.
Pascal smiled grimly.
General, I have a small gift for you.
He handed over a small flat box, one that Abigor recognized immediately as a DVD. It was labeled, A History of the Manhattan Project.
Abigor, you have barely begun to see what we can do when we truly wish to destroy our enemies.
White House Communications Suite. White House, Washington, D.C.
Well, if we can't shut it off, I suppose the only thing left will be to market it as a tourist attraction.
It was probably fortunate that everybody's attention was focused on the imagery being transmitted from the aircraft circling Sheffield. Had they been looking at Condoleezza Rice, they would have seen her eyes bulging from their sockets with sheer horror.
I can't believe he just said that.
Beside her, Defense Secretary Warner nodded fractionally in agreement.
I don't know which is worse, the fact he said it or the fact that it's true.
Mr. President, thankful as we are for America's usual generous aid in a time of disaster, I must remonstrate with you. This is hardly a laughing matter for my country.
Gordon Brown looked shocked, as indeed he was.
I agree, Gordon, and I'm sorry if my remarks sounded disrespectful of your country's loss. But the fact remains, I do not see what we can do about this yet. We will stand by you, fight with you to save what is left of Sheffield and its people. But I do not know how we can stop this torrent of lava. And if we cannot stop it, we must find a way to make use of it.
You mean for all our military forces committed to this war, we cannot stop this nightmare? That Baldric general who has defected to us, is he of no help at all?
If I may interrupt, sir.
On another screen, General Petraeus spoke quietly, as was his way.
We have discussed this with Grand Duke Abigor. He has told us much of value, identifying the primary culprit, a minor Baldric lord called Belial. He has told us how it was done and from where. Belial's stronghold, a place called Tartarus.
So we can destroy it.
3 people spoke in exact unison, even though they were on different continents. A minor marvel of modern communications that everybody in the room took for granted.
That's not so easy. Belial is a minor figure in some disgrace, and his fortress is far from our forces. 3,000 leagues, in fact. We make that around 10,500 miles as a B-1 flies.
Can you get your bombers there?
Brown spoke urgently, the pain of Sheffield making his voice falter.
We can, sir.
General John Corley spoke from Offutt Air Force Base.
As soon as we find out where there is.
Abigor told us Tartarus.
Yes, but where is it? Sir, I've seen the map Abigor drew for us. It's a good map, very carefully drawn. One that Abigor obviously took great care over. But it's a map drawn by somebody who lives far in our past. It isn't what we call a map. It's more a picture. You've seen old maps, sir. The one Abigor gave us isn't scaled, and he doesn't even know what projection is. Come to think of it, nor do we where hell is concerned. We've got mathematicians working on that. But all we have is a picture. We're going to be looking for a target probably about the size of a town hall, in an area the size of North America. And we'll be doing it in what amounts to a dense fog. We're modifying our B-1A to an RB-1A with side-scan radars and a lot of extra fuel, and it'll go out and look, but it could be weeks before she spots a target.
Brown thought for a few seconds.
When we do find it?
We'll smear it across the ground, but we have to find it first. Bombers aren't the only option, of course.
Corley spoke carefully.
A ground strike? If you need people, the SAS and SBS are ready to go, but how will they know where?
They won't have to.
Petraeus's voice was precise and emphatic.
We don't have to know where a portal is. We just have to know it's in the right place. Then we can put a team in with beacon equipment to home the RB-1A in, and she can lead the rest of the bones.
And the Tu-160s.
Prime Minister Putin's voice was equally emphatic.
And the Tu-160s.
President Bush smiled engagingly at the screen.
General Corley wants to speak with you about the Tu-160.
One question, General.
Petraeus raised an eyebrow.
If the team are going to be pathfinders, how will they stay healthy long enough? They can't have armor and airlocked buildings.
Mr. Prime Minister, we do have military units that are native to Hell now, and we can reposition one of them for the job. In fact, we are selecting one for it now.
Outer Ring, Sixth Circle of Hell. Hell made you different. It was the only way he could have reacted how he did to what he and the others had seen. But then he had felt the same way when he had heard of children dying of abuse back home. The same sick rage and desire to kill those responsible. But McElroy crushed his feelings down into his boots and forced himself to watch dispassionately. Aeneas, born in an older, harder time, nevertheless felt the same. He and McElroy had crossed one of the low ridges and advanced down on some of the garrisons that were starting to spread along the banks of the lava flow. Not too close, of course. Even Baldricks didn't feel a desire to be too close to that nightmare, but far enough to provide patrols. The old days, of a single Baldric patrolling the banks for days at a time, were gone. Too many had gone out and never come back. Now they patrolled in groups, never far from support. And that meant garrisons. Where there were garrisons, that meant troops who had to be supplied, and the Baldricks had never heard of logistics. So there had to be a market, and sure enough, there was. In a cleared-out patch of land, just outside the walls of one of the fortresses, many dozens of demons plied wares, bartered, and went about their business. Aeneas kept losing count, but there had to be well over 300 demons. The best part of a whole company, perhaps? It was in this market that he spied a particular demon, whose cart was packed with writhing bodies. Human bodies. They were too far away to hear, of course, but every once in a while a demon would come by and begin some sort of haggling. The merchant would fetch a victim from the cart and pass it to the customer, who would open its throat with one of its claws, snap its neck for good measure, then eat the carcass on the spot, devouring the body in a few short seconds. It did not take any of them very long to realize that the humans in the merchant's wagon were exclusively children. Ionis stared at the scene with cold fury. He did not angrily demand that they throw caution to the wind and charge in to save the children. A hot-blooded rage that blinded its victim to common sense would have called for that. Instead, stone-faced, he watched the merchant empty his wagon, pack up his other trinkets, and be off down the rutted dirt road. So did Cassidy and McElroy. There would be a time for vengeance, a time when debts like this one would be paid, but this was not it. 3 humans attacking 300 Baldricks with edged weapons was simply a way to die, or be thrown back in the lava streams. Aeneas was a Spartan warrior. To him, nothing was more satisfying than battering his opponent down and finishing him with 2 or 3 blows. An honorable battle where one man was pitched against another, with victory going to the strongest and bravest. Only that way was victory meaningful. So when he thought about helpless children being sold as some sort of delicacy, The scene just added to the anger and voluminous hate he held in his heart for his tormentors. He could not be certain, but he suspected that Cassidy and McElroy felt largely the same way. But did they? They didn't look upon war the same way as he did. War for them was an exercise in cost-effective killing, where the objective was to make sure the enemy never stood a chance. Aeneas had tried to explain where true honor lay once, but McElroy had simply looked at him and said, "If it's a fair fight, you made a mistake somewhere." So were they affected by the horror they had seen? They were, of course, silent on these trips unless speech was absolutely necessary, but they didn't seem any more subdued or lethargic. Instead, they pushed on to get back to base at their same stalwart pace that their state of second death afforded them. It was that silence that allowed Aeneas to kill his first demon. The three of them trudged through the forest, moving quickly and quietly. The gnarled black trees were thick, and their sickly foliage was slimy with some sort of excretion. Fortunately, this deadened what noise they made. Unfortunately, it reduced their effective range of hearing that much further, but the odds of encountering anything out here were low. Low, but not zero. Aeneas spotted the clearing first. Silently, he tapped Cassidy on the shoulder. She tapped McElroy, and all three halted.
"Clearing ahead!"
Aeneas didn't even bother to nod. He slid back into the woods and worked his way to the far side of the clearing. When he was settled, he could spy McElroy just barely, but it was enough. Aeneas could at least see the hut's entrance, so he was not surprised when a demon stalked out of it and into the clearing. What shocked him was that the demon appeared to be somewhat aged, or perhaps infirm. He was not a mass of protruding muscle and claw. He was much thinner than most demons, and he had almost an erudite air to his mannerisms. He was still, of course, extremely tall, but his gait was that of someone who doesn't wish to strain himself, like that of an elderly or sick person. The demon walked around to the side of the hut, where a garden of sorts grew. He plucked a bulbous red plant from the earth and went back inside his hut, shutting the heavy wooden door behind him. The clearing was silent. The three of them moved quickly and silently across the clearing. Aeneas held his spear in a two-handed grip, at the ready. He was trained, of course, to have incredible power and precision when thrusting single-handed, so the added might of his shield arm was all the more devastating. When they reached the door, Aeneas took up a position to one side of it, Cassidy to the other. McElroy stood in front of it, looked to both of them, then knocked on the door 3 times, politely, but firmly. The door swung outward after a moment, towards Cassidy. The demon took a half-step out and froze, a universal look of shock upon his face.
"Howdy!"
McElroy crooned.
"You know where the River of Fire is? We wanted to go for a swim, but we got lost."
As he spoke the word, lost, Aeneas thrust. In a smooth motion and with precise aim, he drove the spear up into the demon's open mouth, encountering only feeble resistance when the point struck and passed through the soft palate. It stopped just before striking the brain, but after punching into the sinus cavity of the monster. With even greater fluidity, Aeneas twisted sharply and pulled the point free. Blood pouring from the demon's mouth and nose, it finally started to move. Aeneas thrust again, taking the demon through its throat. Twisting the spear, he now used it as leverage to wrench the demon backwards into the hut and off its feet, and it fell with a crash. Now McElroy and Cassidy got in on the action, each slamming their tridents into the creature's belly.
"Hurry!"
McElroy hissed. Aeneas obeyed. Unmindful of the numerous lacerations that the demon was opening up on him with its swiping claws, he summoned all his strength and pounded the spear point through the demon's eye and into its brain. Swirling it a bit, the demon instantly went limp. After a moment, Aeneas turned back to McElroy and Cassidy, who had shut the door behind them and were eyeing him with something like awe. McElroy pointed.
"Looks like he might have got you."
Aeneas looked down. Sure enough, a few greasy coils of his intestines were protruding from a deep gash just above his groin, with blood sheeting over his genitals and down his legs. It was certainly a sight he'd seen before. Shrugging, Aeneas stuffed his guts back inside of his body with his fist, while Cassidy and McElroy wrapped a piece of cloth around his midsection, securing with a length of rope. By the time they were done, the bleeding from his other wounds had nearly stopped.
"All right,"
McElroy began.
"We'd best clear out and head back to base."
He looked to Aeneas.
"You okay to walk? You need a minute to rest?"
"I will be fine."
Aeneas grunted. The pain was searing, but the fact that it abated steadily was what made it bearable.
Good man,
McElroy said. He turned to Cassidy.
Anything we can use?
She was poring over the variety of desks and shelves all around the tiny hut.
Ethanol.
She set aside a second jar.
Or close enough. I didn't realize these things knew how to distill. We should report this.
Are you sure it's not methanol?
McElroy asked.
Yep. Methanol smells sweet like antifreeze. This is probably demon moonshine. Want a swig?
McElroy shook his head.
I wasn't much of a drinker back on Earth, and I don't see much reason to start now. Least of all, with Satan's version of white lightning.
Cassidy shrugged and took a pull. Frowning as it went down, she rasped.
Yep, that's ethanol, all right. Absolutely devastating. But it's good, 'cause it means they can distill.
She went quiet for a few minutes, moving from jar to jar. She fetched another satchel and loaded up the now capped jars in them, passing it to McElroy.
Geez, this crap's heavy. Let's go.
McElroy opened the door a crack and peered outside, stepping out after a moment. Cassidy followed him and Iannis came out last. They stayed that way until they got back to base. McElroy started typing the details of what they had seen into his computer, ready for the transmission back to Earth. Standing over him, Cassidy read what he wrote and a tear trickled down her face. Now that the patrol was over, they could let themselves feel what they had shut out before.
McElroy, is it all right to talk?
Kitten?
No. Kitten is away on leave at last. My name is Indira. I have taken over from her for a while. Have you anything to report?
Too much, Indira. Far too much.
McElroy went through the report on the scene at the village.
That is terrible.
This is a terrible place. Can you resupply us now?
Yes. We have rifles, ammunition, and explosives coming through. But I must also tell you that your group has been selected for a special mission. One that will take you outside the pit.
You couldn't have said anything better, Indira. No place could be worse than this, but I guess that must be the whole point.
Secure accommodation block. Camp Hell Alpha. Marshall Plain of Dysprosium. The enemy is dust. Dust that gets in your boots, your hair, your eyes, your lungs. Dust in vital systems and gears and axles. Dust is the common enemy. DRS Technologies helps to manage, banish, or thwart in hell every minute of every day. The enemy's DRS fights can be huge or as small as a grain of sand, and the solutions can range from providing expert service personnel to developing novel technologies, like self-lubricating sealed axles for tank trailers, systems that let pilots see through the clouds of dust in hell's atmosphere, and fully sealed, fanless mobile computers. The goal? To help our forces achieve their objectives in hell. Bring us your problems, your toughest challenges. We are always looking for a new enemy to conquer and take us one step nearer to completing our mission to save our dead. Memnon laid the copy of Defense News to one side, marveling at the casual ease with which the humans spoke of finding solutions to problems, as if problems were games to be won, not hardships to be endured. Almost without thinking, he flexed his great wings, now regrowing strong and true. Another problem humans had solved. They'd seen the mangled stumps that had been growing before, and he'd explained that the fragments of steel from the missile warheads were the problem. Iron didn't agree with demon bodies. They'd nodded and came up with a plan. They'd amputate the new growth and remove the iron fragments, then allow new wings to grow back. They weren't sure it would work, but it was a good chance, their medic had said. Memnon had agreed. He had nothing to lose after all. They'd taken him into a section of the great building that was all white. Then they'd said they would put him to sleep for the operation. Memnon had refused that, refused angrily. Who were they to put him to sleep like a kidling? He was a lesser herald. He could endure whatever pain the humans had in store. The doctor had agreed and said that they'd just give him a little injection to help his muscles relax, make it easier to cut his mutilated wings off. Now, if he'd just count backwards from 10, and Memnon had woken up when it was all over, his failed wings removed and the searing hurt of the iron fragments removed from his back. And he had learned something about medics and nurses. They could be even sneakier than other humans. But he'd watched as his new wings had regenerated and they were true wings, ones that would support him in flight. The doors banged and some humans came in, soldiers in the odd clothes they wore, the ones that had a strange pattern that made them hard to see.
Memnon, my name is Colonel Pascal.
Colonel.
Memnon stood up and tried to hold himself erect the way humans did, not grovel on the floor and lick his boots as a high-ranking demon would demand. The colonel looked at him and nodded slightly. Like most of the human troops in hell, he found the baldric displays of submission sickening.
Memnon, do you know of a place called Tartarus?
Certainly. It is the stronghold of a minor lord called Belial. I have had little to do with him. He is of little account. A defeated loser surrounded by others of his kind.
Well, he's just become important to us. Critical question, you know where Tartarus is. You can get there?
Of course. Now that my wings are well again, I can fly there. If I go as fast as I can, it will take me...
Memnon stared at the ceiling and calculated distance.
A minimum of 70 of your hours.
70 hours, nearly 3 days.
Now it was Pascal's turn to think.
How soon can you leave?
As soon as my lord commands. I have sworn fealty to Abegor and he to you, so when your lord orders it, I will leave. What message must I give to Belial?
Oh, you? Nothing. We have a message for him. One he won't forget in a hurry. Your job is just to get to Tartarus. Stay close to Belial's fortress and wait, unseen. We will contact you there and send you the message we will wish delivered to Belial.
Memnon nodded. Now he could see why the humans had restored his wings. They needed his services as a herald. Was Belial planning to defect to the humans as he and Abegor already had? If so, then he, Memnon, would be well placed in the favor of these strange new lords to whom he had sworn fealty. Outer Ring, 6th Circle of Hell.
All set up?
McElroy looked around at his unit. Well, it wasn't his anymore, but he still had a proprietorial feel over it, even though the living troops from Earth had inflated its numbers and provided a proper command structure. The strike team was now nearly 60 humans, living or deceased, and they were about to teach the Baldrics a lesson in applied firepower and applied vengeance.
All units, get ready. Mortar teams prepare to open fire on my command.
The voice on the radio was heavily accented, European, where in Europe was beyond McElroy's ability to identify. Their equipment was Russian, or at least Eastern Europe, though. That meant Poles, or Czechs, perhaps. No matter, they were somebody's special forces troops, and whoever they were very good.
Fire!
The accented word came over the radio, and McElroy heard the coughing thump of the mortars opening fire. They were the big ones, 120 millimeters, the biggest modern artillery deployed within the Hell Pit. Despite their size, their crews went to work with a vengeance. A good mortar crew can get 6 bombs in the air before the first strike's home, and these crews were better than good. McElroy watched the ripple of explosions walk across the marketplace, the fragments scything down the baldrics as they stood around the stalls. They'd never been under mortar fire before. They had no idea what it was that was killing them, and they just stood there, bewildered, while the bombs crashed down around them. Mortars are deadly weapons, their rate of fire and high payload making them great killers of creatures caught in the open. Their worst limitation is ammunition supply, especially when the weapons were man-packed in the way these were. The crews were already running short, and they kept back 1 round each as a final envoy for when the humans withdrew. Their role was taken over by 3 machine grenade launchers, AGS-17s, that pumped their small rounds into the target, picking off the groups of baldrics left standing by the 120s. Down below, McElroy saw the baldrics starting to react. Cries of human majory echoed up the slope, and figures broke from their paralysis to try and get away from the unexpected danger. The problem was, they had pitifully few places to go, and far more than half their number were already down.
Move in.
The orders were curt, tense. McElroy brought his M115 up to his shoulder and squeezed off 3 rounds at a baldric that seemed unusually active in trying to rally resistance. The figure went down, sprays of green blood erupting from its body. Then it was his section's time to move forward. The others were laying down intense fire, pinning the baldrics in position. The deceased humans got to their feet, running forward to their next position, a shallow depression about halfway down the slope. It took seconds to reach it, seconds that seemed like hours, but they made it and spread out, giving covering fire for the next group to move forward. It was classic stuff, fire and maneuver, each squad moving forward while the others covered it from their own positions. There were a few bolts coming out from the beleaguered baldric positions, but they were wild. McElroy suspected some of the enemy were just holding their tridents over whatever it was they were hiding behind and blasting away at random. It took only 3 jumps to close in on the marketplace, and by then what few baldrics were left alive had pulled back into their camp, but doubtless they'd be reorganizing in there. Time was short. That wouldn't matter much. The great cart that was the object of the attack was in front of them, The mortar and grenade crews had been careful to keep their patterns of shells and bombs away from it. McElroy saw Baldric, his legs shattered by fragments, trying to drag himself away from the slaughterhouse that had once been a market. He didn't even pause before shooting the crippled demon in the head.
Indira, are you there?
Waiting for you. Ready now.
Biggest portal possible, Indy. Big as you can. It will only be for a few seconds. We're on our way out.
In front of him, the red air of hell shimmered, and a black ellipse formed. McElroy and the rest of his unit grabbed the cart and started it rolling forward, ignoring the screams from the children inside. Behind them, the mortar crews already had their weapons on their carts and were rolling them towards the hole, while the rest of the Special Forces group gave covering fire. Then, the red and gray environment of hell vanished, and McElroy found himself inside a large building, a hangar, lit from outside by the clear yellow light of Earth's sun. Behind him, the heavy weapons group were already through the portal, and the Special Forces troopers were backing out, firing through the black ellipse as they withdrew. 6 of them were bringing 3 others who were obviously hurt. Another carried a dead man in a fireman's lift. Then, as the last came through, the portal shut down. Demon Transit Facility, Moffett Field, Mountain View, California. As the last of the raiding group cleared the portal, a wave of cheering erupted across the occupants of the transit facility. The building had once been used as an airship hangar, but had been quickly modified into its present role. It was a much better deal than the cramped Pentagon quarters that had been used before. The size was valuable. The great cart that had been wheeled through the ellipse was testimony to that. Around it, the deceased humans of McElroy's unit were standing bewildered.
You okay, Sergeant?
It's Corporal, sir. Corporal McElroy.
No, it's Sergeant Deceased McElroy. And if you knew how much trouble you were causing the Pay Corps, you would be a very happy man.
I'm just happy to be here, sir. Out of that place. Shit, I feel crappy, though.
You can't stay here, son. You'll have to go back. But we're linking you directly to Camp Hell Alpha. That's a U.S. Army facility by the Hellmouth. A Colonel Pascal will be waiting for you and your unit. He has orders for you. By the way, you'll be losing Ori and Aeneas. The historians want to talk to them, and frankly, they're dead weight for where you'll be going.
Major Warhol sounded apologetic, but in truth he wasn't. Anyway, he wanted to talk to somebody who had fought at Thermopylae.
Sir, I don't think...
No choice, Sergeant.
Warhol softened a little.
Look over there. Your mom and one of your sisters has come in. You've got a few minutes to say hi, then you're on your way to Hell Alpha. You can't stay here. This level will kill you soon.
Warhol looked over to the small crowd of people who were standing beside the doors of the hangar. McElroy's men had run over to them, recognizing their relatives. Cassidy had her head buried in a young man's chest while he stroked her hair. At their feet, a dog was sniffing at her, confused, knowing this had been his human before she'd gone, but also that she wasn't human anymore. That confused him, and dogs do not like to be confused.
Sir, over here.
The staff had the gates at the back of the cart open and were quieting the children inside. They too would have to go back to hell, but to the area occupied by humans. What would happen to them in the longer term was anybody's guess. People were only just beginning to realize the implications of seizing hell, and Warhol knew in his heart that the problems facing humanity when it occupied heaven and kicked out the previous management were going to be just as bad.
What have you got?
To his surprise, 2 of the troopers who had opened up the cart had vomited, and 3 others were openly crying. This was not something he had expected to see from the screaming eagles.
Look at this, sir. Just look at it.
This was a large pot, looking for all the world like an old-fashioned chamber pot. Larger than any thunder jug he had ever seen, though. Warhol looked inside and saw a writhing mass of small red things, some looking fairly human, others barely formed. Warhol was confused.
What are they? Baldric kidlings?
No, sir. Ours. They're human embryos. Perhaps those that were miscarried or aborted, I don't know. But there are fetuses, and the Baldrics just ate them like snacks.
The tears were streaming down the airborne soldier's face, and he didn't even bother to wipe them away. Well, that's the end of Roe versus Wade, Warhol thought to himself, more to deny the horror of the scene than anything else.
Right. We have to get this lot back into hell. Round up McElroy's people and get them ready. Time to reinsert.
Over by the equipment bay, Indira Singh had shifted off the couch and Jenny Kwong had taken her place.
Ready to go, Jenny?
She gave a big thumbs up and settled back to make contact.
Are you there, Private Chestnut?
Do I have any choice?
The mind voice was weak and sulky. From Jenny's experience in the People's Liberation Army, the sergeants were in process of breaking down the spoiled little brat and building the man that would replace him. It was a form of rebirth as well.
No, so please open up the portal.
It was much easier to do it from his end and would cause her little or no pain. Even humans needed only marginal amplification when opening a portal from Hellside. The black ellipse popped open almost immediately.
Right, McElroy, take your people through. Everybody else, get that cart through.
Warhol snapped out the orders. McElroy's unit finished saying their goodbyes to their families and stepped through the portal to Camp Hell Alpha. When everything that had to go was gone, Kwong snapped the portal shut. Given electronics and a presence the other side, humans had the best of both worlds. They could open gates easily from Hellside and close them equally easily from Earthside. Would that the Sheffield problem was so easy to solve? Warhol was speaking into a mobile radio.
They're gone, General, just a few seconds ago. The kids as well, and that's a sight that I don't want to ever see again.
Indira was standing beside him, politely waiting for him to finish. Her normally olive skin was gray, but her tinfoil hat shone in the sun streaming through the windows, making it seem as if she was wearing a halo.
Will they be coming back through here, sir?
McElroy's people? Yes, we can't portal from place to place in hell. For some reason, the portals can't form when there isn't a barrier. Like you can't have a door without a wall to put it in, I guess. But they'll be coming back through, in around 3 days if all goes well.
Oval Office, White House, Washington.
Well, that's the end of Roe versus Wade. The public won't balk at right-to-life legislation now.
President Bush lifted his eyes from the report and looked steadily at the speaker.
Carl, hear me on this and don't even think of crossing me. You will say nothing of this. Do you understand? Nothing. We're classifying this report so deep that it will never be found.
But Dubia, it's a prime opportunity to get that judgment reversed.
I don't care. Carl, have you any idea how much suffering this report will cause if it gets out? All the women who have lost babies for any reason, natural or otherwise, read it. They'll think of their baby in those vats, waiting to be used as a baldric snack. You've read the reports on depression and stress disorders amongst women who've lost or aborted babies. I will not be responsible for increasing their suffering. We will have a quiet word with the justices, share this information with them, then when the opportunity comes, they can make the ruling that they think fit. But we will not cause the suffering and grief that results from this report to force their hands in public.
But
I said no, Carl. What part of that don't you understand? And I'll repeat this. Don't try a leak or arrange for somebody else to do it for you. Got that into your head? Because it is a warning.
Camp Hell Alpha, Marshall Plain of Dysprosium.
McElroy, this your unit? Good. We'll get you to a briefing room ASAP. We've got 3 days to train you up on operating the navigational beacons and get you prepared for the next part of this operation. Your instructors will be with you shortly.
McElroy looked around at the army base. It seemed familiar even if its setting wasn't. He might be out of the hell pit, but he was back in the regular army, and its habits hadn't changed. It was still hurry up and wait. Banks of the Phlegethon River, Hell. It wasn't the way Abigor had described in the last report he had made before his disgrace and desertion. He'd spoken of the human forces lining up behind ridges, ready to hurl their mage firebolts into an attacking enemy. That wasn't how these humans were deploying at all. They were spread out, small strongpoints forming, each built around 4 of their iron chariots. There were hundreds of those little forts, arranged in staggered rows with great distances between them, stretching back as far as he could see. The iron chariots were surrounded by earthworks, the red soil of hell piled up in great banks so that only the curious round structures on top of the chariots peered over the crest. Another thing that didn't make sense. Didn't that provide dead ground close in to each little fortress? Beelzebub thought that over carefully.
The day of glory draws closer, Master.
Chicknothragotham spoke deferentially to the great demon he served, Satan's favorite and nearest thing to trusted general.
Soon we shall lead the great charge that will tear these humans apart.
I think not.
Beelzebub was still mulling over the sight before him.
Sire?
That had been an unexpected retort, and Chicknothragotham didn't quite know what to make of it.
Abigor made a wild charge at the enemy, and look where it got him. Defeated and disgraced. We must try to be a little more cunning. Where is Asmodeus's army?
A day's march out, sire. Coming up from the south.
233 legions, including 9 of cavalry and 3 of flyers. All he had, save for the 10 he took down to the pit.
Where they did him little good, eh, Chicknothragotham?
The death of Asmodeus was still causing shockwaves throughout hell. The other great dukes had descended on his estates and property with unparalleled avarice, hoping to divide the spoils between themselves. And what spoils there were for Asmodeus had been a rich and powerful duke. To absorb even a portion of his holdings would enhance the power and status of any noble demon. That was what had made the next step so inexplicable. Normally, Satan encouraged infighting and maneuvering amongst his entourage on the very sensible basis that when they were conspiring against each other, they would not be conspiring against him. But this time, Satan Mecratrig had stilled the struggle with a single booming command that had echoed throughout the streets of Dis. Rather like the strange flying chariots of the humans that made no noise when coming, but went overhead with a dreadful crash and left a deafening scream behind them. Satan had gathered his court and harangued them all for their disloyalty and treachery, asking them why they fought each other when the humans needed destroying. Only his loyal vassals Beelzebub and Belial were standing by him, he said, while others looked only to their own gain. As a result, the holdings of Asmodeus would be distributed by Satan when the war against the humans was over, and the extent of the rewards would be measured by the service the recipients had provided. And so far, Satan had concluded darkly, only Belial had qualified. The thought that Belial might inherit the whole of Asmodeus's vast holdings had horrified the demon hierarchy. All too many remembered the slights and humiliations they had visited upon him, when to do so won them favor in Satan's eyes. The destruction of Sheffield had added very real fear to the horror. Was it not possible that Belial might take his vengeance by doing the same to them? And there were his Gorgons to consider. Uriel was well known for her large collection of cherished and carefully maintained grudges.
Chicknothragotham, see here where the Phlegethon bends? It turns towards us here, then turns back to its original course for about 20 leagues, then turns away from us before once more returning to its original course.
Chicknothragotham looked at the parchment with the line of the river drawn on it. The course of the river was primarily a straight line, but here, near Dis, there was a great bulge towards the infernal city.
The humans have set up their defenses here, fortifying this bulge. It is obvious they intend to use it as a launch point for their attack on Dis itself, so we must strike first to destroy this position.
Beelzebub thought for a few seconds.
Abigor told us that the humans like to encircle their enemies so that none can get away when they start to destroy them. Perhaps we should do the same.
But sire, if an enemy has no means of retreat, will he not fight harder?
Chicknothragotham, Abigor took more than 400,000 with him, 60 legions. The humans wiped them out almost to the last. 1 demon in 1,000 returned. Do you seriously think the humans can fight any harder than already have? No, I think not. You will take Asmodeus's army and move it here where the river turns away from Dis. And you will thrust across the river there and move into the rear of the defense along the Phlegethon. I will assign you 3 additional legions of flyers for the assault, and Belial is sending us 80 wyverns that he has trained to attack forces on the ground. We will see how the humans cope with fire from the sky. My main thrust will be at the upstream bend, and I will also move into their rear. We shall meet behind the great bulge with the human army trapped against the river, and then we will destroy them. Think on this, Chicknothragotham. Had things gone as originally planned, we would be fighting on Earth, far from sight, and where the news of our victories would be sung by heralds. But now we will win the fight within Satan's sight, under his own walls. Much will be our glory and great our rewards.
Conference room, the White House, Washington, D.C.
What is the news from Sheffield?
Cautiously good, Mr. President. Our volcanologist, Keevy McManus, has measured the lava flow and it's decreasing steadily. Since the eruption started, it's fallen off by around 30%, and the rate of decline is accelerating. There are shifts in the gas content of the lava and its composition that also indicate that the magma chamber is nearly empty, and that means the end of this disaster may be in sight at last. Mrs. McManus believes that we didn't get the full blast from a primary volcano. Her opinion is that the structure that caused this problem is a major caldera with a large number of daughter outlets around it. We got the output from one of those daughters. That would match up with the description of Tartarus we got from Abigor and that herald creature. Where is he, by the way?
Abegor? He's still at Hell Alpha. Spends most of his time answering our questions or watching war movies. He's very taken with the Hollywood definition of war. Although that Spartan spearman we found isn't so enamored, the troops had a showing of 300, and he sat in on it. He was foaming at the mouth by the end and tried to stick his spear through the screen. I hate to think what will happen when our Japanese samurai sees Kagemusha.
Kagemusha is supposed to be very accurate, actually. But I think Zack Snyder had better run for his life if Aeneas finds out where he lives.
On the great video screen, Gordon Brown drummed his fingers angrily. He wasn't used to the way American meetings tended to wander off the point sometimes.
Mr. President, I didn't mean Abegor. I meant the herald thing that was with him. Menthol, or whatever his name was. What is he doing?
Memnon.
Condoleezza Rice smiled engagingly at the screen.
He's off doing what he does best, going places in hell. We can contact him anywhere we want, anytime. So where he is can be very important to us.
What Dr. Rice means...
Secretary Warner threw an amused glance at his colleague. She was one of the few people who had contributed her name to the international lexicon. Across the diplomatic world, a condolee referred to a long, impressive, and reassuring speech that, on close examination, said nothing and meant nothing.
Is that Memnon is engaged in an undercover operation of critical importance, and we're not at liberty to say any more than that in case that operation is endangered.
That is as may be. But the British people want vengeance for Sheffield.
Brown was truculent, and the other listeners believed he had every right to be. The destruction of Sheffield with its 15,000 dead, the number was still rising, had been a hard blow.
And they shall have it, Gordon, pressed down and running over. But we must make certain that our vengeance is both appropriate and properly targeted. That blow must make our enemies weep bitter tears, not just for the pain it inflicts, but for the harm it causes.
Brown was silent for a few seconds. He knew what the president was really saying, that the vengeance for Sheffield must do real harm to the enemy. For all its horror, Sheffield had not. Which gave rise to the question that had never been satisfactorily answered. Why had that city been hit? It was almost pointless, a minimal return for what had surely been a great effort.
I can understand that, but the British people, they need to see something happen. Can't we blow something up? We have the weapons, why not use them?
Senator Warner suddenly looked weary.
I wish we could. But we're in a long war. We have no idea of how long. We have a rough idea of how big hell is, and the answer is frightening. The land area of hell exceeds that of our own world, and it's all grouped in one great continent. It could take us most of a generation to establish our hold over it, and if we're not careful, we could end up fighting a guerrilla war that would last for longer than that. And beyond that, we have the war against heaven. We can be sure those who reside there have been watching what happens in hell and are casting their plans accordingly. We need to keep as much of our power in reserve as we can. We must release just enough at any given time to maintain our superiority, and that's it.
Easy for you to say, sir, but the political pressure here to do something is overwhelming. It is politically essential that we be seen to take a terrible revenge for what has been done to us. There must be some action we can take. If not, I honestly question whether our people's morale will hold up. It is easy for you to say we should hold on and measure our revenge, but it is not your city that is now a lava pit. Our people go to sleep every night, wondering whether this is the night that a volcano will open over their heads.
Perhaps there are some things you can do.
From the screen, General Petraeus spoke, the red sky outside the window of his office revealing that he was speaking directly from hell. In fact, the transmission was going out by way of a fiber optics cable to a transmitter the other side of the hellmouth, but that was another matter. A scant few weeks earlier, anybody who claimed that a television transmission from hell was possible would have been declared insane. That had happened all too often, but those who had been declared insane were due a major apology. Now it was a mark of insanity not to wear the trademark tinfoil hat.
In a few hours, perhaps no more than 2 days, there will be the biggest battle the world has ever seen. We've spotted 2 Baldric armies closing in on our defense line along the Phlegethon River. Between them, they number almost 3.25 million Baldrics. If our intelligence is anything to go by and our sources have proved reliable to date, this is a major part of the Baldric professional army. We intend to destroy that army, and we will be using our tactical air power to achieve a large part of that. That will let the secret of one of our most devastating weapons be out of the bag then. You have your tornadoes, Mr. Brown. We have a map of Dis, and we can suggest a few targets that might be highly satisfactory. They'll act as a curtain raiser to the main act.
Petraeus hesitated. What he was about to say could endanger humanity's best hope for preventing further Sheffields.
There is another possibility also. Soon we will be able to strike directly at the source of these volcano attacks. We need special forces troops to do that, and our own are already thinly spread supporting the insurgent groups in Hell. Your SAS and SBS troops are well known as being the best in the world at their trade. If you can ready a strike force, we can, when the time is right, send it in.
So something is happening. That is good to know. Thank you, General. I look forward to hearing from you.
The ultimate temple, heaven.
And what is the news of the war?
The humans have done well, O Nameless One, Lord and God of all. They have breached the defenses of Hell and even now mass for an assault on the eternal enemy in his lair of Dis. The Infernal One himself is massing his army to strike back. A great battle is looming, one that will pit our enemies against each other. The infernal enemy has struck back against the humans in their homes. He has destroyed one of their cities by pouring lava over it.
There was an affectionate laugh from the great throne that dominated the room. Around the walls, the singers carried on their complex chorus of eternal praise, but some of the words had sunk home into their minds, numbed by countless millennia of repeating the same hymns. The humans were winning the battle against Hell. Could salvation be at hand? Could there be salvation from salvation?
That Belial, he always was a joker. Even when the eternal enemy seized credit for his destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah.
That was rich, thought Michael to himself, considering Yahweh himself had stolen credit for that particular prank.
The humans are cowering in fear at the destruction?
The amusement in Yahweh's voice had gone.
No, O Nameless One, Lord and God of all. There is fear, yes, but much more anger. In their own strange words, they are royally pissed off. I think the eternal enemy will rue the day he tried that action.
Who cares what he will or will not rue? It is the humans who must be made to bend. They denied me my worship. They challenged my rulings. They dared to argue with my divine truths.
The voice rose into a demented scream, and for a brief second Yahweh sounded like Satan in one of his more extravagant moods. Then the voice returned to normal.
They must be brought back into the fold. They must be returned to their rightful state of obedience. If the eternal enemy cannot do this, then we must. Uriel has been readied. He is planning his attack now. If the humans do not fold before the might of the eternal enemy's army, then they must be made to fold before our anger.
Underground caverns, city of Dis, Hell. She'd been this way many times, most recently to let others know about the new arrivals, who had slipped back out while she was gone. The new arrivals, who were doing things that she'd never have believed if she hadn't seen them with her own eyes. Her thoughts went back to the assault she'd witnessed, how they had magicked down the walls, then moved methodically through the ruins, ruthlessly killing and killing and killing. How they did it, she didn't know. She'd never been a fighter, preferring instead to ply a different trade, but she'd been in contact with enough soldiers to tell when someone knew what he was doing. Or she, in the case of this Kim. And during her 6,000 to 10,000 years as a free person in Hell, she wasn't sure how many. The centuries blurred together now. She'd made contacts, and met quite a few military men. Most had been just the humble rank and file, but not all. Some had been great leaders, and one of them was just down the passage. In this small underground city hewn from the natural cave network beneath this spur of the giant encircling city of Dis, the torches lit the dark passage with a flickering orange light that played off the dry stone tunnel. Above them was thousands of years' worth of soot staining the rock. The passage branched. Before turning left, Rahab looked at the symbol scratched in the rock, as much out of habit as to remind herself. She'd been this way many, many times over the centuries to consult with the man who lived at its end, behind the simple wooden door that was before her now. She knocked twice, then thrice, a code as old as the Resistance. If it's so old, how do we know they don't know? That was a disturbing thought, of the kind she'd been having more and more since the newcomers had arrived with their strange ways. The door cracked open. A man with heavy eyebrows and what seemed a perpetual frown peered out underneath short golden curls. His face softened as much as it could when he saw who had knocked.
Ah, Rahab, please come in.
He opened the door wider to allow her to enter, and then shut it behind her. The room was much like the one she'd left a few minutes before, except that in the fireplace was a fire. In front of the fire was positioned a large wooden table strewn over with piles of dried clay tablets and some parchments. Sitting hunched with his back to her, carefully impressing on a wet tablet with a stylus, was a lithe man of average height, with thin black hair. Standing behind him and looking over his shoulder was a tall, dark man with a short crew cut and a jutting chin. At the sound of Rahab's entrance, the man glanced over his shoulder, then smiled broadly, standing up and stretching.
Rahab, come in, it has been too long.
Rahab smiled warmly back and embraced him.
Gaius Julius Caesar, it has indeed been too long.
He returned the hug warmly, then held her at arm's length.
What brings you here, my friend? The changes shaking up this prison we live in?
The surprise must have been evident on her face, because he burst into laughter even before she could ask.
You know about it.
Rahab, how long have you known what I've been doing here? I have contacts all over hell, and I have information constantly coming in.
Caesar smiled.
I know that there are rumors flying all throughout Mechatrig's domain about an invasion of Earth, about Abegor and his expeditionary force, and about a part of the Fifth Ring along the Styx, where they dare not go, and most of all of the assassination of Asmodeus. That news made all of hell ring with its chimes. Have you come to give me a rumor?
No,
Rahab said firmly.
I have something far better than a rumor. I have seen it all firsthand.
Caesar's smile was gone in a flash, and he pulled a chair away from the hearth.
Please sit,
he said, gesturing. She sat, he sat, and then she started talking. She told about her first encounter with the 4 strange escapees, how she'd led them to the holding room, and how they disappeared. She told about the explosions that had started echoing across the swamps, how the bridge across the Styx had been destroyed as though it were built of children's blocks, how the demonic patrols had started disappearing. She told how their shattered, lifeless bodies had started appearing, with the letters PFLH scrawled in the greenish blood. After a little bit, Caesar held up his hand.
Forgive me, I was so happy to see you I did not offer you refreshments. Pullo, please get our guest some water.
His companion nodded and moved into an adjoining chamber. Caesar nodded at Rahab.
Please, continue.
And she did, stopping only to take the cup of water from Titus Pullo. Now, she told of her encounter with the forces, of the assault on the castle she had witnessed. She told of the lightning speed with which the insurgents had moved, of their ability to kill from a distance and to call explosions. As she did so, Lucius Vorenus moved slightly and listened to her words. Always the eternal soldier, she thought. And she told of the strange man she had been tasked to hide, the man who was so fascinated with ants. Then she was done, and Caesar stared at the wall, his face hard and unmoving in the firelight. The only clue to his thoughts was the drumming of his heel on the ground, which continued incessantly. At last he spoke.
Rahab, I need you to contact the leader of this PFLH. I need to talk to her as soon as possible. Tell her that we will meet on neutral ground of her choosing. She will know that this means I am approaching her in good faith. I will send Pullo and Vorenus with you. They are to collect the man you brought with you and bring him back here. Now go. Go now, and may the powerful gods that caused me to be spared down here guard you also.
Tapton Hall, Western Sheffield, United Kingdom.
Come on now, clear out. We can't take you after all.
The older man was furious.
Are you insane? 2 of us can barely walk, and that guy is completely out of it.
His mask was still on, and his voice was slightly muffled.
I'm sorry, sir, we have priority orders. There's another unit in the next road over there.
Special Constable Amstead gestured towards a row of houses half hidden by the drifting smoke.
I have to ask you to move. Now.
He put his hand very deliberately on his holstered Smith & Wesson pistol, but it was more the blank, uncaring look in his eyes that convinced the evacuees not to argue. John watched the civvies limp away, the cursing man trying to support the 2 girls and the younger man trailing listlessly behind. It was a sad sight, but this was a top priority mission. He ducked back into the building, where Constable Hillier was escorting the demoness down the central corridor. He'd managed to splint and bandage her leg, and even her damaged wing with creative application of duct tape, but it was obvious that every step was still a minor agony for the creature.
Affirmative. The weapon's discharge was accidental. Piece of falling debris caught me on the arm. No injuries. My partner's radio was out. No cause for alarm. 523 out.
Constable Hillier clicked the radio off. It was lucky they'd found the demon defector first. She'd already been wounded by a unit that obviously shot first and interrogated any survivors later. And if those trigger-happy Home Guard amateurs had gotten to her first, they'd have likely finished the job.
Civvies are clear. We can move her into the van now.
John reported.
My apologies for what happened to you. You did a brave thing coming here.
Matthew looked at the demon uncertainly, not sure if he was improving the situation.
I'm sure with your help we can prevent this happening again.
The Gorgon spoke in a silky yet slightly rasping voice.
Yes, of course. But you have to get me to that meeting with your king's advisors. I was told to speak only to them.
Right. You were flying there when you were shot down.
Probably the SIS, Matthew thought. Odd, but if that's what she says... The idea that the demon might be lying was somehow unthinkable. They'd arrived at the van, the sounds of the fire teams and circling aircraft louder than ever, but the thick, ashen haze rendered them invisible.
Where did you say the rendezvous was?
A small village, 12 miles to the north of here. I cannot remember the name.
Lakina Huknasi tried her best to look sympathetic. Poor thing, probably scared out of its wits.
Barnsley, perhaps? No, that's a decent-sized town.
Grimethorpe.
Special Constable Amstead volunteered. He had an aunt who still lived in that rundown sinkhole.
Yes, that's it. Grimthorpe!
Lakina Huknasi was desperate to escape this awful place. Anywhere would do. She climbed into the yawning interior of the iron chariot, shuddering at the feeling of the cursed metal all around her.
Lucky guess, John.
How can she be cold in this heat, Matthew thought.
There's some space blankets and a thermos of tea in the back there.
The Gorgon blinked at him.
Shout if you need anything else. We'd best be off then.
The two police officers shut the rear doors and climbed into the cab. Moments later, the van pulled away and headed north. Demon Special Devices Assembly Facility, formerly Payne Whitney Gymnasium Complex, Yale, Connecticut. The raised track formed a convenient balcony for viewing the main assembly area, one which Dr. Koroneko had taken to spending his breaks in. The repurposed space was packed with tools, workbenches, stacked components, and half-finished sub-assemblies. Many would not be out of place in any light engineering shop, but some were thoroughly exotic, and quite a few had been requisitioned directly from high-energy physics labs. The place was crowded with engineers and technicians of diverse specialties. Demon drafted whoever they needed, not that coercion was required often, and left no stone unturned in building their Tiger team. The work went on 24/7, watched by the heavily armed guards that stood at every entrance.
Quite a sight, isn't it?
The flat voice again. Kuroneko tried not to look startled as he turned to face the newcomer.
You've been approved for deployment over Sheffield.
The man continued.
Your project plan implies that you'll be ready to ship the first device in 5 more days, correct?
If everyone continues to work day and night and there are no more component problems, then yes. But remember that this is just a prototype.
Yes, you've made that clear. We won't string you up if it's a dud. Not the first time anyway.
The man smiled. Kuroneko tried to smile back.
You've got a 3rd prototype under production now?
He continued.
Yes, but we're holding further components for the weaponized version. The engineers tell me those HT superconductors are hell to work with. We've trimmed another 300 kilos off, but I'm not sure how much more we can take out.
These aviation types don't look hard enough. I'll see if I can get you some ICBM RV designers. There's no one better at shaving ounces.
Kuroneko didn't know how this mysterious civilian was going to rustle up nuclear missile builders, and wasn't sure he wanted to know. Both men stared out at the work in progress.
In any case, you've been assigned a designation. EBU-5V1, prototypes will be Mod 0, first production run will be Mod 1. McAllister is turning out the casings for you now, based on the GBU-43 supersized design study. C-17s will be providing emergency capability until we can dedicate B-1s for the role. Crews are about to start training in Nevada, just as soon as we can spray paint some weather balloons black to serve as the targets.
Kuroneko wished he could tell when this guy was joking. Best to change the subject, he thought.
What about early warning? Would you believe the cell phone companies told us to quit bothering them? Told us to go through the FCC, and they're a bunch of...
He was cut off again.
Not a problem. I have it on good authority that there'll be a presidential order going out in the morning. You'll have full access to network diagnostics and freedom to reprogram the base stations as needed.
Right, well, that's great, thank you.
Kuroneko stammered.
Of course, that's just, how do you say emergency capability? Until the production line for the dedicated sensors is running.
Of course.
The man looked at his watch.
Keep up the good work, Doctor.
He walked briskly away, leaving Kuroneko alone. Damn, the scientist thought. Now my coffee's gone cold. Ladywood, near Grimthorpe, United Kingdom. The big police transit rolled to a halt on the loose gravel, stopping under the canopy of trees at the end of the disused lane. 2 police officers got out and opened the rear doors. An unearthly humanoid form emerged, trailing oversized bat wings and gleaming bronze and silver in the fading afternoon light. The silver came from the mylar blanket that the creature had wrapped around itself like a shroud.
Are you okay?
Constable Matthew Hillier looked at the demon dubiously.
Well enough, human.
She flashed a fanged grin.
Your assistance is appreciated.
You're sure this is it? There's no sign of anyone else here.
I was to meet them at a farmhouse in that direction, I believe.
The demon pointed into the trees, seemingly at random.
You will escort me, of course.
Of course,
Matthew echoed. He was feeling increasingly uneasy about this. There was something wrong here. Had someone tricked the demon, perhaps? To what end? In any case, they couldn't abandon her. He unslung his MP5 and moved forward.
That was a close call back at the checkpoint. If those Yorbs hadn't been making a scene, they probably would have searched us.
Yeah, then we'd have had some fast talking to do.
Matthew couldn't shake the feeling something was horribly wrong here. The more he thought about it, and for some reason he hadn't until now, this scenario made no sense. Why were they here? Why had they taken that creature at its word? Suddenly he realized that the demon was no longer beside them. Clarity came a moment too late. The spray of paralyzing darts pierced his back, and for the second time his limbs went rigid before he could draw a bead on the demon. For a moment he stood like a statue, before falling to the ground stiffly. As he fell, he saw that John had suffered the same fate. Kinahuk Nasi limped up to the paralyzed humans. They always looked so pitiful, frozen in horror like that. And to think that they'd been trying to show her pity.
It's almost a shame after you've been so helpful.
Clinically, she reached down with a clawed hand and ripped out the first man's throat.
But I'm afraid you've become more trouble than you're worth.
The second man was staring at her in terror. He mumbled something, but it was too slurred for the Gorgon to tell whether it was begging or defiance. No matter. She grabbed his throat and squeezed the life out of him. Finally giving in to her instincts, Lakinahuk Nasi dropped to her knees and began to feast. After half an hour, she'd had her fill. The demoness dragged what was left of the bodies into a nearby ditch, concealed them as best she could, and slipped away into the woods. Underground caverns, city of Dis, hell. Despite the oppressiveness of being cooped up underground, Richard Dawkins was fully recovered, and had been for some time. The professor of biology part of him was only half conscious of his surroundings. The rest of his mind was riveted on the world around him. As the trauma of his days of torment had slowly died, long after no trace of the hideous burns remained, he'd begun to take note of hell, his scientific training taking over. An evolutionary etymologist by profession, Dawkins had spent his life studying insects. He knew a new species when he saw one, and right now, all the things he was seeing were new species. The flies buzzing around, flitting from wall to wall, light source to light source, were larger and faster than their counterparts back on Earth. The dragonflies that swooped in and out of the shadows that marked the natural origin of this complex did so on iridescent wings that were colored to reflect the environment of hell, striated orange beneath and muddy brown above. Dawkins supposed that they must have a natural predator, else there would have been no need for camouflage from above. So, in the true spirit of scientific inquiry, he would not admit to himself that he had nothing better to do at this point. He devoted himself to carefully watching the insects around him for several hours. Finally, he was vindicated as a small, dark orange bird swept out of the shadows, caught a particularly large and, Dawkins supposed, juicy dragonfly in its beak, and perched on a convenient ledge not 2 meters from him. As it crunched on its meal, it looked for all the world like a little puffed-up bundle of feathers with 2 large black eyes and a short, sharp beak. Yet for all its differences, the more he thought about it, the more he was convinced that everything here was similar somehow to everything on Earth. The biosystems had to be related somehow. It was all slightly different, slightly off, from the natural ecosystem. But they were so much the same. Certainly not the entirely different life forms one would expect from a completely separated alternate universe. That fitted in with all his observations to date, Wherever this place was, it shared a common ancestry with Earth, or at least the creatures here did. He wondered briefly if they were he tried to think of a description, his mind rebelling from using the word soul. It didn't help that he wasn't quite aware of what his exact status was here. Somewhere between a guest and a prisoner, and certainly a damn nuisance. Literally, he reflected bitterly. The door of his room wasn't locked, but he was cautioned that the network of caves was great, and it had dangers all of its own. Early in his stay, that woman, Rahab, had taken him for a walk through the tunnels, and he had seen a row of ants marching from one crack in the walls to another. They had been the size of his big toe, larger and fatter than any sort of ant he'd ever heard of on Earth. And they were dark, mud-colored. Their pincers were almost certainly able to break skin. He took some care to take a big step over the line. He'd turned to Rahab and tapped her on the shoulder.
Excuse me.
She didn't stop, but flatly shot back.
What?
Do you spend much time here?
Not as much as I would wish. Do you think I want to get caught out in the open by those demons?
Ah.
Dawkins was silent for a moment, then spoke again.
Rahab, do you think you can answer a few questions for me?
She audibly rolled her eyes.
All right.
Do you know what kind of ants those are?
Ants.
Rahab sounded genuinely surprised.
What ants?
The ants we just stepped over.
For a moment, Rahab cast about her memory.
Ah, those ants. There are a lot of them around here. What about them?
Do you know anything about them?
Dawkins asked.
Not really.
She paused for a second, looked at him, then continued walking forward. After another few minutes, she asked quietly over her shoulder.
What do you care about ants?
Dawkins, busy scanning the ground for insects, said after a few seconds,
Well, the ecosystem here is fascinating. Those ants aren't like anything back on Earth, so I'm trying to find out about them and about all the other plants and animals to learn more about hell and what its history must have been.
Rahab frowned.
You can tell the history of the place just by looking at its plants and animals.
A little bit,
said Dawkins.
We can make some surmises as to the evolutionary history of the ecosystem by studying the plants and animals. For example, we can tell how long ago their ancestors came here from Earth and how much has occurred since then.
She'd looked at him, bewildered, and shown him the way back to his room. And he'd been here more or less ever since. It was comfortable enough, although if Dawkins made it back to Earth, he would never complain about a Ramada Inn again. He'd had nothing to do other than watch the insects and try to work out if any of them were dangerous. He was still mulling over the options there, contact poisons, bites, spitting, when there was a knock on the door.
Come in.
Rahab entered the room, 2 men behind her. Dawkins recognized the type instantly. Heavies, muscle. The names varied from country to country, but their kind never did. He didn't know whether this was a good time to get scared or already too late for that. But they didn't look hostile, more curious than anything else.
Our leader would like to speak with you. We will take you to him, and then we must go outside. Do you need help?
Dawkins relaxed, a little.
No, Rahab, I'm recovered now.
He turned to the 2 men.
I'm Richard Dawkins.
Good for you.
The fair-haired man grunted the words out.
Don't mind him. He's always a bit irritable when Caesar's alone. I'm Titus Pullo. He's Lucius Vorenus.
You're the Titus Pullo and Lucius Vorenus.
Dawkins was stunned. The big man laughed.
So, you've read Caesar's book then? Spins a good yarn, doesn't he?
I've read the book, but you're the stars of a television program as well.
The big man looked confused. Rahab cut smoothly in.
Don't worry, Titus. None of us understand what he's saying most of the time. He likes ants, though. If you see any, take him to them. They'll keep him happy for hours.
Belial's study. Adamantine fastness of Tartarus. Hell. Of course, Belial never sat with his back to a door. No demon made it past squad leader without learning such basic common sense. Thus, when Uriel entered, she was immediately met by the Count's calculating stare. She made no sign of having noticed it, though, instead concentrating on bringing the food she had prepared for him to his table. She'd made certain that the tray held everything he liked and nothing that he did not. That wasn't just being seductive. That was simple self-preservation. Once Belial's meal was laid out, she sat quietly on the couch beside him, saying nothing. Belial was very familiar with this game, but still drunk on success, he was in the mood to let it play out. He continued to stare at the meal laid out on the table, aware that Uriel's tail had curved around his leg, and its tip was caressing the back of his thigh.
Satan Mecratrig is pleased at my success. He has named me as one who stands beside him and is in his favor.
My lord,
The Baroness Yulupki is in position with her chorus. The second attack on Detroit will commence when you give the word.
Her voice was quiet and respectful, but her tail continued to move suggestively up his leg, its tip now reaching his knee. The torchlight was glittering off her smooth bronze scales. Conniving little harpy, Belial thought, though the constantly moving tip of tail curling around his lower leg was rather distracting. Still as comely as ever, though.
And then Satan will indeed reward me and grant me back the power I once had, which raises the question of what to do with you, Uriel. Your display tonight was unforgivable.
Mentally, Belial gulped. The top of her tail had now reached his groin, and thinking straight was becoming ever more difficult.
You must be punished for your insubordination.
I am in great fear of your punishment, Belial.
Uriel put a distinct tremor into her voice, one that was either lust or fear, and there was no way of telling which was which. In fact, of course, the answer was neither, but that didn't really matter. She twitched the tip of her tail and saw Belial jump slightly. You ignorant oaf. Half your court want to rebel against you, the other half just want to assassinate you. The only thing stopping them is they don't regard Tartarus as being worth the risk. As soon as you have something worth usurping, they'll be at your throat. If it didn't suit me to have you on the throne... The tip of her tail had reached up and now was circling Belial's penis. Any hope Belial had of thinking straight had long gone. Ah well, may as well go with the flow, was the one thought that was running through his mind. He lurched upwards, getting to his feet and dragging Uriel up with him at the same time. Then he pulled the demoness off the couch and slung her over his shoulder before he carried her through an archway and flung her onto a sleeping pallet. Uriel landed heavily on her back, splayed out on the matted fungus. The briefest flicker of fear crossed her face before her features melted into a look of unbridled lust. Belial couldn't tell if she was faking that or not, but his matching expression was certainly genuine. Outside, the listening orcs heard the intense screams and were indeed convinced that a most horrible tortures were being inflicted. By the time the story had been elaborated and repeated, it was enough to chill the blood of even the most ruthless of Belial's minions. Half an hour later, Belial was back in his study, staring dreamily through the window, or rather, trident-firing loophole. This owed less to the massage Uriel was giving him than to the drugged dart she'd managed to administer while the Count was quite thoroughly distracted by her claws raking his back. It was a tactic she used most sparingly, due to the likely horrible consequences of him realizing what she was doing, but in this case, she'd considered it justified.
Yes, such a shame, really, losing brave Lacey Nasi.
Uriel sighed mentally.
Actually, Lakina Nasi survived. She made contact with me just an hour ago. Of course I came to see you immediately. She says that she was intercepted by a human sky chariot and gravely wounded. Lakina Nasi thinks we must minimize the time between sending the Pathfinder and the strike itself. If we do that, her sister will have a much better chance of survival.
Of course. Your handmaiden is alive. I expect you will want to retrieve her then.
Actually, I convinced her to stay for a while. She said that it may be possible to build a small cult of humans, and that from them she can learn much of value to you.
The idea of any of his subjects having a private cult didn't sit easily with Belial, but then again they were only humans. After the immense effort it had taken to find the first two targets, the prospect of his own intelligence network on Earth was tantalizing, however modest its beginnings.
Most pleasing, Uriel. What has she discovered so far?
Alas, she is still evading human pursuit and has not had time to gather much yet. But think on this, my lord. We both know how much influence Domos gains just from her legion of succubi, yet she could not warn us of the human magery. My handmaiden has shown that given the chance, we Gorgons can provide you with a superior spy network. How much would that be worth at Mecritrig's court?
The offer would have been tempting anyway, had she managed to get the Count to hear it out, but in his current state it was irresistible.
Very well. We attack Detroit immediately, and we use a Nephilim as close to the target as possible. The search must begin immediately, to be sure of finding one who can travel there in time.
Suddenly energized, Belial stormed out of his chambers, bellowing for servants and messengers as he made his way to the great hall. Uriel followed behind, savoring a smug grin before she had to begin her performance for the nobles. 3rd Platoon, 2nd Company, 3rd Battalion, 4th Regiment, 247th Motor Rifle Division, Phlegethon River front. Hell.
Bratishka, many times we have said that the spirits of our ancestors look down upon us, but this time it is true. They are there, Bratishka, there beyond the river. There, the heroes who defended the Bagration Fletchers, who fought to hold Port Arthur, who defended the Rodina against the Germans. They wait for us. There, our gallant comrades, who held the ruins of Stalingrad, who broke the fascist beast on the fields of Kursk, and who chased him all the way back to his lair in Berlin. They wait for us. Everything we have we owe to them. Everything we are is because they sacrificed everything for us. Now it is our turn to fight and make whatever sacrifices we must in order to repay our debt to them. Now it is our turn to break the armies of hell on our armor and send them scurrying away under the lash of our guns. Bratishka, the Americans won a great victory in the desert of Iraq, fighting these same enemies. Can we show ourselves to be less than them? I say no. I say we should show the Americans how a Russian army fights. I say we should score such a victory today that the world will be in awe of our power and the enemy shall tremble at the thought of fighting us again.
Lieutenant Anatoly Ivanovich Paskov, standing on the back of the BMP-2 armored personnel carrier, looked down at the cheering men in his little command. 3 BMP-2s, 1 Tunguska air defense system. Not so much as things went, but one of hundreds of dug-in strongpoints that defended the front. Miles deep, each strongpoint covering the others so not 1 inch of ground was left unswept by heavy automatic weapons. The BMPs had been modified. They each had 2 AGS-17 grenade machine guns mounted on their rear decking to provide that extra bit of close-in firepower. Outside the earth banks, the ground was covered with wire entanglements, and under them were the mines, hundreds of thousands of them. As a final thought, the river banks were crisscrossed with trenches, each carefully calculated to be deep enough and wide enough to catch a rhino lobster's hooves and send it sprawling onto the ground. And far to the rear was the final argument. Artillery. Guns were lined up in a density unheard of since Zhukov and Konev had raced to capture Berlin. In fact, some of the guns had fought at the Battle of Berlin and had been taken out of the storage where they had slept for so many years. Guns, 122mm and upwards, salvo rocket launchers, and the short-range ballistic missiles that could deliver their own special kind of hell. Further behind them were the aircraft, British, American, Russian, Israeli, Indian, Chinese, and other nations too many to remember. All brought together to do one thing, to turn this stretch of the river into a killing ground the like of which had never been seen before. Piquette Street, Detroit, Michigan. The tremors, the voices, the migraines. Donnie Cook was used to all of these. Indeed, in the long, agonizing periods between hits, he had often fancied himself to already be in hell. For 3 years now, heroin had been his demon, the black tar forcing him to beg, to steal, to prey on the unwary, whatever it took to keep the craving at bay. Now all that seemed like just the warm-up. Hell had come to him and made him its own. Donnie stumbled through the abandoned factory, his emaciated body moving with the jerkiness of a puppet. In truth, Baron Zathioplikar was having some trouble controlling the human. Its whole nervous system seemed to be warped and damaged by the many cocktails of poisons it had consumed. To the demon, it almost seemed that to kill this pathetic creature would be doing it a favor, and that quite took the fun out of it. The man's wasted form jerked to a halt in the center of the ground floor, the puppet master seemingly satisfied that the ruined building was deserted. For over a minute he just stood there, twitching and staring wildly. At last the black disk of the portal swelled into existence, briefly surrounded by a carpet of tiny sparks as the wash of energy hit the rusting junk littering the floor. The gorilla-like forms of lesser demons began to emerge from the blackness, their tridents held low as they fanned out through the structure. Another minute passed before a single final creature emerged, closer to human in form if one could ignore the writhing hair-like tentacles and great folded wings. To Donnie, the creature seemed anorexically thin, yet moved with a flowing grace that only heightened the sense of being faced by a deadly humanoid snake. The female demon was within an arm's length of him now, and her stare bored into him. Fight fought flight as he alternately wanted to scream and run, or club and stab the monstrosity, but all he managed was a series of low moans. Animal yelps and screams echoed off the crumbling walls before cutting off sharply. Mega Era Holrakni cocked her head at the approach of the strike leader.
I see that they are just as pathetic on this plane as they are in the mines.
Her imperious gaze switched from the possessed human to the demon.
No others witnessed my arrival.
No humans here, Gorgon. Just those.
He gestured at a pair of his demons approaching with the broken bodies of stray dogs dangling from their claws. Their expressions showed a clear disappointment at the lack of fresh human meat on this mission, but a determination to make the most of it anyway.
A fitting audience for your grand entrance.
The Gorgon hissed and thrust out her arm at the insolent demon. A bright bolt leapt from her claws and stuck the strike leader, leaving him reeling and roaring defiance.
Go, before I fry the lot of you!
Megara Holrakni screamed, her form glowing with witchfire. She exchanged a long stare with her opponent before he decided that it wasn't worth risking the Count's wrath. At a silent signal from their commander, the growling lesser demons began to file back through the black disk and disappear.
And take that wretch with you.
The last demon in line dragged the human through the portal, which promptly shimmered and vanished. Her flickering aura relaxed as Megara Holrakni released the psychic force. In truth, she could not have done much more. Her kind were not built to fling lightning the way the Naga were, and it had taken her millennia of practice just to achieve the limited aptitude she had. No need for lesser beings to know that, of course. She made her way to the staircase, and from there to the highest floor of the crumbling building, a disused storehouse, perhaps? She couldn't tell and didn't particularly care. A large section had collapsed completely, revealing a panorama filled by more nondescript boxy buildings, all made of the human's odd artificial stone, and many in a similar state of disrepair. Like Lakina Huknasi before her, she recoiled in distaste from the telepathic clamor which filled the human's realm. Megara Holrakni was undeniably the superior witch, though, or perhaps just less interested in comprehending the human babble, for within 10 seconds she had pushed through the barrier to contact her waiting queen. It was time for this place to burn, so that this silly rebellion could end and she could get back to her studies. Free Hell. Banks of the River Styx. 5th Circle. Hell. You are now entering Free Hell. The sign meant that they'd done it. For the first time in its history, there was an area of hell where humans ruled. After the assassination of Asmodeus, the Baldrics had stopped their advance and dug in. A de facto border now existed. On one side of it, the Baldrics continued their network of fortifications. On the other, humans had established their own administration. An uneasy truce existed between them, one that could be summarized from the human point of view as, "Don't put your hoof over the border and we won't blow it off." It seemed like a small, practical agreement, but in an insurgency there was no such thing as a small agreement between the government and the insurgents. Any agreement at all reflected a level of equality between insurgents and authorities, and that made it an epic-defining defeat for the Baldrics. They'd been forced to deal with the dead humans as equals and concede ground to them.
Friend, if I could speak with thee for a moment, I have a request for thine attention.
The archaic language snapped Captain Deceased Jade Kim's attention back to the reality of Free Hell. For a moment, she thought that it was one of the recovered dead, but the breathing mask showed it was a volunteer from Earth, one who had come to help with the task of finding the victims of this place and rescuing them. Behind him, she could see another one of the crosses being hauled out of the swamp and figures starting to work, freeing the poor soul attached to it. Kim remembered her own time nailed to a cross and drowning in sewage, and she shuddered.
There's a problem?
There is, friend. Many have been rescued from the swamps and have recovered enough to travel. Some wish to stay here with thee to fight.
The speaker's voice showed his dislike of that concept.
Others they wish to leave this place. Can thou contact Earth and arrange a way out for them?
Kim relaxed. This had been anticipated.
Some don't like our company, huh? They know they can't survive on Earth, right?
They have been told this, yes, and they understand but still wish to leave.
Well, they can. The plan is we'll portal them back to Earth and then they'll be relayed straight back to an area of hell that's under human control.
To her amusement, her companion looked around in alarm.
No, not like this one. We're holding a pretty big area between the Phlegethon River and the sea. It's called the Martial Plain of Dysprosium. There's refugee camps being set up in there for the people we rescue. They'll be looked after until we've won. I have no idea what will happen then. I don't think anybody has. The catch is, I can't contact out, Demon has to contact me. We have a schedule for that. Next contact is in a few hours, so get the evacuees ready to move then.
Thou art kind. Thank you.
The man turned to leave, but Kim was seized with curiosity.
Excuse me, but could I ask a question of you, a personal one?
Certainly, friend. I will answer if I can.
How come you people didn't just die when we got the message? A lot of religious people did, too many, of course. But none of your people. Why?
He smiled gently beneath his mask.
Friend, hast thou ever heard of testimony of integrity? It is one of our central beliefs. It says that we should always tell the truth, but it means more than that. It means we should always deal fairly with people. We do not believe we should trick others by making statements that are technically true, but whose meaning is false. It is our belief that this is how God deals with us, and we deal with others. When the message came, it did so as an inner revelation at our meetings. Those who received it stood to testify, but at once there were doubts as to whether this was a true revelation, for it ran against the testimony of integrity. How could a God who had for so long demanded we base our lives around the concept of fair dealing countenance such an enormous betrayal? Surely this could not be so, and the message was a trick, perhaps by Satan himself. So our meetings all decided to wait and see what would happen. Then the fighting started, we saw the Baldrics invade, and we heard what they did. We still do not believe that the message came from our God, but it does not matter. The message was true, and we must wait to see what the whole truth is. Before then, our beliefs, the testimony of peace, does not allow us to fight, but it does allow us to come here and aid those who have suffered for all too long. So here we are.
Rather you than me, Kim thought to herself. Better to fight Baldrics that spend the time here scrambling around in the mud, finding the souls in torment here than rescuing them. Unconsciously, she shifted the M115 on her shoulder, especially since modern weapons gave her such an enormous advantage over her enemies. The Baldrics had numbers, but even that advantage would fade as more and more souls were liberated from the torment in which they were held. And that, of course, raised issues all of its own. Her thoughts were interrupted by a long, rolling thunder, one that was very far away, yet she could still feel the vibrations through her feet. Her companion was standing politely beside her, waiting for her to speak again, but the sound made him glance up.
I did not know that there were thunderstorms in this place.
There are not.
Kim spoke absently.
That's artillery fire.
Command Post, Northern Front, Phlegethon River Bulge, Hell.
My lord, this is against all our traditions.
And humans fighting back is not? If they defeated Abigor, then they are adversaries worthy of note. Abigor's description of the great battle was quite clear. The beast charge at the start of the fighting was a disaster for his cavalry. We must learn from those mistakes, even if we can never admit the source of our learning.
Lapradunaltrox looked out across the array of forces now moving down on the northern flank of the Great Bulge in the Phlegethon River. The sight was a strange one to demonic eyes. The great square blocks of the legions divided into much smaller groups. Even more oddly, the cavalry legions had been completely broken up, dispersed amongst the infantry. One beast supporting each group of 27 foot soldiers. Behind the hills that ranged along the river, the great flock of harpies, almost 180,000 of them, were waiting to launch their attack. This was also unprecedented. The mores of demonic warfare were clearly established. The harpies reconnoitered to find the enemy, the beasts charged to crack a hole in the enemy defenses, the infantry closed to destroy the broken army. That was the way it had always been, and that was the way Abigor had fought. And his army had been destroyed in the most catastrophic defeat ever inflicted on demonic arms. Not even the celestial enemy had ever done the damage the humans had inflicted on Abigor. Lapradunaltrox appreciated Beelzebub's desire not to repeat the same experience on an even more cataclysmic scale, but to cast away every basic principle of warfare. Beelzebub's decisions were courageous in more ways than one. Such a break with the past would be heroic if he won. It could easily be considered treason if he lost.
But where is our great blow? How shall we defeat the enemy without the one massive strike to break his will? How can we crush their defense without the concentrated blow of the beasts?
Lapradunaltrox looked again at the strange formation.
Look at the humans, Lapradanultrox. Look at them. Where is the defense for us to breach? They have not drawn a line, not even one behind a ridgeline, as Abigor described. Instead, there is a field of death ahead of us, as deep as we can see. Our cavalry cannot charge through it. They will lose speed and momentum before they get far enough to matter, and they will be destroyed. We cannot charge through the defense the humans have constructed. We must chew our way through it. The foot soldier groups, each with the extra strength of a beast to support them, will take on those small defense positions, and we will chew our way through.
This will be a bloody day.
Lapradanultrox adjusted his vision for long range and scanned the human defenses that were waiting, silently, mercilessly.
Bloody day? I think not. This battle will not be over in a day. It will go on for days until the human army has been crushed. Like it or not, Lapradanultrox, the days when a battle would be decided honorably in a single day are gone. The humans have won the first battle of all. We now fight on their terms, and no matter what happens, things in hell will never be the same again. Now, sound the advance to contact.
Below them, the great army started to move forward. Word was being passed to the assembled harpies to swarm into the air and commence their assault on the humans. That was Beelzebub's plan, to hit the humans with his foot soldiers, harpies, and beasts all together so that the humans would be overwhelmed. Then, far away behind the human lines, beyond the region where the dust-laden atmosphere closed out vision, Beelzebub saw something strange and inexplicable. A sheet of flickering light, like the bolts thrown by the tridents of his foot soldiers and nagas, but covering the horizon in great sheets, reflecting off the clouds overhead.
Human magery.
Lapradanultrox's voice rose into a scream.
The human mages have started their work. The battle is joined.
Artillery Battalion, Rear Echelon, Phlegethon Riverfront. This particular battalion had guns that were an odd hybrid, old D-3100 and 22mm guns mounted on a new truck chassis. A product of the emergency mobilization that had all of Russia in ferment. The guns had come from storage. The trucks had once been intended for the civilian market, although why civilians would need 8x8 trucks had never been quite clear. It was rumored Americans wanted them for conversion into SUVs. But the design for the self-propelled guns had been drawn up for the export market, where wheeled self-propelled artillery had been a big growth sector. Those plans had been modified quickly for the Great Salvation War, and the truck-mounted guns had poured off the lines as fast as the factories could be converted. Artillery was the god of war, a god that had never let the Russian army down. Lieutenant Sergei Alexandrovich Elikov commanded this battery of 6 guns, and he had his assigned fire plan. It was laid down, strictly, severely, the targets clearly designated for destruction on a finely judged schedule. It was not his place to select targets or to swing his guns from one place to another. He was not an American officer who would swing his guns from one point target to the next. His place in the scheme of things was as a part of a machine that delivered massive, total destruction. His task was to keep his guns firing, to drench the battlefield with high explosives so that the enemy could not move forward to attack the defense lines. He had his support, of course, the big trucks carrying ammunition and all around him, the little jeeps with their anti-aircraft guns welded onto the beds. His D-30s had come from store, and so had the anti-aircraft guns. Quadruple 14.5mm machine guns, twin 23mm cannon, whatever had been in storage was here, to protect the guns from attack.
Battalion Control, Tovarish Lieutenant. The enemy is moving. Commence fire plan in 60 seconds.
The gunners were waiting, the first shells already in the breeches of the guns. Who would have the honor of firing the first shell against the enemy horde descending upon them? The first of the thousands that would descend like rain on that enemy and grind his forces into the mud. Would his guns, here on the northern flank, succeed in opening this great battle? Or would the guns further south have that honor? Elikov watched the figures on his clock changing as they reached the appointed second. Then, the strained silence turned into a mighty roar that crushed his eardrums and seemed to drive him into the ground. The ground that was already shaking in a rolling sea-like motion as the long lines of guns recoiled, their spades digging deep into the ground, before they returned to their position, and their gunners could stuff more shells into their chambers and send another package to its recipients. Now, all that Elikov could see were his men dropping into the methodical, routine motions as the shells were brought forward and fired. He looked down to his next target. In 2 minutes, he would have to shift to the next aiming point. 3rd Platoon, 2nd Company, 3rd Battalion, 4th Regiment, 247th Motor Rifle Division, Phlegethon River Front, Hell.
Here it comes, Bratishka. The enemy advances and our gunners make their reply. Soon it will be our turn.
Lieutenant Anatoly Ivanovich Paskov dropped into the turret of his BMP-2 and fastened it in place. There was nothing to be gained by staying outside now. The word passed down from on high was that humans were more or less safe inside their armored vehicles. They should fight from inside them and not outside. Paskov felt agreeably comfortable with that advice. Overhead, he could hear the express train roar of the artillery shells overhead, heard it even through the metal shell of his BMP.
Outbound!
He yelled, instinct taking over. For a quick second, he wondered what it would be like to be outside, under the tons of descending metal that was aimed at the demons. Then he decided he didn't care, and certainly didn't want to find out. Being inside his faithful BMP-2 suited him just fine. Outside, seen through the vision blocks of the BMP, Paskov could see a mass of black covering the opposite banks of the river. A terrifying sight. He'd heard the numbers of the enemy were counted in the millions, but he'd never quite imagined what millions looked like. Now he knew. The artillery had its work cut out. Tornado GR-4, 617 Squadron, Royal Air Force.
You know, it's a pity we phased the old JP-223 out of service.
You can say that, you never used one.
Squadron leader Desmond Young had been one of the pilots who had used the JP-223 on its one and only operational deployment, 17 years ago in the Gulf War. He wasn't quite certain which had been worse: the light displays as the submunition dispenser had fired its cargo, the violent changes in pitch as the weight distribution had changed, or the Iraqi anti-aircraft fire that had been all around them. All in all, it had been an exciting night, and Young had been only too pleased to hear that the JP-223 had been withdrawn from service. Officially, that was because of the anti-landmines treaty, but the real reason was that the crews had made their discontent with the weapon very plain.
Target's dead ahead.
In the back seat, Flight Lieutenant Wingard had the target area marked on the rolling map in front of him. Navigating in hell was weird. Nothing seemed to work quite right. An aircraft couldn't just retrace its route to get home. A crew that relied on instinct to navigate could get hopelessly lost. Still, the navigation systems people were working on that. They had the beacons set up, and with them, a modernized version of the old G navigation equipment first used by Bomber Command in World War II. It might be an old system, but it worked, even in hell.
Clear of the prohibited zone.
That was crucial. The last thing the tornadoes needed was to get caught in the mass of descending Russian shells. So the bombers had flown a looped route, one that took them parallel to the Phlegethon River and over the area where the drones had said the enemy harpies had gathered. Young didn't need navigation systems to see where his target lay. It was directly ahead, marked by the beginnings of a cloud of harpies taking to the air. The strike was a few seconds late, but that didn't matter too much. The 8 tornadoes swept over the harpy assembly area, raining more than 60 BL-755 cluster bombs on the creatures below. The ground vanished under a rippling wave of explosions as the tornadoes swept over the scene and turned for the run home, the airborne harpies floundering in their wake. Long before the tornadoes crossed the harpy grounds, they had pulled back into a steep climb, releasing their bombs as they did, so the bombs were tossed into the mass of harpies rather than dropped on them. By the time the bombers reached the center of the target area, they were already clear of the harpy cloud and climbing steeply.
We're clear, Peter. Dragon 1 to all Dragon elements, weapons delivered. Time to go home and get some more.
Wingard looked over his shoulder at the explosions still rolling over the ground now far below them.
Drop confirmed, boss, and to think they wanted to take our cluster bombs away.
Command Post, Northern Front, Phlegethon River Bulge, Hell. The flickering lightning seemed never to stop. It was rolling backwards and forwards along the horizon. Overhead, Beelzebub heard a dreadful screaming noise, obviously the battle cry of the human mages. It was squeezing his mind, causing his vision to blur, and as it peaked, he saw the whole of the riverbank under his army erupt into volcanoes that spewed mud, water, and bits of demons skywards. A rippling surge of explosions that blanketed the whole area. That was when Beelzebub felt something very strange. A wind, a warm wind that picked up force as the human mage bolts pounded into his army. Overhead, the same winds rippled the clouds of dust that saturated the atmosphere, forming them into strange patterns that swirled and changed even as he watched them, like the blood of a human kidling stirred into a cup of wine.
My lord, the Magery, it is causing winds to blow and storms to form.
So the humans could control the weather as well as their other accomplishments. That thought did not make Beelzebub any happier. The descriptions he'd heard of the human mage bolts had been bad enough, although he'd dismissed Abigor's more colorful descriptions as being part of his alibi for defeat. But he'd never mentioned strange winds and patterns in the sky. The idea hardly had time to form in his mind before the explosions that were shattering his army along the banks of the Phlegethon shifted back to engulf a new zone and spread their death toll amongst another portion of his army. Beelzebub looked at the carnage forming on the ground in front of him and knew that Abigor hadn't lied. If anything, he had understated the truth. He'd mentioned the human mage bolts that struck from afar and devastated the ground, but he'd never said anything about a concentration of magery like this. Combat Group, Northern Front, Phlegethon River Bulge, Hell. Hurtney Marcus felt himself staggering under the sheer impact of noise and the crushing power of the explosions that were all around him. He couldn't think straight. Every time a thought tried to form in his mind, the terrible screams and explosions drove it away or entered his head and shredded it. Screams. They dominated even the explosions, the battle cry of the human mages as their mage bolts slammed into the army, the screams of the demons and beasts as they were torn apart and died. He couldn't hold his trident properly either. The shaking was too much. The ground was heaving and rolling under his feet, in ways Hell had not experienced since the great earthquakes a few millennia ago. The little quakes, the ones Hell experienced every day, had nothing on the destruction the human magery was causing. Yet Hurtney Marcus knew that the magery was only part of the shaking that was causing his problems. The rest was his own muscles, shivering with fear of the mage bolts. An enemy, even a human, was not something he feared. If there was a human in front of him now, he could have fought and, win or lose, fought ferociously. It wasn't the prospect of fighting that was terrifying him at all. It was the human's ability to deliver remote-controlled death, for there was nothing to fight here. The humans were still far away, and their mage bolts just pounded the target, administering death and destruction at random. There was nothing Hurtney Marcus could do about it. His skills, his courage, his training, his spirit mattered nothing. All that mattered was the pure, blind chance of whether he and his combat team would be standing where the next mage bolt, or dozen, landed. It was that utter helplessness in the face of random, pitiless fate that was so terrifying. Without being aware of it, Hurtney Marcus had entered the Phlegethon River, and it was with utter astonishment he realized he was in water up to his waist. The wading was slowing him down, but he realized it mattered little. The human mage fire was concentrated on the banks of the river behind him. Some of the bolts were landing in the water, but they were few in number. Most of the bursts were behind them, and he got the feeling the ones in the river were mistakes, bolts that were landing short. Ahead he could see a target, the first of the little forts that the humans had set up. Now that was odd. Why had the humans set up lots of little forts rather than one big one? Everybody knew that the bigger the fortress, the harder it would be to take. There were iron chariots in the fortress. Hurtney Marcus felt his stomach cringe at the thought of iron. Then he set his grip firmly on his trident and closed the grip, discharging a bolt at the defenses ahead. It was immensely satisfying to strike back at last. After the helpless terror of the mage bolts, now there was some way he could fight. Overhead, the vast cloud of harpies was closing in. With luck, they would suppress the defenses long enough for his group to get close to that little fort. Harpy Group, Northern Front, Phlegethon River Bulge, Hell. Uxalagantavaris screamed out her battle cry and tried to launch a jet of flame at the sky chariot, but it was too fast for her, and it rolled away and zoomed upwards. The humans were cowards. They refused to fight. They just stood off and let fly with their fire lances and seeker lances, cutting her comrades out of the sky. She knew the losses already suffered by the harpies were almost beyond comprehension. The first strike by the sky chariots had killed hundreds before they had even taken off. Then, there were the great seeker lances that had torn into the formation from afar, their explosions killing hundreds more. Then after that, the sky chariots had returned and were slashing at the harpy cloud. Her skin was on fire, a mass of mad itching that threatened to drive her mad. If the voices in her head didn't do that first. There were so many of them. Some were human speech that made little sense. Others were a weird, intense beating noise, as if somebody was pounding her with a giant hammer. Yet others were a gentle hiss that simply filled every corner of her mind and drowned out all that went on inside. The mass of electronic noise was hardly surprising. Oxaligantivaris had no means of knowing it, and would not have understood the implications even if she had, but she was being painted by more than 2,000 radar sets. Those alone were doing damage to her, quite distinct from the missiles and guns that they targeted. Oxaligantivaris knew that something was wrong, but she couldn't know how wrong, for the truth was, she was being slowly microwaved to death in mid-air. Already her body temperature was slowly rising as the radar energy was exciting the molecules that formed the liquids in her body. Below her, she could see the human forts that formed their defensive position. It made little sense to her, but her job wasn't to understand, just to do as she was told, even though that meant something she had never done before. Harpies were scouts and raiders, intended to observe enemy formations and report on their movement. Sometimes they would attack undefended positions by night to spread fear and terror. Never before had the Harpies been told to attack defensive positions that were fully equipped and putting up resistance. Harpies traded protection and firepower for speed and flight. Not enough of either, of course, not compared with the human sky chariots, but a good trade for their proper role. Now they were being pitched against a serious defense. There was one advantage in doing that. Oxaligantivaris had noted that the human sky chariots were staying high, not dropping close to the ground. Perhaps they couldn't. She'd noticed that their wings didn't flap like any proper flying creature. Oh, a couple had wings that seemed to flap forward and backwards, but none flapped properly. Still, the message was clear, close to the ground, and the sky chariots would leave them alone. Cheered at the thought, she folded her wings, expelled gas, and dropped like a stone on the defense position beneath. Command Headquarters. Camp Hell Alpha. Hell.
The battle is joined, Tovarish General.
General Ivan Semenovich Dorokov was standing in front of his screen. The facilities here in Hell were nowhere near as good as those General Petraeus had left behind in Baghdad, but they would serve.
Very good, Ivan Semenovich. How goes the day?
The day goes well, David Howlovich.
Both men grinned at the mangled Russification of Petraeus's middle name.
Our artillery and airstrikes are hurting the Baldrics badly. We estimate their casualties already must be approaching 10% of their total.
A word of advice, Grajdanin Ivan. Divide your estimates by 3. We learned this the hard way in Iraq and before that in Vietnam and the Balkans.
And we learned that same lesson in Afghanistan and fighting the Hitlerites. But Gospodin David, we have hit Beelzebub's army hard. His casualties on the northern flank are mounting, and they are only now moving into our main zone of resistance. The southern flank is moving more slowly. The situation had not developed there yet. There appears to be no movement at all in the center.
The Baldrics are learning. Not slowly either. Whatever you need, just call. We're lining up the support for you here.
As far as Petraeus was concerned, that was his role in this battle. Let the Russian army do its thing, and just make sure they have every tool they needed, and some that they didn't know they needed. Not yet, anyway.
For your information, the buffs have arrived. They flew through the Hellmouth a few minutes ago and are circling to gain height. They'll be ready when you need them.
Dorokov laughed.
The sight of those flying through the Hellgate must have been impressive. Is there an intact eardrum left back there?
Not a one, but tell your men the Grey Lady is coming.
Demon Headquarters, Crystal City, Virginia. For the 4th time in the last half hour, a gentle beeping filled the monitoring room. With some irritation, Technical Sergeant James Nevaquaya put aside the draft response procedure he'd been reading and glanced up at the grid of monitors.
2. Network anomaly detected. Verizon, node 21633, 28%, dropped frames, Detroit, Michigan. Verizon, node 21638, 12%, dropped frames, Detroit, Metro, Michigan, 2.9 miles. Detailed, capture triggered on 36 nodes.
One monitor was showing a map of the anomaly site, freeways snaking through a dense grid of streets north of Detroit. Nevaquaya's hand went to the mouse as he tried to bring up the spectrum display. The prototype was barely functional, a cobbled-together mess of mostly civilian technology, but for now that novelty and importance of the task was keeping frustration at bay. The spectrum analyzer was still hobbled by the cell site's receiver limitations, but it was clearly showing a broadband hump peaking in the low gigahertz. The gentle beeping was abruptly replaced by an insistent two-tone warble. The text scrolling onto the status display snapped Nevaquia's mind to intense alertness.
Multi-network anomaly confirmed. Verizon node 2163334% dropped frames, Detroit, Michigan. Sprint node 45-3C 31% dropped frames, Detroit, Michigan. 1.5 miles. CDMA 2000 down. Singular node MA335 26% dropped frames, Detroit, Michigan. 2.4 miles. Alltel node 4775 software failure, Southfield, Michigan. 6.9 miles. T-Mobile node MA5XA WCDMA resetting, Southfield, Michigan. 3.9 miles. Composite spectrum display enabled. Detailed capture triggered on 92 nodes. Possible portal opening, heuristic match 0.82.
Within seconds, an office chair rolled through the door from the adjoining office, carrying Graham Wilson with it. The civilian contractor took in the situation on the monitors almost instantly.
0.82? That's the highest yet. What do you make of the spectrum?
The general spike structure sure looks like the recordings. I'll call NORAD. Can you get any more resolution out of those sites?
Wilson had already begun typing, his fingers a chattering blur. Console windows popped up and streams of incomprehensible commands flashed past. Meanwhile, Nevaquia had gone straight for the first entry in the speed dial.
Big one, at 42 degrees 23 minutes north, 83 degrees 4 minutes west. Confidence is moderate.
Nevaquia watched the civilian work while the duty officer at NORAD checked the radar picture. The contrast between the usual procurement process, even the usual R&D process, and what was going on here was incredible. Things were happening in days that had taken years just a few months earlier. The monitoring system was crude and buggy as yet, but getting even that operational in under 4 days was amazing. America had apparently rediscovered engineers who thrived on doing the impossible. Then Nevaquia thought again. No, not rediscovered. Just set free from the demands of reaching some unattainable ideal of perfection. The spectrum display flicked and restructured itself, crisper and with fewer gaps. Secondary windows began to fill up with phase analysis of signal components.
There, how about that?
Nevaquia stared at the screen for 3 seconds before speaking directly into the phone.
Confirmed. We've got more data here too. Confidence is now high. Repeat, confidence high for portal opening over northern Detroit.
He pressed mute, then another button that began sounding the incident alarm in the other offices. Finally, he turned to Graham.
The spikes match. NORAD is seeing radar interference at that location. Looks like the demons are going for Detroit, with a big one too by the look of it. Fighters are on the way. They'll be contacting National Guard units next.
Footsteps sounded in the corridor outside as more demon staff converged on the monitoring room. Both men stared at the screens, where the error rates and signal strengths were climbing inexorably. Both knew that their warning was better than nothing, but also that it left precious few minutes to intercept the demon targeteer. If friendly forces couldn't stop it in time, the heart of a great American city would die in ash and fire. Over Interstate 75, Detroit, Michigan. Mega-Era Holrockney's arm and wing muscles already ached from the exertion. She had done very little flying these last few centuries, but the demon was so enraged that she barely noticed. How could Uriel have been so incompetent? It could not have been her own fault. She had concentrated firmly on the great glass towers that stood haughtily above the human sprawl. Yet the portal had opened half a league to the north, instead of half a league to the south, almost completely the wrong direction. More likely that half-witted Naga, she thought as she painfully climbed through 500 feet. Though surely Yulupki isn't stupid enough to try sabotaging the Count's scheme. Below her, streams of tiny iron boxes raced back and forth, traveling along 2 wide black strips set in a shallow trench. The trench cut through the human city, snaking gently and occasionally joining up with other trenches in curious curling structures reminiscent of spilled entrails. Many more of the iron boxes stood motionless on parade grounds dotted between the buildings. Perhaps they worshipped them, Mega Erahol Rachni thought. She could think of no other reason to go to such extreme efforts for the chariot's sake. The Gorgon could sense the nascent portal ahead. Indeed, it would be hard for her to miss it, given how much psychic energy it was leaking. Belial had exhorted the Naga to put every effort into this attack, and they were obviously giving it everything they had. It could be that this focus on power accounted for their lousy aim. She was drawing near now, and the air itself seemed to crackle with power. The portal mouth was bobbing high in the air over a dark L-shaped castle, or more precisely over the bone-white chariot-filled parade ground behind it. Megara Holrakni began a slow, sweeping turn, oblivious to the attention she was beginning to draw on the ground below. She reached out with her mind, the psychic force radiating down from her wings to caress the extra-dimensional nexus at the heart of the portal. Crude dragging was for novices. One merely had to induce a desire to move in a particular direction, and the portal would do the work. Or rather, the teams of Naga powering it would be forced to do the work, but it was all the same to the Gorgon. But mere seconds after the portal had begun to move, it began to oscillate wildly, shedding energy that arced to the ground as lightning. Mega-Era Holrakni had no choice to use every ounce of strength she possessed to wrestle the portal back into submission. Flying directly above it, buffeted by the thermals created by the arcing, it seemed to her that she was riding an untamed beast, ready to throw lightning back at her at any moment. The Gorgon's confidence in her own ability was supreme, however, and perhaps not unwarranted, as she soon had the unborn portal simmering in a semblance of submission. Grimly, she set off towards the great gleaming towers, a corner of her mind already devising a way to gain revenge on whoever was responsible for this mess. Tanner Firearm Supplies, Northern Detroit.
Thanks for keeping these aside from me, Irwin. I know they're hard to come by right now, what with the Brits adopting them as standard and grabbing the whole production run.
Hey, no problem, Danny. Wouldn't want to see a friend short of firepower if one of those monsters makes an appearance.
The shopkeeper insisted on shaking the customer's hand. The man then scooped up the box of 338 Lapua from the counter and made his way out of the store. Daniel Wright had stowed the ammo in the underseat safe and was about to start his pickup's engine when a glint in the sky caught his eye. He considered himself something of an aircraft buff and took a closer look, trying to identify the type. It was bronze-colored, the silhouette changing as he watched. Something clicked into place as he realized that it was not a plane, but a creature that looked just like the grainy news footage from England. At first it had looked like it was circling over the AA&M building. Now it was definitely heading for downtown. The shop was built just off the I-75, and the demon was flying roughly parallel to the highway. He leapt out of the truck, grabbing his Barrett 98 from the rack. Fortunately, the optics were still in place from his Sunday range visit. As Daniel unlocked the safe, he hesitated for a second. Shooting into the sky was usually a reason to make fun of ignorant third-worlders, as what went up had to come down, and it could well come down on someone's head. But only for a second. The Sheffield death toll had now passed 16,000, and he had to stop that happening here at any cost. Daniel clicked the magazine home, braced himself on the side of the truck, brought the monster into the sights, and fired. The shot was on the edge of effective range to start with, and without tracers it was basically impossible to correct for drop, deflection, and wind drift, so Daniel just had to give it his best guess. He could hear other shooters opening up, and with luck one of them got lucky. He blew through the first magazine with no apparent effect on the distant flapping form, and as he was reaching for the second, he noticed that other shoppers from the gun store had joined him in the parking lot. Some were staring at him, some at the sky.
"There's a damn baldric up there!"
he shouted.
"Grab a rifle and start shooting, or it'll burn the city!"
He didn't wait to watch them respond. The fresh magazine clicked home, and he soon had the rifle realigned on the target. This time the creature definitely seemed to be hit, dropping suddenly and flapping erratically as he fired his last 3 rounds. No way to know if it was one of his rounds that did it, but it didn't matter. Irwin and Bob were back with AR-15s from the store, and beside him even Emily was enthusiastically letting fly with her Smith & Wesson 5.86. Top marks for effort, Daniel thought, as he noticed a large, dark green and very old half-track coming to a stop on the side of the freeway. The ready platoon of the 3rd Michigan Infantry Regiment, United States volunteers had arrived with an M16 Quad 50 they'd liberated from a museum, and they wasted no time opening up with their much-loved M2 mount. Wright recognized some of the volunteers as they took up their positions. The 3rd Michigan had been built around a reenactors group, and to Wright they looked a bit odd in modern BDUs. I-75 to I-94 interchange, Detroit, Michigan. The Gorgon's mood had improved somewhat as she flew south towards the human towers. This realm's bright direct light had been painful at first, but now it felt pleasantly warm on her back. The proto-portal seemed to have settled down, and she was free to gaze at the landscape below, savoring her power to end their pitiful existences. She was death incarnate, an avatar of cleansing flame come to burn this hive of vermin off the face of the planet. Mega Arahol Rockne had always reveled in the exercise of psychic power, and now this was the culmination of all those millennia of effort. That said, she did have something of a dilemma. As she ascended, it became clear that the towers were built next to a wide river. If she opened the portal over them, the lava would pool there, and many of the lesser buildings would be spared. Perhaps it would be better to open it some way from the river to ensure that the rest of the city burned. There were a great many parades of chariots here. The big flat buildings next to them could be workshops, and Belial had been quite insistent about destroying those. On the other hand, blocking the river with lava would not be so bad. The scalding steam and the flooding was sure to be amusing. Meg Arahol Rockne's musings were interrupted by a sharp pain in her right wing. Suddenly she became aware of the irregular cracking sounds coming from below, coming faster and faster with each passing second. Agony flashed down her side as something tore into her flank. The Gorgon looked back in disbelief at the green blood dripping from the wound. How dare they? She'd heard the rumors of the humans' newfound majory. Now too late she realized how foolish she'd been to dismiss those warnings. Another projectile slammed into the base of her tail, shattering a vertebra and sending pain shooting up her spine like a white-hot poker. Meg Arahol Rockne screamed and flailed wildly in the air, an act that granted her a brief respite as the next few shots went high. The portal crackled dangerously below her and she threw her wings out again, desperately trying to glide clear. It was at this moment that the hail of machine gun rounds began to arrive. The heavy rounds ripped through her torso, spraying yellow blood into the air as the Gorgon began to fall out of the sky, trailing limp wings behind her. Meg Arahol Rockne had a final few seconds to reflect on her folly before she plummeted through the phantom portal mouth. The massive electrostatic charge building there found a convenient discharge path through her body, and the Gorgon finally died in a white-hot flash of lightning, her charred and broken body tumbling down onto the interchange below. Okthura Yaljaknath, Tartaruan Range, Borderlands of Hell. Baroness Yulupki's eyes were closed, her coils writhing with pain as she tried to force the chorus back into harmony. The ritual had started to go wrong as soon as the portal begun to form. Instead of a single unified psychic push, there was discord. The closest human sensation was tone and timbre. The ritual needed pure chords, but some of the Naga were holding the wrong notes. The situation had rapidly deteriorated as each Naga tried to stay in tune with her neighbors, magnifying the initial dissenting voices into a psychic cacophony.
All of you, follow me!
Yulupki screamed, over the wails of her subordinates and the hissing of the lava. It was hard to know if the Naga on the other platforms heard her, but telepathy was out of the question in this din. The effort had dried out the tips of her tentacles, and the energy began to arc back to the surrounding flesh, charring the scales. To the Naga, it seemed that her body was on fire, and her brain was being squeezed in a vice, but gathering strength she didn't know she had, she made a final push to stabilize the portal. She was somewhat surprised to find it actually working. Her strong, clear stream of psychic energy stood out clearly in the haze, and the other Naga rallied around it.
That's it! Hold it! A little longer!
Why hadn't that damned Gorgon opened the portal yet? She couldn't keep this up. If the signal didn't come in another minute, they'd just have to. The wash of feedback hit Yulupki like a brick wall. She collapsed onto her pallet, barely hanging on to consciousness. The raging psychic turmoil had been replaced by a numb calm.
No, that can't be. Oh no!
Her pitiful cry rang with the anguish of a human whose eyes had just been torn out. From her vantage point on the crater rim, Uriel had been watching the ritual with mounting concern. She was not yet a participant, but she could sense the unbalanced forces and the resulting instability in the half-formed portal. At the same time, she could sense Mega Arahol Rockney's progress over the human city through the mental link with her handmaiden. That link had just dissolved into echoes of pain, confusion, and panic before disappearing entirely. Mere seconds later, what could only be described as a psychic shockwave had rushed out from the center of the crater. The Gorgon could barely make out the great snake-like forms through the dense smoke and heat shimmer, but she could tell that nearly half the Naga were down, and the rest were thrashing and wailing. Behind them, the shrines were breaking out in glowing red patches, as local hotspots began to melt the metal. Uriel launched herself from the rocks, determined to save the ritual. She pushed questions of what had gone wrong and who would pay out of her mind. That could come later. Her wings billowed taut as they caught the strong thermal, and she soared over the bubbling lava. The thick smoke stung the Gorgon's eyes. She couldn't see clearly, but the series of bright flashes and a tortured groan probably signaled the collapse of one of the shrines. She was right over the portal now, and she could feel it swelling and ascending, pushed out of the volcano's throat like a cork in a barrel. It was the moment for Uriel's own supreme effort. She put everything she had into a single release aimed directly down, hoping to slam the portal down into the lava in the same act as pushing it over the threshold for opening. For a split second, the smoke seemed transparent, as the entire crater was lit up by a storm of dancing lightning. Then noise and motion returned, and Uriel was falling, the air whistling through great burning rips in her wings. The lava below convulsed, dropping and splashing and throwing out great chunks of magma. Desperately, she tried to ride the thermals clear of the maelstrom before she was swatted from the sky or consumed by the fire. Heaven Gate. Hell. The wall. It was massive, the work of millennia. It had been built at first of mounded earth, but the earthworks had long been replaced with huge blocks of granite. 50 times the height of the tallest dukes, the huge loop towered above the surrounding foothills. A human looking down on it from the air would have thought it looked nothing more than a giant tire sticking out of the ground. The outer face sloped gently down toward the plain, crisscrossed with trenches and ringed with smaller fortifications, parallel to the main wall. The inner face sloped sharply down toward the large inner ring. It was faced with granite, polished by the sweat and blood of thousands of lesser demons and enslaved humans to gleam in the dull, striated light. Faced entirely with polished granite, that is, save for a small staircase almost too narrow for the scrawniest demons to walk down. That staircase was joined to the ramparts at the top of the wall by a small, nondescript crenellation, which Shakula Pacanthus found himself approaching for the 20th time since his shift had begun. This was the final circuit, and he was ready to be done with his portion of the guard duties. There was just one task that remained. He passed the standing guard, taken from Satan's personal legions. They stood 50 feet apart all around the wall for the duration of their shifts, staring impassively down at the large building in center of the wall's inner ring, and stepped backwards down onto the staircase, as though he were climbing a ladder. The steps were also smoothed by continual travel, but far rougher than the smooth stone to either side. For a moment he contemplated what a rush up that wall would be like, then shuddered at the thought of even trying, let alone in the face of tridents raining down magic on the attackers. This was a unique fortress, designed to keep attackers in, not out. At the bottom of the wall, he straightened and turned around. The building was before him, towering over him even as it was dwarfed by the ringing wall. A giant demon-made mountain of stone is what it was. A ring of demons stood guard about it, and 20 were orderly clustered about the only entrance, staring at it as though it were a poisonous snake about to bite them. Shakula Pacanthus stopped before them and said,
"I'm entering the gateway."
The demon in charge of the guard challenged him in the ritual.
"Who are you to enter the gateway?" "I am Shakula Pacanthus, a captain of the guard. I see that all is well within." "Shakula Pacanthus, a captain of the guard. I will permit you to enter the gateway. Bring word of the inner guard."
Shakula Pacanthus nodded. The demons before him parted, and he stooped as the guard raised the iron portcullis. As he passed beneath it, he shivered. The feel of iron nearby always made his back crawl. It was the only place in all of hell where iron had a use. It was rumored that the gate's construction had cost the lives of 50 demons, and that 1,000 Naga had enchanted it with the strongest spells imaginable. The iron behind him, he made his way forward through the low, twisting passageway on his hands and knees. It was uncomfortable, and certainly made walking impossible for even the lowliest demons or angels. The stone around him seemed to weigh down on him, to close in on him. Never too soon, the inner sanctum approached, and the passage widened. The first thing that tipped him off was the stench of blood. He rolled his eyes. Again. The two sides sometimes made points by bursting into the realm of the other and slaughtering the guards before dropping back to the relative safety of their own homes. Once, the raiding parties had encountered each other. It had taken 2 centuries to alleviate the tensions from the resulting bloodbath. Another consequence of the raiding was that only the lowliest, unluckiest demons were chosen to be the inner sanctum guards. Shakulapacanthus speculated that the same was true of the other side. The passage opened out into the inner sanctum, a rectangular room as small as possible. Dominating the chamber, seeming too large for the room in which it was contained, was the jet-black portal, the last one open between heaven and hell. Creation of portals between the realms had been forbidden at the end of the Great Celestial War, and only one had been kept open to permit contact and the occasional diplomatic delegation between Satan and Yahweh. A delegation had come through recently, Shakulapacanthus reminded himself. According to rumor, human magery had destroyed it in the pit. The higher-ups vehemently denied the rumors, of course, but that made him all the more certain that something had happened. Certainly strange things were happening in hell. Human armies were fighting in the infernal region itself, and all the barrack room rumors were of the humans in the pit rising against their tormentors. It was even whispered. There was now an area in the pit where no demon dared go, where if one tried, the penalty was a horrible death by human magery. The 2 guards were lying contorted on the ground, charred in places and dismembered in others. Blood was spattered all throughout the chamber. But something was different. Standing in front of the portal was a towering white figure. It was staring at him with its pale white eyes, and Shakulapacanthus felt himself shudder far more than he had passing under the iron portcullis. This was no mere angel. This was a high-ranking one who could probably crush him as easily as it had these 2 unfortunates. Slowly, like a cornered beast, Shakulapacanthus started to back away toward the tunnel. The angel did nothing for a moment, then flared its wings. They stretched nearly across the chamber and said,
"Stop."
Shakulapacanthus stopped. He was shivering uncontrollably. Slowly, the angel raised his sword. It glimmered in the torchlight, bronze lined with pale gold. The angel was gathering fearsome magic. It was already making Shakulapacanthus's hair stand on end. Then it spoke.
"Do you know who I am, fallen scum?"
No, sir, I do not.
"I am Michael Lan, commander of the forces of the Most High One. I have a message for the Fallen One from my master. You will bear it to him. Tell him that these words have come from the throne of the Nameless One, Satan Mechatrig. Despite previous warnings, you have failed to oppress and dominate the humans. They have forced their way into your realm, and still you cannot defeat them. Your failures in this matter have ensured that the humans are developing into a threat to the chorus. The gates of heaven may be closed to any who may wish to enter, but our hosts may leave to engage our enemies at our pleasure. As a last warning to the humans, we have gathered Uriel and the bowls of wrath. Your failures are causing us to intervene against our wishes, but the chorus must not cease. On your head lies what may result. Tell him that, and only that."
The archangel stepped forward, over the twisted bodies, and touched Shakulapacanthus on the forehead. As he did, he released a surge of magic. The demon howled in pain and surprise as the archangel seared a mark onto his face. Then, without a backward glance, the archangel disappeared back into the portal. Shakulapacanthus emerged from the gateway so disturbed he didn't even notice when he bumped his head on the iron portcullis. He said nothing to the guards, but ran as fast as he could to the stairs, and took them up as fast as he could. 5 minutes after a brief meeting with his garrison commander, he was on the back of a surging beast, heading from the Heaven Gate into the Elysian Fields toward the city of Dis. Camp Hell Alpha, Hellmouth, Martial Field of Dysprosium, north of the Phlegathon, Hell. Abigor's room was pretty Spartan, but someone had apparently taken the notion that he might like some plants for decoration. Ordinarily, he'd be offended at the notion that he enjoyed decorations. Everyone knew that he used wealth only as a display of status and not because he was soft and decadent, but these plants were green and had flowers on the end, rarities in hell. They let off a sickly sweet smell which Abigor actually liked. He sniffed them once more, and then sat back, taking a few minutes to try to digest everything he'd learned since his surrender. On his left was a towering pile of DVDs and books on the history of human militaries. It was rich and fascinating, full of change, nothing like the static, unchanging nature of the civilized warfare he was used to in hell. For centuries, he was becoming used to the human way of telling time. For centuries, humans had fought in mostly the same way. Infantry would line up and charge each other, sometimes with spears, sometimes with swords. Auxiliaries would harass the enemy lines with projectiles, arrows, stones. Cavalry would protect the flanks, swoop in and charge the enemies. There were similarities to what Abigor knew, of course. Infantry and auxiliaries would be combined in hell, since all infantry could fire projectiles. Cavalry were more important. In hell, they made or broke battles. And in hell, flies were an integral part of the battlefield. Perhaps they were analogous to auxiliaries. Something to ponder. Humans had not taken to the air before 100 years ago. The short human timescale still surprised Abigor. A century ago was yesterday. But with the humans, the themes of infantry-auxiliary-cavalry interplay were repeated in so many variations. In some parts of their world, huge hordes of men armed with sticks and swords had swarmed each other. In others, disciplined infantry formed the core of armies, while in others, men had shot their arrows from horseback. One book claimed that an army was made up of horsemen who could hit a teacup 100 yards away from a galloping horse. Abigor hadn't heard of any demon who could match that feat from a galloping beast. And then 3 centuries ago, the human inquisitiveness, curiosity, the human tendency to treat the world as a problem to be solved, rather than a place to live, their almost desperate need to know why, had apparently begun to reward humans. 3 centuries ago seemed like last week, when humans were nothing but cattle, to be tortured for benefit and eaten as delicacies. Yet it seemed that no matter what question they asked, the answers that they found were immediately turned into weapons of destruction. Abigor considered the benefits they had reaped. The ability to throw projectiles further, faster, more frequently, and more accurately seemed to be the chief benefit. It had reshaped the battlefield. Humans could now throw projectiles over the horizon, on long, arching curves that impacted precisely where the humans wanted them. It seemed that their entire ground combat doctrine, Abigor now saw, was shaped around using these guns, what he had called fire spears, as effectively as possible. The accuracy with which humans could throw projectiles explained why they fought like cowards. Their goal was to win the battles, so instead of presenting themselves entirely and honorably, they presented as small a target as possible while still permitting themselves to throw back. And then there was the question of flying chariots, which were known to humans as aircraft. They flew higher and faster than flies, and their firepower was far beyond the flies. The same magic. Abigor caught himself. There was no magic here. There were only skills he did not understand. The same ability that let humans throw projectiles such long distances and with such accuracy also permitted them to create bombs, which could be dropped with great accuracy. The Seeker Lances, missiles the humans called them, though why they called them such, was an odd thing that Abigor had yet to fathom out since they never missed, were another manifestation of the same abilities, projectiles that flew like aircraft and sought out their target. Before the destruction of his army, he had seen how the human aircraft had decimated his flies, and he had thought that was the end of it. Now, he knew differently. Human aircraft could do many things. They could wipe out flies with contemptuous ease, but they could also rain death and destruction on the ground forces. He had seen a little of that, but only a thin shadow of what human aircraft could do when unleashed to use their full power. He had seen how the humans themselves had been forced to invest huge sums in the development of anti-aircraft weapons to defend themselves against aircraft. That was something Satan didn't have to worry about deploying. There wasn't an anti-aircraft gun in all of hell. And then there were the human boats. They were larger than any boat he'd ever seen. Anywhere you needed to go in hell, there were roads, or Belial's wyverns if the place was inaccessible. The human boats had guns on them, and could also throw missiles. Some even had aircraft on them, and some could actually swim under the water to throw missiles or hunt other boats. Abigor thought of the seas that surrounded Hell's one great continent and imagined the human boats loose in them. All of Hell would be at their mercy with only Dagon's few legions of Kraken to defend it. So much to absorb. Abigor shook his head. Most bombs, missiles, and artillery shells exploded like injured flies, while other projectiles were solid iron. Some were thrown from guns, and others were dropped or thrown from aircraft. These new things were all so confusing in the details, but in general he was starting to absorb the picture of how humans did things. They fought to win, that much he'd already seen. But they didn't fight to win by outmaneuvering. Abigor stopped himself. That wasn't true. Human armies could maneuver in ways a demonic army couldn't even dream of. To humans, though, maneuver was a way to bring overwhelming firepower to bear on their enemy with the aim of annihilating either his desire or his ability to fight. Or in some cases, both. The DVDs he'd seen had been particularly illuminating. He'd had no idea how ferocious humans were to each other, and the scale of the battles that had raged across the human world even in the last century, the last few days to him, stunned him. How had they come so far in so little time? He'd seen lines of chariots, trucks, stretching for miles, throwing their projectiles into the air all at once. The sound was familiar to him, the thumping of artillery and the scream of inbound shells and rockets. They still took him back to the battlefield in the human world, where he'd watched his army disintegrate around him. He still had nightmares about that. He'd seen lines of trenches, with humans running about in them, and in between them, a charred, muddy, churned-up wasteland that was as bad as anything in the pit. Coils of razor wire crisscrossed that little hell, and guns crashed and chattered across while artillery lobbed back and forth. Once he saw a flood of humans boil up out of one trench and charge into the hell, only to be scythed down. One had made it back to the trench. He'd seen a coastline lined by razor wire and huge guns, and the dawn bring with it a sea of iron boats as far as the eye could see, all firing at once, as people once more charged bravely into the crossfire from small boats that scuttled like beetles up to the beach. He'd seen the view from above of a jungle wasteland with craters evenly spaced as far as the eye could see, as a line of explosions marched up the screen. The trees looked like grass, and the people running about looked like ants. Abigor shook his head again. The myriad creative ways humans had found to destroy their enemies were mind-boggling. Then a strange thought came to his mind, based around the way the humans had suddenly changed from a primitive mob that was just walking meat to a demonic army to the pitiless killers against whom no demonic army could stand. Oh, Abigor had heard the guns thundering, tens of leagues away, as a human army stood against the sledgehammer blows of the combined armies of Asmodeus and Beelzebub, and in his mind's eye he could see what was already happening, the demonic horde screaming and dying under the pounding of the human guns. One of his books had expressed it so well. Artillery is the king of war, infantry is the queen of the battlefield, and it is well known what the king does to the queen. Abigor shook his head. It had all happened so suddenly. 3 centuries from helpless victims to the lords of war. Unnaturally quickly. Had there been another hand here? The way the humans had fought each other, each set of wars driving their weapons technology further forward and setting the conditions for the next set. As if humans were being trained to fight, bred to destroy both Satan and Yahweh. Abigor could see now why Yahweh had washed his hands of them. The humans' driving need to know had caused them to reject his teachings and ready-made answers in favor of finding their own. They had even laughed at Yahweh's pronouncements and dared his prophets to prove their doctrine. When the prophets and true believers had repeated Yahweh's rulings, they'd been faced with the human battle cry, "Prove it," and ridiculed the prophets with evidence of the truth. There was even a slogan they used for such contests, one Abigor had spotted somewhere. Science and mockery of stupid people. It was quite clear who they meant by the stupid people bit, Yahweh himself. No wonder he had been annoyed with them. Humans couldn't have done it by themselves, could they? Surely they must have had help. Were there others whose hands were involved here? Perhaps the others who had once held sway on earth but had been driven out by Yahweh and Satan? Their hand was still present. Abigor knew that. There were a small number of humans who were protected by them, who lived in hell but were free of its torments. Had they trained humanity to become the lords of war, who would drive both Satan and Yahweh away from Earth? This was worth further thought, but one thing was bothering him. This artistic destruction he had all experienced. All save the use of aircraft, but that did not create much more destruction than the pounding artillery had. What had the colonel meant when he'd said that Abigor had not even begun to see what humans could do when they put their minds to it? On his right lay a single DVD case. He picked it up, delicately opening it with his claws, and popped the DVD into the player. The large screen in front of him went from off to blue to black with white letters, The Manhattan Project. The first part of the video Abigor didn't understand. It was about things called atoms. Wasn't Adam the first human to come to hell? He was still in Satan's palace in a little cage, if Abigor remembered correctly. Then came the first pictures of what humans did with these atoms, and Abigor became very interested. He became very interested indeed. An hour later, Abigor was sitting on his couch, mouth agape, staring at the screen as the credits rolled by. What sort of gods were the humans to be able to destroy a city with a single bomb? He closed his mouth, then shook his head. A single bomb, capable of annihilating an entire city. An entire army would be nothing. They had played with him when they could have destroyed him and everyone with him with ease. Suddenly, the part of his mind that had been bothering him since his defection, the part that continually accused him of treason, became quieter and smaller. A lot quieter and a lot smaller. There was no doubt that the humans were going to win this. No doubt at all. He saw it now. The humans were deploying just enough firepower to utterly destroy whatever was sent at them, waiting, keeping their cards in reserve, watching their enemies to see how they reacted. So simple, so logical, so utterly unconventional. There was a knock at the door, and Abigor looked up. It opened, and a languid man walked in, flanked by 2 soldiers carrying nasty-looking guns. Shotguns, Abigor recognized now. The lights in the ceiling seemed to flicker a little bit, casting a slightly dimmer glow. The man looked familiar. Then Abigor placed him. He'd come a few days earlier to interrogate Abigor about the city of Dis and possible military targets.
General Abigor, I'm pleased to see you again.
The voice was flat, uninflected, almost disinterested.
Likewise.
The visitor took a thick piece of rolled parchment from under his arm and spread it out on the table.
General, would you mind coming here to look at this?
Phrased as a request, there was no doubt it was a command. Abigor rose and stepped over to the table, looked down. It was a copy of the map of Dis he'd looked at earlier, but now there was a set of red concentric shapes drawn on it, basically circles but strangely distorted. The shapes were colored successively darker toward the center, but the relationship was strange, distorted, darkening quickly where they overlapped, sometimes dramatically so. Some of the shapes were arranged in neat triangles, and in the center of those formations, the area of darkest red was horribly large and terrifyingly dark. His hair was standing on end as he looked down at the map. The shapes and patterns went on, so that the city was completely covered by the circles. Satan's palace, on the fortified spur that stuck out into the pit, was invisible under the triangles of overlapping circles. What could the circles mean? There was only one explanation, and it came from the DVD he had just watched, and Abigor suddenly knew why it had been given to him. It made all the pieces begin to fall into place. The humans could destroy whole cities with single bombs, and they had shown they could do so without any compunction. Dis wasn't the only city in Hell, but it was the largest, and it was the administrative center for the whole of Hell. Why would a city be a target? Hadn't Belial just destroyed a human city with his party tricks? Was this to be the human revenge? With a rising wave of bile in his throat, Abigor began to suspect what the shapes and colors meant.
General Abigor, what do you make of this map?
Asked the targeteer.
It seems that this is a map of the destruction caused by the explosion of atomic bombs to the city of Dis.
The visitor raised one eyebrow.
Very good, General, though we call them devices, not bombs, and they initiate, not explode. Technically, a nuclear initiation isn't an explosion. These circles represent the overpressure radii of each individual initiation. They'll all be taking place at once, by the way. As I'm sure you learned, one way our devices bring about the destruction of their targets is shockwave caused by the initiation. The shockwave is measured by overpressure. Where patterns overlap, the overpressure increases dramatically. Terrain is critically important as well. The shock wave will be channeled by some features, reflected by others. Where it is channeled, it will extend further in one direction at the expense of others. Where it is reflected, it will cause no damage beyond the point of reflection, but destruction before that point will be multiplied many times over. As is our way, we targeted only military installations, the barracks, production centers, command and control points, administrative buildings, and so on. But you can see that the installations are so densely concentrated in the city would be destroyed by such an attack. No part of the city is subject to a shock wave of less than 5 psi overpressure. Such strength guarantees the destruction of all but the most hardened targets. Most of the city, more than 90% of that, will suffer from overpressures an order of magnitude greater. We did need to use very high-yield devices and ground bursts to destroy the most hardened targets. These are the earthworks and the walls which surround the city. We suspect that the construction of the buildings is so poor that the ground wave caused by the destruction of the walls would destroy the city anyway. Of course, blast is just one way a nuclear device destroys its target. There is also light flash, which will blind every unprepared person for tens of miles, and fire. Another map for you, this one shows the anticipated firestorms. You've seen those films of what a firestorm in a city can be like? You can expect winds approaching 200 miles per hour, heat levels so high that it will melt steel, let alone bronze. The fires will suck all the oxygen out of the air, and the people trapped in the wreckage of Dis will asphyxiate. Finally, there's direct radiation as well, but that isn't a factor after somebody has been reduced to the size, shape, and appearance of a McDonald's hamburger by blast, fire, and debris, irradiating them as well as a mere technicality. Of course, that doesn't cover fallout. The ground bursts will create horrible levels of contamination. Normally, we wouldn't worry too much about fallout from air bursts, but the atmosphere here is so dusty, even air bursts are going to generate a lot of fallout as well.
So,
said Abigor flatly,
you will destroy Dis.
No, we needed to create a plan to destroy Dis, but it is just a contingency plan.
Then why are you showing this to me?
Because, General, you need to know what we can do, what we are willing to do. The destruction of Dis would take the lives of nearly every demon living there. It would leave no building standing, and in its wake there would be giant radioactive firestorms. After the fires died, there would be nothing of Dis left save craters. What was once a city would become a charred, radioactive wasteland. Nobody, human or demon, would live there for 10,000 years. We can do that, General. And we would be right to do that, after how your people have treated us in the past. Demons have enslaved humans, treated them as cattle, eaten them, and tortured them for thousands of years. As a professional, it's not my job to make moral judgments on the people whose destruction I plan, but just for once, I'm going to indulge myself. A quick death in nuclear fire is the least that your race deserves. But we are magnanimous in victory, General, as you know. We fight to win, but once we have won, we strive for peace. If there are other options that make this plan as superfluous as all the others I have drawn up over the years, then we will prefer to use them. But I warn you, we can be pushed too far for that. This map.
He tapped it with a finger.
Is still not the worst we can do. General, if you really anger us, we will try and bring democracy to your country.
I see.
Abigor frowned down at the map, trying to picture the bustling city he'd known for dozens of thousands of years as a charred, smoking wasteland, trying to picture the city vanishing in a series of impossibly bright flashes. And if that was so, what was this other hideous threat? Yet he had a strange feeling there was something he didn't quite understand because the last remark had made the two soldiers in the room grin broadly.
Who are you? What are you?
People call us many things. Targeteers, contractors, the business, the wizards of Armageddon. The last was intended as an insult, but we rather like it. And of course, it has turned out to be a much more accurate description than its author realized.
Abigor sighed.
You must be a great general, then.
Actually, I'm not in the armed forces at all. In fact, I never have been. I'm a civilian who's employed by a consultancy company, something we call a think tank, to do analytical work. I've been doing this sort of thing for more than 25 years.
To do this for years. Then I can assume your plans are complete.
Then you understand.
A statement, not a question. The targeteer began to roll up the map.
Thank you for your time, General Abigor. I'm sure we will meet again.
The two soldiers escorted him from the room, and Abigor's hair began to lay down. Outside the room, the thunder of artillery had never ceased, but now Abigor put it into its true perspective. It was indeed just a pale shadow of what humans could do when they wanted to. He glanced at the door after the man, then looked again. He could have sworn those plants were green and flowering before the man had come in. Coach Insignia Restaurant, Renaissance Center, downtown Detroit. Gloria Hurst clearly remembered her first trip to Renaissance Center 3 decades ago. The gleaming complex of glass and metal towers had promised a fresh start for the city, still struggling to get over the stigma the 1967 riots had created. The 80s rolled around, and the dreams of a regenerated Detroit never came to pass. Outside of the little oasis of civilization the corporations had built, the slums had just continued to decay. Jobs kept leaving and never seemed to come back. Buildings crumbled and the criminals seemed to multiply. So many times she'd thought of selling up and moving out, but somehow she'd never had the heart to leave. Her children had never understood that, particularly after her house had been robbed twice in the same month. The war had almost come as a relief. All the plants still open were running at full capacity, and many of the closed ones were being reopened. The roads were clogged with buses, only the gas rationing had forestalled gridlock, and downtown the crowds were thicker than ever. Still, Gloria's own neighborhood had hardly changed. All the attention was on places like Sterling Heights and Livonia, where the remaining plants were. As for the suburbs, she'd heard that the government had been requisitioning all the foreclosed McMansions and subdividing them to create cheap worker accommodation. She imagined the look on the faces of the homeowners association and laughed. However, the ring of slums between downtown and the industrial belt was being ignored. If anything, there was even less interest in regenerating it now that war production was at the top of everyone's minds. Gloria sighed. At least the muggers were keeping a low profile. The cops weren't playing catch and release anymore. The ones who got arrested tended to be drafted, and the ones who fought back usually got splattered by the huge guns all the cops were carrying now.
Granny!
The young boy's voice roused Gloria from her thoughts. Ah, there they were, her eldest son and his family, come to visit her at last.
Granny, what's that?
Her grandson was staring out the windows, which had a fine view of the city due to their location near the top of the city's tallest skyscraper. The boy seemed to be pointing at something near the horizon. Gloria turned stiffly in her chair and strained to focus on the distant buildings. There was an odd flickering over an intersection, perhaps 2 miles to the north, and a glint that seemed to come from something falling out of the sky. Her heart beat faster as she realized that the irregular, chattering roar that had been slowly building was the sound of many, many guns being fired. Was it the demons? Had the army shot down a demon? The sound of gunfire died away. Several people were standing at the windows now, asking out loud the same questions she was thinking. The molten rock literally exploded out of nowhere, the unstable portal hurling great sprays of magma in every direction. Many who'd seen the images of the portal opening over Sheffield had remarked on the eerie beauty of the hellish fountain, unfolding in its first few seconds like a giant deadly firework. This attack was different, a raging beast that seemed to lash out at random without symmetry or reason. Gloria winced as the first gouts of lava reached the bottom of their arcs, smashing into buildings with a spray of fire and rubble. The freeway intersection collapsed and disappeared in a vast cloud of smoke, peppered with tiny gouts of fire as gasoline flash vaporized and exploded. For a full 10 seconds the scene unfolded in silence, save for the screams and yells of the people in the restaurant. Glasses and plates began to rattle and fell as the first seismic vibrations made their way up the building. Then the shockwave hit, an overpowering roar overlaid on a deep rumble that seemed to grab Gloria's guts and shake them in her torso.
We've got to get out of here. Mom, come on, let's go.
Her son had grabbed her shoulders and was trying to pull her up.
Lawrence, look at that crowd.
Lunchtime was the busiest period for the coach insignia, and now it seemed that nearly everyone was trying to jam themselves through the doors at once. Some of the staff were shouting, gesturing, trying to control the flow, but without much success.
You watch the news. You know what happened in England.
Gloria was shouting hoarsely to be heard over the din.
That lava will flow downhill straight towards us. I'll never get out in time, not with my arthritis.
Her son just stood there, stunned.
We can't leave you.
Of course you can. You have to save your kids. Now move.
Gloria shoved his arms away. Lawrence Hurst's face was full of anguish, but his mother's reasoning was indisputable. In the distance, he could see the lava already beginning to flow down the trench the freeway sat in, heading for the river and downtown. He hugged her tightly.
Goodbye, Mom.
Then he was gone, trying to force a path through the crowd for his family, his wife dragging their screaming children behind them. Gloria turned back to the window, tears streaming down her face. The tears were not for herself. Oh, fear was welling up inside her, and frankly, she hoped the building would collapse before the fire got to her. The tears, though, they were for her city, which had suffered so much and struggled so hard to rebuild, only to have its heart burnt out by a war that nobody could even have imagined just a few months ago. GM Cadillac, Hamtramck Assembly Plant, Detroit. It had been a hell of a job to get the plant converted over in 2 months flat, as much for training the workers as the retooling. Jake suspected that the Army already had a plan for the switch ready before the message, because once the word was given, the work started almost immediately, and went on 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, UAW be damned. Somehow they'd pulled it off, and now the 1117s were rolling off the line. Production was already up to 10 units a day, and still increasing. His section was responsible for wiring and accessory fit, and they'd had some pretty horrible QC issues, while the new workers were broken in. Jake O'Reilly's temper was legendary at the plant, but truly he didn't mind the hours or the problems. It was worth it to see his people so energized, and the factory back at full capacity. The 1117 wasn't as tough as a Bradley, but it was a huge step up from a Humvee, and a hell of a lot easier to build than the Stryker. If the Army kept kicking Baldrick butt, armies even, couldn't forget the Ruskies and the Brits, Jake thought, then they'd be a lot of escort and patrol missions coming up, and the Hell Model Guardian was the ideal tool for that job. The attack came without warning. The factory floor was too noisy to hear the gunfire outside, and the management were still arguing on the phones when the portal opened. Tons of molten rock crashed through the roof, spraying onto sections of the line below. Sizable sections of the plant were destroyed within the first 10 seconds, and fires began spreading immediately through the remainder. Shockwaves battered the staff as shrapnel zinged through the air, combining with the heaving ground to leave many workers in a state of shell shock. After Sheffield, everyone had been told that this might happen. The most pessimistic staff had even expected it, but nothing could prepare them for the reality of having a volcano appear in the sky nearby. Jake's first thought was to get his people out. His second thought was to save as many vehicles as he could. His third thought was that these goals combined nicely.
Listen, all of you.
It was useless. The roar was overpowering. Fortunately, since the new workers had been put on the line, Jake had been keeping a megaphone close at hand. He'd lost count of the number of times he'd used it to stop some butterfingered technician about to burn out a wiring harness. Now he cranked the volume to the max and used it to save their lives.
Listen, all of you. Take any vehicle that can drive and get clear. There are plenty in the testing area. It's your best hope for surviving the rocks and the smoke.
The burning rocks seemed to have stopped coming for now, and Jake used the respite to herd his team into the nearly completed vehicles. The power had gone out, throwing the factory floor into a hazy twilight filled with screams, shouts, and running forms.
Todd's trapped! You three, pull him out of there! Rick, it just needs fuel. Get some damn diesel and drive her out.
The Guardians were roaring to life and starting to move, knocking equipment aside as they sought any open path out of the chaos. Jake looked around. All of his staff seemed to have gone, save a few huddled in a still unfueled M777. The smoke was already too thick to see the other sections. The brief respite ended as a fresh wave of flying lava crashed into the plant. Jake fell to his knees, dazed by the impact of a trolley propelled by the blast. His eyes were swimming and his throat burned with the heat and the toxic smoke. He couldn't see the Guardian. He hadn't heard it leave, but he couldn't see it. He struggled to regain his feet, but the shaking, cracking floor seemed to defeat his efforts. A hand gripped his wrist and pulled him up. It was Todd, and Jake had never been so grateful to see the spiky-haired brat.
She's fueled up, boss! Let's go!
Jake was half-dragged, half-clambered through the door of the Guardian. The cabin was filled with injured workers, and someone was already in the driver's seat, because no sooner was he on board than the engine roared to life and the armored car pulled away. Flames licked at the windows as the vehicle sped through the factory, crashing through the wreckage of jigs and component bins as it made for the doors. Then they were clear, rolling across the huge parking lot, surrounded by a mass of other vehicles trying to escape the destruction. Lava continued to rain down, destroying some of the cars even as they watched, but luck smiled on their guardian, and they were soon out of range. Jake leaned forward to address the driver.
Get us up to the Davison intersection. The VDF are bound to set up a checkpoint there. We can drop off our wounded and refuel. They're going to need all the help they can get.
White House Situation Room, Washington, D.C.
Sir, it's Detroit. City's been hit hard. The attack started just a few minutes ago.
Let's hear it, John, in 100 words or less, please.
Mr. President, the Baldrics hit Detroit with a lava attack. As far as we can see right now, it's the same mechanism as Sheffield, but bigger and nastier. We shot down the spotter demon, but the portal still opened. We've got something like 40,000 tons of lava a second falling out of the sky a couple of miles north of downtown.
Secretary Warner paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts.
The Cadillac plant took a hell of a beating, and Wayne State has already become a firestorm. The freeway trenches are channeling the lava. We can't stop it before it reaches the river. In the next half hour, we're going to lose the Renaissance Center, plus the tunnel and the bridge to Windsor. As for casualties, haven't got an estimate yet, but worst case is well into six figures.
You know, Detroit is the Democrat voting stronghold of Michigan. If it's gone, then it might be enough to flip the state into our column.
There was a stunned silence in the room. Eventually, President Bush's voice cut through the disbelief, pitched low and frighteningly cold.
Carl, shut up. Just shut up. John, could you continue, please?
Personnel at Demon detected the portal activity at 12:43 Eastern. NORAD was informed immediately, of course. We vectored in F-16s from the 127th out of Selfridge. They flew up on full reheat, but the local United States volunteers got to the coordinates first. As far we can tell, they sighted a demon of the same type that the Sheffield footage shows, what General Abigor calls a gorgon. Local citizens already had it under fire when the USV shot it down with AAA. Unfortunately, the damn things seemed to be salvage fused.
Blank faces stared back at him.
It's a nuclear warfare term. It means, never mind. The point is, shooting down the Gorgon seems to cause the portal to open prematurely. We bought some time to evacuate, but not nearly enough to save everyone. Sadly, the LDV unit was directly under the portal when it opened. They were killed instantly.
Bush stopped glaring, and his face softened from his barely suppressed anger at the earlier remarks.
They died in the line of duty. That should be recognized. It'll put the volunteers on the map as part of our armed forces. Medal of Honor.
Secretary Warner thought quickly.
I agree with the sentiment, yes, sir, but the medal is a bit overdoing it. A Silver Star each for the crew would be appropriate, I think, and a Presidential Unit citation for the 3rd Michigan USV. The situation in Detroit is pure hell, if you'll forgive the phrase, sir. There's a serious difference between this attack and Sheffield. Over there, the portal remained in one place and poured its lava over the same target. So, although it spread, the starting point was constant, and to some extent the damage was self-limiting. The Baldrics have learned their lesson from that, sir. This time the portal is moving. It's sort of dancing around at random, over a 2 or 3 mile area, a bit like a deflating balloon. So the lava's being spread over a much wider area and the damage is a lot greater. I hope nobody ever thought the Baldrics were stupid. That could be the worst mistake we could make.
A slight surge of amusement went around the room at that point, briefly lightening the somber tone. The president himself had benefited more than once from a presumption of stupidity.
As soon as word of this second attack hits the streets, we're going to be under pressure to do something. Remember World War II?
The reference caused a certain degree of bewilderment in the Situation Room. Eventually, the Army Chief of Staff, General George W. Casey, explained.
Back in World War II, there was popular demand for anti-aircraft batteries around our cities. So the President ordered 90mm anti-aircraft batteries set up. Unfortunately, those guns were also badly needed as tank killers in Europe, but the Army there never got them due to the AA priority, so a lot of our tank crews died while our cities were never attacked.
Casey settled back, mentally noting that the aide who had slipped him the explanation for the president's remark had just earned himself a promotion and a choice assignment.
Can we pull any AAA back from hell?
Bush didn't sound hopeful.
Not a chance, sir. The Harpies are the most effective weapon Satan has. They're giving us a lot of trouble. They're like aircraft, but present in infantry numbers, and our fighters just can't shoot them down fast enough. We were lucky first time round. Abigor had only 1 legion of them, 6,600. We believe there are at least 33 legions being thrown into the battle now underway. Over 200,000. Our troops need every anti-aircraft system they've got. We can't even give them air support properly at the moment. All our planes, bar a few, are killing harpies. If anything, we need more AAA out there, not less. Anyway, sir, it's pointless. We know now that killing the Gorgon Pathfinder doesn't do any good. Well, not much anyway. Once it's over a city, that city is gone. It's like the bad old days before we had the GBIs up in Alaska. Once we spotted an inbound missile, we knew the city it was aimed at was gone. It just hadn't died yet. We can't defend the cities because by the time the Gorgon appears, it's too late. We have to preempt the attacks at source. Now, there are a few things we can do there. Our early warning system based on the cell phone net worked. We need to give Demon all the resources they can use that they don't already have anyway for early warning. It isn't much, but it's the best we can do until we get all our pieces into place. Other than that, all we can do is to mitigate the disaster. I do hope FEMA are going to be a bit more competent this time than they were at New Orleans.
There was an embarrassed shuffling of feet at that remark. Secretary Dirk Kempthorne took the bait elegantly.
Well, at least we're arming the victims this time around, not disarming them. I guess the crime rate will be a bit lower.
Given the size of the holes the Leo community have taken to blowing in the alleged perpetrators, I think that's a reasonable assumption.
There was a brief spasm of amusement at the sally from FBI Director Robert Mueller.
One thing about these lava attacks, we don't get much looting. People are too busy running to think about getting a free television, most of them anyway. And the draft is sweeping most of the candidates for street criminals out of the way into the forces where the sergeants are straightening them out. Law and order isn't really a problem. You'd be surprised how rarely it is in a really major disaster. How long it will stay that way is another matter. 1 or 2 more attacks like this and we'll have mass panic on our hands. That'll do more damage to our industrial production than the attacks themselves.
Which brings us to the why. Neither Detroit nor Sheffield were really important production centers, so why Detroit? Have the analysts worked out the enemy's strategy?
Only the obvious so far, Mr. President.
Secretary Warner took a deep breath.
Sheffield and Detroit were both industrial powerhouses until quite recently, very recently in Baldric terms. Remember, to them, centuries are a short period. My guess is this Belial has worked out that our military strength relies on our industrial base, but his intel is stale and his targeteering is lousy. Make no mistake, though, he hit us hard this time around. This is the worst blow we've taken since this whole business started. We don't want to give him a chance to refine his aim.
Then we have to kill him at the source. Now, Prime Minister Brown was right. We can't just let this pass. Hell has to hurt for this and hurt badly. We lost under 4,000 people in 9/11 and we took 2 countries down by way of retaliation. Now you say we're going to lose upwards of 25 times that number.
Bush's jaw set.
They're going to have to pay. The American people demand it. Tell me what we've got and how we're going to use it. The answer, nothing, won't be accepted.
Sir, we have several plans in motion. We have a Pathfinder of our own on the way up to Tartarus. He's expected there in 24 to 36 hours. Once he's in place, we can portal a deceased Special Forces team to his location, and they'll position navigation beacons to home a B-1 strike-in. They'd devastate the area. As a backup, we have a British Special Forces group ready to go in. If the B-1s can't do the strike, they'll do a ground raid. We have a B-1 searching for Tartarus as well. If our Pathfinder can't get through, she'll find Tartarus. Eventually. We have time, sir. We believe that it will be a week or more before Belial manages to get set up for a 3rd strike. One of our options will be in place by then.
Not good enough. What do we do now?
Bush's voice was dogmatic and a little petulant.
We can hit Dis with an airstrike. The B-1s won't be able to hit Tartarus for days. We can let them loose on Dis, with conventional bombs, of course. We have a nuclear strike plan. We can adapt it for a conventional bombing strike. That's about our only serious option right now. In the meantime, we have to think about limiting the disaster we have in hand. We have a couple of options there. We have a prototype device that is designed specifically to close portals. This prototype is too large to be carried by an existing bomber, but we do have a different alternative. We have old C-54s we've pulled from the boneyard, and we can refit one to carry that prototype device. The original plan was to use a Britannia and target the Sheffield portal, but that's run a long way out of steam now. The volcanologist believes it'll run dry in a day or less. We can test out our new device in Detroit instead.
There's another thing we can do.
Dr. Surlethe's voice was clinical.
We can deprive the baldricks of their own navigation beacons. I propose we test the entire population for the Nephilim genetic ancestry and quarantine those carrying it in isolation camps until the war is over.
There was another stir in the room, this time of anger. In one corner, Karl Rove leaned back in relief. Somebody else had made a political error of grade 1 levels. Secretary Kempthorne was the one who took up the cudgels, though.
And we know what to look for, do we?
Well, we will, after some investigations.
And then you propose to place people in indefinite confinement without them having committed an offense on the vague off chance that a baldric might use one of them?
Better that than an incinerated city.
Even though we already know that wearing tinfoil hats offers complete protection against mind entanglement?
But there are a few people out there who won't. There are always eccentrics who deny that the tinfoil hat is absolutely essential to prevent baldricks taking over their minds.
And you want to indefinitely jail an unknown number of people, possibly millions, because one or two might refuse to wear their hats?
Well, put like that.
And that's how it will be put. Ladies, gentlemen, Karl.
Rove winced. He hadn't been forgiven after all.
We will make it a legal requirement to wear a tinfoil hat and enforce it. But there will be no mass detentions. We did that in 1941, and the stain is with us still. Thank you. We will have another meeting in 6 hours' time when we can get some of the rest of the world in with us. Karl, Dr. Surlethe, I wish to speak with you two privately.
Indian Air Force Jaguar IS JM414, over the southern front, Phlegethon River Bulge. Statistically, as confirmed by the Federal Aviation Administration, 80% of cockpit voice flight records recovered after aircraft crashes end with the words, "Oh shit." The speaker may have been the pilot or the co-pilot, or it is rumored in some cases the aircraft itself, although this possibility is denied, derided, and generally rejected. But the ultimate words remain the same. So, Flight Lieutenant Aniruddha Mehta's exclamation when a wyvern came out of nowhere and removed his Jaguar's entire vertical fin and rudder assembly was entirely in accordance with tradition. It was no consolation when the wyvern almost thereafter immediately had a terminal encounter with a U.S. Navy F-18E and gone down after taking 2 hits from Air 120 rockets and a burst of 20mm cannon fire. The fact was that JM414 was going into a flat spin, and there was nothing Mehta could do about it. Mehta hadn't seen anything like the creature before, not outside mythology and fantasy art. It was a huge flying creature, 2 legs, 1 pair of wings, and small steering fins on the lower tail and upper neck. Mehta estimated its size as roughly 12 meters long and its wingspan around 40 meters. It had been fast. It had dived on him in a collision course with an approach speed of around 400 knots. As it had passed, it had taken a swing at his aircraft with the great spiked ball on the tip of its tail, a ball covered in strong scales. It had totally wiped out his fin, and that had killed JM414 as surely as a missile hit. He looked downwards. He was over the battle area, but whether he was on the baldric or human side was another matter. On the other hand, he had no real options in the matter. JM414 was uncontrollable, going into a flat spin, and would soon break up. His only choices were to eject or ride the aircraft in. He opted for the former, and felt the slam in his back as the ejection rocket blasted him through the disintegrating canopy of his aircraft. U.S. Navy FA-18E Eagle 1, over the southern front, Phlegethon River Bulge. The Indian pilot was out of his stricken aircraft. That was one good thing. What would happen on the way down and when he reached the ground was quite another. Lieutenant Commander Michael Wong really didn't have time to worry about him. The sky was full of flying things, harpies, a wide variety of human aircraft, and now these wretched giants that had appeared out of nowhere. They were about the same size as the greater heralds he had killed right at the start of the Salvation War, and which were now proudly represented by the 2 great red kill marks under his cockpit.
Eagle 1 to Regent. New sighting. Big creature, looks a bit like a traditional dragon. One just took out an Indy Jaguar. Pilot's out. Call in Caesar for a pickup.
Very good, Eagle 1. For your information, new sighting is a wyvern. They're reported to be hitting the ground troops hard. Report status.
All AIM-120s gone. 2 Air 120s left, cannon and fuel low. The sky's full of shit out here. Target-rich environment.
Well, say goodbye to it, Eagle Flight. Return to Earth Yankee Base for refuel and rearm. Also, for your information, the O Club is open there.
That was a step in the right direction, Wong thought. The tempo of flight operations precluded a beer, but even soda would cut through the dust of hell that seemed to get everywhere. His squadron was lucky. After being detached from Ronaldus Magnus, they'd been assigned to one of the satellite air bases that surrounded the Hellmouth. What it must be like for the air crews, mostly A-10 and Su-25 drivers, who were based in Hell, was difficult to contemplate. Wong swerved his aircraft around and took aim at a harpy that was coming dangerously close. He led it a little bit, squeezed the button, and saw one of his remaining Air 120s streak across the sky towards the bird-like creature. It saw the rocket and tried to evade, but it was too late, and the harpy vanished in the explosion that was part rocket and part its own body chemistry.
Formate on me, Eagle Flight. We're out of here.
The navigation beacon was dead ahead, closing fast.
Eagle Flight to Regent. We're closing on the portal now.
We have you, Eagle Flight. You're clear to transit. Hand over to Yankee once you're through.
That was lucky. The amount of traffic through the portal could mean aircraft stacking up for hours. That was a disturbing thought. The whole human war effort in Hell was being funneled through a bottleneck that was 1,800 feet wide and 1,200 feet high. If it closed now, the whole lot would be cut off. Then there was the quiet, undramatic switch from the red murk of Hell to the clear blue skies of Earth. Wong felt the engines surge in power as the filter vanes in the intakes rotated to clear the airflow.
Yankee Control here. Eagle Flight, you're clear to land. Turn to 085er and come straight in on runway 85.
Wong swung the F-18 to the bearing and saw the comforting rectangle of the new concrete strip up ahead. Something the Russian pilots, flying birds with undercarriages that looked like they could handle landing on a plowed field, made fun of. Landing was proving an interesting experience. The modern aircraft were okay, but the old birds brought out of store, or the boneyards, were a different matter. Pilots used to F-16s and F-18s were having a hard time adapting to the hot and heavy characteristics of the old types. Wong wondered how Ronaldus Magnus was getting on with her older aircraft. The runway was approaching fast now. Wong made minute adjustments to line himself up and cut power back so his aircraft drifted down into the concrete. A different feeling entirely from the spine-crunching controlled crash of a carrier landing. Over on the parking strip, Wong saw that a group of F-4s and A-7s had arrived. Rhinos and sloughs, this war was getting more like a time machine every day. His F-18 stopped rolling and he added a touch of power to taxi off the runway onto the parking strip. The debriefing hut was still a temporary structure, little more than a tent. Wong went inside and sighed to himself. One of the other F-18 pilots, a Lieutenant George Witz, was standing over the officer behind an interview desk. One of the problems with the mobilization was that it was calling back the bad as well as the good. Witz was one of the bad. Wong believed that first time around he'd probably resigned rather than be eased out. Now, he was cursing steadily, damning his aircraft, his missiles, the ground control. The Air 120 was his present target, and his denunciation of the unguided rocket was colorful, even by fighter pilot standards. Wong sighed and went up to the first vacant desk. The officer behind it smiled at him. She already had his camera gun film up on her laptop. There was a lot to be said for digitization.
Right, Mike, we got you down for 14 harpies and a wyvern. 4 AIM-120 kills, 2 gun kills, and 8 Air 120 hits on the harpies, 2 Air 120s, and gunfire into the wyvern. That's square with what you remember?
Sure does, ma'am.
In fact, Wong could have sworn he got 2 more harpies with gunfire than he was being allocated. But in the wild furball that was going on in Hell, who could really say what was what?
Bullshit.
I'm sorry?
The intelligence officer's voice had gone cold. If she'd been the speaker's wife, the victim would shortly be due for the "we've got to talk" treatment, followed by long nights sleeping on the couch.
I call bullshit. Nobody's getting 8 kills with those bits of crap. Somebody's faking their claims.
The AFIO was about to blister Witz's ears when Wong cut in ahead of her.
You have a problem with the Air 120?
Sure have. Damn things go all over the place. Not one flies true. Haven't had any luck all day with them crapshoots. You claim you got 8, you're bullshitting.
Camera gun doesn't lie, Lieutenant.
The AFCIO's voice had dropped through sub-zero. She called up Witz's download, the shots clearly showing the rockets flying straight and true, but passing ahead of the targets.
It's pretty obvious. You're firing from too great a range and leading the target excessively. You're using a rocket, not a gun. The lead you need is minimal. You watch Lieutenant Commander Wong's downloads. They'll show you how it's done properly. We can't give you ammunition to waste. You're off flight roster until you can get consistent hits on the simulator.
Witz turned away, still cursing under his breath. The AFIO packed up her laptop and smiled.
O-Club's open, Mike.
Join me for a drink, Captain.
Be a pleasure. My name's Patricia.
Is Witz going to be all right? He doesn't seem very happy.
Oh, don't worry about him. He's just witzless.
Wyvern Flight, the Southern Front, Phlegethon River Bulge. If the Wyverns and their riders could have seen the radar tracking plots, they'd have known they were heading at 250 knots towards the center of the human positions along the southern flank. They couldn't, so all they knew was they were heading at their normal speed to where the humans were fighting. Each side of the Wyvern, on panniers made of beast leather, were loads of sulfur, ready to be set on fire and dropped on the humans below. Brimstone, burning sulfur, was one of Hell's great weapons, an attack that burned, crushed, and gassed all in a single blow. Far below them, they could see the human sky chariots tearing into the harpy cloud, leaving the sky studded with the orange and red balls of fire as the harpies died. Up here, more than half a league into the sky, the formation of 80 wyverns had gone more or less unnoticed. That had to be why the human sky chariots were ignoring them in favor of rending the harpies. Still, given the slaughter that was taking place in the harpy ranks, the wyverns and their riders were content with what small mercies they were given. There were whispers that more than 7,000 harpies had died already, more than 1 legion's worth out of the 6 legions that had started the day's battle. Pharonigranthus saw the wing leader up ahead make the signal. It was time for the attack. He ran a quick glance over his equipment. The sacks of brimstone were ready. All it would need was to pull the bronze bar from the rings, and the sacks would upend, pouring the burning sulfur onto the enemy below. Behind them were the bronze flechettes, hardened in Belial's workshops, and also ready to be dropped on the enemy. Then, he returned his attention to the formation. Already the first rank were peeling off for their dive on the enemy below. His turn came. He jabbed his spurs into the wyvern and felt it drop out of the sky as its wings folded and it howled its battle cry. This was the bit that made a wyvern rider's life worthwhile. The screaming dive on an enemy below, watching them disperse and run to escape the deluge that was to come. Pharonigranthus saw the humans below, their fortresses built around their iron chariots besieged by harpies and with the ground forces and beasts closing in. Off to one side, he saw a strange, rippling blue flash tearing at the human positions and realized that had to be the Naga at work, pouring their lightning bolts into the enemy ranks. As his wyvern dropped, Pharonigranthus could see them more clearly, could see the great coiled forms strapped to the back of the great beasts that carried them. He touched his wyvern with his mind, and the creature changed the angle of its dive so he could dump its load on the humans engaged by the Naga. It was time, nearly time. Pharonigranthus calculated angle and speed. He had selected a line of 3 fortresses for his attack, a group that was already under heavy fire from the Naga, the blue lightning bolts rippling off their armor. He touched the igniter that set the left-hand set of brimstone bags on fire, then hesitated slightly and pulled the drop bar. To his delight, he saw his aim was true, and the deluge of burning yellow stones swept across the human iron chariots. Beneath him, the harpies swarmed over the stricken vehicles, and the infantry floundering across the open space between the Phlegethon and the human defenses gained fresh heart. They swarmed up the banks and over the iron chariots that lay within them. Then, Pharonigranthus saw how the human defenses worked. As soon as the 3 fortresses he had hot were in danger, those on either side opened fire on them, the little red flashes that streamed from them raking the position held by their fellows. From beneath the seething mass of harpies and infantry, he saw the iron chariots moving backwards, out of the overrun fortress, back towards the safety of the line behind. Still they were being raked by their fellows, but Pharonigranthus saw the red fireflies bouncing off the iron chariots, and he realized what was happening. The human fireflies couldn't penetrate iron, so they bounced off and just killed those outside its protection, none of whom were human, of course. Well, Pharonigranthus knew what to do about that. He still had his right side pouches of brimstone and his flechettes. He dragged his wyvern's nose around, touched its mind, and gave it the instructions necessary. His next run would be on the second line of fortresses, the ones that were covering the escape of his first target. Once more his aim was true, and the yellow cloud of flaming sulfur engulfed the iron chariots in their fortress. Their fireflies faded away and stopped as the chariots tried to back out from the cloud. Above them, Pharranagranthus turned his wyvern again and headed for the chariots that had been the victim of his first pass. They were still there, fighting the infantry and beasts that surrounded them and the harpies that flew over them. He aimed carefully and saw his flechettes hail down upon them. As he turned away, his load gone, he could see a rolling cloud of black smoke laced with orange. An iron chariot was burning, and he, Pharranagranthus, had killed it. It was time to go home. The wyverns were assembling back at their original height above the battlefield, and Pharranagranthus could sense the exultation of the riders. They'd got in, and they had struck a savage blow at the humans. Then he did a count. There were 53 wyverns flying in the formation of the 80 that had dived on the humans just a few minutes before. Naga Group, the Southern Front, Phlegethon River Bulge. Baroness Yuku fought the exhaustion that was growing throughout her body. The Naga were built for maintaining a constant series of discharges, but the rate at which she and her fellow Naga had been firing them at the humans was greater than they had ever attempted before. Yet it had to be done. The humans had to be kept under fire if the assault was to stand a chance. Yuku mentally thanked her lord that he had had the wisdom to modify the instructions to send his best Naga to aid Belial in his mad schemes. He'd interpreted best to mean his youngest and least experienced coven, keeping his two most experienced groups with him for this battle. By the look of it, several other lords had done the same, and that was a good thing. Otherwise, the assembled covens would be collapsed into semi-consciousness by now. Those that still lived, that was. There had been 54 covens assembled for this assault, just over 700 Naga, and Chiknothragotham had grouped them in the center of his formation top punch a hole for the rest of his army to follow. That had seemed like a good idea until the holocaust of human mage fire had descended upon them. The casualties had been dreadful, but the soft, unarmored Nagas had been hard hit. Less than 300 had survived the mage bolts and the churning ground. They'd forded the river and kept the human chariots under a constant series of bolts, but nobody could do much more until the wyverns had doused their positions with burning brimstone. That had forced the humans back and out of their defensive positions. The combination of bolts and brimstone from above, the relentless fire of the Nagas and the advancing infantry and flyers had done it. They'd started to destroy the human defense. From her position on the riverbank, Yuku could see the black rolling smoke rising from more than a dozen iron chariots that had been overwhelmed and destroyed. Around them lay the bodies of their crews, many half-eaten as they had been cut down. That might once have been a satisfying sight, but Yuku could see more. The ground was black with the bodies of Chiknothragatham's army, where human magery had caused its terrible toll. One of the infantry cohort commanders waved her forward. The foot soldiers and cavalry were trying to clear the evil metal snakes and exploding mage bars that covered the ground. The mage bars could be cleared by the simple expedient of picking them up and throwing them away. If they exploded, the mage bar was gone. If it did not, it was gone. Slowly, a way was being cleared through the defenses, even though the human mage fire never ceased, and the casualties of those doing the clearing were high beyond counting. Yuku started to lead the 7 surviving members of her coven forward along the cleared path, summoning up enough energy to unleash another series of bolts against the defenders. That was when the foot soldier leading her raised his trident.
No further, Highness. This is as far as we can go. The next line of human defenses is ahead of us.
And on either side of us and behind us, thought Yuku. Nowhere is protected on this battlefield where the humans can see all, and their mages can strike where they will. Then she heard a strange whistling sound and more mage bolt explosions. Only these were soft in comparison with those she had experienced on the banks of the Phlegethon, and they looked different. Instead of rolling clouds of black and red smoke, surrounded by thrown earth, they were gentle and white, almost angelic in the purity of their whiteness. Yuku watched confused as the white feather-like tendrils spread into a cloud that was utterly opaque, yet still had the blinding white purity of the initial bursts. The cloud started to rise, and that was when Yuku felt the intense heat as more of the mage bolts spread the white cloud still further. Yuku was suddenly aware that the white cloud was irritating her eyes and her nose was running. A stray cloud of the white smoke swept over her and she coughed, an explosive cough that shook her whole body. She looked around. She and her Nagas were surrounded by white fragments that were falling over the whole area. One of the fragments landed on her skin and she looked at it, curiously at first but then in horror as her scales started to bubble and smolder. The lump was eating its way into her body. She could feel it searing into her flesh as it bit deeper and deeper. The agonizing pain started to spread as more and more of the lumps touched her and started the process of her destruction. All around her, figures were on the ground, rolling and screaming, trying to brush away the fragments that brought this unbelievable horror to them. Even as they did so, more of the rounds thumped down, adding yet more smoke and fragments to the cloud that was enveloping them. The great beast that bore Baroness Yuku was on the ground, writhing and bellowing in agony as the white mage fire burned into its body. Yuku was trapped underneath it, her body being crushed by the beast's weight, even as it burned from the white mage fire. As she died in searing, mind-crushing agony, Yuku learned that it was very unwise to upset humans.